Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Dragon. Douluo Star. This is a vibrant planet that teems with countless humans and soul beasts. Deep within the planet's core lies an expansive chamber of magma. The molten rock churns, emanating an extreme heat so intense that even a tidal Douluo from the surface would be reduced to ashes in but a breath's time upon entering. Amidst the roiling crimson magma, a colossal golden form intermittently reveals itself. Each scale of this golden body is of a terrifying magnitude. At this moment, the red magma suddenly convulses violently, and a massive dragon head emerges from the molten sea. The dragon's head is as large as a house, with dragon whiskers stretching hundreds of meters long, resembling smaller dragons swimming through the magma. As the golden body stretches, it becomes evident that this immense creature beneath the magma is a golden dragon extending for miles. At the moment the dragon writhes, the entire Douluo star begins to tremble. Countless volcanoes erupt, spewing forth scalding magma, engulfing everything in sight. The oceans roar, producing towering tsunamis that surge toward the planet's only two continents. The land quakes, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. In this instant, all beings on Douluo Star feel a profound tremor in their souls, prostrating themselves on the ground. Whether they are ordinary citizens, the pinnacle of power in the form of limit Douluos, ancient soul beasts, or fierce beasts, all succumb to an overwhelming fear, sensing the impending doom. O angel God, please reveal your divine manifestation and save your devoted followers. Within the elder hall of Wuhun City, an aged and fervent voice resonates. Great sea god, please descend upon the world and rescue your countless subjects. On Sea God Island, a voluptuous noblewoman kneels before the altar, fervently praying. In the divine realm, countless powerful deities immediately sense the disturbance. Within the divine realm council, the 5 great leaders gather their divine projections, solemnly attuned to the happenings on Douluo Continent. The evil god king declares Shura, you, and the god of goodness and the goddess of life must proceed to Douluo Star at once, save as many as you can. Leave it to us. Just as the Shura god prepares to descend with the god of goodness and the goddess of life to save the world, in the next instant, all calamities on Douluo Star vanish without a trace. The spewing magma disappears, the roaring seas fall into a serene silence, and the chasms that had opened up on the continents, along with the collapsed structures, all revert to their original states. Every being retains the memory of the moment before the disaster struck. What had just transpired feels like a fleeting dream, as if it had never happened at all. No, this is not an illusion. All life on Douluo Star still remembers the chilling sensation that had gripped their souls. The 5 great leaders of the divine realm are equally convinced that what had just occurred was indeed real. However, they're left puzzled as to why such apocalyptic calamities had vanished so abruptly. The Shura god muses, moments ago, Douluo Star was on the brink of disintegration, yet it was instantaneously restored. What force could have caused this? The 5 leaders are gripped by an unprecedented shock, feeling a sense of dread from this unfathomable power. The evil god king speaks somberly. There are too many unknown mysteries in the universe. Shura, I entrust you with the task of descending to investigate the Douluo Star incident. Understood. Within the magma chamber of the planet's core, the colossal golden dragon rapidly shrinks, transforming into a boy of 6 or 7 years, suspended above the molten sea. Around him, the earth elements stir, and a 5-meter diameter stone platform rises from the magma, its surface smooth as a mirror. The boy gently descends, his feet as smooth as jade, touching the stone platform. His skin radiates a golden glow, glistening brilliantly, while his long black hair cascades down his immaculate back. His brows are sharp, and his eyes are as deep as the starry sky, occasionally flickering with golden lightning. Though he appears to be a mere child, his visage is so impeccably crafted that it is beyond reproach. As the boy exhales, the space before him trembles violently and shatters, revealing an abyss of darkness. This planet remains so fragile, he murmurs, waving his small hand to restore the space to its original state. Sensing several powerful divine presences sweep across the surface, the boy's lips curl into a slight smile. After slumbering for countless ages, it seems some intriguing little beings have finally emerged. A glimmer of delight flickers in his profound eyes. Humans have finally been born. A world with humans is bound to be entertaining. How long have I been asleep? The boy closes his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, opens them again. I have slept for a staggering 500 million years, rounding it off. Let's call it 500 million years. 500 million years, one moment's closure of the eyes, and upon opening, it has passed. He reflects, his thoughts drifting back through the countless years. His name is Ao Tian, hailing from Earth, whose soul has been reborn on this planet as a juvenile dragon. After countless epochs of cultivation, he has ascended to become the mightiest existence on this planet, reigning over numerous primordial beings. Yet, possessing a human soul, he has always felt a profound solitude, an endless void that tormented him, leading him to choose slumber. After 500 million years, with the emergence of humanity on the planet, Ao Tian's once empty heart begins to stir with anticipation. Then let me indulge myself in this experience. Mysterious waves ripple across Ao Tian's surface. An attire reminiscent of the Douluo Continent style materializes upon him. He steps forward, his figure vanishing into thin air. On the surface, there are no disturbances in the space, and Ao Tian's presence reappears. He materializes within Wuhun city, having discerned that this city harbors more strong individuals than others. These so-called strong beings, in his eyes, are merely slightly more robust ants. Pathetic, too pathetic, Ao Tian shakes his head repeatedly. He gazes upward, muttering, "When did another world emerge above? Ah, those divine presences must originate from there." Sensing the intensity of the divine energies sweeping through, Ao Tian scoffs disdainfully, his interest waning significantly. Pathetic, still too pathetic. Wuhun City is the seat of the Pope of the Wuhun Temple. While it may not rival the capitals of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire in size, its myriad facilities and strength far surpass those of the two great empires. At that moment, fervent cheers erupt from the holy mountain at the heart of Wuhun City, instantly resonating throughout the entire city. Long live the Pope! Long live the Pope! The citizens of Wuhun City are beside themselves with excitement, facing the holy mountain, their faces flushed and voices hoarse as they chant. Ao Tian looks up, and all the structures and obstacles along his path appear as mere illusions. His gaze settles upon the holy mountain. There stand a resplendent palace, shimmering with gold and jade, before which a throng of people congregates. At the forefront is a man clad in a golden robe, appearing to be in his 30s, tall and handsome, with a gaze that radiates an air of dominance and arrogance. As the man speaks, his authoritative voice reverberates throughout Wuhun City. What has just transpired is a manifestation of our Wuhun Temple's faith in the angel god. There is no need for fear. The angel god is the mightiest, casting his divine light upon the world, alleviating calamities and curing all ailments. The townsfolk grow increasingly agitated, yet Ao Tian cannot comprehend the rapid-fire language. His divine consciousness falls upon the Pope, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the man's mental fortitude. Soul search. The Pope continues to incessantly indoctrinate the ordinary folk and even soul masters below, utterly unaware that his soul has been invaded and all his secrets are laid bare before Ao Tian's eyes. Douluo Continent, Wuhun Temple, Qianxunji. In an instant, Ao Tian discerns the identity of this Pope, memories sealed for eons resurface, revealing that he had once read the novel Douluo Continent. A flicker of emotion stirs in his tranquil eyes. He has indeed entered the world of the book. Each book is a world, and this realm undoubtedly harbors countless unknown secrets, which even Ao Tian, with his current might, cannot fully comprehend. His divine consciousness, formidable in strength, swiftly assimilates the information gleaned from Qianxunji's soul. Qianxunji intends to forcibly claim Bibi Dong tonight. Ao Tian's gaze shifts to a stunning young woman standing behind Qianxunji. Her beauty is nearly flawless, her eyes sparkling with life, exuding an air of charm and innocence. This is a youthful Bibi Dong, radiant and captivating. Stars ignite in Ao Tian's eyes. The Bibi Dong from Douluo Continent had been a regret in his reading now. By a twist of fate, he finds himself in the world before her tragic encounter, and he believes he knows what must be done. Chapter 2. The Beast in Human Clothing, Yu Xiaogang. Not far behind Bibi Dong stands a young man who appears to be around 20 years old. With a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, he possesses an unremarkable appearance. He stands tall and straight, yet at times, a sense of inferiority flickers in his gaze. Especially when Bibi Dong turns to smile at him. The young man instinctively lowers his head. He feels insignificant, unworthy of the ethereal beauty that is Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong casts a smile in his direction, Ao Tian's attention also shifts to the young man. From Qianxunji's memories, Ao Tian recognizes this youth as Yu Xiaogang, who would later be known as the Master. When Bibi Dong gazes at Yu Xiaogang, her lively eyes clearly reflect a hint of affection, which does not sit well with Ao Tian. Dragons are proud and domineering after 500 million years of existence as a dragon. Such pride and dominance have become deeply ingrained in Ao Tian's very being. At this moment, he had resolutely decided to rescue Bibi Dong. Beyond preventing her from being tainted by Qianxunji, he also needed to resolve the issues concerning Yu Xiaogang. From his perspective, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang were akin to a regal swan soaring high above, and a lowly toad beneath Yu Xiaogang was utterly unworthy of her. Before long, Qianxunji emerged from his indoctrination, returning to the Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong approached Yu Xiaogang, her face alight with joy, and inquired, "Brother Xiaogang, I have heard that you have recently developed a theory on the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Could you share it with me?" Yu Xiaogang gazed at the enchanting young lady before him, his eyes brimming with deep admiration, yet shadowed by profound insecurity. How could the astute Bibi Dong not perceive Yu Xiaogang's self-doubt? With a radiant smile, she suggested, "Let us retire to your office, where you can elaborate on your theory." Without waiting for Yu Xiaogangs response, she lightheartedly strode towards his office. Yu Xiaogang, feeling helpless, could only follow in her wake. From a corner, a figure emerged. It was Qianxunji. Watching Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang depart together, Qianxunji's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists in frustration. "Yu Xiaogang, you worthless fool, do not even dream of claiming Donger. She belongs to me, her body and heart are rightfully mine." Meanwhile, the street where Ao Tian stood had become completely congested. The cause of the congestion? His unparalleled handsomeness. With a visage perfected to the extreme and adorned in resplendent garments, coupled with an air of profound solitude, he instantly captivated the hearts of countless onlookers. Beauty is a human instinct, even though he was merely a young boy. His charm was irresistible to all. Regardless of age or gender, everyone fell under his spell. Shallow mortals, Ao Tian mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, igniting a spark of admiration in the crowd. Several young women and matrons swooned, their eyes rolling back in sheer excitement. With a resigned shake of his head, Ao Tian transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from sight. The crowd, awakening from their reverie, was left bewildered, questioning what had just transpired and why they had gathered in such numbers. Ao Tian's figure materialized within Yu Xiaogang's research office. Yu Xiaogang was animatedly sharing his research findings, his pride swelling as he expounded on his theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Bibi Dong sat at the desk, resting her chin on her hand, utterly entranced by his words. Ao Tian stood beside them, a subtle energy emanating from him, rendering his presence undetectable to both Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang. "Saintess, what do you think of my theory?" Yu Xiaogang eagerly turned to Bibi Dong. In discussing his theory, his insecurities vanished entirely, replaced by a palpable confidence. "Xiaogang, you are truly talented," Bibi Dong exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration as she reached out to grasp his hand. Yu Xiaogang instinctively recoiled, rising to his feet in alarm. "Your Highness, you are pure and untarnished. I would not dare to soil your delicate hand." Bibi Dong lamented, Xiaogang, we both understand each other's feelings. Your talent is something I admire, although your cultivation talent may be lacking. To me, you are the most exceptional. Yu Xiaogang lowered his gaze, rendered mute. To him, Bibi Dong was like a pristine snow lotus he lacked the courage to touch or pluck her, burdened by his own feelings of inadequacy. Ao Tian, observing this scene, felt a surge of irritation. How could Bibi Dong harbor feelings for such a failure? It would be a travesty for her to suffer heartache over him. He contemplated how to sever Bibi Dong's attachment to Yu Xiaogang, realizing that he must first undermine Yu Xiaogang himself. After all, even without his intervention, Yu Xiaogang would inevitably be expelled from the martial soul hall. Why not expedite the process? With a gentle breath directed towards Yu Xiaogang, the latter's body shuddered, and he abruptly lifted his head, sneering, Bibi Dong, did you think I harbored feelings for you? How naive! My approach to you was merely to win your heart, so I could access the invaluable resources of the martial soul hall. Now that my theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls has emerged, it will revolutionize the world of soul masters. I am no longer a failure. I shall become the greatest mentor in human history. Yu Xiaogang spoke with fervor, his expression wild. Upon finishing, he regarded Bibi Dong with a contemptuous smile, declaring, at this juncture, you hold no further utility for me. Bibi Dong felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She could not accept this reality and rushed to seize Yu Xiaogang, pleading, Xiaogang, what are you saying? You were just joking, weren't you? Joking? Bibi Dong, you truly are foolish. Your physique is quite commendable since you profess to like me. Why not submit? Yu Xiaogang's eyes reddened, his skin flushed, breathing rapid as he gazed at Bibi Dong with an aggressive hunger. Xiaogang, please do not frighten me, Bibi Dong cried, on the verge of collapse. Yu Xiaogang stood tall and defiant, his soul power surging as he violently tore off his shirt, baring his torso and laughing maniacally as he lunged toward Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I am on the cusp of becoming the greatest soul master mentor. Becoming my woman would be no loss for you. Bibi Dong was taken aback, staring at the seemingly deranged Yu Xiaogang. With a shriek, she extended her delicate hand in defense. At that moment, Bibi Dong had already reached the rank of Soul Emperor, far surpassing Yu Xiaogang's capabilities. The surging soul power erupted from within, crashing against Yu Xiaogang's chest. With a cough, Yu Xiaogang expelled a copious amount of blood and was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with the bookshelf behind him. I want you. I wish to possess you. Struggling to rise, Yu Xiaogang once again lunged at Bibi Dong. The disbelief that had once graced Bibi Dong's delicate face had now transformed into profound sorrow. After sending Yu Xiaogang flying once more, she wiped away her tears and fled. While Yu Xiaogang endured 2 strikes from Bibi Dong. Though she had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, the force was beyond what someone who had yet to reach the rank of a great soul master could withstand. Upon receiving the second strike, he collapsed unconscious. Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction. This way, Bibi Dong would not suffer as she did in the book, mourning Yu Xiaogang for a lifetime. As for Yu Xiaogang, he had merely lost Bibi Dong's affection. A lesser consequence than in the original narrative. In Bibi Dong's chamber, Ao Tian's figure materialized. The room, adorned in soft pink, was filled with the sweet fragrance of a young girl, stirring something restless within him as he inhaled deeply. Observing his own form, he felt a twinge of helplessness. The 9 revolution celestial dragon technique he practiced caused him to regress in age with each breakthrough, and having just reached the 9th revolution, he appeared as a mere child. While contemplating how to assist Bibi Dong, the door was suddenly flung open, and she rushed in, collapsing onto the bed in tears. She had always believed Yu Xiaogang to be extraordinary, only to discover he was nothing more than a lecherous beast, seeking to exploit her and desiring her body, no different from those sordid men. Heartbroken, she lay on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment's thought, Ao Tian revealed himself that he turned, transforming into an adult form, his appearance immaculate and flawless. Gently approaching the bed, he placed his hand on Bibi Dong's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. Startled, like a frightened rabbit, she turned to face him. Who are you? She exclaimed, her eyes wide. Upon seeing Ao Tian's countenance, The flicker of wariness that had briefly graced her features dissipated, replaced by astonishment at the sight of such an impossibly handsome man. Ao Tian's smile was as warm and gentle as jade. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. Chapter 3. The madness of Qianxunji observing the tear-streaked beauty before him. Ao Tian felt an unexpected surge of compassion and reached out to wipe away her tears. What man could behold a sorrowful beauty without feeling a pang of sympathy? However, as Bibi Dong saw Ao Tian's hand reaching towards her, she snapped back to reality, retreating to the corner of the bed and scrutinizing the unfamiliar man with suspicion. Who exactly are you? Her voice turned cold. Her emperor-level soul power surged, and a glint of cold light flickered from her hand, revealing a sharp dagger. Ao Tian endeavored to keep his tone gentle. Trust me, you are about to face danger, and only I can save you. Bibi Dong immediately concluded that this impossibly handsome man must be deranged, as the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Surrounded by numerous titled elders and other mysterious, powerful figures who could possibly harm her, she sensed no malice from Ao Tian. Otherwise, she would have acted already. Humph. The Papal Palace is the safest place in Douluo Continent. You need not worry about my safety. I care not for your identity. Leave at once, or I shall summon help. Upon uttering those words, Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback. In the past, any unfamiliar man intruding upon her chamber would have met with immediate retaliation. Yet now, she found herself opting to send Ao Tian away. Ao Tian remained unperturbed and smiled. I am in times of peril. Simply call my name, and I shall appear by your side. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong stood bewildered for a moment before rising from the bed. She occupied the spot where Ao Tian had stood, her lovely face etched with confusion. Was that a teleportation soul skill? But why did he not exhibit any fluctuations of soul power? Moreover, he didn't release his martial soul or soul rings. So how could he perform a soul skill? Bibi Dong pondered, utterly perplexed. How could such a substantial figure simply disappear? Suddenly, she caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled deeply. A scent she had never experienced before surged into her senses, sending her spirits soaring in that instant. All her worries faded away, and the image of the despicable Yu Xiaogang vanished from her mind, leaving only joy. After several minutes, she regained her composure. That scent belongs to that man. She muttered, spitting in disgust and stomping her foot, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet soon, she found herself unable to resist, inhaling deeply again. So fragrant, she murmured, Ao Tian's exquisite visage flashing through her mind, causing her cheeks to redden further. Such a strange man. After a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong hurried to the door, flinging it open and glancing around, yet finding no trace of Ao Tian. A twinge of disappointment blossomed in her heart. What is happening to me? She mused, vigorously rubbing her still warm cheeks. The commotion caused by Ao Tian had dispersed much of her sorrow. However, as silence enveloped her, memories of Yu Xiaogang's attempted violation resurfaced, bringing forth a chill of repulsion at the memory of his greedy gaze, as if wishing to strip her bare. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, Yu Xiaogang's anxious voice called out. Bibi Dong looked up to find him barred from entering her palace. Given Yu Xiaogan's status, he could not freely enter this sacred space. Drive him away, she commanded coldly. Though her heart ached, she steeled herself and ordered the palace knights to expel Yu Xiaogang in the most opulent tavern in Spirit City. Within a lavish private room, Ao Tian indulged in hearty feasts, relishing every morsel and sip of wine. Since his transmigration, he had not savored the delights of food. Maintaining the appearance of youth, this transformation was not his true form, but rather a manifestation of his divine abilities. With a downward sweep of his hand, he summoned gold from deep within the earth. As he spread his palm, the gold quickly morphed, transforming into a handful of golden soul coins in mere moments. To eat, drink, and revel. Such is the essence of a long dragon's life. Ao Tian sighed. Having endured solitude for billions of years, he finally began to grasp a taste of joy. After his meal, he strolled through Spirit City, causing significant commotion wherever he went. Every woman he encountered, be they shy maidens or bold young matrons, blushed crimson, Eager to make his acquaintance, Ao Tian, exasperated, slightly tempered his dazzling charm to avoid overwhelming them. From the afternoon until nightfall, he sauntered until finally returning to his lodgings, patiently awaiting Bibi Dong's cry for help. From Qianxunji's memories, he gleaned that Qianxunji would employ underhanded tactics to possess Bibi Dong that very night. Ao Tian would not stand idly by while such a tragedy unfolded. As night descended, Ao Tian, resting lightly, opened his eyes. He sensed that Bibi Dong had been summoned to Qianxunji's secret chamber. This hidden space lay directly beneath Qianxunji's room, where he often engaged in secluded cultivation. Bibi Dong, having visited this chamber before, inquired, "Master, why have you brought me here at such a late hour?" Qianxunji wore a friendly smile, though a glint of greed lurked beneath the surface. "I heard that Yu Xiaogang has troubled you today?" he asked. Bibi Dong nodded before shaking her head. Qianxunji sighed. "Do you harbor feelings for Yu Xiaogang?" Bibi Dong resolutely shook her head, asserting, "I do not like him." Qianxunji paused, realizing his dual motives for summoning Bibi Dong. To sever her ties with Yu Xiaogang and to claim her for himself, a smile crept across his face. "Since you do not care for him, then it shall be simple. I will have him expelled from Spirit City and remove him from the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong fell silent for several moments before slowly nodding. She had grown utterly disillusioned with Yu Xiaogang and wished never to see that vile man again. What does talent matter if one is so repugnant? She thought, her expression tinged with melancholy. "Master, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation. Do not go just yet. I have some heartfelt words to share with you." Qianxunji's gaze lingered on Bibi Dong's youthful form, gradually igniting with desire. Such looks were familiar to Bibi Dong, who had encountered them too many times throughout her life, and she immediately sensed something amiss. "Donger, you are no longer a child. It is time to find a man." Qianxunji unabashedly fixed his gaze upon the youthful and alluring Bibi Dong before him. He took a few steps closer, inhaling deeply, a perverse delight evident on his face as he became utterly enamored with the alluring fragrance emanating from his beautiful disciple, as if it were a catalyst igniting the flames of desire within his heart. "What do you mean, master?" Bibi Dong's heart began to race, compelling her to instinctively take a few steps back. Qianxunji advanced, saying, "Having nurtured you for so many years and taught you the ways of cultivation, have you never considered how you might repay your teacher?" "Master, what exactly are you trying to say?" Observing the increasingly sinister expression on Qianxunji's face, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Qianxunji licked his lips and declared, "Donger, you are so perfect. Only I, your teacher, am worthy of you that I desire you to be my woman and bear my children." Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in shock, utterly taken aback. A greedy smile gradually spread across Qianxunji's face as he stepped behind Bibi Dong, aiming a chop towards the nape of her neck. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong. Such shameful degradation. Qianxunji's strength had already reached the level of a tidal Douluo, far beyond what Bibi Dong could resist at this moment. She was caught completely off guard by his attack, and even if she had reacted in time, her full power would have been insufficient to escape his grasp. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, Bibi Dong was destined to be knocked unconscious by Qianxunji, cruelly defiled, and ultimately bear a daughter. Yes, she sensed Qianxunji's impending attack. Dread and despair consumed her. How could the teacher who had always cherished her suddenly transform into a monster? Bibi Dong found it impossible to accept this reality, that Qianxunji's expression grew increasingly ferocious as his hand forcefully struck the back of Bibi Dong's neck. He was determined to possess her body. The thought of that useless Yu Xiaogang, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, nearly whisking Bibi Dong away, filled Qianxunji with unbridled rage. He would not allow such a thing to transpire. His desire for Bibi Dong was not solely based on her beauty, but also on her extraordinary talent for cultivation. Their union would surely result in an exceptionally gifted offspring. However, as Qianxunji's hand struck Bibi Dong's neck, a small, translucent golden shield rapidly illuminated the surface of her skin. With a resounding thud, Qianxunji's hand was forcefully repelled. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong finally regained her senses and quickly distanced herself from Qianxunji. "What is this ability?" Qianxunji furrowed his brow, staring at Bibi Dong. She had neither unleashed a soul skill nor projected her soul power. How could such a shield materialize? His gaze fell upon the golden, translucent shield at Bibi Dong's nape, which gradually dimmed before vanishing entirely. Bibi Dong, bewildered, could not see behind her, yet her mental energy sensed something had intercepted Qianxunji's strike. Qianxunji, having shed his pretense, grinned malevolently. Regardless of what that is, you shall not escape my grasp today. Have I not treated you well? Do you not harbor any feelings for your teacher? Bibi Dong shook her head, continuing to retreat. Master, please let me go. I won't speak of today's events. Let you go? Qianxunji smirked wickedly. That is impossible. You cannot escape today. Bibi Dong, devoid of any illusions, recognized the futility of her situation. She was acutely aware of her teacher's strength and knew she could not possibly escape. Despair slowly enveloped her, a resolute determination creeping onto her face. Master, I am grateful for your guidance over the years. I, Bibi Dong, owe you nothing for the rest of my life. Raising her delicate hand, she summoned her soul power and struck her own smooth forehead. Is this how you repay me? Qianxunji scoffed, an aura of terror emanating from him, locking onto Bibi Dong. This was his angel domain, a realm of immense control. Within it, Bibi Dong found herself utterly immobilized, her body frozen in place. Since you wish to resist, I shall have you while you are still conscious. Fear not. I shall be gentle. In that moment, Qianxunji had shed all semblance of humanity, transforming entirely into a demon. The golden light radiating from his domain illuminated the underground chamber, casting a spotlight on Bibi Dong's face, which reflected her utter despair. Watching as Qianxunji approached her step by step, she instinctively closed her eyes, tears streaming down her exquisite cheeks. In that instant, the visage of Ao Tian materialized in her mind. That impossibly handsome man, along with his words, in times of danger, simply call my name, and I shall be by your side. Bibi Dong instinctively opened her mouth to call out Ao Tian's name, yet when the words reached her lips, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Could that young man truly save her? Her teacher was a titled duel, possessing the formidable angel martial soul. She feared that Ao Tian's arrival would only spell his doom. She couldn't bear to drag an innocent person, especially someone so strikingly handsome, into this nightmare. Moreover, how could a mere invocation bring him forth? Did he consider himself a deity? Bibi Dong wrestled with her thoughts for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. Just as Qianxunji was about to pounce upon her, a sigh echoed in her ears. Did I not tell you to call for me in times of danger? The moment that voice rang out, Ao Tian's figure appeared beside Bibi Dong. She trembled in disbelief, her eyes widening as she beheld that unforgettable celestial face. This time, she quickly broke free from the enchantment of beauty and reached out to push Ao Tian away. Danger! We must flee! However, it was already too late. Die! Qianxunji's furious voice erupted. The sudden appearance of this man ignited a sense of profound threat within Qianxunji. How had this stranger materialized without his notice? Furthermore, this man was even more handsome than he, suggesting a complicated relationship with Bibi Dong. How could he possibly accept this? Qianxunji summoned all the soul power within him, striking towards Ao Tian with a single palm. Even without employing his martial soul or soul skills, his title to level soul power would ensure that strike was devastating. Ao Tian did not even glance at Qianxunji, simply grasping Bibi Dong's soft hand. Do not be afraid. I am here, he whispered gently. With that, he waved his hand dismissively at Qianxunji, as if swatting away a fly, casual and unconcerned. Yet Qianxunji's expression changed drastically. The sudden influx of terrifying pressure made his scalp tingle. He had no time to react before a resounding impact struck him. Feeling as if his facial bones were shattering, he spat out a tooth, his head ringing as he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Bibi Dong stood in stunned silence, her beautiful eyes wide, her rosy lips slightly parted, exuding a charming naivety. I could see this moment. She appeared merely 17 or 18, the epitome of youthful beauty. Ao Tian chuckled softly, applying a gentle squeeze to Bibi Dong's delicate hand. As she regained her senses, her cheeks flushed crimson, attempting to withdraw her hand, yet finding it utterly impossible to escape Ao Tian's firm grasp. I will take you away, Ao Tian declared, without a care for Qianxunji's fate. He transported Bibi Dong to the hotel room where he resided. Bibi Dong felt a fleeting blur before realizing she was now in an unfamiliar room, still ensnared by the grip of this strange man. "See, can you let go of me?" she stammered, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze fixed anxiously on her own toes. "All right," Ao Tian replied, releasing Bibi Dong's hand, "but a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's respect." Ao Tian was no stranger to Bibi Dong. In his previous life, he had felt sympathy and admiration for her. Now, with the opportunity to engage with her, he was determined to pursue his feelings. Bibi Dong stole a glance at Ao Tian, her mind racing with curiosity about his true identity. The secrets he harbored had begun to exert a fatal allure over her. "He not move," Ao Tian instructed, his gaze focused intently on Bibi Dong's face as he drew nearer. Bibi Dong's heart raced, akin to a startled deer, as she beheld his increasingly close visage. Her long lashes fluttered as she gradually closed her eyes, her beautiful face slightly raised. "You have a hair on your face." As Ao Tian's voice resonated, Bibi Dong felt his hand gently caressing her face. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 5. Bibi Dong's plan at that moment. Bibi Dong desperately wished to find a crevice in the earth to hide herself. It was too shameful. She merely sought to assist by retrieving a stray hair, yet she had misinterpreted the situation and had even closed her eyes. "What are you doing with your eyes closed?" Ao Tian longed to laugh, but restrained himself. Observing Bibi Dong's slightly pouted crimson lips stirred something within him. However, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Feelings must be nurtured gradually. Ao Tian preferred a natural progression, like water flowing into its course. He was somewhat surprised at the extent of his allure, realizing that even someone as proud as Bibi Dong, the epitome of celestial beauty, was willing to bestow a kiss upon him. Hearing Ao Tian's words, Bibi Dong's bashfulness intensified, her body trembling slightly, her alabaster skin tinted with a delicate blush, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "What is happening to me? I'm the saintess of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong of unparalleled talent. How could I feel this way towards a stranger?" Suddenly awakening to her senses, Bibi Dong forcefully withdrew from Ao Tian's grasp. Taking a few steps back, her gaze fixed on him with caution. In a single day, having been wounded by the two closest men in her life, she had unknowingly developed a profound aversion to men. Yet, she had inadvertently succumbed to Ao Tian's masculine allure. "Who exactly are you?" This marked the third time Bibi Dong had inquired about Ao Tian's identity. Nevertheless, given that he had just rescued her, her tone was surprisingly gentle. Ao Tian sat beside the table, turned over a teacup, and poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards Bibi Dong. "Have some tea." Bibi Dong hesitated as she gazed at the tea before her. But upon witnessing Ao Tian drink from his cup, she timidly took a small sip. "I am merely a passerby who intervened when witnessing injustice," Ao Tian replied with a smile. Bibi Dong did not believe his words, for there were too many enigmas surrounding him. "How could you have known I was in danger beforehand?" Her gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the man before her. She suspected this might be part of a conspiracy. "I possess certain abilities that allow me to glimpse into the future," Ao Tian stated. Bibi Dong was clearly skeptical, a smirk gracing her lips as she retorted, "Then why don't you predict what I am thinking right now?" Ao Tian beamed, his ethereal features captivating Bibi Dong's attention. "You are undoubtedly pondering how such an enchanting man could exist in this world." Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, as if Ao Tian had indeed uncovered her innermost thoughts. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "What is your strength? How could you effortlessly defeat Qianxunji?" After a moment's contemplation, Ao Tian replied earnestly, "I would say my strength surpasses that of a deity." Bibi Dong could not help but roll her eyes, a somewhat adorable and naive expression on her face. It was baffling that such a strikingly handsome man would indulge in falsehoods. She was well aware of the existence of deities in this world, far mightier than a tidal daw at level 99. Moreover, she harbored a secret, one connected to the divine, making her acutely aware of their formidable power. Yet here was this man named Ao Tian, boasting that he was stronger than a deity. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. However, out of gratitude for his earlier assistance, Bibi Dong chose not to expose Ao Tian's grandiose claims. Deep down, she had formed a hypothesis regarding his strength to incapacitate the already level 95 Qianxunji with a single strike, suggested his prowess was near that of a peerless Douluo at level 99. Yet, whether he had truly reached that echelon seemed implausible. He appeared to be only slightly older than herself, and possessing such extraordinary strength at a young age was indeed terrifying. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that all the accolades she had received over the years paled in comparison to Ao Tian's brilliance. She had been hailed as a genius since childhood, dedicating herself diligently to her cultivation, and yet she had only just approached the soul sage realm. Conversely, this individual before her was on the cusp of reaching level 99. She pondered how he had achieved such mastery. The Spirit Hall was known for its information network. Why had she never heard of such a remarkable figure on the Douluo Continent before? What are your plans moving forward? Ao Tian inquired. Bibi Dong paused, her expression faltering momentarily before she replied. Qianxunji, that beast, is no longer my teacher. I had always regarded him as a senior, respecting and honoring him. I never anticipated as she spoke. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Years of companionship had forged a profound bond between her and Qianxunji, to the extent that she had come to see him as a father figure. Yet, all of that had crumbled today, leaving her in unbearable anguish that if you wish for him dead, I could take care of that right now. Ao Tian said nonchalantly to him. Killing a pope seemed like a trivial affair. Seeing Ao Tian rise, Bibi Dong quickly interjected. No. What? After the way he treated you, you still harbor feelings for him. Ao Tian regarded her with disbelief. He was once my teacher, who nurtured me for many years and taught me how to cultivate. Please spare his life. Ao Tian looked at Bibi Dong with some surprise that, in his memory, she was characterized by her resolute nature and decisive actions, yet now she appeared overly compassionate. However, he soon realized that the reason Bibi Dong was typically so decisive was due to her past suffering and tribulations. The current Bibi Dong, prior to being hurt by two men today, was still an innocent girl at heart. Very well. Since you have severed ties with him, where do you plan to go? Ao Tian asked. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Having fallen out with Qianxunji, where could she possibly go? If Qianxunji held a grudge against her, given the Spirit Hall's pervasive influence across the continent, it seemed unlikely she would find refuge anywhere. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she turned to Ao Tian. May I accompany you? Despite her attempts to remain vigilant around this handsome man, she felt an inexplicable trust towards him. Ao Tian smiled. Of course, allow me to show you around the continent. In a few years, you can return. Return for what? Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. To become your pope? Ao Tian expressed with a hint of anticipation, believing that Bibi Dong as a pope would be the most beautiful version of herself. Bibi Dong shook her head. But I do not wish to become a pope, and besides, how could Qianxunji allow me to take that position? He has an old father, a peerless Douluo at level 99, who would never permit an outsider like me to ascend as pope. Ao Tian asserted confidently, rest assured, if I say you can become one, then you shall. Let us discuss that later, Bibi Dong replied, her gaze sweeping around the room. Where is this place? This is a hotel within Wuhun city. And where will I sleep tonight? Bibi Dong looked at Ao Tian, anxiety evident as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment beneath the table. Ao Tian pointed to the large bed. Smiling, you can sleep there. And you? Bibi Dong blurted out. Ao Tian shrugged nonchalantly. You sleep. I'm not one for slumber. I in the Pope's palace. Qianxunji returned to his chamber. His face was swollen to the point of resembling a purple black ball. His teeth nearly all gone, and his mouth filled with blood. Someone, he shouted, his words slurred. The demure maid entered, trembling with fear. Qianxunji's bloodshot eyes transformed the fragile figure into an image of Bibi Dong in his mind. A shriek pierced the air as the girl was thrown onto the bed, the sound of tearing fabric accompanied by her pleas for mercy. Chapter 6. 16 years later, though Ao Tian's spiritual sense was formidable, it did not constantly radiate awareness of his surroundings. When he felt the urge to check on Qianxunji, he discovered that the man had already preyed upon another woman, but a bold conjecture flickered through Ao Tian's mind. Could it be that even after saving Bibi Dong, the plot would continue along its original trajectory? Would Qianxunji truly conjure another Qianxunji? If that were the case, it might prove to be quite intriguing. He looked forward to meeting that angelic girl. Ao Tian revealed a smile, but if one were to inquire about his most favored female character from the first part of Douluo, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong and Qianxunji. While the others were also commendable, they paled in comparison. He had previously harbored some regrets. Saving Bibi Dong would mean losing Qianxunji. However, it now appeared that Qianxunji might still make an appearance. On a plush, expansive bed, Bibi Dong lay there, her hands unconsciously toying with the hem of her garment, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, unable to succumb to slumber. It was not the sorrow of the day's events that troubled her, but rather the presence of Ao Tian. Although she felt a modicum of fondness for this man, who seemed devoid of malice, she could not afford to lower her guard. A lesson learned from past encounters with the twisted behaviors of Yu Xiaogang and Qianxunji had imparted a crucial understanding. One could know a person's face, but not their heart. At times, unless the facade is stripped away, discerning the true nature of an individual proves exceedingly difficult. Thus, she remained vigilant against Ao Tian, wary of any sudden outburst of aggression from him. Deep down, she believed that accompanying Ao Tian was merely a last resort. Had she possessed sufficient strength, she would undoubtedly refrain from depending on this individual. Lost in her thoughts, Bibi Dong occasionally stole glances at Ao Tian, who sat at a distance on the sofa. From her vantage point, all she could perceive was the chiseled profile of his face. Ao Tian swirled the contents of his goblet, the red wine sloshing within. His gaze directed out the window, exuding an air of solitary detachment. Captivated by Ao Tian's appearance and unique aura, Bibi Dong found herself unable to tear her eyes away. What manner of person is he? She mused silently. Suddenly, Ao Tian turned his head, locking eyes with Bibi Dong, and flashed a radiant smile. Were you spying on me? Bibi Dong's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily pulled the blanket up to her chest. Burying her head beneath it, her heart thudded erratically, a blend of shyness and irritation at Ao Tian for putting her in such an embarrassing predicament. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile, saying, "You seem tired. Sleep now. We shall depart from Wuhun City early tomorrow." Bibi Dong felt her eyelids growing heavier, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Ao Tian approached, gently pulling down the blanket to reveal Bibi Dong's head. Her delicate, heart-shaped face was adorned with exquisite features. Her long, curled eyelashes framed her captivating eyes, her nose petite and smooth, and her cherry-red lips irresistibly alluring. Ao Tian smiled to himself, finding the somewhat naive Bibi Dong rather endearing. As dawn broke, Bibi Dong's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes slowly opening, only to widen in surprise. How did I fall asleep? Panic surged within her as she quickly reached for her clothes to ascertain her condition. Upon confirming that her attire was intact and that she felt no discomfort, she let out a sigh of relief. Since she was awake, there was no reason to linger in bed. She needed to freshen up, and after breakfast, they would be on their way. Hearing Ao Tian's voice, Bibi Dong turned to see him gazing at her with a knowing smile. Her cheeks flushed once more, remembering her earlier suspicions about him. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. On the table lay a sumptuous, steaming breakfast prepared by the hotel. Ao Tian sat there, leisurely enjoying his meal, radiating a unique aura of nobility and elegance that captivated Bibi Dong all over again. As the saintess of the Wuhun temple, she had received years of training in noble etiquette, yet among all the individuals she had encountered, none could rival Ao Tian's grace. Unbeknownst to her, such innate nobility and elegance were inherent to the dragon race. While some dragons might not appreciate it, Ao Tian thoroughly reveled in it. I have something on my face. Why are you staring at me? Ao Tian asked with a warm smile. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed once again, and she quickly jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "I need to freshen up." An hour later, the two were ready to embark on their journey to In truth, there was little to pack. Bibi Dong's storage soul guide held an ample supply of clothing, while Ao Tian, should he desire, could easily be the wealthiest individual on the planet, requiring no preparation whatsoever. "Where are we headed?" Bibi Dong inquired. Ao Tian gazed northward and replied, "First, we shall visit the Heaven Do Empire. Then the star Luo empired, I intend to take you on a culinary adventure across this continent. Upon hearing Ao Tian's ambitious plans, a sense of sweetness blossomed within Bibi Dong's heart. She lowered her head, her face aglow, and softly murmured her agreement. The two spent a decade traveling leisurely across the continent. Tian introduced Bibi Dong to a myriad of culinary delights and even ventured into the city of slaughter, where Bibi Dong acquired the domain of the god of slaughter, the AS for Ao Tian. He found such trivial domains beneath his notice. After 10 years of exploration, they returned to Wuhun city. Their return was prompted by the reliable news of the Pope's sudden demise. Bibi Dong contacted an elder with whom she had maintained a good relationship from years past and learned that Qianxunji had recently led several elders in an ambush against the rising talent Tang Hao of the Haotian clan. Tang Hao's wife was a 10,000-year soul beast, and upon learning of the ambush, the domineering Qianxunji would naturally not let the opportunity slip by. However, things took a turn for the worse. The 10,000-year soul beast was sacrificed to Tang Hao, significantly enhancing his strength, while Qianxunji suffered severe injuries. Years ago, Qianxunji had forcefully taken a maid, resulting in the birth of a daughter. And for the past decade, he had treated that maid with utmost cruelty, fostering deep resentment within her. Seizing the opportunity during Qianxunji's incapacitation, the maid poisoned him to death with the Pope's passing. A 9-year-old daughter was left behind, alongside the impending chaos within the Wuhun temple. Their return was at Ao Tian's behest. He wished for Bibi Dong to assume the Pope's position and become a powerful empress. Over the course of the decade, Bibi Dong had already attained the rank of title duel, and with Ao Tian's covert assistance, she effortlessly became the new Pope of the Wuhun temple. Thus, the lives of Ao Tian and Bibi Dong settled into a steady rhythm. 6 years later, a span of 16 years had elapsed since Ao Tian's awakening, and Bibi Dong had matured from a 17 or 18-year-old girl into a woman in her 30s, at this moment. In her bedroom, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed and her breaths quickened. "Oh, not be ridiculous," she exclaimed, swatting away Ao Tian's restless hands and tugging at his ear. "Return to your original form." Ao Tian's figure blurred for a moment before he reverted to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Bibi Dong delivered a playful tap to his forehead, glancing at him sideways, and teased, "You little rascal with not a hair on your chest. Do you think you can engage in adult activities with me? Do you possess the capability?" Ao Tian pouted, saying, "Isn't it acceptable to indulge in some playful antics? Besides, my cultivation is nearing a breakthrough. In a few years, I shall regain my youthful form." He gazed at Bibi Dong's alluring figure, unable to suppress a gulp. The 30-something Bibi Dong had shed all traces of youthful innocence, blossoming into a perfectly ripe peach. Her curvaceous body, combined with her extraordinarily beautiful face, was utterly mesmerizing. Clad in a magnificent Pope's robe, she exuded an allure that was both captivating and authoritative, easily igniting a man's desire to conquer. Ao Tian's expression turned pained, a sense of discomfort brewing within him. He had often heard that dragons were inherently lustful, chuckling at the notion in the past. Yet now he experienced it firsthand. The intensity of desire, magnified countless times beyond that of a human, tormented him mercilessly, especially with an unrivaled beauty beside him. Merely to admire yet unable to possess, such a sensation was cruel beyond measure. Shaking his head, Ao Tian summoned immense willpower to suppress his fiery urges. "I shall depart tomorrow for Nodding City." Tomorrow? So soon? Bibi Dong suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Having spent 16 years with Ao Tian and learning of his dragon lineage, she had hopelessly fallen in love with him, although Ao Tian still bore the appearance of a child. In her heart, he remained a towering figure, her eternal support, transforming into his adult form. Ao Tian wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong, comforting her. "Did I not mention that a child of destiny would arise on Douluo Continent? If I do not intervene, the future of the Wuhun temple will be obliterated by this destined child." Nestled in Ao Tian's embrace, Bibi Dong inquired, "Then why not find him and eliminate him? Why go to such a remote place to study?" Ao Tian gently stroked her hair as one would a docile kitten and replied, I simply wish to see what this so-called destined child is truly like and what abilities they possess. Very well, but do return often to see me. Bibi Dong pouted playfully, displaying a girlish demeanor that even this ruthless and iron-willed pope, who once nearly obliterated the continent's foremost sect, the Haotian Sect, would only reveal in front of Ao Tian gently kissed her lush red lips and reassured her, rest assured, I would forget anyone but you. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. By the way, I had someone investigate, and it turns out Yu Xiaogang is also at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. She suddenly remarked that, you still remember him? Ao Tian glanced at Bibi Dong. A flicker of panic crossed her mind, prompting her to quickly respond, don't get the wrong idea. After that incident back then, I had already given up on him. I've heard that after he was expelled from the Wuhun palace, he traveled across the continent and met a woman named Lu Erlong. When they were about to marry, Yu Xiaogang suddenly discovered that Lu Erlong was his cousin, and thus he abandoned her, hiding in Nodding City for over a decade. I am aware of that. Ao Tian replied that if he didn't love her, he should have made it clear, allowing them to part ways amicably as friends. His refusal to sever emotional ties while continually evading her only caused her years of anguish. Why Yu Xiaogang is less than a man. Bibi Dong nodded. You are right. I've heard he couldn't accept the fact that his beloved was his cousin. However, such matters are not considered taboo on the Douluo Continent. Many powerful factions strive to preserve the purity of their martial soul lineage, and several royal and noble families prioritize noble bloodlines. So long as they are not direct siblings, they tend to be lenient on this front. It's a pity for that woman, Lu Erlong. I heard she has been searching for Yu Xiaogang for years on the Douluo Continent. Ao Tian remarked, so, it appears that Yu Xiaogang is quite selfish. Only considering his own feelings, if he truly loved Lu Erlong, he would not have subjected her to years of suffering. What kind of man is he? Unable to let go or embrace love? Let's not speak of him anymore. Are you planning to enter the Nodding Soul Master Academy? Do you possess a martial soul? Bibi Dong inquired, despite spending so many years with Ao Tian. She had yet to witness him unleash his martial soul. Nowadays, soul beasts could transform into humans after 100,000 years, and the martial soul that emerged post-transformation would be the original form of the soul beast. Though Ao Tian belonged to an ancient dragon lineage, it should be similar, right? That's simple. Ao Tian chuckled, releasing Bibi Dong from his embrace and standing at the foot of the bed. His divine power surged within him, manifesting a golden divine dragon behind him. The dragon was not large, yet each claw bore 9 digits, exuding a terrifying pressure that caused Bibi Dong's very soul to tremble. So powerful. Bibi Dong was rendered speechless, casting a glance of disbelief at Ao Tian, that if you were to use such a martial soul in a primary soul master academy, wouldn't you frighten the instructors to death? Then I shall weaken it. Ao Tian laughed, and with his will, the divine dragon behind him gradually faded until it became somewhat ethereal, its oppressive presence diminishing significantly. Bibi Dong descended from the bed, curiously reaching out to touch the divine dragon behind Ao Tian. Due to its ethereal nature, the sensation felt unreal. Is this truly your martial soul? She inquired with intrigue. Ao Tian shook his head. I'm not human and do not possess a martial soul. This is merely a manifestation created from my divine power. As he spoke, a soul ring appeared on his body, followed by another, and then a third. Before long, 10 golden soul rings encircled him. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Ao Tian couldn't help but smile. These are merely illusions. I can conjure as many as I desire. As he spoke, the number of soul rings surged, multiplying into dozens, then hundreds, until they became an indistinguishable blur. Put them away! Put them away! Bibi Dong urged, her head spinning from the dazzling golden light emanating from the multitude of soul rings. The two returned to the bedside and sat down, by the way. It's been a while since I last saw Xiao Shui. You should visit her when you have the chance, Bibi Dong suggested. Don't worry, I will bring her back on her birthday, Ao Tian assured her. Bringing someone back from Tiando City was merely a matter of a blink of an eye for him. Over the years, whenever it was her birthday, Ao Tian would always return to celebrate with Qianxunji, who had been lurking within the Tiando royal family. Suddenly, Bibi Dong poked Ao Tian, saying, "That little girl is already 15. The last time you brought her back, her gaze towards you was somewhat different. Do you think she might have developed feelings for you? She always regarded you as an older brother." As she spoke, Bibi Dong pouted. She had liked Ao Tian since her teenage years, so when Qianxunji displayed even the slightest inclination, she sensed it immediately. Ao Tian found this amusing, playfully poking her lips and teasing. With such a charming face, who wouldn't he have a crush? I'm quite handsome. It's not surprising if she likes me. Are you feeling jealous? Humph, would I be jealous of a little girl? Bibi Dong huffed. Time for bed. The two changed into their sleepwear and lay down together. Ao Tian returned to his true form, resting his head comfortably on Bibi Dong's chest. She remarked, "Once you've grown a bit more, we shall take that next step." Ao Tian, akin to a small cat nuzzling its owner, contentedly squinted his eyes and softly responded with a gentle hum. In the early morning, a luxurious carriage departed from Wuhun city. Heading westward, Ao Tian possessed the ability to fly and teleport, yet he relished the experience of traveling by carriage, enjoying the simplicity of human life. The carriage contained only himself, without any attendants to the pace of the carriage. It would take merely 5 or 6 days to reach the small town of Nodding City, located on the southwestern edge of the Tiando Empire. Ao Tian was well-versed in the narrative of the Douluo Continent and possessed the capability to avert any adverse situations for Bibi Dong. However, he was curious to witness the capabilities of the destined child, Tang San, and to ascertain whether he truly was the chosen one. That reflecting on his previous life while reading the Douluo Continent series, he had never particularly liked Tang San. Thus, this presented an opportune moment for an unfair contest between them. The carriage jostled along the path, and on the 5th day, it finally arrived at Nodding City. Bibi Dong had already sent word ahead, and the master of the Wuhun Hall branch in Nodding City personally came forth to greet Ao Tian with utmost reverence. Escorting him into the branch hall, by Bibi Dong's decree, the seemingly 6 or 7-year-old Ao Tian had become the figure of authority at the Nodding City Wuhun branch. Chapter 8. Su Yuntao is quite impressive. Inside the office of the branch master in Nodding City, Ao Tian lounged in the master's comfortable chair, gazing at a curvaceous woman standing respectfully across from him. This woman was the master of the Nodding City branch. Appearing to be around 40 years old, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and clad in a snug professional outfit that accentuated her astuteness and competence, she poured a cup of tea for Ao Tian, then retrieved a martial soul awakening certificate and an admission notice from Nodding Academy from her desk, stating, "Young Master Ao, this is the certificate issued by the Nodding City branch." Ao Tian maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. His gaze first fell upon the martial soul awakening certificate, which bore his name, stating that his martial soul was a golden dragon, possessing innate full soul power, and that he was a child from a village near Nodding City. This martial soul type and innate soul power were precisely as he had requested. Although he preferred not to draw too much attention, he also didn't wish to be too low-key. In his view, having innate level 10 soul power was just right. As for his identity, it was fabricated. Otherwise, it would seem unreasonable for him to attend school in this place with the identity of a genius from the Wuhun Palace. To attend the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, a martial soul awakening certificate from the Nodding City Wuhun branch was necessary. With the certificate and the admission notice in hand, Ao Tian could smoothly enroll in the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. While Ao Tian perused the documents, the middle-aged woman observed him with astonishment. Despite his appearance resembling that of a mere 6 or 7-year-old boy, his presence weighed heavily upon her heart, akin to a colossal mountain. Initially, she had intended to treat Ao Tian as an ordinary child, but the unspoken pressure he exuded compelled her to abandon that notion. Truly, a genius from the Pope's palace, his demeanor is beyond what even I, as a soul master, could aspire to reach, she mused inwardly. Resolving to foster a good relationship with Ao Tian, she thought that perhaps it would lead to her own rise in fortune. Ao Tian set aside the documents and stated, "Thank you, Master Li. Now, please arrange a room for me to rest." "Young Master Ao, you are too polite. Her Majesty the Pope has already instructed that I shall fulfill any of your needs," the female master promptly replied. "Please follow me." The diminutive Ao Yin trailed behind the Lord Li, his height barely on par with the latter's posterior, an image that instantly captivated the gaze of numerous attendants within the branch of the Wuhun Temple in Notting City. Though modest in size, the branch boasted over a dozen attendants, all of whom had witnessed the Lord's solemn return without Yin, yet remained oblivious to the boy's true identity. Their curiosity piqued. Suddenly, Lordly halted, beckoning to the crowd as he called out, "Cici, come here." "Oh," responded a girl, hastening towards Ao Tian. She appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and striking, her figure straining against the uniform of the Wuhun Temple. Every movement drawing the fervent attention of many male attendants. That this Cici, the woman who has captivated Su Yuntao's heart. Ao Tian's gaze fell upon Cici. He then scanned the male attendants, silently pondering which one could possibly be Su Yuntao. Cici quickened her pace to catch up with Lordly, glancing back at Ao Tian, her gaze lingering on his face, unable to look away for some time. The boy's appearance was simply astonishing. She had never encountered such a handsome young lad. "Lord, who is he?" Cici inquired softly. "A genius from the hall of the Pope," replied Lordly. Cici's eyes brightened, turning to steal another deep glance at Ao Tian. "A genius from the hall of the Pope. Such a significant figure." The people of Notting City would likely remain in this small corner of the world for their entire lives, but to connect with a genius from the hall of the Pope. This thought made Cici glance gratefully at Lordly. Moments later, the trio arrived at a well-prepared guest room. "Young Master Ao Tian, the Notting Academy commences tomorrow. You may rest here tonight," said Lordly. Ao Tian nodded and replied, "You may leave, young Master Ao Tian. This is Miss Cici from our Notting City branch. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask her." He then turned to Cici, instructing Cici, "You are entrusted with the care of young Master Ao Tian." Cici smiled, her expression slightly exhilarated, responding, "Rest assured, I will take good care of young Master." As she spoke, her hand reached towards Ao Tian's head, gently remarking, "Little brother, you are truly handsome." Lordly gasped, intending to intervene, but it was already too late. Ao Tian tilted his head to gaze at the nearly 1.8-meter tall woman, letting out a cold snort. The temperature in the room plummeted, a chilling aura invading the bodies of the two women. Penetrating their very bones and souls, they found themselves immobile, an overwhelming dread surging within them, as if a ferocious dragon were fixating on them, poised to tear them apart at any moment. Point one does not dare touch the rear of a tiger, nor the head of a dragon. This chilling presence lasted but half a minute, yet the two women were on the verge of fainting when Ao Tian finally retracted his murderous intent. Huff, huff, the two women collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Ao Tian, as if he were a demon. "Do you harbor feelings for Su Yuntao?" Ao Tian shot a glance at Cici. Cici was taken aback. Uncertain why Ao Tian would pose such a question, she contemplated her response, her mouth, seemingly against her will, open to say, "No, I do not like him. That fellow is persistently pursuing me, that I perceive some value in him. Thus I have kept him hanging. Otherwise, I would have rejected him long ago." "You may leave," Ao Tian commanded. The two women felt their bodies relax, only then realizing their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Lordly, with great effort, managed to stand, her legs still somewhat unsteady. She pulled Cici up, forcing a smile as she said, "Young Master Ao Tian, please rest. We shall not disturb you further. By the way, Su Yuntao is quite good. Have him escort me to enroll at Notting Academy tomorrow," Ao Tian instructed. Lordly was astonished but maintained her composure, replying, "Very well, I will make the arrangements." Once the two women departed, Ao Tian finally took a seat. The reason he specifically requested Su Yuntao's company was due to a tinge of sympathy he felt for the young man. Whether from his past life or the present, he regarded Su Yuntao as somewhat pitiable. With Ao Tian's mention, Su Yuntao's status within the Wuhun Temple in Notting City would likely ascend significantly. The feeling of going back to school is indeed somewhat nostalgic. "Lord, that child." "Silence," Lordly chastised softly. "That is a distinguished individual from the hall of the Pope. Remember, you must never offend him. Address him as young Master Ao Tian or as Sir." She hurriedly pulled Cici away, visibly relaxing only after they had distanced themselves from Ao Tian's chamber. "That gentleman's power is undoubtedly far greater than mine," Lordly remarked, her face etched with shock. "How can that be?" He is so young, Cece exclaimed. There is nothing impossible, Lordly replied coldly. Do you understand? Your foolish actions nearly cost us our lives. Cece's cold sweat broke out anew, a wave of fear washing over her. Lord, I understand my mistake, she murmured, head bowed. It is good that you recognize your error. Go inform Su Yuntao to escort young Master Ao Tian to Nodding Academy tomorrow morning, or shall I tell him myself? Return now, and remember, do not let slip young Master Ao Tian's identity. With that, Lordly departed in haste. In a flash, Cece suddenly perceived Su Yuntao, who had been constantly around her, as exceptionally handsome. The following morning, when Ao Tian stepped out of his room, Su Yuntao was already waiting respectfully at the door. Good morning, young Master Ao Tian, he greeted. Ao Tian nodded slightly. Uttering a non-committal lung, he scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared to be in his 20s, standing around 1.8 meters tall, robust, and possessing a degree of handsomeness. You are Su Yuntao? Ao Tian inquired, his tone reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate. Su Yuntao, having been mentally prepared, respectfully replied, Yes, young Master Ao Tian. Last night, Lordly had personally summoned Su Yuntao, instructing him to escort a significant figure from the Hall of the Pope to Nodding Academy today. Furthermore, Lordly speculated that young Master Ao Tian's actual age might not be 6, and his strength was unfathomable, urging Su Yuntao to treat him with utmost respect. Thus, Su Yuntao, facing Ao Tian, dared not relax, displaying utmost deference. Young Master Ao Tian, allow me to take you to breakfast first, and then we shall proceed to Nodding Academy. This way, please. Very well. After breakfast, Su Yuntao summoned a carriage, personally driving Ao Tian towards the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Su Yuntao, I hear you are pursuing Cece. Ao Tian's voice floated from within the carriage. Su Yuntao hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, he was unsure why Ao Tian would ask such a question, but answered honestly nonetheless. It was no secret. Everyone in the Nodding City branch was aware of it. I inquired with Cece last night. She does not harbor feelings for you. She merely perceives some value in you, which is why she has not rejected you yet. Young master, you must be joking. Su Yuntao forced a smile, his expression darkening. Lordly was present last night. You may verify with her. The smile faded from Su Yuntao's face as he fell silent. Feeling a weight in his chest, a sense of discomfort that a delicate, pale hand extended from within the carriage, holding a white orb the size of a thumb. This is a spirit chi pearl. Carry it with you, and it will enhance your cultivation speed. With your aptitude, it will be quite challenging to reach the rank of soul sovereign in this lifetime, but with this pearl, you can at least become a soul king of over level 50. Su Yuntao was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, Young Master Ao Tian, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. He instinctively pushed Ao Tian's hand away, yet his eyes lingered on the spirit-infused pearl. Take it, Ao Tian commanded. Su Yuntao, unable to resist, opened his hand, and the pearl landed in his palm. This is a reward for escorting me to Nodding Academy. With it, you will no longer have to endure disdain from others at the Wuhun Temple. You have every chance to become the branch's master, or even ascend to a higher position. Su Yuntao grasped the spirit chi pearl tightly, taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, and gratefully said, Thank you, young master Avon. In the future, should you require anything, Su Yuntao is willing to face fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Ao Tian acknowledged with a slight, he found Su Yuntao to be quite commendable, which was why he offered this small token of appreciation. The place where he had previously slumbered could be described as the most spiritually rich area on this planet. For him, a spirit chi pearl held little significance. Some women possess little ability, yet harbor great ambition. Take care of yourself. Ao Tian cautioned once more. Young master, I understand. Su Yuntao affirmed. Su Yuntao responded. The two fell silent, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy. Young master Ao, we have arrived, Su Yuntao said, as he opened the carriage door and drew back the curtain. Ao Tian alighted from the carriage. The grand entrance of Nodding Academy was impressive, featuring an archway 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high. Constructed from solid rock, above the archway, for large characters proclaimed Nodding Academy. Beneath the arch, 2 large black iron gates stood, beside which a young man was dozing in the corner. Let us enter, Su Yuntao suggested. Ao Tian nodded and followed Su Yuntao forward. After taking a few steps, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he said, Su Yuntao, I can go in by myself. You should return to the spirit hall. If I need anything, I will seek you out. Su Yuntao halted and turned, saying, Young Master Ao, I graduated from here. I was an exemplary student, and I have good relations with many teachers that I can help you with a word. No need. Oh, Tian raised his hand to stop him. That I can manage on my own. You may go back. Very well. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, so that I may repay your great kindness. Su Yuntao replied earnestly. Ao Tian waved dismissively, saying, Go on. Go on. Su Yuntao did not linger and departed from Nodding Academy in the carriage. Ao Tian did not immediately enter the academy. Instead, he stood at the edge of the open space in front of the gate, gazing down the street. In the distance, two figures, one old and one young, were approaching. Ao Tian had overheard their conversation, which prompted him to let Su Yuntao leave first. The elderly figure, with a head of white hair and a snowy beard, leaned on a cane and wore a brand-new outfit, appearing rather spirited. The young one, around 6 years old, was slender with a somewhat sallow complexion, yet his eyes shone brightly. Despite his slight build, he moved with remarkable steadiness. In stark contrast to the elder, the child wore tattered clothing, nearly faded to white, adorned with several large patches. The child possessed exceptional vision, spotting the four characters of Nodding Academy from several hundred meters away. These two figures were none other than Old Jack from Holy Soul Village and Tang San. Seeing the protagonists from the original story, how could Ao Tian miss this opportunity? He stood unobtrusively at the edge, scrutinizing Tang San. He knew that soon he would witness an interesting spectacle. Grandpa Jack, we have arrived. Just ahead is Nodding Academy. Tang San pointed out. Oh, is that so? We have finally arrived, Old Jack chuckled. Shortly thereafter, Tang San and Old Jack reached the entrance of Nodding Academy, only to be halted by the young gatekeeper. The young man, perceiving Old Jack and his companion as rustic and easy to bully, sought to exploit the situation. Being a simple countryman, Old Jack was oblivious to the complex urban dynamics. Especially when the young man mockingly belittled Holy Soul Village, Old Jack's anger flared. The young gatekeeper, incensed by Old Jack's lack of understanding, pushed him to that moment. Tang San took decisive action in his previous life. As a disciple of the Tang Sect's outer division, he had secretly learned various inner-sect techniques out of passion, each belonging to the pinnacle of martial arts. Dealing with a mere gatekeeper was childish play. The burly youth was swiftly sent flying by Tang San's few swift movements. You little brat, are you seeking death? The young man roared, humiliated by being toppled by a mere child. Rising from the ground, he charged at Tang San, his fury clouding his judgment as he sought to teach the boy a harsh lesson. Tang San's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He subtly raised his left hand, the safety of his concealed silent crossbow already disengaged. With the slightest movement of his arm, a short arrow would pierce the young man's throat. According to the third principle of the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record, once an adversary is identified, if they pose a lethal threat, one must show no mercy. Otherwise, it would only bring further troubles. In Tang San's view, given the young man's spiteful nature, coupled with his disrespect towards Old Jack, he deserved to die. What a ruthless lad! Ao Tian mused inwardly, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene, beginning to form a preliminary understanding of Tang San. Chapter 10. The shock of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San as Old Jack and the gatekeeper quarreled. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood with a furrowed brow, silently watching. This man was Yu Xiaogang, sporting a short hairstyle and an unremarkable appearance. Showing little change except for a greater weariness, he bore an air of lethargy and despondency. Upon seeing the gatekeeper rise to charge at Tang San, Yu Xiaogang finally spoke. Enough, cease at once. The young man halted upon hearing the voice, his anger shifting towards the speaker. He was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but upon recognizing the newcomer as the master, his rage dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic grin. Master, it is you! In the presence of the master, the gatekeeper dared not act out. Tang San shot a cold glare at the young man, lowering his arm. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival, that young man would have become a corpse. Tang San turned to face the newcomer, remaining silent. If this middle-aged man were to act as the young man did, he would not hesitate to send them both to the afterlife. The master glanced at the gatekeeper with disdain, snorting softly before addressing Old Jack. "Elder, may I see the proof of your spirit awakening?" Old Jack hurriedly handed over Tang San's awakening certificate. The master scrutinized the document, casting several inquisitive glances at Tang San, his expression shifting from doubt to a hint of delight. Tang San frowned, feeling uncomfortable under the middle-aged man's gaze. The master inclined his head slightly and said, "The proof is genuine. Elder, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the gatekeeper's earlier rudeness. I shall take the child and assist him with enrollment." Old Jack quickly replied, "No need for apologies. We too had our share of faults." After offering a few words of advice to Tang San, he departed. The master cast a cold glance at the gatekeeper and stated flatly, "If this happens again, you may leave." The young man, now pale with fear, stammered his acquiescence and stepped aside. The master lowered his gaze to Tang San, forcing a smile onto his stiff face, as if he hadn't smiled in quite some time. "Please wait a moment," he said. He then looked towards Ao Tian, beckoning him over. The strikingly handsome boy had caught the master's attention the moment he approached. Ao Tian's remarkable appearance and poise were so captivating that even the master, seasoned by trials and tribulations, was taken aback. He speculated that this child must also be here for enrollment, and with such extraordinary looks and demeanor, he was curious about the boy's spirit. Upon hearing the master call him, Ao Tian felt a pang of confusion, but nonetheless approached. The master maintained his awkward smile, gazing at Ao Tian as he inquired, "You are here to enroll as well?" Ao Tian nodded, remaining silent. "May I see your spirit awakening proof?" The master asked. That Ao Tian produced his certificate and handed it over, curious to see what Yu Xiaogang intended to do, wondering if he wished to offer him guidance. As Ao Tian approached, Tang San's gaze had been fixed upon him. He had noticed this child earlier and was now struck by an inexplicable sense of inferiority. The boy's attire was resplendent, his appearance exceptional. Standing together, Tang San felt like a mere shadow, utterly overshadowed. When did I start to care about mere appearances? He thought, reminding himself that true strength was the foundation of everything. Physical beauty held no merit. Startled by his own thoughts, Tang San quickly admonished himself. The moment the master glimpsed Ao Tian's certificate, he was taken aback. Another with innate, full-spirit power. He exclaimed involuntarily, having been astonished by Tang San's certificate earlier. He was now further unsettled by the emergence of another innate, full-spirit power, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. According to his research, in the past century, only 19 individuals with innate full-spirit power had appeared in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire combined. Yet today, he had encountered two in quick succession. The sheer improbability of encountering two innate, full-spirit power children amidst the vast population of the continent felt like a 1 in a billion chance. Could this be fate, a sign of divine favor, a recompense for the injustices I've faced? The master could not help but lift his gaze to the heavens. In his heart, he had already made a silent vow. No matter the cost, he must take these two children under his wing. Such exceptional talent must not be squandered. As the master gasped in astonishment, Tang San was equally stunned as he turned to look at Ao Tian. The child before him not only possessed striking looks, but also displayed a talent that rivaled his OWAT that moment. Tang San felt an unexpected sense of defeat in comparison to this handsome boy. He appeared somewhat dull and lackluster. When did I start comparing myself to a mere child? I have my own advantages. My second martial soul, the secrets of the Tang Sect. I, Tang San, am no weaker than anyone else. Tang San snapped back to reality. Just as the master finished exclaiming in surprise, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Ao Tian's martial soul, a look of confusion crossing his face. The golden dragon martial soul. This was something he had never encountered before. He had worked at the Martial Soul Hall for many years, and given his meager strength and mediocre training talent, he was destined to remain a lowly steward. However, by chance, he had come into contact with Bibi Dong, and through his unique insights into martial souls, he had garnered her favor. Later, with Bibi Dong's influence, he gained access to various research materials from the Martial Soul Hall, allowing him to formulate his theory on the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls from the extensive data he collected. He was familiar with hundreds, if not thousands, of martial souls, yet he had never heard of a golden dragon martial soul. The pinnacle of dragon-type martial souls was the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. The strongest beast martial soul that Yu Xiaogang speculated that the golden dragon martial soul could not possibly surpass the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. You are Ao Tian, my child. May I have the honor of viewing your martial soul? The master gazed at Ao Tian with eager anticipation. Having devoted his life to research, how could he not be thrilled at the emergence of a new martial soul? I apologize, but I do not show my martial soul to just anyone. Ao Tian declined. He was not here to learn from Yu Xiaogang. Why should he obey him? He suspected that Yu Xiaogang was likely eager to take him as a disciple. The master was taken aback, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. You need not worry. I reside within Nodding Academy, where others refer to me as the master. He quickly clarified, sensing the child's heightened wariness, that I care not for your title. Master, I simply do not wish to show you. Not even the Pope could compel me. Ao Tian replied bluntly. You impudent child, where's your sense of courtesy? This gentleman is a teacher at the academy, and you will be studying here. Tang San could not help but admonish. Very well, I shall not press the matter, the master hastily conceded. There would be ample opportunities to observe Ao Tian's martial soul in the future. There is no need to rush, and it would be unwise to sour the atmosphere. Allow me to escort you inside, he said, extending a hand toward Tang San. He reached out his other hand toward Ao Tian. But Ao Tian made no move to respond. The master dismissed it without concern, retracting his hand and leading Tang San forward. Ao Tian followed behind, a faint smile playing upon his lips. If all went as anticipated, he would soon witness Tang San kneeling to pay his respects to a master. Chapter 11. The master's ambition suddenly halting. Ao Tian turned to glance back to eye in the distance at the corner of the street. A towering figure shrouded in a black cloak was intently gazing in the direction of Nodding Academy. Ao Tian sensed a wave of spirit power emanating from this cloaked figure, akin to that of a tidal daw. Sweeping through the academy, that he averted his gaze. Continuing to follow the master and Tang, said he recognized that the person observing them was Tang Hao, the most gifted talent of the Haotian Sect in a century. A formidable warrior known as the Haotian. Thank you, teacher, Tang San expressed his gratitude. The master smiled down. You are mistaken. I am not a teacher at Nodding Academy. Did you not just claim to represent the academy? Tang San queried, puzzled. The master shook his head with a smile. Those who can represent the academy are not necessarily teachers. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality, and others call me the master. But why do they address you as such? Because I have devoted decades to the study of martial souls on the Douluo Continent. When it comes to understanding martial souls, I claim the second position. No one dares to claim the first. The master's voice rose slightly, casting a subtle glance back to see Ao Tian following closely, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Normally, he would not speak so boastfully, but today was different. He had firmly resolved to take these two children as disciples. However, the child trailing behind was somewhat difficult to engage, so he felt compelled to showcase his extensive knowledge. Children are easily awed by those who appear formidable. If he could present himself as impressive, perhaps these two would willingly become his pupils. Such exceptional talent, if entrusted to other teachers, would be a grievous waste, a misguidance of unparalleled potential. Only he was worthy of becoming their mentor, capable of molding them into extraordinary powerhouses. The master could not help but clench his fists. While others refer to him as the master, he recognized that it was merely a form of mockery. Apart from that woman from years past, no one acknowledged his theories, often relegating him to the status of a joke. For over a decade, he had been harboring a grievance, and today, he finally glimpsed the prospect of vindication. If he could take these two as disciples and cultivate them into superlative warriors using his theories, those who had once derided him would be left speechless and utterly ashamed. Bibi Dong, you never even granted me the opportunity to explain myself. One day, I shall stand before you with my head held high. Tang San furrowed his brow. The master's words seemed nothing short of boastful. To claim that his understanding of martial souls was the best on the continent was an audacious assertion. Tang San's spirit was that of a 30-something adult, not a naive, 6-year-old child easily swayed. In an instant, his initial admiration for the master dissipated. Ao Tian observed the unfolding drama in silence, a smile lingering on his lips. The trio arrived beneath the shade of a tree at the roadside. Noticing that both Tang San and Ao Tian had fallen silent, the master found it somewhat peculiar. Do you not believe me? He inquired. Tang San withdrew his hand from the master's grip, stating, Master, I appreciate your intervention earlier and your willingness to bring me inside. But I believe it is time for me to report. The master was taken aback. This reaction was hardly typical for a 6-year-old child. Shouldn't he be expressing admiration? He turned to Ao Tian, only to find a faint smile on his face that seemed tinged with mockery. Tang San prepared to depart. The master grew anxious, exclaiming, Tang San, consider this. You are the third individual in a century to possess dual martial souls. Without proper guidance, you will traverse many winding paths, wasting your exceptional talent. Just as Tang San lifted his foot to leave, he hesitated, turning back to regard the master with a mixture of suspicion. His left hand subtly raised, ready to strike if necessary. Unbeknownst to the master, he was precariously close to crossing a line. He noticed that Tang San had been drawn back by his words and smiled, saying, Are you curious as to how I know the secret of your dual martial souls? Tang San remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the master, a hidden malice lurking in his eyes that only Ao Tian could perceive. Should the master exhibit even a hint of ill intent, Tang San would not hesitate to attack. His father had warned him that the secret of the Haotian hammer must never be disclosed. Tang San was strategically positioned, using the master as a shield to obscure Ao Tian's view. Even if the master were to be killed, no one would suspect him. How could a mere 6-year-old child kill an adult? Especially one who was a soul master. Seeing Tang San's silence, the master confidently declared, As I mentioned, when it comes to understanding martial souls, no one surpasses me. I can deduce the secret of your dual martial souls from this certificate alone. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of the title master. He elaborated on his professional knowledge, analyzing his deductions with clarity and conviction. Tang San lowered his arms, his expression returning to calmness as he replied, There are exceptions to every rule. Perhaps I am the exception to your theory. The master shook his head. That is impossible. In the past century, there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power, and I have meticulously studied their martial souls. Not one was without formidable power. Your blue-silver grass martial soul is exceedingly ordinary, incapable of meeting the conditions for innate full soul power. Thus I assert that you must possess another powerful martial soul. Tang San's gaze towards the master gradually transformed into one of respect. Suddenly, he took a step back, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing his head 3 times to the master. The master was taken aback, bewildered as to why Tang San had suddenly knelt and bowed. What is the meaning of this? He hurriedly went to pull Tang San. With a resolute expression, Tang San respectfully exclaimed, Master, I wish to learn from you. Please accept me as your disciple. Within just a few minutes, he had been captivated by the master's extensive theoretical knowledge. While he already possessed formidable innate talent, what he lacked was the knowledge necessary for cultivation. With such a wise mentor as his guide, he would undoubtedly avoid many detours. The master smiled with satisfaction, pulling Tang San to his feet, saying, Bowing is a gesture reserved for kings and parents. A simple bow will suffice. However, Tang San remained serious and replied, Once a disciple, forever a father. I must show you this great courtesy. The master was visibly moved and laughed heartily. Good, very good. I have indeed taken on a fine disciple. Tang San also smiled, as he had previously felt somewhat lost regarding his upcoming life at the academy. Now, having taken the master as his teacher, he suddenly found his direction. The master suddenly recalled another young genius, and quickly turned to look expectantly at Ao Tian. Tang San frowned slightly, unsure if it was due to Ao Tian's previous refusal to show his martial spirit. But he found himself disliking this good-looking child. He surmised the master's intent to take Ao Tian as a disciple. Ao Tian smiled, making eye contact with the master. The master said, Ao Tian, if you wish to become a powerful soul master, then come study with me alongside Tang. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Chapter 12. The bet. The smile on the master's face froze. And after several seconds, he asked, "Why?" He was puzzled. Did none of the impressive theories he had just shared inspire even a modicum of admiration in this child? Ao Tian's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "In this world, no one is worthy to be my teacher." Arrogant. The word involuntarily sprang to Tang San's mind. The master's brow furrowed deeply as he said, "Young one, the path of a soul master is fraught with difficulty. Having a wise mentor to guide you will yield twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, a soul master can only have one mentor in their lifetime. Otherwise, they will be looked down upon by society. No one can teach better than I, can it?" Ao Tian looked at the master with a smile and said, "How can you prove that your theories are infallible?" The master replied, "As you have just seen. With merely a piece of evidence, I was able to deduce the fact of Tang San's dual martial spirits. Is that not sufficient to prove the validity of my theories?" Ao Tian shook his head and said, "The path of cultivation is filled with endless possibilities. Your theories are only suitable for those of mediocre talent and are useless to me. Such arrogance. It was merely innate, full soul power." Yet he spoke as if it were something extraordinary. Tang San could not help but interject. Ao Tian glanced at Tang San and nonchalantly replied, "My innate full soul power can easily handle you." "Oh, really? Shall we put that to the test?" Tang San retorted, unwilling to back down. He had long been displeased with Ao Tian's arrogance, especially now that he had become the master's disciple. Ao Tian's disrespect towards the master compelled him to seek justice. Ao Tian shook his head and said, "I'll give you 100 years, and you still wouldn't be my match. Enough of this bickering. You will still be classmates in the future." The master intervened. He turned to Ao Tian and said, "How about I propose a bet? If you lose, you will willingly become my disciple. What do you say?" Ao Tian's interest was piqued as he asked, "And if you lose, you will acknowledge the shortcomings in your theories?" "Agreed. It's a deal," the master replied, smiling. "What are the terms of the bet?" Ao Tian inquired. The master explained, "Both you and Tang San possess innate level 10 soul power. You will have 1 year. If either your soul power or combat capability surpasses Tang San's after that time, you win. Otherwise, I win." The master felt confident, having already devised a developmental strategy for Tang San's blue silvergrass. In a one-on-one scenario, a control-type soul master is the strongest. Thus, he believed his theories had rendered him invincible, that he even considered that this might be somewhat unfair to Ao Tian. However, thinking of the proud young boy, he reassured himself it was ultimately for Ao Tian's own good. "This bet sounds intriguing. Ao Tian, accept it, prepare to admit defeat," Ao Tian declared. "Humph," Tang San scoffed softly. This child, so consistently arrogant, spoke with an astonishing boldness. He could not fathom what kind of upbringing could produce such an impolite child. The master was in high spirits. Today was the happiest day he had experienced in years, having gained a talented disciple in Tang San. And now another young genius was destined to fall into his grasp. "Come, let me take you both to the administration office to register," the master said with a smile, taking Tang San's hand. Ao Tian leisurely followed behind, his gaze sweeping across the academy, where scenes of students chasing and playing stirred his emotions. How many years had it been? He never anticipated he would return to campus one day. Notting Academy was not particularly large. The main areas consisted of the teaching buildings, playground, and dormitories, while the remaining areas were relatively small. The academy mandated that all students must reside on campus, even if they lived nearby, enforcing a unified management system. Before long, the master led Tang San and Ao Tian to the front of the teaching building. The office for new student registrations was on the first floor, where several teachers were already present to assist the incoming students. The master was acquainted with the reception teachers and handed Tang San's certificate to a seemingly 60-year-old teacher, saying, "Director Su, please help this child with his registration." "Tang San, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. I will find you later." "All right, master," Tang San nodded. After the master departed, Director Su reminded, "Child, that man is not a teacher at our academy. You must not address him casually in the future." Tang San replied, "I have already taken him as my teacher." Director Su and two other teachers in their 20s exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, as if they were suppressing laughter. You actually took the master as your teacher. Director Su couldn't help but ask, did I ask there a problem? Tang San retorted, no. As long as you're happy, I will assist you with the paperwork. Director Su replied that the young teacher couldn't resist adding, Tang San, I mean no harm in advising you. Each student can only have one mentor, and the master is not a teacher at our academy and has never taught students before. I believe you should reconsider. I've already made my decision, Tang San said calmly. He had witnessed the master's vast knowledge and would not be swayed by their words. Director Su shot a glare at the young teacher who had spoken, saying, your martial spirit is blue silvergrass. It is quite fitting to take the master as your teacher. Here are your belongings. You may proceed to your dormitory, where there will be a teacher to assist you. Thank you, Tang San said, accepting the new student items and turning to leave. Ao Tian remained outside, watching. Tang San cast a casual glance at Ao Tian before preparing to depart, but the sounds faintly emerging from the administration office made him halt. Who would have thought the master could actually take on disciples? Ha. That's simply too amusing. That child surely must have been deceived by him, right? Whatever, that child is merely a waste martial spirit, perfectly matched with the master, who is invincible in theory. Thinking of the master's so-called 10 core competencies of martial spirits makes me laugh. Who does he think he is? Just a clown. Director Su admonished, be quiet. The master is a friend of the principal and is not someone you can casually criticize. The room fell silent. Tang San slightly curled his lips, revealing a hint of mockery and disdain. To him, the individuals inside were the true clowns. The master could discern the secret of his dual martial spirits with just a piece of evidence. How simple could that be? Tang San cast another indifferent glance at Ao Tian, preparing to leave. His demeanor clearly indicated that he regarded Ao Tian with contempt. Ao Tian, however, was amused and spoke up. Tang San, the master's theories are not necessarily correct. Furthermore, I have heard that the master once worked at the Spirit Hall, but was expelled for attempting to tarnish the reputation of the saintess. Who is now the current pope? Tang San halted abruptly, turning back with wide eyes, two glimmers of purple light flashing within them, a subtle yet palpable pressure bearing down on Ao Tian. Apologize, Tang San stepped forward. His aura surging, his words laden with command that I speak only the truth. Why should I apologize? Ao Tian replied, intrigued as he regarded Tang. To insult a teacher is akin to insulting one's parents. If you do not apologize, I will compel you to do so, as a means to discipline you, an ill-mannered child. Tang San's imposing presence intensified, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Were it an ordinary child, they would likely be trembling in fear. Unfazed, Ao Tian smiled and said, then go ahead and try. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Xiao Wu. What transpired? The 60-year-old director Su emerged. Tang San and Ao Tian spoke without deliberately lowering their voices. Director Su, possessing considerable cultivation, had heard their earlier tense exchange. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Tang San alongside a child who had his back turned to him. Tang San, on your very first day of school, do you intend to breach the rules? Shall I summon your father? Director Su's voice was stern. Tang San had no choice but to abandon his intention to reprimand Ao Tian, casting a deep glance at him before turning to leave. This child is exceedingly rude, Director Su muttered under his breath. He lowered his gaze to Ao Tian's small figure and reached out to pat the boy's head, saying, you are here to register. Are you not? Come inside. Ao Tian seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, deftly evading the outstretched hand and turning around. Director Su was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly captivated by Ao Tian's appearance. In his 60-plus years of life, he had never encountered a child so strikingly beautiful. It was only after Ao Tian entered the office that Director Su regained his composure and hurriedly followed. The two young teachers, who had been chatting, immediately fell silent, their attention drawn to Ao Tian. How could there be such an exquisite child? One of them exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Director Su bent down with a smile, saying, little friend, may I have your proof of enrollment? His demeanor was markedly more welcoming than when he had received Tang San. Ao Tian presented his martial soul awakening certificate. Director Su accepted it and returned to his seat. His gaze fixed upon the document in his hands. The two young teachers, intrigued by Ao Tian, also leaned closer as they beheld the innate soul power displayed on Ao Tian's certificate. All three could not help but gasp in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. In innate full soul power. Another one. They marveled, their excitement palpable. Moreover, his martial soul was identified as the Golden Dragon. While they were unaware of the specifics of the Golden Dragon martial soul, the mere association with dragons suggested its extraordinary nature. The most formidable dragon-type martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, hailed as the strongest beast martial soul. Other dragon-type martial souls, though not as powerful, were still formidable in their own right. The teachers were familiar with various dragon-type martial souls in the Douluo Continent, yet they had never heard of the Golden Dragon, speculating it to be a previously unseen variant. With this thought, their excitement escalated further to Ao Tian. Could you show us your martial soul? Director Su inquired eagerly. Ao Tian nodded, channeling his divine energy to manifest an ethereal golden dragon behind him. The three teachers' eyes sparkled with exhilaration, their bodies trembling with anticipation. Indeed, it is a powerful beast martial soul. I cannot believe I am witnessing such a formidable martial soul, one young teacher exclaimed in excitement. In the small town of Notting, where strong individuals were rare, this was their first encounter with such a potent martial soul. The faint pressure emanating from the illusory golden dragon left them in awe. Suddenly, one teacher voiced a question. Director Su, why does this so-called golden dragon not resemble a dragon at all? It appears more like a clawed serpent. Indeed, it does seem less dragon-like, another young teacher remarked, although they had not seen dragon-type martial souls firsthand. They had a general understanding of their characteristics, which typically included wings and a resemblance to lizards. Director Su replied, since the proof from the martial soul hall states it is a golden dragon, it must be a dragon-type martial soul that I suspect it is likely a variant, hence its serpentine appearance. Ao Tian felt somewhat speechless. He was a true divine dragon, and those winged lizards were hardly worthy of comparison. When he descended upon this planet, growing from weakness to strength, he had not encountered those winged lizards. They must have emerged only after his slumber. The three teachers gazed at Ao Tian with shining eyes. Especially Director Su, who was nearly drooling with anticipation. Ao Tian, you do not have a teacher yet. Why not take me as your master? What do you say? Director Su asked, filled with hope that if he could take Ao Tian as his disciple, once Ao Tian gained fame, he too would bask in that glory. Moreover, with Ao Tian's rise to prominence, Director Su would reap numerous benefits. Such enticing prospects of fame and fortune were irresistible. Ao Tian shook his head, replying, I am not planning to take on a master at Notting Academy. Why not? Director Su inquired. Unwilling to accept this response, Ao Tian explained, as you mentioned, a soul master can only have one teacher throughout their life. Given my talent, I will undoubtedly advance to the intermediate and advanced academies, so why not wait until then to find a formidable master? Having a powerful teacher would greatly benefit my future cultivation. Ao Tian had no intention of taking on a master, nor did anyone possess the qualifications to be his mentor, so he crafted a reason to deflect the inquiry. He believed that after stating this, no further teachers would bother him. Director Su sighed, conceding, you are right. I was selfish. He handed Ao Tian the new student materials along with his uniform, saying, these are yours. You will reside in dormitory room 7. There will be a teacher there to assist you and arrange work-study opportunities. Ao Tian accepted the items, expressing his gratitude. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice echoed from outside. Excuse me, is this the registration area? Ao Tian turned to see a charming young girl peering curiously through the doorway. She appeared to be of similar age to Tang San, but was slightly shorter than Ao Tian. Her delicate face glowing with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg, a long braid cascaded down her waist, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Though her attire was simple, it was impeccably neat. The four individuals in the office, including Ao Tian, were taken aback by the girl's adorable appearance. Little girl, this is indeed the registration area. Are you here to register as well? Director Su said kindly. Ao Tian regarded her with intrigue. Instantly recognizing that this girl was not human, at least not entirely to his keen perception. The girl's soul beast aura was unmistakable. Xiao Wu, Ao Tian, thought to himself. Surprised to encounter her here, that he decided not to rush off and stood to the side. Yes, Grandpa. I am here to register too, Xiao Wu replied cheerfully as she skipped into the office. Director Su chuckled, saying, Please hand me your proof. Xiao Wu obediently presented her martial soul certificate, the source of which remained a mystery. As the three teachers examined her certificate, they couldn't suppress their astonishment once more. Another innate, full soul power, they exclaimed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a moment, one young teacher finally articulated, What on earth is happening today? 3 innate full soul powers in a row. This is unbelievable. Director Su lamented, Alas, her martial soul is a rabbit. While is slightly stronger than the blue silvergrass, the attack power of rabbit-type martial souls is generally rather average. Xiao Wu seemed unconcerned by the teacher's remarks, her large, glistening eyes scanning the office. Upon spotting Ao Tian, who was standing by with his uniform, her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached him. Chapter 14. Xiao Wu. I'll help you beat Tang San. Xiao Wu stood in front of Ao Tian, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head as she stared intently at his face. Unable to resist, Ao Tian touched his own face and asked, Is there something on my face? Xiao Wu giggled. You are quite the amusing person, and you are also very handsome. You are the most attractive human I have ever seen. Ao Tian teased from what you say. Are you not human? Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then playfully stuck out her little pink tongue, responding, You are the one who is not human. She then inquired, Are you also a new student registering? Ao Tian nodded. I just completed my registration and am heading to the dormitory. At that moment, Director Su finished processing Xiao Wu's paperwork, saying, Xiao Wu, come collect your items. Xiao Wu turned and bounded over to Director Su, receiving her uniform with glee. Director Su smiled, Perfect, you two are both work-study students and will be staying in Dormitory 7 together. You will be classmates from now on, so be sure to help each other, understood? Understood, Grandpa, Xiao Wu replied sweetly. Ao Tian merely nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to step outside, Director Su's voice called out once more, Oh, Ao Tian, please, under no circumstances should you engage in a fight with Tang San. Otherwise, you will face disciplinary action, and your parents will be notified. Ao Tian paused briefly, not turning back, and replied, I will not initiate any conflict. After speaking, he exited the academic affairs office, clutching his school uniform. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed behind. This child truly possesses a unique personality. Director Su chuckled, shaking his head. Hey, wait for me, Xiao Wu called out from behind. Racing to catch up with him, Ao Tian did not halt his pace, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu. Though she was dressed simply, her beauty was striking, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, utterly charming, a veritable beauty in the making. Particularly captivating was her long braid, which swayed enticingly against her back with each step, adding to her distinctive allure. Is your name Ao Tian? Xiao Wu inquired, turning to gaze at the profile of Ao Tian. Having overheard Director Su calling his name moments earlier to her surprise, she found his side profile equally handsome, eliciting a pleasing sensation within her. Ao Tian responded affirmatively. Since we are in the same dormitory, shall we walk together? Xiao Wu suggested. Ao Tian merely responded with another Oh, you know the way to the dormitory? Xiao Wu asked that I do. Ao Tian replied. The campus was rather small, and Ao Tian, without the need for any mental focus, effortlessly navigated through obstacles to spot the dormitory building, specifically the 7th dormitory, where he could also see Tang San engaged in a scuffle with his roommates. Ao Tian recalled the rule among the work-study students. The strongest among them would assume the role of dorm leader. The leader was responsible for standing up for all the work-study students. Hence, conflicts were often resolved through displays of strength. Noticing Ao Tian's lack of engagement in their conversation, Xiao Wu could not help but ask, Did you skip breakfast? Why are you speaking in such brief phrases? I've eaten, Ao Tian replied. Xiao Wu, ever lively and inquisitive, soon asked, Who is Tang San? Why were you fighting with him? He's also a new student like us, in the same dormitory. I had a bit of a disagreement with him earlier. Ao Tian explained. Don't worry, Xiao Wu declared. raising a hand to her chest with a resolute thump. Since you're taking me to the dormitory, I will help you deal with him. And no need, Ao Tian said, glancing at Xiao Wu and shaking his head. You look down on me. Xiao Wu glared at Ao Tian and retorted, don't listen to that old man's nonsense about the rabbit spirit being weak. I can hold my own in a fight. You might not even be able to defeat me. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Ao Tian replied. So, that means we're friends now. You are my first friend. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, from the moment she laid eyes on Ao Tian, she found him quite agreeable. By now, the academy had come alive with the bustle of returning students, and upon spotting Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, many turned their attention towards them, whispering and pointing. Xiao Wu sensed the commotion and asked, why are they discussing us? They're talking about me, Ao Tian replied. Why? Xiao Wu inquired. Because I am handsome. Xiao Wu appeared enlightened, saying, I also think you're good looking. Then she added, but I'm not bad myself. Why isn't anyone discussing me? They do, though not as much as they do about me. Ao Tian replied. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building. Ao Tian did not need to ask for directions. He headed straight for the 7th dormitory. Hey, Ao Tian, have you been here before? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Never, he answered. Then how do you know your way around here so well? Ao Tian did not respond to her question, instead pointing to a room at the end of the hallway. That's the 7th dormitory. I'll go take a look, Xiao Wu said, dashing ahead while still holding her school uniform. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, I wonder if this little girl will invite Tang San to share a bed with her. He felt as though he had inadvertently gained Xiao Wu's friendship ahead of time. Perhaps she would choose him over Tang San. That would indeed be amusing. It made him feel a sense of anticipation. With a confident smile, Ao Tian quickened his pace to catch up. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Xiao Wu politely inquired, Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? A group of male students inside looked out, their eyes widening in astonishment. The girl standing outside could easily be deemed the most beautiful girl they had ever encountered. A few older students, unable to restrain themselves, began to gulp as they admired the enchanting Xiao Wu. With all the work-study students being boys, it had been a long time since a girl, especially one as lovely as Xiao Wu, had graced their presence, so it was no wonder they were flustered. Wang Sheng, the oldest among them, quickly replied, Yes, this is the 7th dormitory. Many of the boys, including him, began to exhibit signs of excitement. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, as in dancing, she said, flashing a sweet smile. Hello. Hi. The boys responded in unison. Even Tang San, who was typically composed, couldn't help but steal a few glances at Xiao Wu, secretly acknowledging her cuteness. That moment. Oh, Tan approached Xiao Wu from behind, and the attention of the crowd swiftly shifted to him. A collective gasp echoed in the room. How can he be this handsome? Someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with envy and admiration. Those who had been contemplating how to get closer to Xiao Wu now felt a twinge of insecurity upon seeing Ao Tian. Tang San, however, wore a slight smile, knowing that Ao Tian had merely been lucky to have a teacher intervene earlier. Now that they had arrived, luck would not favor him again. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize the rules of the 7th dormitory to teach Ao Tian a lesson. Such arrogance and self-importance must be corrected, lest he grow into a future menace. Before Ao Tian and Xiao Wu arrived, Tang San had already defeated the previous strongest student, Wang Sheng, and had become the dorm leader. Wang Sheng discreetly nudged Tang San, saying, Boss, it's your time to shine. Show them who's in charge. Tang San nodded and stepped forward confidently. Chapter 15. Tang San's challenge. Tang San advanced a few steps, positioning himself before everyone, facing Xiao Wu directly. Hello, my name is Tang San. Having spent over 20 years obsessed with the study of hidden weapons, he had never interacted with girls before, and now, faced with such a beautiful girl, he felt a twinge of nervousness. What is your martial spirit? He continued to inquire. Xiao Wu glanced at Ao Tian beside her and replied, My martial spirit is a rabbit. Tang San smiled. What a coincidence. My martial spirit is blue silver grass, which happens to be the food of your spirit. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. You and Ao Tian are alike. You both have such interesting ways of speaking. It was then that Tang San turned his attention to Ao Tian, stating, Ao Tian, What happened earlier is not over. You still owe my teacher an apology. Leaning casually against the door frame, Ao Tian replied lazily. What if I refuse to apologize? Then I will make you apologize by force. In our 7th dormitory, we have a tradition. Newcomers must accept a challenge from the dorm leader. I just defeated Wang Sheng to become the leader. And now I challenge you, Tang San said, looking provocatively at Ao Tian. He had a good sense of Ao Tian's character. His prideful and arrogant demeanor indicated he would not decline. Tang San's challenge was motivated not only by a desire for Ao Tian's apology, but also because Master wished to take Ao Tian as a disciple and had already set up a wager. Tang San believed that with his mastery of Qianxunji and guidance from the Master, this bet was as good as won. Therefore, Ao Tian would undoubtedly become Master's second disciple. And as the senior brother, Tang San felt it was his duty to teach this future junior a lesson that winning the challenge, what makes one the leader. That sounds rather entertaining. I accept your challenge. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. After saying this, she turned to Ao Tian and winked. Her cheeks dimpled adorably. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. I am challenging Ao Tian. But you just said that newcomers must accept challenges. I'm also a newcomer, so why can't I accept your challenge? Xiao Wu argued. I don't fight girls, Tang San replied, still harboring a sense of chivalry. He would want to see such a lovely girl in tears from a fight. Are you looking down on girls? Xiao Wu's temper flared, her brows furrowing in indignation. She tossed her school uniform into Ao Tian's arms, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at Tang San. That's not what I meant, Tang San began to explain, but Xiao Wu had already charged forward. Since you look down on girls, let me show you my strength, as the last words fell from his lips. Xiao Wu had already dashed to Tang San's side, delivering a high kick with her right leg aimed squarely at Tang San's chin. This movement showcased the remarkable flexibility of her body. And the speed of her strike was astonishing, catching Tang San completely off guard. His expression turned serious in an instant. He realized that this girl was no ordinary opponent the moment she made her move. In response to Xiao Wu's incoming kick, Tang San swiftly grasped her foot with his left hand, drawing it towards him, while simultaneously thrusting his right shoulder forward to collide with her chest. This maneuver employed the techniques of leveraging force and close-quarter engagement. A boy who had trained rigorously from a young age and had spent several months honing his strength under his father's guidance. His power was naturally beyond Xiao Wu's reach. If he managed to execute the shoulder charge, victory was all but assured. However, as his left hand grasped Xiao Wu's right foot, he quickly realized that the situation was beyond his expectations. He initially aimed to seize her pant leg, but her skin was exceptionally smooth, eluding his grip entirely. Tang San reacted swiftly, tilting his head just in time to evade Xiao Wu's kick. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips as her foot missed its target. Landing instead on Tang San's left shoulder, his astonishment. Her remaining left foot also shot upwards, ensnaring his neck in a vice-like grip. The contact of her soft skin against his neck sent a ripple of unexpected sensations through Tang San, momentarily distracting him and preventing a timely response. With her feet firmly locking Tang San's neck, Xiao Wu propped herself up with her hands against the ground and, harnessing her unique flexibility, flung him away. Tang San was hurled several meters across the ground, landing unceremoniously on his backside. Though he had the protection of his Xiantian skill and sustained no serious injuries, he felt a twinge of embarrassment from a spectacle. I actually lost, Tang San thought helplessly, aware that Xiao Wu had shown him mercy in their encounter. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his backside, he declared, I concede. You are now the leader of our dormitory. The other male students were utterly astonished, especially Wang Sheng, who had just experienced Tang San's formidable combat prowess firsthand. Yet to witness such an impressive figure fall without resistance to a girl in just one exchange was shocking. A flicker of fear crept into the gazes of the boys as they regarded Xiao Wu. Serves you right for underestimating girls, Xiao Wu teased, sticking her tongue out at Tang San before turning to Ao Tian, raising her pristine chin as if to claim victory. What do you think? I told you I would help you deal with Tang San. Ao Tian chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Tang San's gaze shifted to Ao Tian, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Ao Tian, how could you allow a girl to fight your battles for you? Aren't you embarrassed? Ao Tian casually touched his face and replied, "Not at all." Tang San, pointing accusingly at Ao Tian, found himself at a loss for words. Realizing Ao Tian was not only arrogant but shameless as well, the other boys began to regard Ao Tian with a newfound disdain. Relying on a girl to stand up for him. How pathetic, they thought. Their earlier envy of Ao Tian now replaced with contempt. Wang Sheng, with a glint of mischief in his eye, approached Xiao Wu and said, "Boss, according to tradition, Ao Tian must accept your challenge at O. Is that so?" Xiao Wu inquired, looking at the 11 or 12-year-old boy. Wang Sheng scratched his head and affirmed, "Yes, it's a tradition in our dormitory." The other boys nodded in agreement. Echoing, indeed. Xiao Wu cast an innocent glance at Ao Tian, as if to apologize. "Sorry, this isn't my doing." Just as she prepared to challenge Ao Tian, Tang San interjected, "Xiao Wu, if you prefer not to fight, let me handle it." He then turned to Wang Sheng, asking, "Does that align with the rules?" Wang Sheng, having grasped the tension between Tang San and Ao Tian from their previous exchange, and feeling slightly irritated by Ao Tian's demeanor, nodded. "It adheres to the rules. If Ao Tian loses to you, then there will be no need for the boss to intervene." "Then I shall take action," Xiao Wu stated. Should she engage Ao Tian, she could afford to go easy on him. That if Tang San and Ao Tian faced off, the outcome was uncertain. She had sensed Tang San's formidable strength earlier, and worried that Ao Tian might not cope well. "Let Tang San fight. It will spare you the trouble," the others chimed in unison. With a reluctant glance towards Ao Tian, Xiao Wu acquiesced. Ao Tian shrugged, stepping forward and handing his school uniform to Xiao Wu. "Then I'll duel Tang San. Can you handle it?" Xiao Wu whispered into Ao Tian's ear. "Relax," he chuckled, finding Xiao Wu endearingly cute, and playfully tousled her hair. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she recoiled slightly, shooting him a mock glare. Ao Tian smiled gently and positioned himself before Tang San. "You wanted to teach me a lesson? Then let us begin." Tang San replied, "Ao Tian, you may believe that your innate soul power and beast martial spirit make you formidable. But do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. There are always greater forces and individuals beyond your comprehension, and a disposition like yours will eventually lead to your downfall." Unfazed, Ao Tian retorted, "I am proud because I possess the merit to be so." Tang San shook his head, disappointment etched on his features. "You will surely lose your bet with the teacher. Your fate is to become their disciple. Consequently, it is my responsibility to guide you." Annoyed, Ao Tian snapped, "Stop babbling and let us get to it." Chapter 16. Tang San's humiliation. Before Tang San could finish his statement, he found himself momentarily speechless. "Fine," he replied in a subdued tone that he resolved that today he would ensure Ao Tian tasted the bitter fruit of defeat, compelling him to lower his haughty head. "Please, make the first move," Tang San said calmly, locking eyes with Ao Tian, having been caught off guard by Xiao Wu's unexpected agility. Tang San was determined to not make the same mistake again. He was confident that if given another chance, he could defeat Xiao Wu. Yet, facing Ao Tian, he felt no pressure at all if he couldn't best a mere 6-year-old. He would have no right to call himself a disciple of the Tang Sect, and would have squandered 2 lifetimes. Ao Tian wasted no time, striding up to Tang San and throwing a direct punch aimed at his face. He refrained from unleashing the tremendous energy within him, suppressing his physical strength and speed to a minimum. Yet, the force behind his strike was still leagues stronger than that of children his age. His body, harder than the toughest metal, was meticulously controlled to avoid obliterating Tang San with a single blow. A faint smile crept across Tang San's lips. He had never feared a contest of strength. Though slender, he had wielded a forging hammer thousands of times over the past 3 months, developing an impressive level of power. Thus, he chose not to employ any other techniques against Ao Tian's punch, but to meet it head-on with a punch of his own. He believed that defeating Ao Tian under equal conditions would deliver the most crushing blow to Ao Tian's pride. The other boys watching couldn't help but clench their fists, eagerly anticipating Ao Tian's defeat at Tang San's hands. Ao Tian's striking good looks were undeniable, while Tang San's appearance was unremarkable. Under the influence of their perceptions, they unhesitatingly sided with the seemingly ordinary Tang San. Xiao Wu's large eyes fixated on the duel. Her heart laced with concern for her newly acquainted friend. fearing he might be harmed. With unwavering confidence, Tang San's fist collided with Ao Tian's. With a resounding thud, Tang San's smile froze, and he was propelled backward. Ao Tian, however, remained unmoved, maintaining his stance as if he were an immovable mountain. Shock swept through the spectators, including Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng, the eldest among them, gaped in disbelief, fully aware of Tang San's strength. Just moments ago, he had fought Tang San utilizing his martial spirit, the battle tiger, yet had still been outmatched. Now, witnessing Tang San being sent flying by Ao Tian's punch was unfathomable to him, and he couldn't help but wonder how he would fare against such strike. So, not only is he good-looking, but he possesses immense strength as well. How foolish of me to worry, Xiao Wu contemplated. Among everyone present, it was Tang San who appeared the most astonished. During the backward flight, he became utterly dazed, his entire arm nearly devoid of sensation. With a resounding thump, Tang San crashed onto a bed, jolting him back to reality. He quickly steadied himself, sitting upright on the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Ao Tian, who stood there with an air of nonchalance. In that fleeting moment of collision with Ao Tian, he sensed the terrifying power emanating from him, something that no mere 6-year-old child could possibly possess. It was likely that even an adult male might not wield such formidable strength. Moreover, when Ao Tian's fist struck, it felt as if it had collided with the hardest iron, the hardness of Ao Tian's fist exceeding Tang San's imagination. He finally grasped that Ao Tian's pride was indeed well-founded. The numbness radiating from his right arm compelled Tang San to channel all his energy into the Xiantian skill, gradually restoring his sensation. So, what's it going to be? Do you still wish to continue? Ao Tian asked with a smile, observing Tang San. Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment. He had just proclaimed that he would teach Ao Tian a lesson. Yet, after just one move, he had been sent flying, completely outmatched in strength by Ao Tian. He stepped down from the bed and remarked, "You merely possess a slight advantage in strength. Combat is not solely determined by brute force." Ao Tian nodded. "You are correct. Victory in battle cannot hinge exclusively on strength, so are you planning to defeat me through skill?" Tang San shook his arm and replied, "That was merely a warm-up. The real battle is just beginning." Even though I lost in the first round, I remain confident. Having lived over 20 years in his past life within the prestigious Tang Sect, his combat skills were certainly not comparable to those of a mere 6-year-old. In Tang San's eyes, no matter how great Ao Tian's strength was, it was merely raw power, something he had faced before. "Let us begin. I don't have all day to play with you," Ao Tian said nonchalantly. Tang San ceased his chatter, adopting a peculiar footwork that did not follow a straight line, making it difficult to predict. This was his unique movement technique, ghostly shadow stealth. While ghostly shadow stealth was not adept at linear acceleration, it excelled in its unpredictability, making it highly suitable for close combat and leaving opponents at a loss. In the blink of an eye, Tang San approached Ao Tian's side. Instead of attacking directly from the front, he began to circle around Ao Tian. Tang San's speed was astonishing. Even I could not discern when or from where he would strike. Wang Sheng exclaimed in admiration that he finally understood that during their battle, Tang San had been concealing so much of his strength. Then why doesn't Ao Tian take the initiative? Another person inquired that "You're overthinking it." Wang Sheng replied, "Ao Tian doesn't even know where Tang San will attack from. So how could he possibly land a hit?" Just as Wang Sheng finished speaking, everyone heard a loud thud as a figure was sent flying in the battlefield. Ao Tian maintained his punching stance while Tang San had already crashed onto a bed. His chest throbbed painfully from Ao Tian's strike, and he coughed violently. Bewildered, he could not comprehend how Ao Tian had anticipated his movements. After coughing for a moment, Tang San steadied himself, pushed against the ground, and leaped up, charging towards Ao Tian once more. His hands had taken on the hue of white jade, the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, Xian Yu Hand. When Xian Yu Hand was executed, Tang San's hands became impervious to water and fire, their hardness comparable to gold or iron. Tang San's expression was unusually grave. Having been sent flying twice by Ao Tian, he could no longer afford to lose face. He activated the internal energy of the Xiantian skill. gathering all his strength. This time, he was determined to bring Ao Tian down. With the enhancement of the Xiantian skill's internal energy, Tang San's speed surged significantly, transforming him into almost a phantom. So fast, someone gasped. Xiao Wu's face grew serious. With Tang San's current speed and erratic movements, even she was unsure if she could land hit on him. Tang San, is this truly your full strength? Ao Tian's voice resonated. Tang San said nothing. Once again, as he reached Ao Tian's rear, all his internal energy and bodily strength coalesced in his right hand, striking towards Ao Tian's shoulder. His focus was razor-sharp, bracing for Ao Tian's counterattack. When Tang San's palm connected with Ao Tian's shoulder, a dull thud echoed, yet Ao Tian's body remained unmoved. This was the first time Tang San had struck Ao Tian, and it was his most powerful blow, yet it failed to budge Ao Tian in the slightest. Alarmed, Tang San instinctively attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Ao Tian had seized the hand that struck his shoulder, and, with a powerful pull, sent Tang San hurtling forward. Before the eyes of all witnesses, Tang San was thrown to the ground by Ao Tian's shoulder throw. Despite the protection of the Xiantian skill, Tang San felt as if his bones were about to splinter. Chapter 17. The wealthy young master, do you wish to continue? Ao Tian inquired with a smile. Tang San, dazed from the fall, was left feeling utterly confused. How could Ao Tian possess such monstrous strength, speed, and defense? Every aspect far surpassed him. Even if he stood there to let Tang San hit him, he would remain unscathed. The more Tang San pondered, the more despondent he became. The opponent relied solely on strength and speed, leaving him powerless to resist. He had always believed Ao Tian to be an arrogant individual relying on a modicum of talent without substantial strength. However, reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. Just as Ao Tian had said, pride stems from genuine confidence. Tang San's face burned. He had intended to teach Ao Tian a lesson, only to find himself schooled instead. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and regarded Ao Tian with a complex expression. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke. Ao Tian, this time, I concede. Ao Tian looked at the embarrassed Tang San and replied with a smile. You were right earlier. There are always greater heights and more formidable individuals. I now return that saying to you. Tang San's face reddened further, nearly overwhelmed with shame. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Sheng hastily changed the subject. Ao Tian, since you've bested Tang San, how about a match with Xiao Wu next? Ao Tian turned to Xiao Wu and said, no need. Let Xiao Wu take the lead. He had no interest in assuming any leadership role, considering it a trivial matter. Besides, Xiao Wu seemed quite intrigued by this leadership position, so he might as well facilitate her wishes. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wang Sheng queried, feeling conflicted. What's inappropriate about it? Xiao Wu countered, is there a rule against admitting defeat? Well, there isn't. Wang Sheng conceded. Then it's settled. From now on, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu proclaimed loudly. However, you all should call me Sister Xiao Wu from now on. Being called leader makes me feel old. The group exchanged glances, eventually echoing, Sister Xiao Wu. Just then, a teacher appearing to be in his 30s appeared at the door, calling out, new work-study students, come out for a moment. Ao Tian, Xiao Wu, and Tang San stepped forward. The teacher held 2 betting sets, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. Upon seeing Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, he was momentarily taken aback by their beauty. After lingering on Ao Tian's face for a moment, he asked, which of you is Tang San and Ao Tian? Tang San raised his hand, saying, Teacher, I am Tang San. Ao Tian added, I am Ao Tian. The teacher replied, you can call me Teacher Mo Tang San. Ao Tian, these betting sets are provided for you by the master. Tang San accepted the betting, feeling a surge of gratitude. He hadn't expected the master to prepare even these items for him. However, Ao Tian stood still, not wanting to accept anything from the master, as he had no connection with him. Noticing Ao Tian's reluctance, Teacher Mo frowned and said, Ao Tian, this betting is for you. Ao Tian shook his head, replying, thank you, Teacher Mo, but please return the betting to the master. I don't need it. Do you already have betting? Teacher Mo inquired, I have money. I'll go buy some shortly. Very well, teacher, Mo nodded. Let me explain the daily tasks you'll need to undertake. He then turned to Wang Sheng and said, Wang Sheng, you're the veteran here. Explain the academy's rules to them. And remember, do not bully the newcomers. Wang Sheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Teacher Mo then left with the remaining bedding. Tang San glanced at Ao Tian, but said nothing, spreading out the bedding on his own bed. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's bedding with a hint of envy. The boys' eyes suddenly lit up, each rushing over with their bedding in hand. Leader, use my bedding. Leader, use mine. Xiao Wu gazed at the tattered quilts before her, emanating peculiar odors, sour, fishy, and musty. No, it's unnecessary. She shook her head repeatedly, a shiver running down her spine as her eyes swept the room. She spotted Ao Tian seated on an unoccupied bed, two sets of school uniforms neatly arranged beside him. Xiao Wu hurried over, perched herself beside Ao Tian, propping her hands on either side, her slender legs swinging playfully. She admired Ao Tian's perfect profile and said, Ao Tian, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Ao Tian turned to regard the little girl. You mentioned you had money earlier. Could you lend me some? I would like to purchase a quilt as well. That don't worry. Teacher Mo just informed us that we earn 10 copper soul coins daily. So I will repay you soon. Xiao Wu blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at Ao Tian with hopeful anticipation. The autumn air had turned chilly, and without a quilt, she would find it difficult to endure the night. I was only joking. In truth, I have no money on me to... Xiao Wu gasped, drawing the attention of those around them. Then why didn't you accept the quilt that master offered you? Tang San, who was tidying his own bed, perked up his ears, curious to hear Ao Tian's response. Ao Tian shrugged, replying, You heard Tang San say that the master wishes to take me as his disciple. But I have no desire to be his student, so how could I accept his gifts? Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic, but soon her expression fell. But what will we do without a quilt? It is quite cold at night. Ao Tian cast a glance at Xiao Wu's delicate form and teased, How about we warm each other by cuddling at night? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she leaped off the bed. You scoundrel! She stomped her foot, gathering her school uniform and darting to the neighboring bed. Occasionally, she cast envious glances at Tang San, who was making his own bed. A smile played on Ao Tian's lips as he stood up, his hand gliding gently over the bed. A soft and luxurious mattress appeared before them, prompting gasps of astonishment from all who witnessed the spectacle. Once again, all eyes were drawn to Ao Tian. Xiao Wu sprang from her own bed, landing on Ao Tian's mattress. Ao Tian, where did you get this mattress? Ah, it's so comfortable. She couldn't help but roll around on it, exclaiming with delight. Tang San stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. He had just glanced over and witnessed Ao Tian conjuring a mattress as if by magic. This was his first encounter with such a luxury. He had always slept directly on a wooden board with only a mat, having heard that mattresses were the extravagance of the wealthy. Wang Sheng and the others swallowed hard, gazing at the splendid mattress, their minds racing with speculations about Ao Tian's true identity. Such an item is beyond the reach of us working students. Ao Tian, did he use a soul guide to create that? Wang Sheng inquired cautiously, suspecting it to be the legendary soul guide. Soul guide? What is that? Tang San pondered, a question looming in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, intending to inquire when he met the master. If you say so, then it must be, Ao Tian replied, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. He had no intention of using such trivial items. Upon hearing his words, the dormitory erupted in gasps. Storage soul guides were prohibitively expensive, and even wealth could not guarantee one's acquisition. In fact, in Notting City, there were no places that sold storage soul guides. Wang Sheng hesitated before asking, Ao Tian, your family must be quite wealthy then? Why do you choose to be a working student? I simply enjoy it. Nothing more, Ao Tian replied. Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. It turned out that Ao Tian was a scion of a wealthy family. Good-looking, powerful, and affluent. They felt a profound sense of imbalance within themselves. Why should some individuals be born already winning the race? Chapter 18. Sharing a bed, everyone is human. Why should some be born on the winning side? Initially, they had hoped to draw closer to Ao Tian due to his prowess, but upon learning of his affluent background, their intentions quickly dissipated. They had encountered wealthy children before at Notting Academy, often suffering under their bullying and oppression. Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu, who was bouncing on the mattress, then at Ao Tian, who stood smiling by the bed, a flicker of discontent stirring within him. Reflecting on his own harsh upbringing, tattered clothes, a diet of porridge, and scarcely any meat throughout the year, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Why was it so? Now, Ao Tian appeared superior in every regard, and for the first time, Tang San felt a sense of defeat in the presence of a child. Clenching his fists, he resolved, "No, I possess hidden weapons. In a true confrontation, Ao Tian would never be my match. Wealth and appearance are but fleeting illusions. True strength is what matters." Reassuring himself, Tang San gradually dispelled his feelings of imbalance, his gaze steadying as he resumed organizing his belongings. "Have you bounced enough? Get down," Ao Tian instructed. "It's too comfortable." "I don't want to get down," Xiao Wu lazily replied. Sprawled atop the mattress, Ao Tian showed no leniency, delivering a playful slap to her perky backside. With a yelp, Xiao Wu bounced back on her own bed, her large eyes looking up at Ao Tian with a feigned grievance. Ignoring her, Ao Tian retrieved a pristine set of bedding from his storage space and quickly spread out. This was prepared for him by Bibi Dong while in Spirit City, anticipating that he might not adjust well here. Although Ao Tian was indifferent to sleep, he still knew how to enjoy comfort. Xiao Donger truly is a thoughtful partner, considering every detail for me, Ao Tian mused, satisfaction swelling within him. Upon seeing the luxurious bed Ao Tian had created, Xiao Wu's previous discontent vanished, replaced by gleaming excitement. She leaped over, hugging Ao Tian's quilt tightly, reveling in its softness and fragrance. "It's so plush, so fragrant, so comfortable. This is premium silk. Of course it's comfortable," Ao Tian remarked. Xiao Wu glanced at her bare bed, an idea suddenly sparking in her mind. With an innocent expression, she looked at Ao Tian and said, "Ao Tian, may I propose something? You wish to use my quilt?" Ao Tian discerned her intentions immediately. Her cheeks flushed. Xiao Wu replied, "We can join our beds together. Your quilt is so large that one person cannot possibly cover it all, that we are friends after all, and Director Su mentioned that we should help one another." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a wave of murmurs erupted in the dormitory. All the male students gazed at Ao Tian with envy, wishing to take his place. Though Xiao Wu was still young, she was already a beauty, and students in Douluo Continent matured early, often harboring complex thoughts. Despite her youth, with a few years of cultivation, she would blossom into a stunning young woman. Many harbored such thoughts. Although Xiao Wu's earlier display of strength had instilled a modicum of fear, a flicker of hope remained in their hearts. However, their dreams were shattered upon hearing that she intended to share a bed with another boy. Even if it was merely a joining of beds, they felt that it was no different than sharing one bed. Indeed, those who possessed beauty, wealth, and strength were incomparable that a sense of dejection washed over them, leaving them to lament their fate. Tang San had never interacted with girls before. Now, encountering such a beautiful one and hearing Xiao Wu express her desire to share a bed with Ao Tian, he felt a pang of disappointment within himself. "What am I thinking? She's just a little girl," he chastised himself. Xiao Wu, sitting cross-legged, slowly inched toward the edge of the bed, gazing at Ao Tian with pleading eyes. "Ao Tian, can we?" Ao Tian stroked his chin, assessing Xiao Wu and casting a glance at Tang, said not far away before saying, "Having a little girl to warm my bed doesn't seem like such a bad idea." For Ao Tian, who was aware of the plot and the characters' fates, observing the development of the story from a godlike perspective and occasionally intervening was an intriguing experience. Feeling invincible had become rather lonely. He no longer sought grand ambitions, merely wishing to enjoy his time on Douluo Continent. "Oh yes, Ao Tian, I declare that from this moment on, you are Xiao Wu's best friend." Xiao Wu joyfully rolled about on the bed, reveling in its unparalleled comfort and softness. Throughout her many years of life, she had never experienced such a luxurious bed, a sensation akin to lying in her mother's embrace. After a brief moment of exuberance, Xiao Wu hopped off the bed and returned to her own side, exerting herself in an attempt to push her bed closer. Unfortunately, the wooden bed proved too heavy for her. Ao Tian effortlessly nudged his own bed over, creating a modest distance between their beds and positioning them in the innermost corner. Wang Sheng and the others observed this with mixed feelings. When the beds were pushed together, their combined width significantly increased. Ao Tian, taking advantage of their height, positioned the mattress and quilt horizontally, ensuring ample coverage. Xiao Wu placed her belongings in the center and declared, from now on, this will be the boundary. You must not cross it while sleeping. After a moment's contemplation, she shyly added, since this is your quilt, I shall take on more responsibilities for the work-study tasks. Very well. Ao Tian nodded in agreement. It seemed that assisting this little girl had its advantages. Having her as a helper was rather appealing. Noticing that Xiao Wu and Ao Tian had finished their arrangements, Wang Sheng cleared his throat twice and said, Xiao Wu, it's almost noon. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. The moment she heard the mention of food, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she sprang up from the bed. What is there to eat? She quickly slipped on her shoes. Wang Sheng chuckled wryly. We work-study students come from impoverished families. We can't afford anything extravagant, just the cheapest meals in the cafeteria. Does eating require money too? Is it that soul currency? Xiao Wu inquired cautiously. The others, including Tang San, looked at her in astonishment. Wang Sheng patiently explained, of course, meals require money, dear. After a couple of days when you start working, you will receive a salary, but I don't have any money right now. Xiao Wu expressed her predicament, her stomach audibly rumbling. Wang Sheng had intended to offer to treat her, but upon seeing Ao Tian behind Xiao Wu, he hesitated. With that wealthy young master present, it was unlikely he would be the one treating, which conveniently saved him some money. Wang Sheng gestured for Xiao Wu to glance behind her. Xiao Wu paused, turned around, and understood Wang Sheng's implication. Ao Tian, could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back once I earn some. Sure, Ao Tian nodded, flipping his hand to reveal a golden soul coin. Chapter 19. The school bully, Xiao Lauda. 3 updates. Please vote for recommendations. Wang Sheng and the others gazed at the gleaming golden coin, their eyes wide with amazement. They had never before held a golden soul coin, having only encountered copper coins and rarely silver ones. Truly, a wealthy young master indeed, they mused. Initially, they felt some resentment towards Ao Tian upon learning of his affluent status. But now, while astonished by his generosity, they began to ponder the potential benefits of befriending him. Xiao Wu, still unfamiliar with many aspects of the human world, had little understanding of money and was not particularly surprised. Ao Tian was about to hand the golden coin to Xiao Wu, but reconsidered and pocketed it instead. Forget it. I'll join you for a meal, he declared, getting off the bed. Wang Sheng smiled at Ao Tian and said, Perfect, let us go together. He then turned to Tang San. Tang San, care to join us? Tang San shook his head. You all go ahead. I just had breakfast not long ago, and I'm not hungry. In truth, he was already quite hungry, but with no money, having been squandered by his drunken father, he had not a single coin to spare. Fortunately, he had prepared some coarse pancakes before his arrival, which he hoped would last him a couple of days until he received his wages after starting work the day after tomorrow. Wang Sheng, noticing the many patches on Tang San's clothes, understood his struggles all too well. Coming from similar backgrounds, he had encountered many situations like Tang San's. As the former dormitory leader, he felt a sense of responsibility and said, You haven't started working yet. Let me cover your meals for the next couple of days. Just pay me back once you receive your salary. Only then did Xiao Wu realize, Tang San, you don't have any money either? Tang San nodded helplessly. Then let us all go together, Xiao Wu suggested, taking it upon herself as the dorm leader to care for everyone. Tang San hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly nodded and stood up. Wang Sheng beamed and called out loudly, Let us go. Including Ao Tian, 12 individuals left the dormitory and headed towards the cafeteria. As mealtime approached, the campus thrived with activity, with numerous students making their way to the dining hall. The cafeteria was quite spacious, divided into 2 floors. The first floor offered ordinary meals, consisting of pre-prepared fast food at affordable prices, making it the go-to choice for many students on a budget. The second floor, on the other hand, served freshly made dishes at exorbitant prices, accessible only to teachers and affluent students. Most students at Notting Academy could only afford to eat on the first floor. By this time, a long queue had formed on the first floor. With Wang Sheng leading the way at the end of the line, he turned to Xiao Wu. Looking resigned, "Xiao Wu, we arrived late. We'll have to wait a bit longer." Xiao Wu rubbed her stomach and smiled. "That's all right. I'm not too hungry." Ao Tian, meanwhile, gazed up at the second floor, contemplating whether to dine there and whether to bring Xiao Wu along. This little girl seemed rather pleasant. At the very least, she didn't irritate him. After a cursory glance, Ao Tian found the offerings on the first floor too mediocre and the chef's skills inadequate to satisfy his discerning palate. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud voice pierced through the din of the cafeteria. "Oh, aren't those the poor kids from Wang Sheng's S group? Why put yourselves through this misery for a meal?" Ao Tian looked up to see a group of well-dressed students standing on the staircase between the first and second floors, looking down at them with disdain. Today marked the first day of enrollment, and classes had yet to start. Thus, the academy had not enforced the uniform policy. The attire of these individuals clearly revealed them to be wealthy scions. The leader of the group, a youth appearing similar in age to Wang Sheng, bore a handsome visage, around 11 or 12 years old, leaning against the railing with a mocking expression directed at Wang Sheng. "Poor kids will always remain poor. They'll never make it to the second floor for a meal." With a derisive laugh, he turned and ascended the stairs, his companions erupting in laughter, their jeers piercingly grating to Wang Sheng and the other work-study students. Wang Sheng's expression darkened, fists clenched tightly. Yet he dared not retaliate. The individuals above were not to be trifled with. While he could suppress his anger, Xiao Wu could not. As the dorm leader, encountering such indignity on the very first day was intolerable for her fiery temperament. "Who do you think you are? Is the second floor that impressive?" The first floor fell silent, and Xiao Wu's clear reprimand rang out, reaching the ears of the group above. The group poised to ascend the second floor halted, and the leader turned back, scanning the work-study students until his gaze settled upon the petite Xiao Wu. "Oh, what a lovely little girl. I'd love to hold her and play with her." He leered, his gaze filled with predatory intent. The group of youths burst into sinister laughter. Feeling unnerved by such lewd attention for the first time, Xiao Wu instinctively grasped Ao Tian's arm. The youth's gaze shifted to Ao Tian. "What a pretty boy," the leader remarked, unable to suppress a compliment, then added with a smirk, "I wonder if a punch to the face would make you cry for long. Haha." After which, he patted his stomach, declaring, "I'm off to eat now. I'll deal with you lot next time." His eyes lingered on Xiao Wu, taking one last deep look before he stepped onto the second floor. "Too much." Xiao Wu fumed, ready to charge up the stairs. "Leader, don't act impulsively," Wang Sheng hastily called out. Xiao Wu halted and turned to Wang Sheng, indignantly questioning, "You can all tolerate this? Are you not men?" Wang Sheng sighed. "Xiao Wu, it's not that we want to endure, but we simply cannot provoke those people. The one leading is named Qianxunji, known as Xiao Lauda. His father is the lord of Nodding City. Within Nodding Academy, Xiao Lauda wields immense power, and we cannot contend with him. We've clashed with him numerous times, and each time we've suffered greatly." Another added, "Let it go. We're here to eat." Tang San also spoke. After saying this, he walked alone to the back of the line and began to cute. In his eyes, the so-called Xiao Lauda was merely a child, unworthy of his effort to compete. "Tang San, you're the third strongest in our dormitory. Why are you being so cowardly?" Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. Tang San shook his head and ignored her. "Xiao San, what are you doing here?" The master's voice suddenly rang out. Tang San turned around and saw the master and several teachers entering. "Teacher," Tang San hurriedly approached. The master patted Tang San's head and said with a smile, "Let's go to the second floor for a meal. The food there is much better." Tang San glanced back at Ao Tian and the others, shook his head, and replied, "No, I prefer to stay here and eat with my roommates." The master looked at him with some appreciation and said, "Then after you finish eating, wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. I'll take you to my dorm. Tang San nodded. The master glanced at Ao Tian, noticing he wasn't looking at him, and he didn't mind as he ascended the stairs with the other teachers. Wang Sheng's expression was peculiar as he asked, "Tang San, have you become the master's disciple?" Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng reached out to touch Tang San's forehead, wearing an expression of disbelief, and exclaimed, "You can't be fooled by him, right? I heard he only stayed in the academy due to the principal's influence." and his cultivation talent is abysmal. He is nearly 50, yet remains a great soul master, spending all day researching those misleading theories. I advise you to shut up. Tang San interrupted Wang Sheng, his face serious, and said, "He is my teacher. If you speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for being unmerciful." He paused and added indifferently, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require your treat." With that, Tang San turned and left. Wang Sheng stood there, stunned, taking a few seconds to react before cursing, "Damn it, this guy must be crazy." Chapter 20. Conflict, 4th update. Tang San walked away resolutely, without a trace of reluctance. Although he was very hungry and the coarse bread was difficult to chew, since he had become the master's disciple, he regarded the master as a father and would not allow anyone to insult him. "Forget it, Shenggu. Don't mind that kid. He has got a strange temperament. Let us eat first," someone advised. Ao Tian took Xiao Wu's hand and headed toward the stairs. Xiao Wu gasped, her face quickly turning crimson, her heart racing. It was the first time a boy had held her hand like this. She tugged hard but couldn't break free. "Where are you taking me?" She couldn't help but ask. The 2nd floor to eat," Ao Tian said without looking back. Aren't we staying here to eat with them?" Ao Tian stopped, turned to look at Wang Sheng and the others, and said, "I'll treat. Whoever wants to eat can come." With that, he pulled Xiao Wu up the stairs. The remaining 9 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gulping, feeling quite tempted, and finally all looked at Wang Sheng. "Shenggu, are we going?" someone asked. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment, gazing at the lofty 2nd floor, gritted his teeth, and said, "Since Ao Tian is treating, let's go up and broaden our horizons." He thought to himself that if he didn't go up this time, he wouldn't know when he would have the opportunity to step onto the 2nd floor and savor the various delicacies. Having decided to go up, Wang Sheng was already prepared to owe Ao Tian a favor. A few youths hurried up the stairs. "From now on, Ao Tian is our friend, you know?" Wang Sheng quietly instructed. "Understood. From now on, Ao Tian's matters are our matters." Ao Tian did not look back, but the corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. With just a little money, he had won people's hearts. Having a few younger brothers in Nodding Academy meant he wouldn't have to do everything himself, saving him a lot of troubles. For instance, the daily campus cleaning duties of the work-study students could be completely entrusted to Wang Sheng and the others. If he didn't feel like attending class, he could also have Wang Sheng help him with attendance. The 2nd floor of the cafeteria was not like the 1st floor, which had only one large hall, but was divided into several private rooms. "Ao Tian, let go of me," Xiao Wu said shyly. Although she found Ao Tian's hand warm and comfortable, she still had to maintain her modesty as a girl. Ao Tian released Xiao Wu's delicate hand and led the way into one of the private rooms. "Big bad guy," Xiao Wu mumbled, her face flushed as she followed him inside. "Look at our boss. It's only the 1st day, and he's already getting along well with Ao Tian," someone teased from behind. Wang Sheng glanced at the few guys behind him and said, "Go back and take a good look at yourselves. Don't even think about targeting our boss in the future." The few did not enter the room immediately, but stood at the door, curiously surveying the environment on the 2nd floor. The IT was not as crowded and noisy as the 1st floor. It appeared very elegant and quiet, yet Wang Sheng and his companions couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. This was the first time they had come to such a high-class place. Suddenly, Xiao Wu poked her head out from the door and asked, "Aren't you coming in? What are you standing there for?" Wang Sheng and the others quickly entered the room. Inside, Ao Tian had nearly chosen the dishes, having ordered almost all the signature dishes available. Although he was treating, it was impossible to let others order. Wang Sheng and the others probably had never eaten like this before, so it was unrealistic to expect them to make selections. He selected a dozen dishes in one breath, and then pushed the menu to Xiao Wu beside him, saying, "Order whatever you like." Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "I don't understand. Can you help me see if there are any carrots?" Ao Tian was somewhat speechless. Rabbits really did like to eat carrots. He looked on the menu and found that there was indeed one, so he added that dish as well. After finishing the order, he tossed the menu to Wang Sheng across from him, saying, "You guys take a look too. Order whatever you want. Don't worry about me saving money." Wang Sheng and the others huddled together, curiously studying the menu, which had a variety of dish names accompanied by prices. Upon seeing the prices, they nearly gasped in shock. A single dish could equal their food expenses for several days. "This is too much," Wang Sheng spoke, his voice slightly trembling. Although he wasn't the one paying, experiencing this for the first time was understandably nerve-wracking. That moment, a waitress in her 20s pushed the door open and entered, her voice sweet as she said, "Hello, have you finished ordering?" Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the children inside, all of whom were dressed simply, with a few even having patches on their clothes. She furrowed her brow slightly and reminded them, "Are you sure you want to eat here?" Ao Tian, wise beyond his years, could easily read the girl's thoughts. He didn't bother to say much, tossing a gold soul coin in the air and saying, "The dishes have already been ordered. Hurry up and prepare them for us." The girl looked at the gold soul coin in Ao Tian's hand, then at the charming and handsome Ao Tian, and took over 10 seconds to react. "Oh, all right, please wait a moment." The girl picked up the menu and exited, realizing that since these kids could afford the meal, she had no need to worry. However, that little boy was indeed good-looking. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. The tea first, Wang Sheng and the others were somewhat reserved. But once they tasted the delicious food, they could no longer resist the temptation. The appetite of young men was astonishing. The dozen or so dishes Ao Tian ordered were eventually wiped clean, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Wang Sheng and the others' bellies bulged, and burps echoed in chorus, causing Ao Tian to smile. Their gazes lingered on the empty plates, and Ao Tian thought that if he weren't there, those guys might even resort to licking the plates clean. Next to Wang Sheng was a box containing some food he had packed for Tang San with Ao Tian's consent. Now he felt that his earlier behavior of speaking ill of Tang San in front of him was somewhat excessive, so he wanted to apologize to Tang San. Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and said, "Ao Tian, thank you for bringing me to eat such delicious food. I've never had anything this good in my 6 years of life." She patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief, thinking she had almost let something slip. Wang Sheng stood up, pulling the others up as well, and loudly declared, "Ao Tian, from now on, you can leave the work-study student duties to us, including Xiao Wu's. We'll take care of IT." Ao Tian smiled and said, "Sure, if you guys want to come here to eat in the future, feel free to call me anytime." Wang Sheng repeatedly insisted it wasn't necessary. Being able to enjoy such an extravagant meal was already satisfying enough for him. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and a group of young boys with toothpicks in their mouths walked in. "Oh, it's you, Wang Sheng. I heard your voice from outside. Since when do work-study students get to eat here? Isn't that lowering our standards?" Xiao Lauda, with his nostrils flared, swept his gaze over Ao Tian and the others, finally resting upon Xiao Wu. "Boss, it seems we need to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, how can we enjoy our meals if they keep returning here?" One of Xiao Lauda's underlings remarked, "A valid point." Xiao Lauda laughed heartily, saying, "Hand over all your money. Once it's gone, you won't have the means to dine on the second floor." Wang Sheng slammed his palm against the table, indignantly exclaiming, "Xiao Qinyu, do not take advantage of us." "Oh, how bold," Xiao Lauda taunted, raising his hand to slap Wang Sheng's face, inquiring, "I am indeed taking advantage. What can you do about it?" Wang Sheng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "Pathetic coward." Xiao Lauda sneered, "I now present you with 3 choices. First, surrender all your money. Second, let that little girl accompany me for 2 days. Third, meet at the small hill behind the academy. If you lose, you forfeit both your money and the little girl." Chapter 21. Unexpected developments. 5 updates seeking recommendation votes. Xiao Wu was so enraged that her face turned crimson. Had Ao Tian not been holding her shoulder, she would have already leaped up. "You want me to accompany you? Not a chance." Xiao Wu retorted furiously, I do adore this fiery little pepper. Since you refuse to accompany me, I suppose I shall take your money." Xiao Lauda jested. His underlings looked on with unabashed disdain towards Wang Sheng and the others, their expressions dripping with arrogance. "No money?" Xiao Wu's nostrils flared in fury. "Huh, so you choose the third option?" Xiao Lauda cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. "Perfect. I have missed having you as my punching bags during the 2-month summer break. My body is nearly rusting from lack of use." Ao Tian released his grip, prompting Xiao Wu to stand up defiantly, declaring, "If it's a fight you seek, I shall accompany you to the end." Xiao Lauda clapped his hands, then turned to Wang Sheng, stating, "You truly are becoming more useless by the day. relying on a little girl to defend you. I am the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu asserted. Xiao Qianyu looked at her in surprise. As he was aware of the rules governing the work-study students' dormitory, the fact that this little girl had become the leader of the 7th dormitory indicated her strength surpassed that of Wang Sheng. Xiao Laoda's interest in Xiao Wu intensified. He clapped his hands together, laughing. It is settled then. No one shall escape from the small hill behind the academy. Initially, Wang Sheng was filled with rage, but suddenly he recalled the formidable powers of Xiao Wu and Ao Tian. Especially Ao Tian, whose strength had clearly eclipsed that of Xiao Qianyu during his duel with Tang San. With this thought, his anger dissipated, replaced by an endless wave of hatred and a hint of satisfaction. Soon, they would have their revenge. Ao Tian stood up, tossing a gold spirit coin to Wang Sheng, instructing, "You go settle the bill." Wang Sheng shot a cold glare at Xiao Laoda and his entourage, resolutely parting the crowd as he made his exit, seeking death. One of Xiao Laoda's underlings exclaimed, "Patience. They will soon face their comeuppance," Xiao Laoda replied, his gaze falling on Ao Tian, visibly astonished. Due to his work-study position, Ao Tian's once resplendent attire had become rather ordinary. Xiao Laoda had initially assumed Ao Tian was merely a handsome, impoverished youth, only to be surprised when he produced gold spirit coins. "Not bad, kid. You seem to have quite a fortune," Xiao Laoda remarked. "Indeed, I am quite wealthy," Ao Tian replied with a smile. He waved his hand across the table, revealing a dazzling pile of gold spirit coins, numbering at least several hundred. This sight. All eyes in the room widened in disbelief, staring at the small mountain of gold. Xiao Laoda and his cohorts nearly drooled with greed. While they had money, they could not afford such extravagant spending. Several hundred gold spirit coins represented a significant sum for them. With a nonchalant smile, Ao Tian gathered the coins back into his possession. Xiao Laoda's face was alight with avarice as he scrutinized Ao Tian's features. Unable to fathom which noble family in Nodding City could possess such beauty. You recognize him? He inquired of his underlings, all of whom shook their heads. With a cold snicker, Xiao Laoda relaxed. In Nodding City, he was akin to a prince. No one could boast a more prestigious identity. If any prominent figures from other great cities were to come, why would they choose to study in a place like Nodding City? Especially as work-study students, Xiao Laoda had already made up his mind about Ao Tian. Before long, Wang Sheng returned, clutching a handful of silver spirit coins, which he handed to Ao Tian. "Since you have covered my work, consider this a reward for you," Ao Tian said, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Sheng glanced at Xiao Laoda and his companions, realizing there was no point in refusing, and thus accepted the coins. "Let us depart." "Everyone," Xiao Laoda sneered before turning to leave. Wang Sheng and the others followed closely behind Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, having already regarded Ao Tian as their cornerstone of support. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns. "Wang Sheng, will we face penalties for fighting?" Wang Sheng shook his head, assuring her, "No, as long as we are not caught by the teachers." He then asked, "Should we inform Tang San? With him around, our chances of victory would increase significantly." As he spoke, he glanced at Ao Tian, aware that Ao Tian and Tang San did not share a close relationship. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile, saying, "No need." Just as he finished speaking, a loud cry of "ouch" echoed from ahead, followed by the sound of a tumultuous crash and anguished screams. Their astonishment. Xiao Laoda and his entourage had tumbled down the stairs. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others stood there, dumbfounded at the scene before them. "What are you waiting for? Enjoy the show," Ao Tian chuckled. As they regained their composure, they hurried to the staircase to the bottom. 8 individuals were piled on top of one another, with Xiao Laoda trapped at the very bottom. "Ouch! Ouch!" came the continuous cries as all the students still dining in the cafeteria turned their attention to the commotion. "Damn it! You're crushing me!" Xiao Laoda bellowed from beneath the heap. His underlings hurriedly helped him up. The cries and gasps filled the air as the 8 of them surveyed their battered faces, realizing the extent of their injuries. Their foreheads swollen with exaggerated lumps resembling eggs. The once suave and somewhat handsome Xiao Qianyu had transformed into a grotesque sight. He gasped in pain, questioning his existence as his whole body trembled from the acute agony. Laughter erupted throughout the first-floor hall as everyone who witnessed the spectacle could not help but chuckle. The 8 of them exchanged glances, their faces burning with embarrassment as they comprehended their predicament. "Let us go," he muttered, storming out of the cafeteria, followed closely by his underlings. They were solely focused on seeking treatment from the school nurse, completely disregarding Ao Tian and the others. "Let us go. We've eaten enough. It's time for a delightful afternoon nap," Ao Tian said with a smile as he descended. "Look over there, that boy is so handsome and adorable," a girl suddenly squealed. Drawing everyone's attention toward the staircase, that Ao Tian descended gracefully, a smile adorning his face. Though clad in ordinary attire, his striking appearance and the aura he exuded instantly captivated many. The boys glared with envy, while the girls continued to squeal in excitement. "Vulgar!" Ao Tian sighed and shook his head. Wang Sheng and the others followed behind Ao Tian, all wearing wry smiles, finally understanding the extent of Ao Tian's charm. Even after leaving the cafeteria, a number of bold girls trailed behind them. Seeing Xiao Lao in such a state is truly satisfying, one work-study student remarked. "This is retribution," Wang Sheng agreed, his face reflecting contentment. The thought of Xiao Lao's predicament made him want to burst into laughter. Soon after, his expression turned serious as he stated, "The school nurse has healing spirit masters. They will recover quickly. We cannot let our guard down. This fight is likely unavoidable." He looked towards Ao Tian and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly, declaring, "Rest assured, when the time comes, I will beat them so badly that their mothers won't recognize them." Ao Tian smiled, remaining silent. Why would he waste his time on such trivial matters? That fellow named Xiao Lao would not recover for several days, even if the most skilled healing spirit masters from Douluo Continent were summoned. Upon returning to their dormitory, they discovered Tang San was absent. Wang Sheng placed the packed food for Tang San on his bed, remarking, "He must have gone to find the master," as he had mentioned previously. Ao Tian reclined upon his bed, closing his eyes to embrace rest, while Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before lying down on the adjacent side. Wang Sheng shook his head, returning to his own bed to meditate in a cross-legged position. The others followed suit, for their innate talents were rather average, and only through diligent practice could they hope to distinguish themselves. It was not until dusk, as the sun began its descent, that Tang San returned. Chapter 22. Xiao Wu's Challenge, Seeking Recommendations. Upon Tang San's arrival, aside from Ao Tian, who was asleep, the others were engaged in their training. He moved lightly, and upon reaching his bedside, noticed a food container placed there. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to find several fragrant chicken legs, though they had long since grown cold. "Tang San, you're back?" Xiao Wu's voice broke the silence. He turned to see Xiao Wu had already opened her eyes. The other residents of the dormitory also stirred from their meditative states, finally recognizing Tang San's presence. "What is up?" Tang San inquired. Wang Sheng descended, stating, "Tang San, I apologize for this afternoon. Ao Tian treated us, and I brought this back for you. Unfortunately, it has cooled." After some time had passed, Tang San's anger had dissipated considerably. "Let bygones be bygones," he replied, glancing at the food container. "I already had a meal with the teacher earlier, and I'm quite full." Xiao Wu jumped off her bed and patted her stomach, exclaiming, "I'm hungry." Wang Sheng, "Let us go eat. Since Tang San has already dined, we shouldn't let this food go to waste." "Let us take it with us." Wang Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right." Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian, who was still comfortably curled up in bed, her brows knitting together. Ao Tian had been asleep since returning from lunch, neglecting his training. She approached him and gently shook him. "It's time to get up," and Ao Tian turned over, mumbling, "You all go ahead. I'm not hungry." The food in the cafeteria appeared delightful to Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, but to Ao Tian, it seemed rather mundane, failing to whet his appetite. After wandering with Bibi Dong for a decade, he had tasted the culinary wonders of the continent, developing quite a discerning palate. "Very well," Xiao Wu conceded, joining Wang Sheng and the others as they headed to the cafeteria. In the dormitory, only Tang San and Ao Tian remained. Tang San studied Ao Tian for a moment before climbing into bed to rest. He had traveled several hours that morning and spent the afternoon studying under the master, leaving him quite exhausted. Before long, Tang San had drifted into slumber. Over half an hour later, Xiao Wu and the others returned. Noticing Ao Tian still asleep, Xiao Wu couldn't resist shaking him again. Ao Tian, is your martial spirit a pig? You've slept from day to night without training. Reluctantly, Ao Tian sat up. He did not need to train intentionally. The Dragon Clan's inherited techniques operated automatically within him. Furthermore, at his level, training on Douluo Continent was nearly futile. Even if he were to absorb all the spiritual energy of Douluo Star, it would scarcely elevate his cultivation. To progress more rapidly, he would have to venture into higher realms, such as the Divine Realm, or explore the cosmos. However, after slumbering for 500 million years, he simply wished to savor life, deciding to train only after he grew bored. For here, no one posed a threat to his existence. Having just finished her meal, Xiao Wu was not inclined to train immediately. Seeing Ao Tian awake, she suggested, "Let us go for a stroll." Suddenly, Ao Tian furrowed his brow. Sensing a wave of spirit power at the level of a tidal emanating from outside, enveloping Xiao Wu, the fluctuations of this power felt somewhat familiar. Due to their limited strength, Xiao Wu and the others were oblivious. But Ao Tian was not deceived. Fixing his gaze, he peered through the many barriers and spotted a shadow draped in a black cloak standing in a dim corner not far from the dormitory. "Tang Hao, did you notice?" Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu. "Quick, put on your shoes and accompany me outside," Xiao Wu urged. Ao Tian smiled. "All right." Wang Sheng and the others looked on with envy. Their talents were average. And after a hearty meal, they had to toil away, lacking the luxury of leisure. Tang San suddenly sat up, declaring, "Xiao Wu, I have something to discuss with you." Xiao Wu, who was just about to head outside with Ao Tian, halted and turned to face Tang San. "What is it?" "My soul power has reached level 10, and the teacher will take me to obtain my first soul ring tomorrow. It may take a few days." Tang San replied that as Xiao Wu was the leader of the 7th dormitory, Tang San felt it necessary to inform her. After all, he was a working student, and with classes commencing tomorrow, he needed to ensure his responsibilities were managed in his absence. Xiao Wu's expression grew complex. "Is the soul ring truly that important to you all?" Only Ao Tian could decipher the complexity in her expression. Tang San nodded earnestly. Indeed, only by hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings can soul masters continue their cultivation. Wang Sheng interjected, "Tang San, are you worried about the work of the working students? Don't worry. I'll take care of it while you're gone." Tang San nodded again. "Thank you. When I return, I will help you make up for it. Don't mention it. After all, you're the first soul master in our dormitory." Wang Sheng said enviously. He had been training at Nodding Academy for several years and had yet to reach level 10 soul power, while Tang San, on his very first day at the academy, was already set to acquire his first soul ring. How could he not feel envious? Aside from Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, the others shared similar sentiments. Tang San turned to Ao Tian, saying, "Ao Tian, the teacher asked me to inquire if you would like to join us tomorrow for your first soul ring." "No need." Ao Tian declined. "Let us go." Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat downcast, took Ao Tian by the hand and led him outside. By now, the sky had completely darkened, with only the cool moonlight and starlight casting a gentle glow upon the earth. Within the campus, there were few teachers or students milling about. Soul masters typically trained at night, rendering the campus somewhat desolate. Xiao Wu led Ao Tian to a smooth boulder beside the playground, where they sat down. Ao Tian, why must humans hunt soul beasts? Lying on the stone, gazing at the stars, Xiao Wu posed her question once more. Human cultivation is inextricably linked to soul rings. It is a natural law. And pondering it further is futile, Ao Tian replied. He recalled that before his long slumber, the laws were not as they were now. On Douluo Star, there were no soul beasts that produced soul rings upon death. It seemed that soul beasts were a later emergence. Nature is quite unfair to soul beasts, Xiao Wu remarked, a hint of sorrow in her tone. Ao Tian playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Why overthink it? Are you a soul beast?" Xiao Wu's large eyes flickered with alarm as she quickly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. How could someone as adorable as me possibly be a soul beast?" Ao Tian chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter. "Is this the only reason you brought me out?" he asked, Xiao Wu leaped down and replied, "Of course not. I actually want to challenge you to a duel." "Why? Didn't Ti concede?" Ao Tian inquired. "That was a last resort during the day. I want to be the leader. If I lose to you, I won't be able to become one dot, and if you lose, I fear it may hurt your pride. I simply wish to spar with you." Xiao Wu explained that so. "You chose a time when no one is around at night?" Ao Tian queried. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. "Exactly. That way, if I lose, I won't lose my position as leader, and if you lose, it won't be embarrassing, right? Come on, let me see how strong you are." She pulled Ao Tian down from the stone. Ao Tian glanced toward the shadowy corner, not far off, smiling. "All right, let us have a serious sparring session." Chapter 23. The title law appears. Ao Tian suddenly found himself intrigued, beckoning to Xiao Wu with a finger. "Come, let me see what skills you possess, and why skills are quite formidable. Just don't cry if you lose." Xiao Wu replied with a grin, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes as she approached. Ao Tian stood still, allowing Xiao Wu to draw near, and no matter what tricks she might employ, he felt no fear. "I'm coming." Xiao Wu playfully winked at Ao Tian, her cheeks adorned with two charming dimples. As she raised her hands and playfully pushed against his shoulders. From the battle between Ao Tian and Tang San earlier that day, Xiao Wu had come to realize that Ao Tian's strength and speed were astonishingly formidable, surpassing Tang San's by a considerable margin. Thus, she understood that the only way to defeat Ao Tian was through surprise. As her hands pressed against his shoulders, she planned that if Ao Tian raised his arms to block, she could seize the opportunity to ensnare his hands. Conversely, if he did not defend, her hands would grasp his shoulders. Simultaneously, she flicked her head, allowing her long scorpion braid to arc gracefully towards Ao Tian's neck, effectively sealing off his escape route. Yet, Ao Tian remained motionless, allowing Xiao Wu's attacks to land upon him. The moment her braid wrapped around his neck, he felt a slight tickle. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, grasped Ao Tian's shoulders and leaped up, curling her legs before forcefully kicking towards his abdomen. "Haha, rabbit kicks eagle. You have lost," she exclaimed triumphantly, her feet unleashing an explosive force against Ao Tian's midsection. With her hands and braid pulling at his upper body, and her feet anchoring to his lower body, she envisioned Ao Tian being propelled upwards, crashing down in a heap. However, after her feet made contact with him, her triumphant laughter abruptly ceased, and her body froze in place. That it was not that she did not wish to move. Rather, she found herself utterly immobilized. Her feet felt as though they were planted against an immovable mountain. Her expression shifted as her quick reflexes kicked in. She released her grip and pushed off with her feet, but Ao Tian remained steadfast, while her body was flung backward, with her long braids still entangled around Ao Tian's neck. Xiao Wu resembled a swinging pendulum. Rabbit kicks eagle. Utilizing the acceleration from her descent, she aimed another kick at Ao Tian's abdomen. However, the only result was a dull thud, with Ao Tian's body remaining as immovable as a mountain. Xiao Wu exerted every ounce of strength she possessed, her face flushed with effort. Yet she could not budge him even slightly. "It seems my strength was still a tad insufficient." Ao Tian chuckled softly, reaching for Xiao Wu's legs. Startled, Xiao Wu felt Ao Tian's arms encircle her legs, and she collided against him with a sudden impact. Her braid remained entangled around his neck, and with her leg secured. The position was decidedly awkward. A 100,000-year soul beast, she had been meticulously protected by her mother, never having experienced such intimate contact with another creature of the opposite sex. Now, being held by Ao Tian, she felt an overwhelming rush of shame and indignation. "You scoundrel, let me go," she exclaimed. Ao Tian obediently released her, and she promptly fell to the ground, feeling the sting of the impact, ignoring the pain in her rear. She sprang up, her feet once again attempting to wrap around Ao Tian's neck. Successfully ensnaring him, she leaned back, supporting herself with her hands and assuming an inverted position, activating her waist bow skill. A surge of power emanated from her hands, traveling to her waist and then to her feet, propelling Ao Tian forward. This was the very technique she had employed to defeat Tang San earlier that day. However, despite her best efforts, she found that she could not dislodge Ao Tian. Do you possess any other tricks? Ao Tian inquired. Xiao Wu, stepping back from Ao Tian, wore a look of grievance. You are bullying me. How am I bullying you? I have scarcely moved, he replied. Xiao Wu, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration. I shall ignore you. You are nothing but a monster, and oh wonder Tang San could not defeat you. May I have a glimpse of your martial soul? She asked, her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of Ao Tian's martial soul that granted him such extraordinary power, although beast martial souls could not manifest until one became a soul master. Certain traits of beast martial souls could still influence a person's physique. She surmised that Ao Tian's martial soul must be a powerful beast type, enabling him to possess such extraordinary physical attributes. Having arrived late to the academic office, she had missed the moment when Ao Tian unleashed his martial soul. Ao Tian felt a sudden urge, saying, I need to take a moment. Please wait here, and I shall share it with you upon my return. With that, he dashed away from the playground without looking back. Very well, Xiao Wu replied, hopping back onto a large rock and reclining to gaze at the starry sky. Just then, she heard a faint rustling of footsteps. Turning her head, she spotted a tall figure cloaked in black emerging from a nearby corner. Her heart raced, and instinctively, she sat up, regarding the approaching mysterious figure with wariness. A wave of anxiety washed over her, as though something ominous was about to transpire. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu leapt from the rock and prepared to flee to that moment. A figure clad in pristine white approached from the direction she was escaping. Xiao Wu was halted, stopping to scrutinize the handsome man dressed in white. She was taken aback by how closely his appearance and demeanor resembled Ao Tian's. There's no need to be alarmed. I am Ao Tian's brother, and I shall handle the figure in black. A voice resonated directly within Xiao Wu's mind. An inexplicable trust in the young man in white washed over her, and her anxiousness subsided. Ao Tian smiled as he bypassed Xiao Wu, heading towards the concealed Tang Hao in the black cloak. A titled law appearing in this small nodding academy is quite a rarity. Ao Tian remarked with a hint of awe. Tang Hao came to a halt, his expression shifting slightly beneath the dark hood. This young man, seemingly in his 20s, had managed to pierce through the guise of his titled Douluo strength. How could this be? He had not revealed a hint of his power, and only those of comparable cultivation could detect his concealed abilities. How had this youth discovered his true strength? Xiao Wu's heart raced at Ao Tian's words, her body trembling in fear. A soul beast. The greatest fear was the titled Douluo of humanity, and they were the most detested as well. Who are you? A hoarse voice emanated from the depths of the black cloak. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke, Ao Tian replied with a laugh. His ethereal beauty and celestial aura made him appear as though he was a transcendent being untouched by the filth of the mortal realm. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Tang Hao, one so terrifying it left him breathless. This force was palpable and singularly directed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's spirit quaked in fear, exclaiming, How is this possible? In the face of Ao Tian's formidable pressure, he felt an unprecedented sensation of his very soul trembling. This feeling was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was likely that the legendary 99th level of power could not compare. Realizing the perilous situation, Tang Hao turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Even though he believed he still had the strength to fight, he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially within the confines of Nodding Academy, where innocent lives could be affected. Most crucially, Tang San was also present. Furthermore, against such a terrifying opponent, he would need to unleash his ultimate abilities, which would inevitably expose his identity and movements, drawing the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. As Tang Hao's terrifying power erupted, each step he took caused the ground to tremble and crack, and with a single leap, he could cover dozens of meters. Though he could fly, doing so consumed too much energy and was slower than running. By traversing the ground, he had the advantage of building cover. He could not believe that the young man in white would act recklessly, given that there were still people within those structures. Ao Tian did not pursue him, yet his aura continually loomed over Tang Hao, making him feel as if he were walking on pins and needles, unable to pause even for a moment. Having taken just a few steps, Xiao Wu noticed that the figure in black had suddenly vanished, leaving her perplexed. However, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. If this striking young man in white could scare away a titled Douluo, then surely he possessed similar strength. Did he not see through her identity at a single glance? With that realization, cold sweat broke out across Xiao Wu's brow, and a profound sense of dread enveloped her. Having transformed into a human, she had long since lost her 100,000-year soul beast cultivation and now stood as a vulnerable little rabbit before a human powerhouse. What are you afraid of? Little rabbit from 100,000 years? Ao Tian teased. His interest peaked as he gazed at Xiao Wu. I do not understand what you are saying. She stammered, retreating as her head shook vigorously. 100,000-year soft-bone charm rabbit. Am I correct? Ao Tian advanced slowly. Despair washed over Xiao Wu's face as she realized that being recognized by a powerful human meant there was no escape for her. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. She lamented not heeding her mother's advice and stubbornly venturing out into the world. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and her eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. You just claimed to be Ao Tian's brother, and I'm a dear friend of his. Upon uttering these words, she cupped her hands around her mouth and, with all her might, shouted into the surroundings. Ao Tian, where are you? Your brother has arrived. Come out quickly. She recognized that only Ao Tian could save her now. Enough, enough. Ao Tian waved his hand, deciding to cease his teasing of Xiao Wu. He sensed that under the weight of his imposing presence, Tang Hao had fled from Notting City and was rapidly distancing himself. He felt compelled to confront this legendary figure of Haotian Sect, the title though named after Haotian. Xiao Wu ceased her cries for help. Staring blankly at Ao Tian, she witnessed Ao Tian's figure flicker momentarily before he vanished in a thin air. As he left, Xiao Wu murmured, was that teleportation? But why didn't I see his martial soul or spirit rings? With the departure of two formidable powers, Xiao Wu no longer felt the urgency to escape. She understood that with her current strength, if a tidal daw truly set their sights on her, evasion was utterly impossible. After a moment's contemplation, she returned to her perch upon the large rock. Her mind was in turmoil. She needed to ponder whether to remain at Notting Academy for her studies. After a soul beast has transformed into human form, it must draw close to humanity and experience human essence in order to grow rapidly. However, until she reached maturity, the lingering essence of the soul beast within her could not escape the detection of a tidal Douluo. And even some powerful soul daw could unmask her identity. Once she attained maturity, she would no longer fear being discovered. Should she choose to leave this place, she would have to venture elsewhere among humans. Outside Notting City, in a mere few minutes, Tang Hao had sprinted 5,000 meters away. The immense pressure that had gripped him still loomed over him as he exited Notting City. He noticed that the figure in white had not followed. Yet the oppressive aura remained, indicating that the white-clad individual was not willing to relent. This is far enough, Tang Hao declared, halting and turning back to gaze at the distant Notting City. Having become a titled Douluo in his 40s, he was lauded within the Spirit Master realm as the youngest to achieve such a title. Yet now, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s might possess strength surpassing his own. It was simply inconceivable. How could one reach the realm of title Douluo at such a tender age? Tang Hao felt his understanding of the world being upended. Achieving title Douluo status in one's 20s was unprecedented. Thus, he was deeply intrigued by the white-clad youth, eager to discover whether the young man truly possessed title Douluo strength, how he had cultivated such power, and what his origins were. Tang Hao stood quietly upon the darkened earth, silently adjusting his state of mind, awaiting the arrival of the white-clad youth. He was certain the individual would come, for the aura locked onto him had yet to dissipate. Simultaneously, he was astounded that someone could pinpoint his location from 5,000 meters away. Tang Hao mused that with his current mental fortitude, he could not possibly cover such a vast expanse. His assessment of the white-clad youth's power reached new heights. Suddenly, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply as a figure clad in white materialized approximately 50 meters ahead of him. What kind of technique is this? Tang Hao was momentarily bewildered at the moment of the figure's appearance. He felt no fluctuations at all. Even in the case of teleportation, there would be slight spatial disturbances. Furthermore, the absence of any spirit rings on the figure left Tang Hao perplexed, stirring deep unease within him. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao demanded, "Shouldn't I be the one to ask you? What brings you to my territory?" "Lord Haotian," Ao Tian responded with a smile. Tang Hao's heart jolted in surprise. "How do you know my identity?" He realized that if the other could call out his name, there was no need for him to hide any further. Ao Tian pointed to his eyes, stating, "No one can conceal their identity from my fiery eyes. Since you have already discerned my identity, according to the customs of the Spirit Master realm, you should also reveal your name." Tang Hao insisted. Ao Tian pondered for a moment, considering what title he should adopt. As a member of the ancient dragon clan, he was a unique existence in the world of Douluo. After deliberation, Ao Tian declared, "You may refer to me as Dragon Ancestor, the ancestor of ancestors." What an audacious claim, Tang Hao thought to himself. If you possess such strength, why have I never heard of your name before? He inquired. Ao Tian replied, "I have lived in seclusion for countless years. You are the first to hear my name. So, you are a hidden powerhouse," Tang Hao acknowledged with a nod. The Douluo Continent was not solely inhabited by powerful sects and factions. There were also formidable individuals who shunned worldly affairs, dedicating themselves to cultivation. That he surmised that this powerhouse likely resided in Nodding City, and his reckless probing with mental energy today had inadvertently provoked this individual. As long as he is not from the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao thought, feeling relieved. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Ao Tian stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him like an ancient divine mountain. Pressing down on Tang Hao, "Your appearance in Nodding Academy, is it to target that little soul beast?" Ao Tian's voice turned frigid, his sharp gaze fixed on Tang Hao. Chapter 25, sending Tang Hao flying, feeling Ao Tian's aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Tang Hao was taken aback. His entire being surged with soul power, enabling him to withstand the dreadful pressure bearing down upon him. An Spirit Master can remain indifferent upon discovering a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. He stated solemnly, "You have already become a titled Douluo. If I am not mistaken, you either covet her spirit bone or intend to imprison her for future use by others." Ao Tian remarked. Tang Hao scoffed. "Aren't you thinking along similar lines? Who wouldn't desire the spirit ring and spirit bone of a 100,000-year soul beast? Not all soul beasts harbor malicious intent. Must we eradicate them all?" Ao Tian countered. "It is only natural for spirit masters to kill soul beasts and absorb their spirit rings and spirit bones. This has been the way since time immemorial. What is wrong with that?" Tang Hao retorted. "Well said." Ao Tian applauded mockingly that, if memory serves, a few years ago, you were pursued by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the reason was your soul beast wife. That it is rather laughable that you, whose spouse is a soul beast, would claim it is only right for spirit masters to kill soul beasts. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Ayn is not a soul beast. In my eyes, she is a true human being. She is kind, beautiful, and virtuous. Those from the Spirit Hall deserve death. As for the fate of other soul beasts, it is none of my concern. Had it been Tang San instead of me befriending Xiao Wu, I doubt you would think the same." Ao Tian mused inwardly. Tang Hao's aura surged, his robes billowing as the hood of his cloak was cast aside, revealing his somber visage. "Dragon Ancestor, since you have also set your sights on that soul beast, a confrontation between us is inevitable. If I lose, I shall never set foot in Nodding Academy again. If you lose, the soul beast will be mine. What say you?" "Agreed," Ao Tian acquiesced. Tang Hao nodded, summoning the Haotian hammer. An enormous, pitch-black hammer materialized behind him, floating in midair. The hammer was adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. One by one, spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, and with each spirit ring that appeared, Tang Hao's aura intensified. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The final spirit ring on Tang Hao was a 100,000-year spirit ring. His aura peaked, and as he opened and closed his eyes, a dreadful brilliance erupted forth. Tang Hao's gaze shot towards Ao Tian like lightning. "I am Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, a 95th level assault type title. I seek your guidance, Dragon Ancestor, Martial Soul, Golden Dragon. Let us begin," Ao Tian replied, remaining unfazed in the face of Tang Hao's overwhelming presence. Tang Hao furrowed his brow and asked, "Where is your martial soul?" Ao Tian replied nonchalantly, You are not worthy of me invoking my martial soul. Arrogant. Tang Hao's fury ignited. He felt utterly insulted by Ao Tian. Then allow me to show you whether I am truly arrogant. Ao Tian chuckled softly, raising his right hand and forcefully clenching his fingers inward. Boom! The earth trembled as 5 colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground around Tang Hao, resembling Ao Tian's 5 fingers, swiftly converging upon him. How is this possible? Tang Hao's heart raced in terror. To unleash such an attack without even utilizing his spirit rings. Was this so-called dragon ancestor truly human? Although deeply shaken, Tang Hao, with his extensive combat experience, reacted promptly. The 5 stone pillars twisted like fingers, encircling him in an instant. Wielding the Haotian hammer with fervor, he struck against the surrounding stone walls. Yet, despite the tremors caused by his blows, the cage did not shatter. The shock within Tang Hao grew, realizing that the opponent could confine him with but a flick of their fingers. Such a power was not something an ordinary mortal could possess. Suddenly, the technique of the Haotian hammer transformed as he unleashed the chaotic wind hammering method, striking the stone walls in rapid succession. Having mastered this technique, Tang Hao unleashed a barrage of strikes, the power of each blow escalating dramatically. From the outside, the cage formed by the 5 stone pillars resembled a colossal cocoon. Quaking violently and emitting a thunderous roar, Ao Tian waved his hand, conjuring a transparent barrier within a kilometer radius. The thunderous sounds were entirely contained within this barrier, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to sense the battle's fluctuations within. Ao Tian could clearly see Tang Hao inside the cage, his chaotic wind hammering method increasing in power at a remarkable rate. Within mere breaths, he had delivered 72 strikes. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the stone walls of the cage. Resembling a spider's web, growing increasingly dense, Ao Tian nodded, acknowledging, not bad, there is still some strength left. The chaotic wind hammering method is indeed a soul skill capable of threatening even gods. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the rudimentary cage he had conjured with a mere thought was shattered by Tang Hao. Dragon Ancestor, receive my hammer. Tang Hao's aura surged with ferocity as he leaped, flinging the Haotian hammer towards Ao Tian. With the chaotic wind hammering method reaching 76 strikes, Tang Hao was confident that even a rank 99 title Duel would not dare to underestimate his 76th blow. Facing Ao Tian, any semblance of disdain vanished. The opponent's capabilities were extraordinary enough to warrant his utmost effort. With a mighty leap, he covered a distance of over 50 meters, the massive black hammer descending upon Ao Tian's head. Ao Tian showed no reaction, allowing the Haotian hammer to strike him directly. With a resounding clang, the formidable Haotian hammer seemed to collide with an indestructible metal, inflicting not even the slightest damage. The hammer rebounded high into the air under Tang Hao's astonished gaze, the tremendous recoil causing his hands to tingle, nearly dislodging the hammer from his grip. Not bad, it barely gives me a massage, Ao Tian chuckled. Tang Hao was so taken aback by this remark that his heart raced. He swiftly spun, channeling the immense recoil to transition into the power of his next strike, aimed once again at Ao Tian's head. The sound reverberated like a grand bell across the kilometer-wide area. In the end, Tang Hao's astonishment rendered him nearly numb. He began to doubt whether the dragon ancestor was even real or merely a figment of his imagination. Yet he quickly reminded himself of his formidable mental fortitude. Dismissing any notions of illusion, as he prepared for the 80th strike, intricate patterns on the Haotian hammer illuminated, revealing the domain of the god of slaughter. Upon releasing this domain, his own power surged while that of his enemy diminished. A chilling aura permeated the air. You are far too weak, Ao Tian remarked, having lost interest. The legendary Tang Hao of Douluo Continent is nothing extraordinary. Last, he made his move as the Haotian hammer descended. He merely waved his right hand, effortlessly deflecting both Tang Hao and the hammer away. Chapter 26. The Haotian hammer shatters. 5 updates seeking votes. Tang Hao's body carved a deep trench in the earth, stretching for 100 meters before finally halting. Amidst the overwhelming shock, he forced himself to remain calm. The 7th spirit ring on his body suddenly glowed, and the Haotian hammer surged in size, transforming into a massive weapon stretching 100 meters long. The dark hammerhead loomed like a small mountain, emanating an oppressive aura. Seventh soul skill. True form of the weapon spirit. Red patterns illuminated the hammerhead. As the red soul ring around Tang Hao flickered, causing the black hammer to instantaneously turn crimson. The surrounding space twisted, as if unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the Haotian hammer. Dragon Ancestor, receive my final strike. Tang Hao roared, unleashing the 81st strike of the chaotic wind hammering method in the true form of the Haotian hammer. Though he had been sent flying 100 meters, he suffered minimal damage, aware that his opponent had shown restraint. The chaotic wind hammering method was a soul skill created by the founder of the Haotian Sect, Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun. Its complete 81 strikes were regarded as the pinnacle of soul skills. Due to various circumstances, this was the strongest blow Tang Hao could currently muster. If this strike failed to defeat the young man, he would have no choice but to concede, gazing at the descending crimson giant hammer, which resembled a flaming meteor. Ao Tian smiled as he raised his right hand. The mountain-like Haotian hammer struck Ao Tian's palm, which he easily supported. The earth within 100 meters trembled violently, collapsing to form a colossal crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Dust swirled around, yet Ao Tian's pristine white attire remained unblemished. He hovered effortlessly, his right hand cradling the Haotian hammer, creating a scene that appeared frozen in time. A bitter smile crept across Tang Hao's lips. Ultimately, he had been defeated, for his opponent's strength seemed unfathomable as an abyss. A terrifying thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps even a rank 99 title Douluo would not possess such might. To battle with me comes at a cost, Ao Tian stated calmly. With a tremor of his right hand, an irresistible force erupted from him, spreading through the entire Haotian hammer. Cracks rapidly appeared all over the hammer, and with a thunderous explosion, the massive Haotian hammer shattered like a blooming firework. A terrifying surge of energy swept across the ground, causing Tang Hao to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body propelled hundreds of meters away. With his martial soul shattered and the explosive energy impacting him, Tang Hao sustained severe injuries. Already burdened with lingering wounds from his previous battle with Qianxunji, he now faced compounded injuries that rendered him nearly incapacitated. Restoring himself to the state he was in before confronting Ao Tian would take years, if not longer. Dressed in tattered clothing, he lay on the ground. Appearing utterly bewildered, Ao Tian stepped forward, vanishing from sight before reappearing before Tang Hao. "You have lost," he declared. Tang Hao nodded wearily, struggling to rise. "Thank you for your mercy. I shall never set foot in Notting Academy again," he uttered weakly. "May I inquire, have you truly reached the legendary rank 100? He gazed at Ao Tian, his eyes filled with anticipation, astonishment, and admiration. Rank 100, the realm of the divine, was indeed a legendary achievement. His grandfather, Tang Chun, a peerless title Douluo of rank 99, had left the Haotian Sect in pursuit of the mythical rank 100 and had not returned since. Ao Tian regarded Tang Hao with a glimmer of pity in his eyes, remaining silent as he turned and took a step, appearing a kilometer away. With another step, his white figure vanished from Tang Hao's sight. Ao Tian spared Tang Hao, perceiving him as no threat and recognizing that he might still hold some value in the future. Upon returning to the academy, Ao Tian's form rapidly diminished, reverting to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old child. In the training grounds, Xiao Wu remained atop a large rock, her adorable face reflecting a complex array of emotions. As her gaze caught the approaching small figure, she sprang upright, leaping down from the stone, anxiously watching Ao Tian. "That a big brother just appeared here, and he said he's your brother," Ao Tian stated with a serious expression. "I know. He saw me just now." Xiao Wu gasped, hurriedly inquiring, "What did he say to you?" Her heart raced with trepidation. Would Ao Tian's older brother reveal her identity as a soul beast? What would Ao Tian think upon discovering the truth? Xiao Wu's anxiety peaked as she clenched her tiny fists, awaiting Ao Tian's response. "My brother told me that you are not human, but a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed." Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Xiao Wu's heart plunged into chaos. Indeed, Ao Tian had uncovered her identity. Was it truly time to leave this place? She sorrowfully contemplated that Nodding City was the first place she chose to integrate into human society after leaving the Stardow Forest. Now that her classmates had discovered her identity as a soul beast, it was impossible for her to remain here any longer. The human world was indeed perilous, and at this moment, a sense of desolation enveloped Xiao Wu's heart. "Does your brother intend to kill me?" she inquired, casting a glance at Ao Tian, who shook his head and replied, "The title Doa who sought to harm you has already been driven away by my brother and dares not return. My brother has attained the status of a title Doa. Your soul ring holds no power over him, but my soul bone is of use to him, and my soul ring will also benefit your future." Xiao Wu insisted, her large eyes studying Ao Tian intently, eager to discern whether he truly held no interest in her. Observing her anxious demeanor, Ao Tian smiled and wrapped an arm around Xiao Wu's shoulders, guiding her towards the dormitory. Xiao Wu's body stiffened, almost being led along by him. "With my brother's formidable strength, how could he possibly covet a few bones from you? As for your soul ring, it hardly piques my interest," Ao Tian remarked. Upon hearing Ao Tian dismiss her soul ring, Xiao Wu felt a surge of indignation. "But mine is 100,000-year soul ring. 100,000 years. Is that truly impressive?" Ao Tian turned to her. "I have heard that the Douluo Continent still harbors many hidden soul beasts, some reaching hundreds of thousands of years, even nearing 1,000,000. How could that be?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. "My home is within the Stardow Forest, where only 100,000-year soul beasts exist. I have never encountered any that surpass that age." Realizing her slip, she quickly clamped her mouth shut, unwilling to speak further. Though Ao Tian appeared unconcerned about her identity, Xiao Wu could not simply dismiss the gravity of the situation. Humans and soul beasts had long been bitter enemies, and she remained suspicious of Ao Tian's peculiar attitude after learning her true nature. Unfazed by Xiao Wu's demeanor, Ao Tian continued, "The Stardow Forest conceals many secrets. Since you do not believe me, I shall refrain from discussing it. Instead, let us speak of the ocean, not far from the Douluo Continent. There exists a sovereign-level soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, whose cultivation has reached 1,000,000 years, on the verge of breaking through to godhood. 1,000,000-year soul beast." Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Curiosity piqued by Ao Tian's words, Is it truly possible for such a creature to exist? Achieving 100,000-year cultivation requires immense effort. Xiao Wu shook her head in disbelief. She was acutely aware of the challenges faced by soul beasts in their growth. Although 100,000 years refer to cultivation rather than age, reaching such a level necessitated several millennia of dedicated practice. The survival of soul beasts was fraught with peril. Each day could end with being devoured by a more powerful foe, making the likelihood of attaining 100,000-year cultivation exceedingly rare. The prospect of enduring for 1,000,000 years was even more daunting. Ao Tian chuckled. "If you do not believe me, one day I shall take you to see for yourself." Xiao Wu shot him a skeptical glance. If 1,000,000-year soul beast truly exists, who would dare to go and see it? They would only end up as its prey. "Then when you return to the Stardow Forest, I shall accompany you, allowing you to witness the true secrets of the Stardow Forest," Ao Tian proposed. "All right," Xiao Wu instinctively replied, only to quickly realize her mistake. "No, my family and friends are inside. How could I possibly bring a human in? What if your powerful brother were to harm them?" She then questioned, what other secrets could the Stardow Forest possibly hold? "Surely, I know it better than you do." Her expression was one of disbelief. It was no joke for an outsider to claim that her home held secrets. As they reached the dormitory door, Xiao Wu hastily extricated herself from Ao Tian's embrace. She was torn, grappling with the decision to leave and whether she could trust Ao Tian. Wang Sheng and Tang San were still immersed in their training. Upon noticing Ao Tian and Xiao Wu's return, they merely glanced over before resuming their focus. Training at night was a tradition among soul masters, yet meditation demanded considerable mental energy. Once exhausted, they required sleep to replenish their strength. Hence Wang Sheng and his companions would only train for a few hours before retiring. Ao Tian laid down on his bed, surrendering to slumber. Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily before settling on the edge of her bed. She remained silent, conflicted about whether to leave, stealing glances at Ao Tian now and then. After a few minutes, she suddenly grabbed her bag and stood up. Ao Tian opened his eyes and asked, "Do you not trust me and wish to leave? I'm going to the bathhouse." Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of annoyance, striding out with her bag in hand. Ao Tian's gaze followed her until she turned toward the bathhouse, at which point he closed his eyes once more. A faint smile gracing his lips. Should Xiao Wu truly decide to leave, he would not force her to stay. He would merely feel a twinge of regret. After all, having such an adorable girl around was quite pleasant, especially since he could occasionally rely on her in a drowsy state. Ao Tian drifted off to sleep. Approximately an hour later, he awoke only after Xiao Wu returned. Wang Sheng and the others also roused from their training, each grabbing their bathing basins in preparation for a wash. Xiao Wu lay on her bed, pulling the soft, comfortable silk quilt over her body, glancing at Ao Tian and asking, "Are you not going to bathe?" "I shan't. My body is not dirty," Ao Tian replied. His physique had attained a state of purity, devoid of any impurities. Even dust could not cling to him. Xiao Wu grimaced and moved further away from him. Noting her reaction, Ao Tian chuckled. "Do you not find my body fragrant?" Xiao Wu nodded. "There is indeed a rather unique scent. In truth, I have not bathed in many years," Ao Tian added. Xiao Wu was taken aback, recalling how she had secretly inhaled the fragrance emanating from him before. A sudden wave of nausea washed over her. "I shall not bother with you. I will train instead." Xiao Wu sat cross-legged, commencing her daily practice. However, after a few minutes of stillness, she found it impossible to calm her thoughts, her mind persistently wandering back to the events of the evening. Having her identity exposed was a perilous matter. Despite not sensing danger or malice from Ao Tian and his brother, she still harbored doubts about her choice to remain. After half an hour of attempting to meditate in vain, she surrendered. Lying down instead, as she reclined, she quietly shifted her bag from the center of the bed, stealthily observing Ao Tian's peacefully sleeping profile. As she gazed, she gradually succumbed to slumber herself. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Ao Tian suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something rolling toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Xiao Wu, in her sleep, had unknowingly rolled over to his side. Her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, without any covering. Her small bag evidently failed to contain her restless movements. Ao Tian gently nudged her back, but soon after, the little girl rolled over once more, seeking the warmth of his presence. After several futile attempts to push her away, he resigned himself to the situation. Thankfully, the others were sound asleep. Otherwise, it would surely cause a commotion. As dawn broke, Xiao Wu awoke amidst whispered discussions. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she was perplexed by the strange gazes cast upon her by Wang Sheng and the others, who occasionally erupted into laughter. "Where is Ao Tian?" Xiao Wu turned her head to look. Her mouth fell agape, her charming face frozen in shock as she realized she had unconsciously drifted to Ao Tian's side while sleeping. Suddenly twisting her head back, she noticed her bag had been kicked to the corner of the bed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her as she quickly pulled the quilt over herself. Hiding within, Wang Sheng chuckled. "Xiao Wu, it's time to get up for breakfast. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Still curled up within the quilt, Xiao Wu refused to emerge. "If you're too shy, we shall leave without you. You'll have to make your way there alone," Wang Sheng teased, eliciting laughter from him and the other students. Once Wang Sheng and the others departed, Xiao Wu finally emerged, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ao Tian. Unbeknownst to her, she was entirely oblivious to her own restless slumber, thus attributing the entirety of the situation to Ao Tian. Ao Tian was the earliest riser among them, shortly after he awoke. Tang San also rose. It was then that Ao Tian observed Tang San and the master departing from Nodding Academy, subsequently purchasing a considerable quantity of white radishes and various supplies from Nodding City. He understood that Tang San was embarking on a journey to the soul-hunting forest with the master. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, in a few days, Tang San would acquire a soul ring from a mandala snake. Nearly 400 years old, the expansive playground was teeming with students, gradually segregating into several zones according to their respective classes. Just before the commencement of the opening ceremony, Xiao Wu finally arrived. The principal, an elderly gentleman, leisurely delivered a speech for half an hour, followed by the director of education. Nearly an hour later, the beautiful host teacher called out loudly, "Next, let us welcome the outstanding student from the previous semester of Nodding Academy, classmate Xiao Chunyu, to the stage for a speech." Amidst a chorus of laughter, the renowned Xiao Lao of Nodding Academy, bruised and battered, with a few horn-like bumps on his forehead and a flushed visage, ascended the podium. Wang Sheng and his companions laughed so hard they nearly doubled over, their hearts filled with a sense of vindication. 3 days later, at noon, following class, the nearly recovered Xiao Lao once more challenged the work-study students. On the small hillside behind the academy, Xiao Wu, accompanied by Wang Sheng and 9 others, confronted over 20 of Xiao Lao Da's followers. Ao Tian lazily stood at the back, watching with keen interest as this group of elementary students prepared for a duel. Chapter 28. The Return of Tang San. Second update. In the tranquil woods atop the small hill, the two factions, the work-study students and Xiao Lao Da's group, faced off with palpable tension. All the work-study students stood behind Xiao Wu, glaring angrily at Xiao Lao Da's team. His group consisted of more than 20 upperclassmen, formidable in strength. In contrast, the work-study students were of varying grades, with only Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, aside from Wang Sheng, possessing any significant prowess. It was no surprise that the work-study students had previously suffered such humiliations at the hands of Xiao Lao Da. Xiao Lao Da, tall for his age at merely 11 or 12 years old, stood at a height of 1.70 meters. Though he had once been considered handsome, his face bore the marks of bruises, drawing the eye inevitably to his injuries. Xiao Wu was the first to speak. "Xiao Lao Da, you remain incorrigible. Did that fall not awaken you to reality? People like you will surely face retribution." Touched by Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Lao Da seethed. "It was you who orchestrated that incident, was it not? How else could all 8 of us have tumbled down the stairs? You must have ambushed us from behind." Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then retorted angrily, "Do not slander us. We were still some distance away from you at that time. How could we have pushed you down?" Xiao Lao had turned to 2 of his lackeys, inquiring, "You 2 were at the back that day. Did anyone push you?" The 2 lackeys nodded vigorously, asserting, Yes, we felt someone shove us hard from behind. It was Wang Sheng and his friends." They pointed decisively at Wang Sheng. A triumphant grin spread across Xiao Lao Da's face as he declared, "In that case, let us settle both old and new scores. That if you lose today, that fellow behind you will forfeit all his golden soul coins to me, and this little girl will become my pet rabbit." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she placed her left hand on her hip and raised her right finger at Xiao Lao Da, attempting to project an imposing demeanor that instead appeared somewhat endearing. "Xiao Lao Da, since you are so shameless, allow me to show you the might of the work-study students today. If you lose, you must avoid us in the future." "Very well," Xiao Lao Da replied readily. "I shall not take advantage of you. I see you have exactly 11 people. We shall send out 11 in turn for one-on-one battles. As long as you win, you may continue to fight the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated." Wang Sheng, deeply familiar with Xiao Lao Da's cunning, quickly warned Xiao Wu, "Sister Xiao Wu, do not agree to his terms. They are all upperclassmen, and one of them could easily overpower everyone here except for you, Ao Tian, and me. That we would inevitably be worn down by their continuous onslaught, which would be detrimental to us. That a continuous onslaught. That sounds thrilling. I shall bring them all down." Xiao Wu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, "Let us settle this. No more dilly-dallying. Let us begin." Xiao Lao Da's grin widened, exuding a sense of triumph as he called out, "Lulong, you go first." "Yes, boss," responded a youth named Lulong. Stepping forward, he was tall and already a 6th-grade student, a powerful subordinate of Xiao Lao Da. Wang Sheng's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth. "Sister Xiao Wu, let me handle this one." Xiao Wu, taken aback, asked, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Wang Sheng nodded. He and Lulong were classmates, having fought numerous times, with Wang Sheng suffering abject defeats each time. The reason lay in Lulong's weapon, a staff, while Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial spirit had yet to manifest, rendering him unable to compete against someone armed. "All right, go ahead. I will avenge you if you lose," Xiao Wu assured him. Wang Sheng stepped to the forefront, and Lulong mirrored his actions. "A defeated foe. Why humiliate yourself further?" Lulong taunted. Wang Sheng, grim-faced and silent, activated his martial spirit's power. He let out a roar, his body illuminated by the glow of soul power, his aura transforming into that of a fierce tiger. Feeling disrespected by Wang Sheng's silence, Lu Long's expression soured, and he brandished a long staff that extended 2 meters in length. With no further words exchanged, the two clashed in combat. Ao Tian approached and stood beside Xiao Wu. Observing the unfolding battle, as the fight commenced, Wang Sheng quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Lu Long's staff formed an impenetrable defense, preventing Wang Sheng from closing the distance, and each blow struck him with immense force, leaving behind bruises and blood. Wang Sheng roared like a tiger, struggling against the onslaught, but his disadvantage became increasingly evident. Concerned, Xiao Wu asked, Ao Tian, do you think Wang Sheng still has a chance of winning? Ao Tian, unfazed, replied with a smile. Why not? As long as you wish for him to win, he will. Xiao Wu shot him an exasperated glare. What are you joking about at a time like this? If this continues, Wang Sheng cannot possibly win. Tang San's voice suddenly interjected. Xiao Wu turned to see Tang San standing beside her. Wang Sheng must break through their defenses to strike effectively, but with his current combat skills, he is unable to do so, Tang San stated, his words carrying a weight that inspired confidence in his assessment. He glanced at Ao Tian, then surveyed the opposing lineup, continuing to Xiao Wu. You are rushing into a duel today. This is too hasty. It would be better to wait for my return to increase your chances. However, fortunately, I have returned. Are you implying that if you had not returned, we would have lost? Ao Tian inquired. Tang San did not meet his gaze, responding coolly. The likelihood of losing is quite high. While you possess strength and speed, the opposing side has numerous strong fighters, and Xiao has already become a soul master. The power of soul skills is beyond your imagination. Being a soul master and not being one are two entirely different realms. Ao Tian chuckled. Is that so? To me, soul masters are nothing extraordinary. Wang Sheng may yet prevail. Xiao Wu retorted angrily. What are you two arguing about at such a critical moment? Tang San ignored her, shaking his head. Ao Tian, in terms of insight, you cannot match me. Since his last defeat to Ao Tian, Tang San had unconsciously sought to reclaim a victory over him. Really? If I say Wang Sheng can win, then he can win. Ao Tian maintained his confident smile. As Wang Sheng appeared on the verge of defeat, Tang San had already produced a small stone, ready to discreetly assist Wang Sheng. However, upon hearing Ao Tian's words, he suddenly felt compelled to engage in a contest of wits with Ao Tian, retracting the stone in his hand. Then I shall wait and see how Wang Sheng claims victory, Tang San remarked coolly. Tang San, how can you utter such words that bolster others' confidence while diminishing your own? Someone from the back voiced their dissatisfaction. Tang San remained composed, standing firm. If Wang Sheng lost, he lost. With him and Xiao Wu present, Ao Tian would likely intervene, ensuring that their side ultimately triumphed. He merely sought to undermine Ao Tian's arrogance and witness his downfall. On the battlefield, Wang Sheng was already battered and bruised, increasingly struggling to withstand Lu Long's relentless attacks. Within 5 exchanges, Wang Sheng is destined to lose. Tang San asserted with certainty. Ao Tian countered. Within 5 exchanges, Wang Sheng will undoubtedly win. That is my claim. Chapter 29. The unbelievable Tang San at the outset. Ao Tian had intended to employ some cunning tactics to ensure Wang Sheng's victory. After all, he had little interest in participating in such a trivial affair and did not wish for Xiao Wu to intervene either. When Xiao Wu engaged in battle, her propensity for close encounters with her opponents could lead to complications. Since Tang San was so certain that Wang Sheng would lose, Ao Tian found amusement in the situation, prompting him to engage in a verbal sparring match with Tang San. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, a hint of disdain crept onto Tang San's lips. Without the aid of his hidden weapons, Wang Sheng was destined to fail. What could he possibly leverage to secure a win? Xiao Wu's expression darkened, as she too sensed that Wang Sheng was on the verge of defeat. After all, he had been thoroughly beaten, while his opponent's momentum only grew stronger, rendering a turnaround impossible on the battlefield. Lu Long wore a scornful expression. Although Wang Sheng possessed greater strength, it was merely brute force. making him an easy target for Lu Long's mockery that it was time to conclude this match. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Kneel before me." With that, he unleashed a ferocious strike aimed at Wang Sheng's knees. If that blow connected, Wang Sheng would undoubtedly be brought to his knees. Defeated, Tang San silently mused. However, at that moment, a surge of intense energy erupted from Wang Sheng's body, deflecting Lu Long's strike away. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the arena, Wang Sheng's skin manifested faint patterns reminiscent of tiger's hide. Elation surged within him as he felt a colossal energy coursing through his veins, granting him tremendous power. Had a person with formidable spiritual strength been present, they would have marveled at the astonishing density of spiritual energy pouring into Wang Sheng from above. Wang Sheng continued to roar, the energy within him multiplying, creating an overwhelming sensation as if he might burst. What was happening? Everyone, save for Ao Tian, was utterly astonished. Although they could not perceive the vast influx of spiritual energy into Wang Sheng, they could feel the palpable surge of his aura. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his face gradually becoming slack with shock. Just moments ago, he had predicted that Wang Sheng would be defeated within 5 moves. Yet before the 5 moves could transpire, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Using tricks, Lu Long exclaimed as his staff was repelled by Wang Sheng, his face flushing with humiliation in a fit of anger. He swung his staff down towards Wang Sheng's head. Undeterred, Wang Sheng took the blow head-on, successfully closing the distance to Lu Long for a weapon wielder. Facing a beast spirit master in close quarters left little room for discussion regarding victory. With a swift motion, Wang Sheng struck Lu Long across the face, sending him hurtling through the air, where he spun several times before collapsing, unconscious upon landing. This turn of events left everyone, except Ao Tian, in a state of bewilderment. The situation had reversed with such rapidity that Wang Sheng had turned the tables with a single move. "Who else?" Wang Sheng exclaimed, filled with exhilaration as he shouted towards Xiao Lao Da. Xiao Lao Da's face darkened as he summoned another lackey to the arena. "Are you convinced now, Tang San?" Ao Tian inquired with a smile directed at Tang San. He felt no shame in his underhanded tactics. At his level, actions were driven solely by whim, indulging in whatever pleased him, seeking only freedom and ease. As for fairness, that was not a concern for him. How could this be? He was clearly destined to lose. Tang San muttered, disbelief etched on his face. Suddenly, he turned to Ao Tian and asked, "How did you know Wang Sheng would win?" "Because your vision is inferior to mine." Tang San's heart sank, leaving him speechless. This was a statement he had just directed at Ao Tian, now returned to him verbatim. As they spoke, a scream erupted from the battlefield. The newly summoned lackey of Xiao Lao Da was swiftly knocked unconscious by Wang Sheng's palm. "By heavens, what kind of potion has Wang Sheng taken today? He is simply ferocious." Excited exclamations echoed from the audience. Tang San, feeling increasingly disheartened, redirected his focus to Wang Sheng, intent on uncovering the reason behind his sudden surge in strength. His eyes flickered with purple light as he activated the purple extreme demon eyes, causing Wang Sheng's every movement to slow in his perception. Meanwhile, Xiao Lao sent forth a third challenger. Yet Wang Sheng remained relentless. He felt as though he had truly transformed into a fierce tiger, an endless reservoir of power surging within him. Even when struck by his opponents, the pain felt negligible. "My soul power must have reached level 10. Once I absorb a soul ring, I will become a soul master," Wang Sheng thought with delight. His talent had been unremarkable, and after nearly 6 years at Notting Academy, his soul power had only just reached level 9. To his astonishment, he had now advanced to level 10 amidst battle. Not every student at Notting Academy would ultimately become a soul master. After 6 years of study, only a select few achieved that status. Should Wang Sheng break through to the soul master realm before graduation, his future would undoubtedly be far brighter. Again, once more, everyone, save for Ao Tian, grew increasingly astonished, nearing a state of numbness. Wang Sheng had single-handedly taken on 10 opponents, yet still stood tall, radiating strength without a hint of weakness. How is this possible? Tang San murmured. He had observed Wang Sheng's 10 battles, yet could not discern the source of his newfound power. Wang Sheng's fighting spirit was ablaze as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Lao, laughing heartily. Xiao Lao, it's your turn now. Xiao Yu stepped forward, his expression darkened. Having lost 10 consecutive matches, today was indeed a day of shame for him. Witnessing this, Tang San interjected, Wang Sheng, Xiao Lao has already broken through to Soul Master. You are at a disadvantage. Allow me to face him. He glanced at Ao Tian and Xiao Wu, and upon seeing their lack of opposition, continued, I have also broken through to the Soul Master realm. Xiao Lao was taken aback, his gaze landing on Tang, since he did not recognize Tang San's appearance, having overlooked him during their last encounter in the cafeteria. The presence of a Soul Master among the working students was almost inconceivable. Xiao Lao had spent 6 years at Notting Academy and had never witnessed a successful breakthrough to Soul Master among the working students. Now that Tang San had achieved this, it posed a significant challenge for him. What could this young man's martial spirit be? Xiao Lao pondered, to the surprise of many. Wang Sheng shook his head and declared, I can still fight. Having endured bullying from Xiao Lao for so long, he was finally presented with an opportunity to challenge him, and Wang Sheng was determined not to let it slip away. Even in defeat, he would have no regrets. Xiao Lao regarded Wang Sheng, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he said, Wang Sheng, you possess quite the audacity. Wang Sheng, let me take this one. You have yet to obtain a soul ring and cannot defeat him. Tang San urged. Xiao Wu added with concern, Wang Sheng, you have already done exceptionally well. Let us handle the rest. Wang Sheng's gaze remained stubbornly resolute. Let him come. I might not lose, Ao Tian interjected. Tang San was about to retort, but the memory of Ao Tian's prophetic words silenced him. Chapter 30. Tang San's challenge revisited Ao Tian. Are you certain? Xiao Wu asked, looking towards him. Trust me, Ao Tian replied succinctly. Xiao Wu nodded and said, Then let Wang Sheng fight once more. Xiao Lao cracked his knuckles, a cold smile spreading across his face. Though you have won 10 consecutive matches, daring to challenge me compels me to admire your courage. Spare me your empty words. Today, I will repay all the anguish you have inflicted upon us over the years. With that, Wang Sheng let out a furious roar, the tiger patterns on his body deepening. How brazen to act so arrogantly before becoming a soul master. Xiao Yu scoffed, unleashing his martial spirit. His spirit, a wolf, marked him as an 11th level battle soul master. Those wielding beast martial spirits would experience a significant boost in strength upon breaking through to soul master, enhancing both speed and power dramatically. Xiao Lao Da's physique rapidly swelled, his hands enlarging, gray fur sprouting, claws sharpening, and a white soul ring appearing around him. While battles between soul masters typically required an exchange of names, martial spirits, and levels, Xiao Lao dismissed such formalities and launched his attack without hesitation, in the state of martial spirit embodiment. His speed and power surged to extraordinary levels, his body becoming a blur as he charged toward Wang Sheng. Die, you worthless fool! The formidable wolf claw struck towards Wang Sheng's chest. In that moment, Wang Sheng's hatred, fury, and strength ignited, coalescing into a single punch. Before the gaze of all, the collision of fists resounded, and then, with a pained scream, Xiao Lao was sent hurtling backwards. His arm twisted at a grotesque angle, and under the excruciating pain, his martial spirit could no longer be sustained. Lao, a throng of underlings surged forward, only to discover that Xiao Yu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Sheng, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fatigue, collapsed onto the ground, as if every ounce of his vitality had been drained away. Shengge, you have triumphed, a group of work-study students exclaimed excitedly. Wang Sheng's vision darkened, and he too fell into unconsciousness. Xiao Wu stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, In this duel, we work-study students have emerged victorious. When Xiao Lao awakens, inform him that should he encounter us again without taking a detour, I shall strike him each time. The more than 20 individuals across from her did not dare to respond, hastily lifting Xiao Lao and retreating in disgrace. Xiao Wu gazed at the unconscious Wang Sheng and commanded, Quickly, take him to the school infirmary. A group of work-study students scrambled to carry Wang Sheng away swiftly to Ao Tian. Wait a moment, Tang San, lagging behind, called out to Ao Tian, who was about to depart with Xiao Wu. "What is it?" Ao Tian inquired, turning back. Tang San emanated a fierce battle intent, stating, "I wish to challenge you once more. You merely lost to me a few days ago. Have you gained newfound confidence now that you are a soul master?" Ao Tian asked with a chuckle. Tang San's face flushed. He was now a soul master, while Ao Tian was not yet one whose challenge felt somewhat dishonorable, just as Tang San contemplated withdrawing his challenge. Ao Tian declared, "I accept your challenge." Tang San nodded, eschewing any pretense, and immediately distanced himself from Ao Tian to assume a combat stance. Xiao Wu, intrigued, stood by, believing that if Tang San had not yet acquired a soul ring, victory would undoubtedly belong to Ao Tian. However, with Tang San having gained a soul skill, the outcome became uncertain. Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass, level 11, one-ring soul master, he announced, raising his right hand as a sprout of blue silver grass blossomed in his palm. Rapidly spreading outward, a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, significantly amplifying his aura. Ao Tian contemplated for a moment before responding, "Ao Tian, martial spirit golden dragon, level 11 battle soul master. You have broken through to become a soul master?" Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu stared at Ao Tian in disbelief. "Did you venture into the soul-hunting forest as well?" Tang San quickly inquired. "I have been at the academy these past few days." Xiao Wu answered Tang San's question, turning to Ao Tian to ask, "Ao Tian, were you already a soul master before coming to the academy?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's expression shifted to one of realization. After awakening his martial spirit, he had 3 months before leaving the academy, and Ao Tian, possessing innate full soul power, could very well have become a soul master during that time, and no wonder he was so much stronger than me during the previous competition. Tang San mused. Ao Tian pondered briefly, appreciating Xiao Wu's unintentional explanation, and nodded, saying, "Indeed." Tang San suddenly felt a surge of relief and urged, "Then release your martial spirit." Ao Tian shook his head, responding, "Make your move. Only then will I reveal my martial spirit." Arrogant. Tang San felt a surge of anger. He held on to his pride as a disciple of the Tang Sect and as a time traveler. But the multiple defeats at Ao Tian's hands were quite disheartening. "Then let us battle. Blue silvergrass, entangle." As soon as Tang San uttered the command, several thick strands of blue silvergrass erupted from the ground near Ao Tian. Resembling venomous serpents as they viciously coiled towards him, Ao Tian remained motionless, allowing the blue silvergrass to wrap around his body. The tendrils bore numerous sharp barbs that, when tightened, pierced towards Ao Tian's skin. To Tang San's astonishment, the barbs failed to penetrate. He could feel the state of the blue silvergrass, unable to breach even Ao Tian's skin. With a flick of his left hand, a smooth pebble materialized, and employing the stealthy techniques of hidden weapons, he launched it towards Ao Tian. His hand moved rapidly, unleashing a myriad of pebbles that struck Ao Tian with uncanny precision. Tang San targeted vulnerable points. Aiming for pressure points and joints designed to incapacitate an opponent, he exerted all his strength into the hidden weapons. Yet upon colliding with Ao Tian, the pebbles shattered as if they had struck solid iron. "This is where it ends," Ao Tian declared. He disregarded the hidden weapons Tang San had unleashed in the entangling blue silvergrass, striding forward towards Tang San, the once formidable blue silvergrass. In Tang San's eyes was effortlessly torn apart by Ao Tian. Startled, Tang San shifted his stance, activating his ghost shadow perplexing track, preparing for a guerrilla battle. The last encounter had left a lasting impression of Ao Tian's strength and speed. Although he had now broken through to become a soul master, he still felt uncertain about engaging Ao Tian in close quarters, unless he resorted to the Haotian hammer. However, he soon realized he had underestimated Ao Tian's speed. Despite the finesse of his ghost shadow perplexing track, Ao Tian closed the distance in mere moments. Ao Tian's fist descended, and Tang San attempted to defend himself, but was unable to withstand the force of Ao Tian's blows. Intense pain surged through his nerves. He gritted his teeth, stifling his cries, Yet involuntary groans escaped him. Ao Tian's fists left Tang San questioning his very existence, and it was only after several minutes that Ao Tian finally ceased his assault. Tang San slumped to the ground, struggling to come to terms with the vast disparity between himself and Ao Tian. "How could you be this strong?" he asked, his face bruised in agony, overwhelming him. "I'm simply this strong. Therefore, when you challenge me in the future, you would do well to consider it carefully," Ao Tian replied. Tang San clenched his fists, vowing, "One day, I will defeat you." Ao Tian chuckled lightly. Turning to leave, Tang San, "Are you all right?" Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Tang San shook his head, replying, "Just some superficial wounds. It's nothing serious. Then hurry back to rest." "I shall take my leave first," Xiao Wu said, before chasing after Ao Tian. "Teacher, can you truly win your bet against Ao Tian?" Tang San could not help but ponder. Chapter 31. Ao Tian's martial spirit state. Although the Nodding Soul Master Academy explicitly prohibits student brawls, certain unruly individuals cause headaches for both teachers and the principal alike. Therefore, as long as the fights do not escalate too severely, they are often overlooked. Typically, it is the work-study students who bear the brunt of the injuries each time a conflict arises. The Academy's infirmary provides free treatment, and over the years, there have been no severe incidents of permanent injury. Some teachers even believe that such fights serve as valuable practical training. However, today marked the most serious incident in many years. Xiaoqinyu, the son of the Nodding City Lord, suffered a fractured arm, falling into unconsciousness. Many students who usually accompanied Xiaoqinyu were also left battered and bruised, with a few sustaining internal injuries. Among the work-study students, only one had fallen unconscious, in the past. When only work-study students were injured, the Academy would simply treat them without any further concern or consolation. However, now that the son of the city lord had sustained serious injuries, the situation was different. Although the Academy's healing soul masters could provide treatment, full recovery would take at least 10 days to half a month. Some teachers feared that the city lord would exert pressure and punish the work-study student responsible. While Nodding Academy is not under the city lord's authority, his influence could still affect the institution. Teachers' worries remained, yet how the Academy would handle the matter depended on the decisions of its higher-ups. After Wang Sheng and Xiaoqinyu were taken for treatment, it was not long before they all regained consciousness. Wang Sheng felt somewhat weak and returned directly to his dormitory to rest. Taking the afternoon off, just outside the infirmary, Xiaoqinyu, having just awakened, was furious, shouting for Wang Sheng to face disciplinary action for violating school rules. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat. Rather, he could not bear losing to a work-study student whom he had always deemed worthless, especially one who had not yet reached the rank of a soul master. This was an utter humiliation, bound to make him a laughingstock, and he feared that many would secretly mock him as a failure from now on. "What are you screaming about? Can you not accept defeat?" Xiao Wu interjected, blocking Xiaoqinyu's path with a taunting demeanor. Xiaoqinyu, his face darkened, found himself at a loss for words. "That a bet is a bet. From now on, if you see us, you'd best take a detour for Wang Sheng. Don't even think about seeking revenge. He has us protecting him," Xiao Wu declared, raising her chin defiantly as she stared at Xiaoqinyu. "What? Are you still unconvinced?" After Xiao Wu finished speaking, she unleashed her martial soul. A radiant red light enveloped her, and her eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Her ears elongated gracefully, sprouting soft white fur. While her stature increased slightly, a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath her feet. "I am Xiao Wu, the leader of the 7th dormitory, with the martial soul of a rabbit, a level 12 battle soul master." A century-old soul ring. Xiaoqinyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. His own first soul ring was merely a decade-old one, so he was taken aback that the newly appointed leader among the work-study students boasted a century-old soul ring. Noticing the bewilderment in his expression, Xiao Wu felt a surge of pride and said, "Tang San, show him your martial soul." Tang San, having recovered from the bruises inflicted by Ao Tian, and after experiencing the healing abilities of a healing soul master, was now back to normal. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's request, he released his own martial soul. The yellow soul ring appeared around Tang San, further stunning Xiao Chen. "Ao Tian, what about you?" Xiao Wu turned to Ao Tian. indicating that he should reveal his martial soul as well. Aiming to impress Xiaochunyu, she had been curious for quite some time about what Ao Tian's martial soul entailed. Very well. Ao Tian replied, and with a thought, his body began to transform. After advancing to the rank of Soul Master, beast martial souls could manifest. So this time, he did not materialize a golden dragon, but revealed his true form instead. 2 silvery mini-dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, each about 10 centimeters long, and a diamond-shaped golden dragon scale appeared in the center of his brow. This was his authentic appearance in human form. The previous image without dragon horns had merely been a disguise to maintain a low profile. A yellow soul ring manifested around him. Other than that, his physique remained unchanged. Upon completing his transformation, his aura took on an otherworldly allure. Ao Tian, how did you end up with 2 horns? Xiao Wu found it fascinating and reached out to touch Ao Tian's dragon horns, but he deftly evaded her grasp, instead seizing her ear. Rabbit ears are exceedingly sensitive, and once Ao Tian held hers, her face instantly flushed crimson, prompting her to hastily revert from her martial soul state. Across from them, Xiaochunji was left dumbfounded. 3 soul masters had emerged from the work-study students, all possessing century-old soul rings, nearly overwhelming him with fear. His father, the Lord of Nodding City, had once cautioned him about the existence of terrifying powers that should not be provoked, warning that encountering super geniuses could spell disaster for his family. Are you convinced now? Xiao Wu looked triumphantly at Xiaochunji. He nodded obediently, replying, Leader Xiao Wu, I concede, from now on, at Nodding Academy. You hold the authority. Xiao Wu feigned a mysterious demeanor and waved her hand, saying, In that case, you should hurry back and rest. Thank you, Leader Xiao Wu, for your kindness. Xiaochunji quickly departed with his companions. He vowed never to provoke this group of work-study students again. Let us go eat, Xiao Wu said, pulling Ao Tian toward the dining hall. Tang San, however, did not follow. Instead, he exited the academy to go to the Hall of Spirits. Having just become a Soul Master, he needed to get his information certified by the Hall of Spirits and receive his Soul Master badge and soul coins as a reward. Late into the night, Xiao Wu awakened from her training. Upon opening her eyes, she found Wang Sheng and the others already asleep. Those with powerful mental faculties could endure longer training sessions. She glanced across the room and noticed that Tang San was still immersed in his training. What a remarkable individual. He trains even longer than I do, she murmured. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San was not meditating, but practicing his Xian Gong, which required minimal mental energy, allowing him to sustain prolonged training. Xiao Wu turned to Ao Tian and found him already asleep. A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she leaned over her bag, gazing at Ao Tian, who was so close. She reached out to pull her long braid over and began to playfully tease his face with the soft ends of her hair. Ao Tian's nose twitched, and just as he was about to sneeze, he suppressed it with remarkable speed. If you keep this up, do you believe I will cut your hair? He threatened. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly withdrew her braid, retorting, Who told you to be so mean? You've been sneaking me over to your side every night. How do I know you haven't done something inappropriate? Ao Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, Did you not say so yourself? You rolled over here on your own accord. I have no interest in a little girl like you. I'm more concerned about you tarnishing my reputation. How could that be? Xiao Wu exclaimed, adamant in her disbelief. I always sleep quite peacefully, as my mother taught me. Ao Tian scrutinized her, suddenly wearing a smirk. Are you not pretending to be asleep, rolling over here to take advantage of me? Ah, as if I would, Xiao Wu exclaimed, lunging at Ao Tian playfully. Xiao Wu, could you keep your voices down? We're all struggling to sleep here. Wang Sheng interjected suddenly. Yeah, we can't seem to fall asleep at all. Another voice chimed in. Xiao Wu's face turned as red as an apple, as she quickly retreated in her blanket, muttering curses at Ao Tian. A school year came to a close. The students of Nodding Academy were greeted with a long holiday. During this academic year, Ao Tian had enjoyed a laid-back and carefree existence that he attended classes when he felt like it and skipped them when he didn't occasionally visiting the Spirit City to see Bibi Dong. On the birthday of Qianxunji, he made a trip to Tiando City to bring her back to the Hall of the Pope. Xiao Wu also experienced a leisurely and comfortable time. A 100,000-year spirit beast transformed into human form. Her innate talents were far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even with minimal training, her strength continued to rise steadily. In the dormitory, the work-study students were busy packing their belongings, and Tang San was tidying up his things as well. With the holiday approaching, they were eager to return home after nearly a year at the academy. Especially for Tang San, he was worried about his father's well-being in his absence, and had purchased a new forging hammer to bring back as a gift in the dormitory. Only Ao Tian and Xiao Wu remained unbothered by packing. Ao Tian lounged comfortably on his bed, having little to pack, while Xiao Wu lay on her bed, watching her roommates frantically organize their belongings with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu, intrigued. "Why aren't you packing? Are you not planning to go home?" Xiao Wu replied with a hint of sadness. "I might not go home. I should probably stay at the academy." Upon hearing her words, all the students turned to look at her, wondering if something had happened in her family. "Why not go back? You've been away for so long that don't you miss your mother?" Ao Tian inquired that he knew Xiao Wu's mother was still alive. When Bibi Dong ascended to the rank of title de law, he had personally helped her select a more powerful spirit beast, allowing the rabbit to escape calamity. Xiao Wu appeared conflicted and suddenly leaned toward Ao Tian, whispering, "Returning to the Douluo forest requires several days of travel. I was fortunate not to encounter any bad people when I came here. But that black-clad man who broke into the academy last time scared me to death. I don't dare to go back." She felt that staying in the academy was safer if someone recognized her identity on the journey. It could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she missed her mother dearly, leaving her heart in turmoil. Ao Tian jested, "Are you suggesting that you want me to escort you home?" He did not bother to conceal his voice, immediately drawing everyone's attention back to them. Upon hearing Ao Tian, the dorm erupted in teasing laughter. "Xiao Wu, are you meeting the parents so soon?" Someone joked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Wu retorted angrily, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pinched Ao Tian's arm. After a moment, she regained her composure and said, "You're still just a soul master. You can't protect me at all." Ao Tian chuckled. "Did you forget? I have an older brother." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, intrigued. Ao Tian's brother could drive away a title de law, indicating that he must possess formidable strength, sufficient to ensure her safety back to the Douluo forest. No way. She suddenly shook her head vigorously. How could she bring such a powerful title de law back home? That would endanger her mother and a Ming and heir Ming. She believed Ao Tian's brother would have no interest in her soul bone. But who could say the same for other 100,000-year spirit beasts? Ao Tian could easily see through Xiao Wu's concerns and reassured her, "I can make sure my brother doesn't enter the forest. He listens to me, that is it true." Xiao Wu gazed at Ao Tian, her heart fluttering slightly. Ao Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, whatever I command him to do, he must comply." "Then let me ponder this for a moment," Xiao Wu replied, hesitating to agree immediately, as she needed to weigh the risks involved. "Very well," Ao Tian said nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Ao Tian, is your home far from here? Perhaps I could visit." "It's about the same distance," Ao Tian responded. He then lowered his voice. "My home is within Wuhun city. Do you dare to go?" "Ah," Xiao Wu gasped, quickly covering her mouth and shaking her head. "Then I won't go." Ao Tian merely smiled, choosing not to say anything further. Wang Sheng abruptly stood up, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. "This semester, I have become a soul mastered. A few days ago, my father wrote to say that upon my return, the village will host a feast in celebration. Who among you would like to join? All expenses covered. I'll go." "Me too." Several individuals could not contain their excitement at the prospect of food. "Tang San, will you be attending?" Wang Sheng asked. Tang San shook his head. Wang Sheng's village was quite distant from Shenghun village, and he did not wish to waste so much time. With the wager between the master and Ao Tian dwindling to just a few months, the resumption of classes would mark the moment he and Ao Tian would settle their rivalry. Hence, he needed to seize every opportunity to train Ao Tian. "What level have you reached? How formidable is your strength?" Tang San mused, glancing at Ao Tian, who was reclining against the bed. "Ever since their bout on the hillside, They had not engaged in battle again. Throughout this semester, Tang San had not witnessed Ao Tian training or making a move, leaving him in the dark about Ao Tian's current prowess. Ao Tian. Xiao Wu, what about you two? Wang Sheng directed his question towards them. That I'll think about it. Xiao Wu replied. Ao Tian shook his head. Not going. His answer was anticipated by Wang Sheng. A young man of wealth would hardly be interested in a rustic village feast. That night, Xiao Wu tossed and turned, unable to sleep as thoughts of returning home occupied her mind. Could she truly trust Ao Tian? As she pondered, a realization dawned upon her. Ao Tian's brother was a titled duel. Even without her guidance, he could navigate to the depths of the Star Do forest. Moreover, Ao Tian's brother was aware of her spirit beast identity, and if he intended to leverage her to coerce her family into surrendering, then irrespective of her choice to return, they could still capture her. Thus, regardless of her decision, the outcome remained unchanged. Let him take me back. I trust him, Xiao Wu resolved, glancing at Ao Tian. Over the past year, she had grown accustomed to Ao Tian sleeping beside her. She mused that if one day he were to suddenly disappear, she would likely feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness for an extended period. I wonder if I will still squeeze next to him tonight, Xiao Wu thought shyly. Throughout this semester, nearly every morning, she had awakened on the side where Ao Tian slept. The frequency of this occurrence had led her to believe that she unconsciously rolled over to his side while asleep. This phenomenon was rather peculiar. Once she fell asleep, she would not roll in any other direction but towards Ao Tian. As these thoughts filled her mind, her cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes. Conceding, I suppose I can bear a little discomfort. After all, that fellow is still so young and cannot do any mischief. The next morning, Tang San and Wang Sheng, along with the others, were eager to depart. Have you made up your mind? If you don't need me to escort you, I shall take my leave, Ao Tian said, looking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Didn't you mention a long time ago that you would take me to see the secrets of the Star Do forest? Then let us go. Chapter 33. The secret of Xiao Wu's mother. Are you not worried? Ao Tian inquired. Now that I am on your turf, what use is worry? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. You are not entirely foolish, Ao Tian chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. Don't mess up my hair, Xiao Wu protested, grabbing her bag and tossing it at him. I have no soul guide. Could you help me carry it? She requested. She had long envied Ao Tian's ability to venture out without a pack. Alas, there were no storage soul guides for sale in Notting City. Otherwise, she would have borrowed money to purchase one. The ingenuity of humanity was indeed remarkable, capable of creating such wondrous items. For spirit beasts, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Ao Tian accepted Xiao Wu's bag, and with a thought, he stored it within his own space. At his level of cultivation, he could already create a personal space using spatial laws, which was also why he found low-grade soul guides beneath his notice. Not only were they small, but they were also unsafe. Is there anything else? Ao Tian inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head. No, that's all. Then let us depart, Ao Tian said, leading the way out. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed, watching Ao Tian's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of nervousness at the thought of him meeting her mother. Once outside the academy, Ao Tian asked, since it is your first time in the human world, do you not wish to bring something back? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with her fingers. Embarrassed, I have spent all my money. After learning that she would receive a monthly subsidy of gold soul coins upon registering as a soul master at the Wuhun Palace, she had rushed to register. Coupled with her earnings of 10 copper soul coins daily as a working student, she should have been able to save a considerable amount. However, she had little concept of money and was not adept at managing finances. She would buy anything interesting without regard for its usefulness. Now, not only had she failed to save money, but she also owed Ao Tian a substantial debt. Ao Tian tossed her a gold soul coin, remarking, "This is the 60th gold soul coin you owe me." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, retorting, "I don't need you to remind me. I remembered as so wealthy, yet so stingy," she added. An hour later, a luxurious carriage departed from Notting City. Heading towards the Star Do forest, Xiao Wu leaned against the carriage window, watching the swiftly retreating scenery, exclaiming, "How fast! At this pace, we should reach the Star Do forest in 4 or 5 days." It took me 8 days to walk from the Star Do forest to Notting City, and it nearly exhausted me. Why did you run so far back then? Ao Tian inquired. Xiao Wu grumbled. Isn't it because of you humans? There are too many human soul masters near the Stardow Forest. It's far too dangerous, and my mother said we should venture further away. And what about your mother? Why didn't she come with you? Ao Tian asked curiously. Logically, a mother would hardly feel at ease allowing her daughter to enter the human world alone. They were spirit beasts, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Wu's mood suddenly soured as she replied, My mother once entered the human world to cultivate, but she was discovered. Although she managed to escape back to the Stardow Forest, she was severely injured and has yet to recover. Ao Tian understood. It was no wonder she had been sent out alone. It seemed that for spirit beasts, survival in the human world was fraught with peril. Spirit beasts could only remain confined to their territories, and entering the human world was akin to courting death. Yet even within their territories, they faced the constant threat of being hunted by human soul masters, destined to become soul rings. Hearing about Xiao Wu's mother's tragic plight, Ao Tian felt a pang of empathy. Perhaps the fate of spirit beasts should not be so grim. Is your mother gravely injured? Ao Tian asked. Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, she is very seriously injured. Back then, she had not yet reached maturity in her cultivation in the human world. I missed her dearly, so I chose to transform into a human to search for her. However, Deming and Air Ming stopped me. Later, when my mother returned to see me and found that I had transformed, she ventured back into the human world to quickly cultivate the title Douluo, intending to take me out for training. But unexpectedly, she returned severely injured shortly after. As she spoke, tears began to shimmer in Xiao Wu's big eyes. Do not worry. Your mother will surely recover. Ao Tian reassured her, adding, I will let you in on a secret. I can help heal others. Really? Xiao Wu looked at Ao Tian with tear-filled eyes, but before he could respond, she shook her head. How could that be? You are not a healing soul master, and even if you were, you would still be merely at the soul master level. Ao Tian replied with confidence. Rest assured, you will find out soon enough. Xiao Wu gazed at Ao Tian with a mixture of skepticism and gradually blossoming anticipation. Within the carriage, only the two of them sat, having opted not to hire a coachman. Yet the horse seemed to possess an innate intelligence. Galloping towards the Stardow Forest, the opulent carriage was equipped with a resting bed and even a small lavatory. Ao Tian had no need for such facilities, for he consumed food not out of hunger, but simply for the pleasure of taste. The sustenance would be transmuted into nothingness by the energy within him, leaving no residue behind. This lavatory was solely for Xiao Wu's Ao Tian. Do you truly not need to cultivate? Xiao Wu inquired, having never witnessed Ao Tian engage in any form of training since their acquaintance. As a soul beast that had transformed over 100,000 years, her innate abilities were among the finest among humans. Yet she understood the necessity of cultivation. Aren't you bound by a wager with the master? If you do not cultivate, how will you stand a chance against Tang San? She pressed further. Do not worry. You will understand in due time, Ao Tian replied nonchalantly. Remarkably, the horse maintained an unexpected speed, and within 3 days, Ao Tian and Xiao Wu found themselves nearing the Stardow Forest. There lies a small town ahead. We can rest there for the night and venture into the forest at dawn. Xiao Wu pointed out. The dangers of the Stardow Forest at night far exceeded those during the day, and Xiao Wu felt that, given their strengths, it would be wiser to enter during daylight. That town is the closest human settlement to the Stardow Forest, where many soul masters embarking on adventures will pause to rest and resupply, she elaborated. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Ao Tian and remarked, Ao Tian, your elder brother Ao Tian chuckled. Rest assured, I will have him return tomorrow to, Xiao Wu nodded, feeling reassured. Despite her trust in Ao Tian, she still hesitated to bring a title Douluo back to her home. The town was surrounded by towering walls, approximately 30 meters high. Given its proximity to the Stardow Forest, these walls served to defend against potential nighttime ambushes from soul beasts. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu dismounted the carriage not far from the city gate. As darkness enveloped the sky, Thank you for your hard work, Ao Tian said, raising a hand. The horse, seemingly intelligent, lowered its head to be patted. It closed its eyes in blissful enjoyment. This is your reward. Ao Tian added, as a thin wisp of dragon essence, containing a trace of dragon blood, flowed from his palm into the horse's body. With a triumphant whinny, the horse reared its head, its spine rippling as if something within were striving to emerge. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Ao Tian, Part 4. This horse was the very one Ao Tian had utilized for his journey from Wuhun City to Notting City a year prior. It was entirely snow-white, robust, and tall, a steed specially selected by Ao Tian in Wuhun City. After Ao Tian infused it with dragon essence, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. Quick, Ao Tian, look! It seems as though something is about to break free from the horse's back. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Ao Tian waved his hand lightly, conjuring an invisible barrier around them to conceal the scene. Not only did the horse's back swell, but its pristine white coat began to shed, quickly replaced by a dense layer of scales. With a loud pop, the flesh along the horse's back tore open, and two snow-white wings burst forth, spreading to an impressive length of 2 meters. Ao Tian untied the reins from the horse, which let out an excited call, its voice now resembling a dragon's roared, in a state of disbelief. Xiao Wu murmured, Ao Tian, pinch me. Why should I pinch you? To see if I am dreaming. Ao Tian reached out and pinched her cheek firmly. Ouch! Why so hard? Xiao Wu cried out, the spot turning red from his grasp. She regained her composure, astonished. How can this horse have transformed so suddenly? She was utterly convinced that this creature had previously been an ordinary horse, albeit a somewhat robust one, but now it exuded the aura of a soul beast. Witnessing an ordinary horse evolve into a soul beast was an experience she had never encountered before. Typically, soul beasts were born from other soul beasts, making the evolution of a common animal into a soul beast exceedingly rare. Ao Tian did not answer her query. Instead, he gazed at the soaring horse, nodding in satisfaction as if admiring a masterpiece he had created. The horse descended gracefully and knelt before Ao Tian. Bending its limbs, Ao Tian stroked its head and declared, from this day forth, you shall be named Longma. The newly named Longma emitted a few pleased sounds, delighted by its master's bestowed title. Can you revert to your original form? Ao Tian inquired. Longma stood up, its grand stature diminishing slightly, the dragon's scales vanishing, and its wings retracting until not a trace remained. Excellent. Ao Tian nodded approvingly as he flicked his fingers, releasing golden characters that flew from his fingertips, merging into Longma's body and sealing away its soul beast aura. Even a title Da, utilizing spiritual perception, would be unable to discern that this horse was a soul beast. Xiao Wu stared in astonishment. Had Ao Tian not pinched her moments ago, her flushed cheek reminding her of reality, she might have thought this to be an illusion. And what were those golden characters that flew from your fingertips? Why has the soul beast aura suddenly vanished? Xiao Wu, possessing a keen sensitivity to soul beast auras, was perplexed, for despite her efforts, she could no longer sense any trace of it emanating from Longma. Her expression bewildered, she looked to Ao Tian, awaiting an explanation. Ao Tian smiled at her and said, I facilitated its evolution into a soul beast, and I also concealed its soul beast aura. How is that possible? How did you manage that? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere 7-year-old child, with cultivation only at the soul master level, had somehow induced an ordinary animal to evolve into a soul beast and masked its aura. Such a claim would seem utterly preposterous to anyone else. I won't tell you, Ao Tian replied playfully. You don't consider me a friend, do you? Xiao Wu pouted. When the time comes for you to know, you will. Until then, you may never know, Ao Tian stated, with a thought. He summoned Longma and the carriage into his spatial realm. Where did Longma go? Xiao Wu gasped. I stored it in my space. Ao Tian replied with a gentle smile as he dispelled the barrier and walked towards the small town ahead. How can that be? Stored soul guides can only contain inanimate objects, right? Xiao Wu hurried after him. Who told you that storage soul guides can only hold lifeless items? Ao Tian shot her a glance. He recalled the Rui Bao bag of Dugobo, which was capable of storing living beings. If humans could create such a soul guide, it would pose no challenge for him. His space had nearly transcended the confines of a mere world. He was confident that once his cultivation reached a higher level, that space might evolve into a true realm. Xiao Wu, her lips pouted in dissatisfaction, trailed behind Ao Tian, choosing to remain silent. That it was only now that she realized the depths of Ao Tian's mystery. Recognizing that her understanding of him was merely the tip of the iceberg, as they approached the city gate, Xiao Wu tugged at Ao Tian's sleeve, whispering, "Could you help me conceal my soul beast aura?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. If her aura could be hidden, she would no longer fear being discovered by powerful humans. Very well. Ao Tian paused to assist Xiao Wu in sealing her soul beast aura. Given the potential encounters with powerful humans in the Stardew Forest, should her identity be recognized, it could undoubtedly lead to bloodshed. Although Ao Tian did not fear trouble, he certainly disliked it. "Is this sufficient?" Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. As the golden characters entered her body, they felt like a warm current flowing within her, eventually converging in her mind before vanishing. Ao Tian nodded with a smile. "From this moment forth, even a titled duel will be unable to discern your identity. However, the effect will last only a little over a month." "That is wonderful." Xiao Wu cheered with delight, suddenly leaning in to kiss Ao Tian in gratitude. Only for him to evade her. "What on earth are you doing?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude." As two individuals entered the quaint little town, the darkness of night had enveloped the surroundings. Yet the streets thrummed with an unusual vibrancy. A multitude of soul masters traversed the thoroughfare, and Ao Tian was astounded to discover that numerous soul saints and low-level soul masters were present. He had visited this place before, but the last time he had come, such a plethora of strong warriors had not been in attendance. With her soul beast aura sealed, Xiao Wu seemed to have shed a heavy burden, her demeanor transforming into one of lightness and Ao Tian. "There's a soul guide shop over there," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly as she dashed inside. She had long desired to possess a soul guide of her own. But regrettably, such quaint towns like Notting City did not offer such luxuries. Although this was merely a small town, it served as a hub for numerous soul masters, so the presence of a soul guide shop was not surprising. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile and followed her inside. Within the shop, a girl with a sweet appearance, seemingly in her 20s, warmly introduced the merchandise to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu leaned against a glass display case taller than herself, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the exquisitely crafted feminine soul guides. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, and belts. Chapter 35. The town of converging strengths. Ao Tian entered the store and stood beside Xiao Wu. The shop assistant's gaze fell upon Ao Tian, and her eyes lit up. Though Ao Tian's looks and aura had become more restrained since their initial encounter, he remained a rare sight. After a considerable time of deliberation, Xiao Wu finally settled on two bracelets of matching design, one large and one small. "How much for these two?" Xiao Wu inquired. The shop assistant smiled and replied, "Little miss, the smaller one costs 200 gold soul coins, while the larger one is 310 gold soul coins. If you purchase both, the shop can offer you a 95% discount, totaling 475 gold soul coins." The girl exhibited no hint of underestimating Xiao Wu and Ao Tian. Her attitude was exceedingly cordial. Being employed here, she herself was a soul master, and although her level was not high, she could still sense the faint fluctuations of soul power emanating from Xiao Wu. "That is quite expensive." Xiao Wu hesitated, for she was currently devoid of funds, a quintessential member of the Moonlight clan, having just spent her meager allowance. Could Ao Tian possibly afford nearly 500 gold soul coins? Unable to resist, Xiao Wu turned to Ao Tian for reassurance. She was aware of his considerable wealth and had witnessed him produce a substantial amount of gold soul coins, yet 475 was still a significant sum. These soul guides had been excavated from ancient ruins, and with the current technology available to soul masters, it was impossible to manufacture new ones, which accounted for their exorbitant prices. Soul masters lacking strength or the backing of powerful factions could hardly afford them. "Ao Tian," Xiao Wu called out, "with this amount of gold soul coins, you might as well sell yourself to me as a maid." Ao Tian jested. "Oh, you have it? I promise to repay you later." Just as Xiao Wu was about to play the charming card, Ao Tian, unable to resist her allure, acquiesced. He could hardly withstand the charms of a little girl. "Excuse me, young lady, will you be paying with gold soul coins or silver notes?" The shop assistant inquired, her face betraying a hint of excitement. This was a substantial transaction, and making the sale would earn her a considerable commission. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone, she mused when Xiao Wu had entered. The other salespeople had looked down upon the little girl, but she had warmly welcomed her, and now her enthusiasm was rewarded handsomely. The other salespeople cast envious glances her way, while customers browsing the store regarded Ao Tian with astonishment, wondering how such a young child could possess so much wealth. "Gold soul coins," Ao Tian stated. He had no silver notes, only an abundance of gold soul coins. "Very well." The female shop assistant retrieved a tray, and Ao Tian clinked out a substantial number of gold soul coins, precisely the right amount. After counting meticulously, the shop assistant wrapped the 2 bracelets and handed them to Xiao Wu. "Little brother, please be cautious. There may be ill-intentioned individuals watching you." The shop assistant kindly cautioned. "I understand." Ao Tian nodded. Having been warned, he was acutely aware of the greedy gazes surrounding them. Xiao Wu also heard the warning and immediately became vigilant. Scanning her surroundings, "Let us go," Ao Tian said, gently patting her head. After they departed, several customers who had been in the store hastily set down their items and followed suit. Xiao Wu clutched the 2 bracelets, trailing behind Ao Tian, her eyes darting cautiously. Unfortunately, given her limited experience, she remained oblivious to the hidden avarice lurking in the shadows. Seeing Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor, Ao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you so fearful of others discovering your treasures?" Xiao Wu paused, feeling suddenly bashful. "Isn't this rather valuable?" she murmured, her body gradually relaxing as she ceased her frantic glances. "Is there truly someone scheming against us?" she whispered, drawing closer to Ao Tian. "Indeed, quite a few, and they're tailing us," Ao Tian replied with a smile. "That you're still smiling. Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" Xiao Wu retorted, exasperated. "Have you forgotten about my brother?" Xiao Wu slapped her forehead, her worries dissipating. "Let us find a place to rest," Ao Tian suggested, leading Xiao Wu towards the most luxurious hotel in the town. He had stayed there during his previous visit, and it had been quite satisfactory. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. There seemed to be an excessive number of high-level soul masters in this town. Expanding his consciousness, he could even detect several auras of tidal do. Was something amiss? Ao Tian focused intently, discerning countless conversations around him, swiftly extracting useful information. There were rumors of an immature, transforming soul beast discovered in the Star Do forest, which was injured and possessed strength approximating that of a soul emperor. The incident had garnered attention over the past 2 days, prompting many high-level soul masters to rush to the scene. However, no one dared to enter recklessly, for the transforming soul beast was guarded by the dominant Titan Great Ape of the Star Do forest. The group of adventurous soul masters who had initially discovered the beast had suffered devastating losses at the hands of the Titan Great Ape, with only a few managing to escape and relay the news. Now, the town was becoming increasingly crowded with powerful warriors, including several Tidal Do. These Tidal Do all planned to set out early the next morning to hunt the 10,000-year transforming soul beast in the past. Tidal Do all would not have dared to provoke the Titan Great Ape's authority, but the emergence of a mere soul emperor-level transforming soul beast had altered the dynamics. They need only restrain the Titan Great Ape while seeking an opportunity to eliminate the weaker 10,000-year soul beast. For Tidal Do, a 10,000-year soul beast of only soul emperor strength was merely a matter of lifting a finger. This was why so many soul masters had been drawn here, if they managed to slay the soul beast. Those soul masters at the pinnacle of the 90th level could absorb its soul ring to ascend to Tidal Do. Of course, those who lingered at the 90th level were few and far between. What truly piqued the interest of most soul masters, however, was the soul bones of the beast. Securing even one soul bone could represent an immense fortune, even if it was not used personally. Killing a 10,000-year soul beast with only soul emperor strength was feasible for many soul masters. Strength alone would not guarantee the acquisition of soul bones. In chaotic circumstances, anyone could seize an opportunity. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority of soul masters. Could it be Xiao Wu's mother? Ao Tian pondered, casting a glance at the excitedly exploring Xiao Wu. He lamented her good fortune. Had he not accompanied her back, she might have genuinely lost her mother. After walking for over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the most luxurious hotel in the town. Upon entering, they were greeted by the service staff's loud announcement. Last room available. 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins? Why don't you go rob a bank? Someone shouted in anger. This is outrageous. Is this a fair price? You're raising the price by tenfold. Indeed, it was originally less than 1 gold soul coin. And now you've inflated it beyond reason. The service staff smiled and replied, I apologize, esteemed guests, but our hotel is the finest in the town that if you find it too expensive, you may turn left at the exit. There are more affordable options over there. What bad luck! A group of disgruntled patrons cursed as they left. Approaching the counter, Ao Tian tossed 10 gold soul coins onto the counter and declared, ILL take this room. Chapter 36. Secret to the Star Doe Forest. The service staff, upon seeing the gold soul coins, beamed with joy. Welcome, esteemed guest. I will process your request immediately. In recent days, the number of soul masters in the small town has surged dramatically, and the merchants are reaping abundant profits. The attendants swiftly assisted Ao Tian and Xiao Wu in completing their check-in procedures. After a short while, the attendant handed the key to Ao Tian, cheerfully stating, Dear guest, your room is 309. May I inquire if you require any additional services? Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu and replied, Please bring me a portion of your hotel as finest signature dishes and deliver them to my room. Certainly, you may go upstairs to rest. Your meal will be prepared shortly, the attendant responded. Ao Tian led Xiao Wu upstairs. The attendant cast a sidelong glance at the greedy onlookers outside, shaking his head with a sigh. How audacious to roam about at such a tender age. What a pity indeed. Having worked here for many years, he had witnessed numerous predatory incidents. Although this place still falls within the territory of the Tiando Empire, it is predominantly inhabited by soul masters, with very few ordinary citizens. Even the Tiando Empire cannot govern here. It is a gray area to him. It seemed inevitable that those 2 children would soon be devoured. Particularly lamenting the fate of the adorable little girl, Xiao Wu trailed behind Ao Tian, nervously tugging at the hem of her garment, and asked, Ao Tian, are we really going to share a room? During the past few days of travel, they had always booked 2 rooms when staying at hotels, as they were no longer in the academy dormitory and were merely 2 individuals. The thought of being alone together in a single room at the witching hour made Xiao Wu uneasy. Although her human age was merely a few years, her soul beast age spanned thousands, and she had witnessed certain things, albeit only concerning soul beasts. Ao Tian did not turn around but remarked, We've been living in the 7th dormitory for almost a year, and we even shared a bed. What is there to be shy about? This is different, Xiao Wu retorted. What is different? Ao Tian shot her a glance, inquiring, Do you have feelings for me? Who has feelings for you? Xiao Wu replied, her face displaying disdain. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Ao Tian opened the door to their room. The interior was luxuriously decorated and exceptionally comfortable, equipped with a myriad of amenities, having stayed at several grand hotels in recent days. Xiao Wu could not suppress her excitement upon entering the room. This experience she vowed to share with her mother upon their return, and no sooner had they settled down than the attendant began serving the dishes. A speed that greatly pleased an hour later, Xiao Wu lay on the bed, clutching her bloated belly, contently humming. Staying in the finest accommodations and indulging in exquisite cuisine was rendering her utterly enamored with this lavish lifestyle. She was acutely aware that all of this was provided by Ao Tian, a debt she would eventually have to repay. Are you not going to examine the treasures you purchased? Ao Tian inquired with a smile. All right, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, pulling out 2 exquisite bracelets from her bosom. The bracelets were metallic, adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, and felt slightly cool to the touch that Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she could hardly part with them. The larger one is for your mother, right? Ao Tian asked. Xiao Wu nodded, saying, My mother was always cautious in the human world. She didn't even possess a single soul-guided device. After playing with them for a moment, she suddenly raised her head and asked, How do I use this? Infuse your soul power into the bracelet, and you will sense the existence of space within, Ao Tian explained. Xiao eagerly nodded and, after a few attempts, had already mastered the technique. However, she realized that the smaller bracelet only contained 6 cubic meters of space, while the larger one contained a meager 10 cubic meters, and yet they were priced so high. Tang San's belt boasted 24 cubic meters. Xiao Wu grimaced at the thought. She now owed Ao Tian over 500 gold soul coins, wondering how long it would take her to repay him. Ao Tian had once studied such storage soul-guided devices, which relied heavily on a mineral called void stone. The larger the device, the greater the space contained within. Conversely, the smaller it was, the less space it held. This was also a consequence of the crude craftsmanship, overly reliant on materials. "Hand me your bracelet." Ao Tian suddenly expressed an interest in refining that he recalled that it had been over 500 million years since he last engaged in such practices. Back then, he was the only one capable of taking human form on this primitive planet, and during the long, solitary years, he had pondered many things. Refining, alchemy, and various cultivation methods were all part of the legacy embedded in the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The more prestigious the bloodline, the more profound the inheritance. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wu asked, though she still handed over the smaller bracelet. Ao Tian took the bracelet, and with a wave of his divine power, it levitated into the air. He did not intend to remold it, nor would he alter its external appearance. He merely sought to enhance the space within. The creators of these soul-guided devices relied on the quantity of materials to determine the size of the space. He, however, did not. Watching Ao Tian perform what seemed like a magic trick, Xiao Wu could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Ao Tian moved both hands in unison, continuously forming intricate gestures, employing the enigmatic laws of space to expand the interior of the bracelet. After several minutes, he tossed the bracelet back to Xiao Wu and said, "Take another look." Xiao Wu, still bewildered, infused her soul power into the bracelet once more, and the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "How can it be this large? Were you not complaining about its small size? I have enlarged it to 100 cubic meters." Ao Tian replied with a faint smile. "How did you do that?" Xiao Wu gazed at Ao Tian in awe, realizing she was increasingly unable to comprehend him. Ao Tian did not answer her question. Instead, he took the larger bracelet and expanded its space as well. An idea struck Xiao Wu, and she exclaimed with excitement, "If the space is increased by this much, wouldn't the price increase tenfold? If we continue to purchase soul-guided devices, expand their space, and then sell them, wouldn't we become wealthy in no time?" No wonder this fellow was so affluent. It turned out he possessed such mysterious abilities. Xiao Wu mused, convinced she had unraveled the secret behind Ao Tian's wealth. Ao Tian returned the bracelet to Xiao Wu, stating, "I am not in need of few gold soul coins." "But I am." Xiao Wu started to speak, but quickly shut her mouth. This was Ao Tian's skill, not hers. Why should he serve her? "Ao Tian, who exactly are you? How do you know so many mysterious things?" Xiao Wu could not resist asking once more. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply know that I am capable of anything," Ao Tian replied. "How stingy." Xiao Wu complained with a pout, retrieving her clothes and saying, "I'm going to take a shower now." Ao Tian sat quietly on the bed, his consciousness extending towards the Stardow forest. He observed numerous soul beasts active in the night and noted a small lake deep within the forest, beside which stood a quaint cottage. A beautiful woman sat at the entrance, with 2 enormous soul beasts crouched obediently in front of her. Further in, he sensed the presence of even more powerful, ferocious beasts, most of which were asleep. Among them, some exuded a familiar aura, those of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 37. Titled The Elder. 17 years ago, shortly after Ao Tian had awakened, he discovered the slumbering ferocious beasts within the Stardow forest. However, after years of facing countless beasts, he had grown weary and thus chose to ignore these creatures. Moreover, in his perception, the dragons possessing the Dragon Clan's aura were far too weak. Accompanying Xiao Wu into the Stardow forest piqued his interest. As he wished to see how this newly emerged Dragon Clan compared to his own, he withdrew his consciousness and glanced around the hotel. The lurking figures had increased to over a dozen. To those individuals, Ao Tian appeared to be a plump target, easily capable of parting with over 400 gold soul coins. Before long, Xiao Wu emerged from her shower. She donned soft pink pajamas and sleep pants, her cheeks flushed and her skin radiating warmth. With the storage soul-guided device, she simply stowed her used clothes inside, I'm done washing, she announced cheerfully, bouncing onto the bed with a laugh, only to suddenly remember Ao Tian beside her and halt. Asking, how about I sleep on the sofa tonight? She felt it was rather inappropriate for a lone man and woman to share a room. Enough of the nonsense, Ao Tian remarked, gently pressing his hand on her slumber-inducing acupoint. Xiao Wu's head tilted, and she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Ao Tian placed her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, then opened the door and stepped outside. There were certain matters he needed to address. Descending to the first floor, he noticed the same attendant still at the counter. Ao Tian did not spare him a glance and exited the hotel directly. The attendant, upon seeing Ao Tian emerge, was about to utter something, but as the words reached the tip of his tongue, Ao Tian had already left the premises. That a foolish endeavor. How regrettable. Upon exiting, a surprising sight awaited him. The fat sheep had indeed emerged. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, dozens of eyes flickered to life, incredulous that the fat sheep would appear at such an hour. Previously, they had been unable to discern Ao Tian's identity, fearing that he might have other companions in this small town, which had deterred them from acting. However, upon discovering that Ao Tian had shared a room with the little girl, it became evident that their adversary consisted solely of two children. Had their target not been within the hotel, they would have acted long. Ao Tian did not cast a glance at these individuals, resolutely making his way towards the spirit hall in this small town. The spirit hall had established a branch, and several of the tidal doors he had sensed earlier were indeed located within this branch. Clearly, the spirit hall had received news regarding the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Prompting them to dispatch tidal Douluo to this location, Ao Tian needed to disperse these tidal Douluo. After all, with him present, who could possibly eliminate Xiao Wu's mother? After several minutes of walking, Ao Tian turned into a dark alley. By the time those 10 or so individuals arrived, he was already standing there, waiting patiently. You are too slow, he remarked coolly. The group exchanged glances, distancing themselves and forming three factions. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words and observing his calm demeanor, they felt an eerie sensation wash over them. Their spiritual senses extended outward, cautiously probing for any ambush. Yet after a moment of searching, they found no soul masters concealed in the vicinity. How, then, did this child perceive their presence? What a coward! A burly man with a beard grumbled as he stepped forward, his coppery eyes glaring at Ao Tian. Hand over all your gold soul coins, and I assure you, you may leave unharmed. Brother, didn't you just say this kid looks appealing with tender skin? We should have some fun with him, a blunt subordinate reminded. Nonsense. Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? The bearded man hastily denied. His secret exposed. The leaders of the other two factions scoffed in unison, charging forward in a bid to seize Ao Tian first. Only a fool would linger in idle chatter. Both leaders possessed the strength of soul emperors. And as they advanced, they began to engage in combat, swiftly closing in on Ao Tian. Their subordinates also joined the fray. Damn it, they beat us to it, the bearded man exclaimed as he unleashed his martial spirit. Charging forward, among the two leaders approaching Ao Tian, one, slightly weaker, was sent crashing into the alley wall. The remaining leader, grinning menacingly, lunged at Ao Tian, his fingers poised like eagle talons, ready to crush the child's head. A mere child's skull would be effortlessly shattered, allowing him to escape with the corpse. How simple it was. Ao Tian quietly observed their performance, truly believing they mistook him for a plump sheep. He had witnessed such scenarios frequently while accompanying Bibi Dong on her journeys across the continent, where most were merely attracted by her beauty. Tian's here, Ao Tian softly declared, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. What? The leader, poised to crush Ao Tian's skull, was taken aback. Upon seeing the icy smile on Ao Tian's face, a chill ran down his spine. Ao Tian raised his finger, tracing an invisible cross in the air towards the assailant. With a splatter, a torrent of blood erupted as the Soul Emperor was seemingly cleaved into 4 pieces by an unseen blade. Limbs twitched on the ground, blood spraying onto another leader, rendering him stunned. Ao Tian remained unblemished, his gaze shifting to the second Soul Emperor, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his finger. Please no, the man screamed, his scalp prickling in terror as he rapidly retreated. Ao Tian ruthlessly waved his finger, and an invisible force sliced the man into several pieces. The remaining 10 individuals stood frozen in shock. "Run!" someone shouted. Ao Tian twirled and leaped, his hands dancing as if playing a beautiful melody. When he departed, the alley was left with a pile of mangled corpses. Within the spirit hall of the small town, 3 titled Douluo elders, along with several soul Douluo and soul sage experts, sat together discussing the plans for the following day at tea that moment. Ao Tian's figure materialized in the grand hall. The group of soul masters changed their expressions, rising abruptly, their martial spirits released. "Who are you?" someone bellowed. Ao Tian's gaze fell upon the 2 figures seated at the front. "Jia and Fei." They trembled slightly, hastily standing and respectfully saying, "Mr. Ao, what brings you here?" At this moment, Ao Tian appeared in the guise of a youth. And Jia and Fei recognized him immediately. Even if given 10 more courage, they would not dare to sit before Ao Tian. "Put away your martial spirits," Jia commanded loudly. "Mr. Ao, please take a seat." Jia beamed, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Ao Tian ascended to the main seat at the top, and maid promptly approached with tea. The steaming tea poured into the cup as Ao Tian caught sight of the maid's delicate features and seized her hand. "The cup is full," he smiled. The girl gasped, suddenly realizing she had been so focused on Ao Tian's appearance that she had forgotten to stop pouring. Her cheeks flushed crimson, quickly replaced by a look of panic. "Please forgive me, my lord," she stammered. What stature must one possess to command respect, even from the elders? How could she not be terrified? Ao Tian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "It's nothing. You may go." "Thank you, my lord." The maid expressed her gratitude. Bowing respectfully as she exited, Ao Tian turned his gaze to the 3 elders and stated, "I am here to issue you a command." Chapter 38. The strongest of the spirit hall. Once Ao Tian seated himself, Douluo and the others dared to sit down. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, the 3 elders straightened their postures. Douluo inquired, "What instructions do you have, Mr. Ao?" Ao Tian replied, "You need not concern yourselves with the matter of the 100,000-year soul beast transformation within the Star Doe Forest. You may return." Douluo was momentarily taken aback, but replied, "Understood." Although puzzled, he dared not defy Ao Tian's command. In the hearts of all the elders within the spirit hall, Ao Tian's orders held the same weight as Bibi Dong's. This was an undeniable truth. Noticing the bewilderment on the faces of the 3 elders, Ao Tian smiled and asked, "Do you not wish to inquire about the reason?" Douluo responded, "If Ao wishes us to return, there must be a reason." Ao Tian nodded. "The transformed 100,000-year soul beast is under my protection, as is the Titan Great Ape." "Understood. We shall return to Spirit City first thing in the morning." Douluo affirmed. Ao Tian acknowledged with a sound, and then asked, "Did the Pope send you?" "No. The Pope has been in seclusion recently. I took the initiative to bring people here. I beg your forgiveness." Mr. Douluo stood, bowing slightly. Ao Tian raised his hand to signal him to sit. "Please, take your seat." Douluo sighed in relief and resumed his seat, inquiring, "Mr. Ao, there are quite a few soul masters who have come this time, including experts from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Should we drive them away?" "No need," Ao Tian replied. "You may return directly." After finishing, he rose. "I shall take my leave." Douluo and the others promptly stood, respectfully saying, "We bid farewell to M." Ao Tian nodded slightly, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the grand hall. The 3 elders of Wuhun exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief as they lifted their teacups to sip. Calming their nerves. Ju elder, that individual just now was a soul Douluo. One could not contain their curiosity. "That is not something you should question," Douluo reprimanded, his face concealed beneath a cloak. Douluo waved his hand. "It's fine. Let me clarify. Mr. Ao is our spirit hall's strongest. From now on, whenever you encounter Mr. Ao, you must show utmost respect, understood?" "Isn't the strongest in our spirit hall the grand offering?" "A soul?" Douluo asked in astonishment. Douluo sighed. "The grand offering has been defeated." Mr. Ao bested the grand offering with a mere finger. A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the grand hall. Ao Tian had returned to the hotel. Xiao Wu remained in a deep slumber, and Ao Tian had chosen not to inform her of her mother's situation in advance. Fearing her immediate insistence on returning, as dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, causing Ao Tian, who was half reclined on the sofa, to open his eyes. He had merely closed them for a moment, and yet the day had already brightened. Xiao Wu still slept soundly, resembling a slumbering pig. Approaching the bed, Ao Tian pinched her smooth cheek with some force. Xiao Wu let out a yelp of pain, instinctively springing up. "That hurts," she exclaimed, gasping for breath as she rubbed her face. Her gaze fell upon Ao Tian, who was seated on the sofa not far away, and she inquired, "Did you pinch my face?" Ao Tian stood up, chuckling. "How could I pinch you from so far away? You must have had a nightmare." "Did I?" Xiao Wu asked, a look of confusion crossing her face as she climbed out of bed. "Hurry and wash up. After breakfast, we must set off immediately. The Douluo forest will be bustling with activity today." Ao Tian urged. "Bustling? Is something about to happen?" Xiao Wu asked, walking alongside him. "That you'll find out soon enough," he replied. After finishing the breakfast brought by the waiter, the two exited the hotel. Outside, the streets were teeming with soul masters, marching in droves towards the city gate leading to the Douluo forest. "Why are there so many soul masters?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Many powerful soul masters openly displayed their auras, intending to intimidate others. Unable to suppress her nervousness, Xiao Wu swallowed hard and asked, "Ao Tian, what exactly is going on?" She recalled that the previous night there had not been nearly as many soul masters on streets. The soul masters emanating their auras seemed overwhelmingly powerful, capable of crushing her effortlessly. Ao Tian led her onward, explaining, "A shape-shifting soul beast has been discovered within the Douluo forest, possessing the strength of a soul emperor. These individuals are heading there to seize its spirit ring and spirit bone." "Is what you say true?" Xiao Wu rushed in front of Ao Tian, gripping his arm tightly. "Of course it's true." Ao Tian nodded. "Listen closely. They are all discussing the shape-shifting soul beast." Xiao Wu perked up her ears and indeed heard the soul masters talking about it. Her face paled, and she tugged at Ao Tian, urging, "We must leave quickly. We need to get back right away. Don't panic. Your mother will be fine. Your friends, Deming and Erming, are there to protect her." Ao Tian reassured her. "How can I not be anxious? There are too many soul masters. I fear Deming, and Erming won't be able to hold them off. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen," Ao Tian declared, guiding Xiao Wu into an empty alley before releasing Longma. Ao Tian mounted the horse, extending his hand to Xiao Wu. "Come up." Xiao Wu took his hand and was pulled up to sit in front of him. "Longma, follow them." Ao Tian gently patted Longma's back. Longma neighed excitedly and kept pace with the large throng of soul masters ahead. "Can you go any faster?" Xiao Wu urged anxiously. "Then let's speed up," Tian commanded. Longma quickened its pace, swiftly overtaking the other horses ridden by the soul masters. "Don't worry. Their horses can't match my Longma's speed," Ao Tian reassured her. As Longma galloped past, the horses ridden by the soul masters were startled, rearing up and whinnying in alarm. "What kind of horse are those two kids riding?" someone exclaimed in shock. Longma, entirely snow-white and considerably larger than ordinary horses, had powerful limbs, and when it ran, it was like the wind. Wherever Longma passed, chaos ensued. "Seize that horse," someone exclaimed, eyes gleaming with desire. However, before they could act, they were already thrown to the ground by their own startled mounts. Several formidable soul masters leaped from their horses, aiming for Ao Tian. Yet, as they soared through the air, they felt an overwhelming force descending upon them. As if a colossal hand were crashing down. Bang! 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 Several individuals jumped, but all fell heavily to the ground, bones shattered, crying out in agony. Those who had intended to strike halted abruptly, gazing in astonishment as Longma sped past them. Once outside the city gate, the road widened, and Longma galloped freely, easily surpassing the soul masters. "Why are there so many soul masters?" Xiao Wu said, her face a mask of tension. The line of soul masters seemed endless. "Some soul masters set out early this morning and have already entered the forest," Ao Tian explained. "Longma, go a bit faster," Xiao Wu urged, stroking Longma's neck. Longma accelerated again, transforming into a flash of lightning, astonishing the soul masters along the way. What was originally a journey of an hour was completed in less than half an hour, bringing Ao Tian and Xiao Wu to the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Numerous horses were tethered outside, while the soul masters had already ventured inside. The terrain within the forest was complex, unsuitable for ordinary horses. Ao Tian pressed his legs into Longma's sides, instructing, "Let us go in." Chapter 39. Reunion. Ordinary horses could not enter the Stardo forest, but Longma, who had evolved into a soul beast, could. Longma carried Ao Tian and Xiao Wu into the forest, navigating effortlessly, with only a slight decrease in speed. However, Ao Tian and Xiao Wu could still sense a bit more jostling. Soul masters had already delved deep into the forest, and Ao Tian's spiritual sense detected that leading the way were two titled Douluos. After entering the forest, Longma veered in another direction, distancing itself from the soul master group ahead. "This way is closer," Ao Tian explained. "How do you know?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "That I can see it," Ao Tian replied, giving Longma a gentle pat. "Take off." Longma excitedly unfurled its wings and took to the sky, allowing Ao Tian and Xiao Wu to feel no more jostling. Returning to the forest, Xiao Wu felt her tension ease somewhat. Ao Tian remarked, "At their pace, they won't reach their destination until nightfall, and fighting at night is inadvisable. Therefore, they will surely seek a relatively safe place to spend the night before acting tomorrow." "You need not worry." Xiao Wu nodded, realizing that she had been overly concerned at that moment. With the tension dissipating, the atmosphere became somewhat intimate. Feeling Ao Tian's warm legs pressing against her, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed deeper. Yet in this situation, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Ao Tian, however, was oblivious to the complexities of Xiao Wu's feelings. To him, she was merely a little girl, innocent and endearing. His gaze wandered around. Enjoying the novel experience of riding through the forest, it was undeniably a pleasure. After all, he was not in a hurry. Otherwise, a mere thought could transport him to Xiao Wu's mother. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Xiao Wu in front of him, "What's wrong? Why is your body so warm?" Xiao Wu shifted slightly forward and whispered, I don't know. Ao Tian was at a loss for words, realizing that the little girl must be feeling shy. As Longma galloped onward, whenever it began to tire, Ao Tian infused a bit of dragon energy into it, instantly revitalizing the steed. All the soul beasts ahead were frightened away by the slight pressure Ao Tian released, and by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they approached the small lake where Xiao Wu's mother resided. In the lake, a massive bull's head emerged from the water, a long body undulating beneath the surface. This was the lesser-known ruler of the Stardo forest, the sky blue bull python. Beside the lake, a titan-like giant ape sat on the grass, its gaze respectful as it looked down in front of it stood a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders, appearing to be in her 30s. Her name was Tu Bao Bao. "Aunt Bao, I think we should leave here. Those despicable human soul masters have already entered the forest and could find us at any moment." The Titan giant ape suggested, its voice deep and thunderous. The sky blue bull python replied, "Leave? Where can we go? The Stardo forest is vast, and you know the greed of those human soul masters. As long as we remain in this forest, they will eventually find us. Big brother, what do you propose we do?" The Titan giant ape inquired. The sky blue bull python coldly declared, "Prepare for battle. We will slay as many of them as dare approach, that if they wish to harm Aunt Bao, they must first tread over our corpses. Then let us fight them. All humans deserve death, with eyes as large as lanterns." A glint of madness and murderous intent flickered within. The young rabbit sighed and said, "I appreciate your goodwill, but the formidable beings among humans far outnumber us spirit beasts. If numerous titled Douluos were to arrive this time, not only would I be in danger, but so would all of you. That I believe it is best for me to depart from the Stardo forest to avoid implicating you. Aunt Bao, your injuries have yet to heal. Re-entering the human world would be perilous." The sky blue bull python hastily interjected. The young rabbit replied, "There is no need to persuade me further. I have watched you grow since childhood. You are like my children, and how could I allow you to fall into danger? Furthermore, Remaining here would only attract greedy spirit masters who would not rest until they have slain me. No matter how strong you are, you cannot protect me indefinitely. Only by retreating into the human world can I find a glimmer of hope. The Titan Great Ape urged, Aunt Bao, trust me, my brother, and I can protect you. He continued, once you enter the human world, if you encounter danger without my brother and me by your side, who will shield you? Erming, Aunt Bao speaks truth. The sky blue bull python's voice grew somber. Even if we are powerful, we cannot withstand the onslaught of so many bloodthirsty spirit masters. It would be far more dangerous for Aunt Bao to remain here. The young rabbit gazed at Daming with gratitude, declaring, then it is settled. Those spirit masters fled toward the Heaven Do Empire a few days ago. They must be from the Heaven Do Empire. You shall protect me as we depart from another direction. Understood. The surface of the lake began to churn violently as a creature, resembling a bull with a serpent's body and measuring over 30 meters in length, emerged. Its massive bull head, exceeding 4 meters in diameter, was covered in dark green scales, exuding an oppressive aura. Someone was swiftly approaching. Daming alerted, and the bull head abruptly turned towards one direction, the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. This was their territory, and no spirit beast would dare enter. Thus, the presence must be human spirit masters. Erming stood upright, resembling both a monkey and a gorilla, its body entirely black save for its earthy yellow eyes. Once upright, its imposing physique revealed bulging muscles akin to small hills, brimming with unimaginable ferocity. Tear them apart, Erming growled lowly. The beautiful rabbit hurriedly positioned herself behind Erming. Due to the spirit beast aura emanating from Xiao Wu and Lama being masked by Ao Tian, Daming and Erming failed to sense the approaching spirit beasts. Otherwise, they would have detected Xiao Wu shortly after she entered the forest. They widened their eyes as they saw a white shadow weaving through the trees. Rapidly approaching, its sister Xiao Wu, Daming exclaimed joyfully. Roar, roar. Erming let out excited cries, emphatically pounding its chest. Daming, Erming, Xiao Wu shouted with enthusiasm. Leaping forward after Lama reached the edge of the small lake, Daming lowered his bull head, allowing Xiao Wu to perch atop it. Xiao Wu affectionately stroked Daming's head, exclaiming, Daming, Erming, I missed you so much. Erming leaned in closer, inviting Xiao Wu's small hand to caress him, his enormous eyes squinting in delight. Xiao Wu, Aunt Bao. The young rabbit emerged from behind Erming. Mother, Xiao Wu cried out in surprise, jumping down from Daming's head into her mother's embrace. Daming and Erming's gazes shifted to Ao Tian, puzzled. How could there be a human child? Daming pondered. Such a little one, not even enough to fill my teeth, Erming remarked, leaning close to Ao Tian, baring its teeth in a fearsome manner. Ao Tian instinctively held his breath, overwhelmed by the pungent odor, and swatted out a hand. With a resounding bang, his palm did not touch the Titan Great Ape's body, yet the Titan Great Ape was sent flying into the lake. Chapter 40. The ancient dragon clan, the sky blue bull python, was instantly filled with horror. Its mouth agape, lunging towards Ao Tian. Simultaneously, a chilling gaze shot forth, transforming the surrounding space into a hue of blue, slowing everything down. This was its domain, imbued with a decelerating effect. Here they come again, Ao Tian thought. Unable to tolerate the mouths of these creatures, and swatted again. The 30-meter-long sky blue bull python offered no resistance, akin to a small snake, as it was flung into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Xiao Wu and her mother stood there, momentarily dazed, their minds ceasing to function. The Titan Great Ape surged from the water, roaring in fury, charging at Ao Tian. Erming, stop! Two voices rang out simultaneously. It was Xiao Wu and the sky blue bull python. The Titan Great Ape halted in front of Ao Tian, yet its large eyes remained fixed on him with rage. The sky blue bull python crawled ashore and said, he means no harm. He merely sent us flying without inflicting any injuries. Moreover, to be able to do so without causing us harm, his strength surpasses ours. The Titan Great Ape's massive face momentarily froze, scratching its head. Is that truly the case? Xiao Wu released her mother and dashed over, stopping abruptly before Ao Tian, asking, Ao Tian, what happened? How did you manage to send Daming and Erming flying? Just as it is, Ao Tian replied with a smile, waving his hand. That's not what I meant, Xiao Wu huffed. Did you not only possess the strength of a spirit master? How could you send daming and erming flying? Who said I only possess the strength of a spirit master? Ao Tian retorted, transforming into a youthful form. You are Brother Ao Tian, Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth and instinctively retreating. Her immediate thought was, oh no, I brought back a title Douluo. But she quickly regained her composure, questioning, are you truly Ao Tian or Brother Ao Tian? Ao Tian, observing the young girl's startled expression, chuckled. Ao Tian is me, and Brother Ao Tian is also me. How can you be both at once? Xiao Wu remained incredulous, unable to grasp the concept of a youth and a child being the same person as Xiao Wu's mother approached, her slender, gentle hand resting on Xiao Wu's head. Speaking softly, Xiao Wu, why not introduce your friend to your mother? Xiao Wu's expression was complex as she replied, Mother, he is a title Douluo, and that small one is my classmate from the academy. The small one told me that the big one is his brother. But how can they be the same person? The sky blue bull python and the titan great ape positioned themselves beside Xiao Wu and her mother, watching Ao Tian warily. Xiao Wu's mother waved her hand, saying, there's no need to be so impolite. This gentleman means us no harm. She turned to Ao Tian, stating, Mr. Ao Tian, please come into our humble abode for a cup of tea. Ao Tian nodded with a smile. Xiao Wu's mother guided Xiao Wu toward the thatched cottage by the lake, with Ao Tian following behind. The two great beasts could not enter and remained outside, waiting. Brother, what strength do you think this human possesses? That slap just now, I felt utterly powerless against it. The titan great ape quietly inquired that I suspect he may be the legendary 99th level title Douluo, the pinnacle of human strength, the sky blue bull python speculated. Then it is strange, what purpose could a 99th level title Douluo have in approaching Sister Xiao Wu? It scratched its large head, unable to understand not overthink it. Aunt Bao said he means no harm. So he means no harm. Inside the cottage, the furnishings were complete, yet somewhat crude. Ao Tian surmised they were crafted by Xiao Wu's mother herself, and he gazed at the woman before him, whose beauty was extraordinary. With a physique slightly inferior to that of her peers, yet her legs were exceptionally straight and slender. Her demeanor exuded warmth, her face always adorned with a gentle smile, easily endearing her to others. She skillfully retrieved a teacup, pouring tea for Ao Tian, saying, humans enjoy serving tea to guests. I have lived in the human world for several years and have grown fond of tea. Chrysanthemum petals floated in the tea, releasing a faint, fragrant aroma. This is from the chrysanthemums I planted behind the house. Please give it a taste. Ao Tian lifted the teacup and took a sip, praising, quite delightful. Xiao Wu sat beside her mother, her expression complex as she regarded Ao Tian. She had accepted the notion that Ao Tian and Brother Ao Tian were the same, yet she felt conflicted about how to approach Ao Tian moving forward, especially considering he was a title Douluo. Ao Tian, is this truly your real identity? Xiao Wu inquired. Ao Tian shook his head, his form shrinking back to that of a 7-year-old, stating, this is my true physical size. What you saw before was merely my avatar. Avatar? What is that? Xiao Wu was filled with confusion, and even her mother shared her bewilderment, as spirit beasts 100,000 years. They had never heard of such a phenomenon. One could interpret it as a corporeal form crystallized from soul power. So, is your age truly only 7 years? Xiao Wu's puzzlement deepened. If this was indeed Ao Tian's true form, appearing merely 7 years old, how could he possess such formidable strength? Ao Tian shook his head, replying, I am far older than you. How is that possible? Can humans really live for 100,000 years? Xiao Wu's face displayed disbelief. Her mother jested, as far as I know, powerful title Douluos can live for several hundred years. And a peerless Douluo at level 99 might live up to around 1,000 years. Mr. Ao. If you claim to be older than us, does that mean you are not human? You are correct. I am indeed not human. Oh, Tian chuckled. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. Could it be that you, like us, are 100,000 years spirit beast transformed? With a thought, Ao Tian sprouted 2 dragon horns from his forehead, and a golden dragon scale appeared at its center. A faint yet palpable aura of dominance emanated from him, causing Xiao Wu and her mother to pale in an instant. Ao Tian withdrew his smile and said calmly, I am neither human nor spirit beast. I am an ancient dragon. The two women trembled uncontrollably, and even the Qianxunji Yeomang and Titan giant ape outside were similarly stricken, unable to withstand Ao Tian's pressure. Before Ao Tian, they felt as if the lowest-tier spirit beasts were gazing up at an insurmountable mountain, just as Xiao Wu and her mother were on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Ao Tian finally retracted the slightest hint of his oppressive force. Xiao Wu's eyes were still filled with intense fear, her body trembling slightly. The pressure she had just experienced was utterly terrifying. As if she had stood before a deity, Xiao Wu's mother pulled her up, bowing respectfully and saying in trepidation, "We pay our respects, Senior." This was the first time Ao Tian revealed his identity before anyone other than Bibi Dong. And he did so out of consideration for the fact that they were spirit beasts. "We pay our respects, Senior," Xiao Wu echoed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never imagined that Ao Tian, with whom she had lived for nearly a year, was actually a senior who had lived even longer than they had. The two large creatures outside also heard Ao Tian's words, equally astonished. The Titan giant ape suddenly exclaimed, "So you're not human. Losing to a senior is nothing to be ashamed of." The Qianxunji Yeomang added, "Now Aunt Bao should no longer need to flee to the human world. Please, take a seat." Ao Tian gestured downwards. Only then did Xiao Wu's mother pull Xiao Wu down to sit, though her heart remained anxious. "May I ask what brings you to the Stardow Forest?" "Senior?" Xiao Wu's mother inquired. Ao Tian glanced at Xiao Wu and replied, "The academy has closed for the holidays. Xiao Wu wished to return but was too timid, so I brought her back." Xiao Wu's mother stood again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu. She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Recalling how Xiao Wu loved to snuggle against him while sleeping and frequently borrowed money, Ao Tian smiled and said, "Not at all. Just a bit mischievous that you're the mischievous one." Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks flushing as she muttered under her breath, "Do not speak to a senior in such a manner." Xiao Wu's mother reprimanded. Ao Tian chuckled. "It's fine. I consider her a friend." Xiao Wu gazed at Ao Tian, hesitating before asking, "Senior Ao, since you possess such strength, why do you still attend a junior soul master academy?" "Simply to experience the life of a human soul master," Ao Tian replied. Xiao Wu pouted and said, "No wonder you are so wealthy. You can even transform a dragon horse into a spirit beast and conceal the spirit beast aura on me." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Senior Ao, could you help my mother as well by masking her spirit beast aura?" "Very well." Ao Tian consented. He formed a seal with his hands, golden characters floating out and entering Xiao Wu's mother, sealing her spirit beast aura. "Thank you, Senior," Xiao Wu's mother said gratefully. With her spirit beast aura concealed, she would no longer fear discovery by humans and could safely cultivate her strength in the human realm. Ao Tian stated, "The seal I left within you will last just over a month. Once it dissipates, a title duel will still be able to discern your identity." Xiao Wu's mother paused, a flicker of struggle crossing her face. After a moment, she knelt and said, "If you do not mind, I wish to follow you, Senior." The law of the jungle is even more vividly demonstrated among spirit beasts, where many weaker spirit beasts choose to follow powerful ones. A perfectly natural occurrence, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, now transformed into human form, she believed she could eventually cultivate to become a title duel. However, with Ao Tian being a powerful ancient dragon, she felt such a strong being was worthy of her allegiance. Ao Tian raised his hand slightly, causing Xiao Wu's mother to stand involuntarily. "There is no need to follow me, for Xiao Wu's sake. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek me out." Xiao Wu's mother quickly expressed her thanks. "But, Senior, there is still a large group of soul masters wanting to harm my mother." Xiao Wu interjected, "From now on, just call me Ao Tian or Young Master, AS for those soul masters. Did I not mention before? As long as I am here, they will not be able to harm your mother." "Oh, thank you, Ao Tian." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Ao Tian stood up, saying, "Once I resolve your mother's situation, I must venture deeper into the Stardow Forest to meet those slumbering beings. Are the secrets of the Stardow Forest related to more powerful spirit beasts that are still sleeping deeper within?" Xiao Wu grasped Ao Tian's meaning, asking in astonishment, Ao Tian nodded, affirming, indeed. The soul masters outside claim that the Titan giant ape is the ruler of the Star Do forest, but it is merely a guardian. The true masters of the Star Do forest lie deeper within, still in slumber. How can that be? Xiao Wu found it hard to believe. If there are even more powerful spirit beasts within the Star Do forest, why are we completely unaware of them? Ao Tian shook his head, replying, because your strength is far too weak. You lack the qualifications to even approach them. That's impossible. The Titan giant ape bellowed. Senior Ao? I do not believe it. The Titan giant ape was displeased by Ao Tian's assertion that it was merely a guardian. After all, it was the acknowledged ruler of the Star Do forest, recognized by all spirit beasts and human soul masters. How could it be reduced to merely a guardian in Ao Tian's eyes? The Qianxunji also felt indignant, though it remained composed and refrained from voicing its thoughts. Ao Tian stepped outside, gazing at the Titan giant ape standing at the door and blocking a large swath of sunlight, and asked, "Do you believe your strength to be formidable?" The Titan giant ape glanced at the Qianxunji and replied, "My elder brother is slightly stronger than me. Senior Ao, you are stronger than my elder brother, but apart from that, no one in the Star Do forest can surpass me, as the ruler of the Star Do forest." It naturally harbored its own pride. How could it admit to being merely a guardian? Ao Tian smiled, saying, "Then allow me to demonstrate the gap between us." The Titan giant ape immediately perked up, asking, "Senior Ao, do you wish to battle me?" Ao Tian shook his head. "No, I merely wish for you to feel my pressure." The Titan giant ape hesitated, about to retort, "Senior Ao, you underestimate me," when an overwhelming force suddenly enveloped it. This aura was so terrifying that it rendered the Titan giant ape immobile, forcing its legs to bend beneath the pressure. With a roar, the Titan giant ape unleashed its strength, attempting to stand upright. Ao Tian raised a finger and commanded, "Bow down." As his words fell, the Titan giant ape's massive form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Qianxunji watched in horror, its scalp tingling. Although Ao Tian's oppressive aura was not directed at it, the mere hint of dragon might was enough to instill deep-seated fear. Ao Tian retracted his pressure, stating, "I only employed 1% of my power, and yet you could not withstand it. The beings hidden deeper within the Star Do forest, while perhaps not as strong as I, are still significantly more powerful than you." Xiao Wu and her mother, standing behind Ao Tian, were left in stunned silence. Previously, they had speculated that Ao Tian's strength equated to that of a tidal Douluo at level 99, even if he were stronger than the Titan giant ape. They believed it would not be by a great margin. However, now they witnessed how mere pressure could render the Titan giant ape utterly defenseless, and Ao Tian had claimed to have used only 1% of his power. Was he a deity? At this moment, a singular thought surged within the minds of the four soul beasts. The Titan giant ape rose to its feet, yet its head hung low, still haunted by its previous fears. It had fully submitted, experiencing the terrifying strength of Ao Tian remarked. Among those hidden deep within, each possesses cultivation spanning hundreds of thousands of years. If you wish to witness their prowess, I can take you along. Chapter 42. Repelling the Soul Masters, of course. I am eager to ascertain the capabilities of those beings, the Titan giant ape declared, although it had come to believe in Ao Tian's words. Its pride as a 100,000-year soul beast prevented it from conceding easily. Mama Xiao Wu pondered thoughtfully. "I believe I know where they are located." "Where?" Xiao Wu gazed up at her mother, her face brimming with curiosity. Mama Xiao Wu replied, "Have you forgotten? In the very heart of the Star Do forest, there lies a maze. Once we enter, we will be unable to progress further, only able to tread back and forth in place." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "I remember now. I used to play there often as a child. It's in that direction." She pointed toward a specific area and turned to Ao Tian. Ao Tian nodded, saying, "Indeed, that is the location." Xiao Wu continued, "Later, when I reached the cultivation of a 100,000-year soul beast, I attempted to venture there for exploration, but the maze was too vast, and I would inevitably return to my starting point." The Titan giant ape scratched its head, saying, "That place is quite peculiar. We found it amusing as children and visited it frequently. Who would have thought that powerful soul beasts were concealed within? I'm determined to see what kinds of soul beasts reside there, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Mama Xiao Wu, however, had deeper concerns and asked, Ao Senior, if those soul beasts are as formidable as you claim, why have they never emerged? What purpose do they serve by remaining inside? Ao Tian did not answer her question directly, merely stating, you will understand in due time, that he then turned to the Titan giant ape, saying, Little monkey, there are quite a number of soul masters entering this time, led by two titled Go and deal with them. Ao Senior, my name is Ming, not Little Monkey, the Titan giant ape corrected. In my presence, you are but a little monkey, Ao Tian replied. The Titan giant ape straightened its posture, its massive form towering over 20 meters high. Ao Senior, see how I am not small at all. It felt humiliated to be called a little monkey as a Titan giant ape and was determined to prove itself. Ao Tian smiled slightly, unleashing his immense spiritual consciousness, sweeping through the minds of the four soul beasts present. They widened their eyes in shock as their awareness beheld a colossal golden divine dragon, measuring thousands of feet in length, exuding overwhelming pressure. In comparison to the divine dragon, both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python appeared as mere diminutive soul beasts. The Titan giant ape gulped audibly and stammered, Ao Senior, what is that? Ao Tian chuckled, that is my true form. Now, do you find any issue with me calling you little monkey? None at all, none at all. It nodded repeatedly, fully convinced it was astounding to discover Ao Tian's extraordinary power. Xiao Wu was once again taken aback. Ao Senior, I shall swiftly deal with that group of soul masters. The Titan giant ape leapt vigorously into the sky, soaring higher than the surrounding towering trees, and upon descending, its form became obscured by the foliage. With several leaps, it had already distanced itself, heading outward. Can Ming manage on his own? Xiao Wu inquired. Her voice laced with worried, Ao Tian replied. The two titled law include one at level 96 and another at 92. The sky blue bull python has the best understanding of Ming's strength, he stated. With Ming's capabilities, he should be able to defeat one, while any soul masters below the rank of titled law will merely meet their demise beneath his foot. Xiao Wu instantly felt reassured. Had Ao Tian and Xiao Wu not returned, the two titled law, along with a multitude of high-ranking soul masters, could have potentially restrained Ming and Ming, posing a grave threat to Mama Xiao Wu. Now, Ao Tian had already sent the three titled law elders of the Spirit Hall back, leaving Ming to proactively engage, ensuring that any soul masters entering the Star Dove Forest would face utter defeat. It is quite commonplace for human soul masters to seek the extermination of 100,000-year soul beasts. In Ao Tian's view, there was nothing inherently wrong with this. However, such ventures entail risks, and, at times, that price may be life itself. Ao Tian, I wish to take a look. Xiao Wu expressed, that's reckless. It's far too dangerous, Mama Xiao Wu admonished. Suddenly, Ao Tian had an idea and smiled. It's all right. I shall accompany her. He beckoned to the dragon horse, which was grazing by the lake, and it galloped over. Ao Tian mounted the horse, and Xiao Wu leapt up beside him, this time sitting a little further forward. The dragon horse unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky toward the direction where battle had erupted. Such a horse-like soul beast exists, Deming exclaimed in astonishment. Mama Xiao Wu marveled, according to Xiao Wu. This horse transformed into a soul beast because of Ao Senior, and it appears quite formidable. Ao Senior's strength truly is unfathomable. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu arrive at the highest point of the battlefield. Looking down upon the chaos below, trees within a radius of several hundred meters had been affected, toppling in disarray. Hundreds of soul masters were frantically unleashing their soul skills, attacking the Titan giant ape. However, most of these assaults failed to breach its defenses, merely tickling its skin. The Titan giant ape clutched a massive log over 20 meters long, causing those struck to spew blood, many dying on the spot. Among them was a white-haired elder, exceptionally robust, his limbs remarkably thick, his body adorned with blue-purple scales, crackling with fierce electricity that erupted in a cacophony of sound. Every strike he delivered was accompanied by powerful lightning. momentarily stunning the Titan giant ape upon impact. Yet, despite the strength of the lightning, the Titan giant ape's colossal size rendered it incapable of being fully incapacitated. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family truly lives up to its reputation as the world's foremost beast martial soul. Ao Tian remarked with a smile that he speculated that the imposing elder below was likely Yu Xiaogang, the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect and the father of Yu Xiaogang. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect had gradually declined, losing its former might, and was even on the verge of falling from the top 3 sects. That it was no wonder that the sect's patriarch, the sole title Douluo, would personally come forth. That it was somewhat tragic that, despite his age, he still bore the weight of his entire sect's burden. Another title Douluo was in a pitiful state, likely a wild title Douluo or one hailing from a smaller sect, currently being pursued and beaten by the Titan giant ape. While his attacks could inflict damage on the Titan giant ape, they were insufficient to be lethal given its immense size. The battle among soul beasts is ferocious. The Titan giant ape paid no heed to its injuries, even disregarding Yu Xiaogang, as it relentlessly pursued the level 92 titled Douluo. Finally, after a blood-curdling scream, the titled Douluo was crushed in the Titan giant ape's grasp. The ranks of soul masters, including Soul Douluo, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor, were terrified, fleeing in utter panic. Yu Xiaogang, now the sole remaining target of the Titan giant ape, sighed deeply and reluctantly retreated. In terms of strength, he could indeed contend with the Titan giant ape, but his age rendered him less enduring and defensively weaker. In the end, it would be he who succumbed. It is over, Ao Tian announced. All the soul masters fled. After this lesson, it was unlikely any would dare to target Mama Xiao Wu again. Ming, you are incredible, Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping off the dragon horse, and was caught in the Titan giant ape's broad palm. Chapter 43. The core region, the Titan giant ape laughed foolishly a few times, appearing like a little brother before Ao Tian understood that both Deming and Ming were fond of Xiao Wu. However, since Xiao Wu had transformed, the two would never have the chance if they remained in their beast forms. Xiao Wu settled on Ming's shoulder and said, "Let us return. Ao Senior still intends to lead us into that mysterious area." Ming roared with excitement, eager to take action. Most soul beasts are innately combative, and the Titan giant ape, being a battle-crazed beast, had found itself lacking in worthy opponents within the Star Doe Forest. Aside from the sky blue bull python, which was not inclined toward combat. Now, having learned that deeper within the forest lay many even more powerful soul beasts, how could it not feel exhilarated? Ao, Senior, I may not be able to contend with them, but surely not all those soul beasts are significantly stronger than I am, it mused. Ming pondered within his heart, upon returning to the lakeside cottage. Xiao Wu's mother immediately felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the scars adorning Ming's body. Aunt Bao, it's nothing. I'm tough-skinned and hardy. I will recover swiftly. Ming grinned broadly. Ao Tian looked over and noticed that the wounds on Ming's body were slowly writhing. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern new flesh beginning to grow. This fellow possesses considerable talent. Ao Tian assessed internally. Ao Tian, didn't you say you would lead us there? Xiao Wu inquired. Then let us proceed. Ao Tian replied. He mounted the dragon horse and set forth toward the heart of the Star Doe Forest. Xiao Wu and her mother perched upon Ming's shoulders, following closely behind Ao Tian. Daming trailed last, his massive form undulating as he moved. They had traversed this path many times. During their childhood, Xiao Wu, Daming, and Ming had been curious about the maze there, treating it as a playground. Although they seldom visited now that they were older, they remained quite familiar with the route. After walking for half an hour, Ao Tian suddenly halted. Beyond this point lies the maze's realm, Xiao Wu remarked. Before them stood a stone forest with various oddly shaped monoliths rising from the ground, carving out spacious pathways that formed a labyrinthine structure. However, the vertical expanse of this stone forest was not vast, measuring less than a kilometer, allowing them to glimpse the towering trees at its end. While the horizontal range stretched considerably further, Ao Tian squeezed the horse's belly, and the dragon horse advanced into the stone forest. Xiao Wu hurriedly cautioned from behind. Ao Tian, this stone forest already possesses maze-like effects. Ao Tian did not turn back, stating, "I am aware. Just follow me." Xiao was correct. This stone forest indeed had a mesmerizing effect. However, to Ao Tian, this formation seemed remarkably simplistic, suitable for those ignorant soul beasts and soul masters, yet utterly ineffective against him. Over the course of thousands of years on this planet, he had evolved from weakness to invincibility, eventually growing bored and delving into the research of alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, until he could no longer endure the solitude and fell into slumber. His slumber was, in fact, a form of cultivation. Awakening, he found his prowess had multiplied beyond measure. "Let us hasten," Xiao Wu urged from behind. Erming took large strides, entering the stone forest. The pathways within were spacious enough to accommodate even Erming's vast physique. Xiao Wu remarked, "When we were younger, we couldn't even traverse this stone forest. We would walk inward, only to find ourselves emerging elsewhere." She pointed toward the towering trees at the forest's end, saying, "We were clearly advancing toward those trees, yet soon discovered that the scenes around us remained identical." "Ao Tian, look," Xiao Wu directed, her finger indicating the surroundings. That moment, the towering trees in all four directions appeared completely identical. Xiao Wu, feeling disheartened, lamented, "If we continue this way, we one team make any progress. It won't be long before we return to our starting point." Ao Tian chuckled softly, remaining silent. Xiao Wu continued, "I know a way to navigate through this stone forest. Back then, I captured a flying soul beast to guide me through." Erming added, "At that time, Daming and I had already grown quite large, and there were no flying soul beasts capable of carrying us. Only Xiao Wu could enter." Xiao Wu sighed despondently. "However, once past the stone forest, we cannot fly above the forest. There exists a strange force that even flying soul beasts cannot ascend against. Thus, I walked into the forest, but the situation there mirrored that of the stone forest. I ended up walking out again." After speaking, she turned to Ao Tian and asked Ao Tian, "Can we truly succeed in entering?" Ao Tian assured her, "Rest easy. Just follow me," to Xiao Wu's mother remarked. "Senior Ao has seen much. This will surely pose no challenge for him." While Xiao Wu and the others perceived the identical scenery surrounding them, Ao Tian understood that it was merely an illusion created by the formation. That in his eyes, the illusion held no sway. His interest piqued. He had not anticipated encountering formations on the Douluo Continent, and although he found them rudimentary, they were indeed quite remarkable in this realm. In the most central region of the Stardow Forest, the trees were significantly more dense than in other areas. The lush foliage shrouded the sunlight, casting a gloomy atmosphere within the thicket. Yet at the very heart of this dense woodland lay a clearing devoid of trees, revealing a serene lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, and the gentle ripples exuded a vibrant essence of life, invigorating all who drew near. This moment, several individuals of varying physiques stood by the lake's edge. The center stood a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome and resolute visage, a strand of golden hair cascading down one side of his face. Flanking him were both men and women, all gazing intently at the lake before them. "Beast God, how much longer must we remain here?" inquired a robust man, his gaze fixed on the black-robed figure. The man known as the Beast God replied, "The master is gravely injured. It will take at least 10,000 years for him to awaken." 10,000 years and counting. How many millennia has it been? "I am on the verge of losing my sanity," the burly man exclaimed, his emotions surging. The Beast God stated, "To guard the master is our very purpose for existence. Only he can lead us soul beasts in reclaiming our lost glory. Xiangjun, if you find it intolerable, I can accompany you in a spar," he offered. "Let us fight then." Xiangjun's dark golden eyes glinted with ferocity. "Beast God, someone approaches." A woman in a verdant gown suddenly interjected. The oppressive aura radiating from Xiangjun momentarily halted, then surged wildly. "Excellent. This is precisely what I need to relieve my boredom and satiate my hunger." Chapter 44. An encounter. Xiangjun, do not act recklessly, the Beast God admonished, his voice resonating with authority and dominance. Xiangjun's gaze was defiant, yet he refrained from further words. The group extended their formidable mental energies outward, penetrating the depths of the dense forest, reaching the stone forest where they sensed Xiao Wu and the others that little monkey from years past, along with that snake with the bull's head. The woman in the green dress smiled. The beast god's stern expression softened slightly as he remarked, "They have matured into 100,000-year soul beasts, possessing the potential to join our ranks as soul beasts. We must unite. Humans are our true adversaries." Among those present, some nodded in agreement with the beast god's statement. Should we allow them entry? The woman in the green dress inquired. The beast god shook his head, saying, "Their strength is still inadequate, and keeping them at the periphery will serve to intimidate those greedy human soul masters. We shall wait until their powers develop further." The woman in the green dress nodded in understanding. Beside the beast god stood a stunning woman clad in purple, who remarked, "Why are there two humans on the shoulders of that little monkey? When did they start mingling with humans?" The expressions of those present subtly shifted. The purple-clad woman continued, "I recall there were two rabbits accompanying them. Why are they not present now? Perhaps they have perished." The beast god sighed, "We remain vigilant here, occasionally succumbing to slumber, unable to monitor the external situation at all times. So now they are with humans. Should we be concerned?" The beast god shook his head, saying, "We are still uncertain of their relationship with those two human women. Let us observe for a while. If they have truly been led astray by humanity, we will have to guide them back to the right path. Oh, they seem to be unaffected by the grand formation and are about to exit the stone forest." The woman in green remarked, her voice tinged with surprise, "They are merely fortunate. If they take a wrong step, they will never escape the stone forest." Xiaogang scoffed. Had it not been for the beast god restraining him, he would have charged out long ago, leaving him somewhat resentful. And sooner had he spoken than the beast god declared, "They have passed through." His mental energy sensed Daming, Erming, and Xiao Wu emerging from the stone forest. Appearing before the dense wood, as for the dragon horse, and Ao Tian, they seemed not to have been detected by them. That stone forest is merely the periphery of the maze. They were just lucky to pass through. Xiaogang asserted that it is impossible for them to traverse the woods, that a few individuals present nodded slightly, expressing their agreement with Xiaogang's assertion that it is impossible to enter this place unless one's mental fortitude is exceptionally powerful, rendering them immune to the influence of the grand formation. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of malevolence, remarked, "I had initially intended to return for a brief slumber, but observing these youngsters navigate the maze proves rather entertaining." Upon exiting the stone forest, Ao Tian came to a halt that Deming and Erming followed closely behind, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Erming, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Senior Ao, you are truly remarkable. Why not take me on as your subordinate?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she added, "Ao Tian, you are incredible." At this moment, they had fully convinced themselves of Ao Tian's capability to lead them within. "Let us proceed," Ao Tian stated. Continuing onward, in the core area, the beast god and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. Who is this senior Ao that the little monkey speaks of, and who is Ao Tian? As mentioned by the little girl, the woman in the green dress pondered aloud. The beast god furrowed his brow tightly, replying from their words, "It seems that this senior Ao and Ao Tian are one and the same. And it is because of him that they managed to traverse the stone forest. How can this be? Why did my mental perception fail to detect his presence?" Xiaogang wore a skeptical expression. The woman in the green dress suggested, "There exists a possibility that this individual's mental strength surpasses all of ours." Xiaogang scoffed, "That seems even more implausible. The beast god is already the strongest being on Douluo Continent. His prow is comparable to that of demigods. Who could possibly be stronger than him?" The beast god cautioned, "Do not underestimate this. This world is not limited to a single continent. If an unknown powerful entity has indeed arrived, we may be on the brink of a great battle. The secrets of this place must remain concealed." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run through them and immediately began to adjust their states, preparing for combat at a moment's notice. Their mental energies continued to observe Deming and Erming, and through their overheard conversations, they became increasingly convinced that a formidable force was covertly guiding Deming and Erming along their path. With a grave expression, The beast god instructed, from now on, follow my lead, and do not engage unless absolutely necessary. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that if a truly fearsome being were to arrive and a battle ensued, it could potentially compromise the grand formation and expose their location. Thus, they needed to ascertain the identity and intentions of a newcomer. It's so dark here, Xiao Wu remarked. They wandered through the dense forest, surrounded by towering trees that dwarfed even the Titan great ape. The thick foliage obstructed the sunlight, allowing only the faintest beams to filter through. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of dead branches and leaves, exuding a faint, decaying odor. There are no signs of soul beasts having traversed this area, Xiao Wu's mother commented. They had yet to encounter a single soul beast, not even a plant-type one. The oppressive silence and darkness finally prompted Xiao Wu to ask, Ao Tian, how much longer until we exit this place? Ao Tian glanced back and replied, soon. The master of this domain is already awaiting our arrival. They continued onward, passing through several towering mountains. As they emerged from the damp, shadowy forest, they found themselves confronted by 7 individuals of varied appearances, all eyes fixed upon Ao Tian in astonishment. I asked that a child? They all exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, they had assumed that the one leading to Ming and heir Ming into this place was a powerful being. Yet now, the young one's appearance hardly bore any resemblance to that of a formidable entity. Some among them could not resist closing their eyes to probe Ao Tian's presence with their mental energies. However, in their mental perception, they found no trace of Ao Tian. Yet upon reopening their eyes, he stood vividly before them. This discrepancy heightened their wariness and apprehension. The beast god broke into a smile and boisterously laughed. It has been ages since we welcomed esteemed guests. You are most welcome. Xiao Wu and her companions scanned the faces of these individuals, their confusion mounting. Did Ao Tian not say that this place is inhabited by soul beasts? Why do they all appear human? Xiao Wu, her mother, and Ming and heir Ming dared not speak, for each of these individuals radiated a terrifying aura that sent tremors through their hearts. Judging solely by their presence, the strength of these beings far exceeded that of 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 45. Testing, Part 4. The beast god and his companions exuded powerful auras, their gazes fixed upon Ao Tian. Noticing that Ao Tian remained unaffected by their presence, their assessment of him rose once more. Ao Tian dismounted and transformed into a youthful figure. These individuals were not his close acquaintances, and he had no habit of looking up to others. Though Ao Tian was not particularly imposing, standing at about 1.80 meters, with a slender physique and subtle muscles, he was strikingly attractive in his flowing white attire, complemented by his flawless visage. With a smile, he said, I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence. How could we possibly mind? The beast god thought, though they remained cautious of Ao Tian's strength, unwilling to act rashly until they fully understood his capabilities. The beast god replied, as an esteemed guest, how could we take offense? Please, allow me to escort you inside. He gestured towards a grand wooden house nestled near the forest's edge. Ming set Xiao Wu and her mother down, stating, Senior Ao will remain here. Due to their size, they were unable to enter the wooden structure. That moment, they felt an urge to transform. Xiao Wu's mother took Xiao Wu by the hand and approached Ao Tian, who had previously warned them about the formidable soul beasts, compelling her to stay close. The beast god's gaze lingered onto Ming and heir Ming for a moment, ensuring these 10,000-year soul beasts posed no threat before leading Ao Tian toward the wooden house. Brother, these beings are terrifying. Oh, you truly believe they are soul beasts? Heir Ming quietly transmitted to Ming that Ming replied, Senior Ao would not deceive us, and their aura resembles that of soul beasts. Then why do they appear human? Heir Ming inquired, perplexed. To them, achieving a human form required transforming into a human and cultivating in that manner. However, Ao Tian had previously stated that these beings were soul beasts of considerable age, not transformed into human forms. Ming pondered, then stated, Senior Ao mentioned he himself is not human, yet he possesses a human form, does he not? I suspect that upon reaching a certain level of strength, soul beasts can freely alter their shapes. Ming nodded in agreement with Ming's hypothesis, Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward a lake emanating a vibrant life force, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, look! This lake is far more beautiful than yours and radiates a rich essence of life." Deming felt a surge of desire to dive in and swim, but remembering that they were intruding on another's territory, he restrained himself. "Let us stay put and not wander off," he advised. The beast god and his companions escorted Ao Tian and the others into the wooden house, where they took their seats at a long wooden table. Judging by the furnishings, it appeared to be a meeting place. There were only 7 chairs at the table, suggesting they had not anticipated uninvited guests arriving here. Ao Tian seated Xiao Wu and gestured for her mother to join them. As a result, 3 of the beast god's companions had no choice but to stand nearby. The beast god remarked, "We do not adhere to human customs, so we have no tea or refreshments to offer." "I hope you understand," Ao Tian replied. "That is quite all right. I did not come here for tea." The beast god smiled and said, "I am called Tian, and they refer to me as the beast god. May I ask how to address you, esteemed guest?" Ao Tian responded, "I am Ao Tian. Tian remarked, "It seems we share a connection, as our names both contain the character for heaven. May I inquire where you hail from?" "I have not heard of your name before. I was in a state of slumber until recently awakening," Ao Tian explained. "Senior Ao is not human?" Tian asked, astonished he had not sensed any kinship from Ao Tian and had assumed him to be human. Ao Tian shook his head. "I am not." Upon hearing Ao Yan's response, the hearts of Dishans and his companions were momentarily eased. Their greatest concern had been the possibility of Ao Yan being a human powerhouse. Soul beasts and humans are natural enemies. If Ao Yan were indeed a human, there was a high likelihood that his intentions were malevolent. However, they were relieved of that worry now. Dishans chuckled, "So, Mr. Ao, you are a soul beast like us." Ao Tian shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken. I am neither human nor soul beast." He gestured towards the mother and daughter duo, saying, "They're the true soul beasts." Dishans and his companions paused momentarily, their gazes shifting to the mother and daughter. "But Mr. Ao, you jest. Are there truly other powerful races aside from humans and soul beasts in this world? Moreover, these 2 girls do not exude the aura of soul beasts." "How can you claim they are?" Dishans inquired. In the presence of such esteemed individuals, the mother and daughter duo, Xiao Wu and her mother, remained silent, sitting there in quiet tension. Prior to their arrival, they had been filled with excitement, eager to witness the might of the soul beast tribe. Yet now, that anticipation had dissipated. Dishans' question elicited no response from Ao Yan. Instead, he waved his hand lightly, and the seals on Xiao Wu and her mother were lifted, instantly revealing their soul beast aura. Dishans and the others were taken aback, pondering how Ao Yan had managed to conceal the soul beast aura of the 2. Even they themselves could not completely mask the aura of a soul beast. Ao Tian continued, "As for my identity, I was invincible long before you were born." The robust figure of Qianxunji, standing behind Dishans, scoffed, "Such bravado! May I ask, esteemed Ao Yan, how old are you this year?" Dishans furrowed his brow, contemplating scolding Qianxunji, but ultimately decided to exercise restraint. This individual was notoriously rebellious and had a notoriously stubborn temperament, making it unwise to instigate a conflict at this juncture. Ao Yan turned to the imposing Qianxunji and remarked, "A little bear quite proud. I see that I became invincible 500 million years ago. Was I mistaken in saying you were not yet born? 500 million years. Ha! Even the gods above would not dare claim to have lived for 500 million years." "You truly have a way with words," Qianxunji retorted, refusing to relent on Ao Yan's age. Perhaps it was due to having been reprimanded by Dishans earlier or some other reason, but he had been displeased with Ao Yan from the start. Ao Tian shook his head dismissively, a smirk on his face, feeling it beneath him to argue with a mere bear. "What are you laughing at?" Qianxunji bellowed in fury. "Qianxunji!" Dishans too was angered. The conversation had been quite pleasant thus far. Ao Yan's boastfulness had not detracted from the enjoyable discourse. As long as they continued talking, Dishans could glean more information about Ao Yan and his intentions for being there. However, Qianxunji's provocative remarks had ignited a powder keg. Should Ao Yan truly possess formidable strength, a battle here would yield consequences beyond their capacity to withstand. That it could expose their location to enemies and hinder their Lordess recovery. Thus, Dishans had maintained a stance of utmost caution towards in response to Dishan's reprimand. Xiong fell silent. Ao Tian chuckled softly. It's all right. I have no need to be angered by a little fellow. Xiong bristled with indignation, feeling targeted by Ao Tian's words. Just as he was about to retort, Dishan's imposing presence loomed over him, compelling him to remain silent. To the left of Dishan's, a woman clad in a flowing green gown interjected, redirecting the conversation with a gentle smile. Mr. Ao, I am Biji. The two behind you must be the 10,000-year soul beasts, the soft-boned rabbits of the Stardow Forest, am I correct? Her voice was melodious and soothing, her appearance strikingly beautiful, and her warm smile was immensely comforting. Indeed, esteemed one, Xiao Wu's mother replied politely, this is my daughter, Xiao Nana. So you are Xiao Wu. I recall you playing in the stone forest as a child. You were quite the mischievous one for venturing into the forest. Biji laughed. Xiao Wu blushed, her head lowered in shyness. Seeing the earlier awkward atmosphere dissipate thanks to Biji, Dishans felt a sense of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. May I inquire, Mr. Ao, what brings you to our humble abode today? Ao Tian smiled. It's nothing of great consequence. I'm merely curious about the identities of a few among you. That he glanced at Dishans, then at the purple-clad beauty to his right, and finally at an ordinary-looking man standing behind Dishans, saying, I sense the essence of the dragon clan emanating from the three of you. Dishans' heart tightened, though his expression remained impassive as he asked, Mr. Ao, are you interested in our dragon lineage? Indeed, Ao Tian affirmed, I wish to see what abilities the dragon clan possesses in the present day. His gaze drifted outside, landing on the verdant, life-infused lake. You have remained here for countless years to guard the one beneath the lake. Haven Tu. A ripple of shock coursed through Dishans and his companions at Ao Tian's final statement, disrupting their composure. Dishans sprang to his feet, glaring sharply at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, who are you really? What is your purpose for coming here? Ao Tian stood as well, stating, Did I not just say? I am intrigued by your dragon lineage, which is why I have come. Dishans was far from convinced by Ao Tian's words. The fact that he could discern their dragon heritage and was aware of the slumbering lord beneath the lake suggested that Ao Tian's interest was not merely benign. Most likely, Ao Tian was an enemy of their lord from the past. Dishans' piercing gaze remained fixed on Ao Tian, a growing battle intent igniting within him as he demanded, Are you from the divine realm? Ao Tian shook his head. No, then how did you come to know these secrets? Dishans' group had readied themselves for battle. Yet Dishan suppressed the urge to strike Ao Tian down immediately. He needed clarity. If Ao Tian were truly from the divine realm, confrontation would be inevitable. But if he were not, then Dishans must ascertain how Ao Tian had gained such knowledge, ensuring that any potential threat was eradicated. Ao Tian seemed unfazed by the hostility emanating from Dishans and his companions. Chuckling lightly, while you may conceal your presence from others, you cannot hide from my eyes. Impossible. Dishan scoffed, utterly disbelieving Ao Tian's claims. They had protective formations in place. The only beings capable of detecting them would be those of tremendous power. Since you refuse to speak the truth, then battle it is, Dishans declared, unleashing his full might, causing the entire wooden structure to tremble. The 6 individuals behind Dishans also summoned their powers, poised for an attack. Ao Tian released no such energy. Instead, he gracefully floated outside, smiling. After all, I am a guest. It would be ill-mannered to damage the host's abode. Dishans turned to issue a command. Ziji, keep an eye on these 4 little ones. Do not let them escape. Ziji, though relatively weaker, found it quite easy to control 4 10,000-year soul beasts, 2 of whom had transformed. Rest assured. Leave it to me, the woman in purple assured. Dishans and his companions burst forth from the building. Positioning themselves before Ao Tian, Ziji swiftly moved to Xiao Wu and her mother, easily restraining them and bringing them to the sides of Daming and Erming. You 4 stay together. Do not even think about fleeing. Ziji warned, her form shifting as she donned a layer of purple-black scales. Her tall, slender figure boasted curves, her long purple-black hair cascading down her back, her face strikingly beautiful, with deep purple irises and a black scale on her forehead emanating an alluringly sinister aura. Daming and Erming felt a shiver at Ziji's formidable presence. Xiao Wu's mother quickly urged, Daming, Erming, do not act rashly. Trust in Mr. Ao. We will simply observe. Daming and Erming suppressed their impulses to retaliate, turning their gaze towards Ao Tian. At that moment, Ao Tian found himself encircled by Dishans and his 5 companions, while Biji, a healing-type soul beast, could only watch from the sidelines. Dishans cast a glance at Xiao Wu. They came with you. Do you not care for their well-being? Ao Tian laughed. They are not in danger. Why should I concern myself? Dishans pressed. I will give you one last chance that if you reveal how you learned the secrets of this place, perhaps we can avoid conflict. Otherwise, we will spare no effort to eliminate you here. Ao Tian shrugged, feigning helplessness. I have spoken nothing but the truth. Why do you refuse to believe me? Since you will not make a move, then I shall take the initiative. As the words fell, the 6 members of the Imperial Heaven immediately became vigilant. Ao Tian, with his fair and elongated arms, gently clapped, causing a strikingly handsome man, radiating an air of malevolence, standing to his left to be propelled backward as if struck by an unseen force, gushing blood as he flew into the depths of the dark forest. Today, I am solely interested in the Dragon Clan, Ao Tian stated indifferently. The sight of Ao Tian effortlessly incapacitating one of their own sent a shiver down the spines of the Imperial Heaven members. Their expressions shifting dramatically. Attack! Imperial Heaven bellowed. Xiaogang roared, his body trembling before transforming into a colossal bear towering over 30 meters, even larger than a titan ape, emanating a dark golden glow. Another individual instantaneously morphed into a massive black tree, its numerous branches swaying menacingly. Dripping with highly corrosive venom, a third person transformed into a fearsome beast with 3 heads, resembling a lion, each head exceeding a meter in diameter, its razor-sharp teeth glinting with a golden hue. Lastly, Imperial Heaven became an enormous black dragon, his size rivaling that of Xiaogang. His body was adorned with immense black scales, his limbs robust and powerful, with claws sharp enough to rend anything apart. His golden eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of terror. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to a lizard, albeit magnified countless times, exuding an intense dragonic essence that affected the surrounding ferocious beasts. Chapter 47. Dragon God as Claw. Xiaogang was the first to unleash an assault. Roaring, tearing sky claw, he swung his massive arm, over 10 meters long, as a gigantic bear paw descended, compressing and distorting the air, producing a sound like thunder. The dark golden claws at his fingertips emitted an incredibly sharp aura, creating fine cracks in the space they traversed, an imposing force that left onlookers in shock. On the other side, the 3-headed beast, the Crimson Demon Mastiff, opened its 3 mouths filled with sharp teeth, unleashing black flames capable of scorching both body and soul. Meanwhile, the transformed one Yao Wang, an eerie giant tree, commanded its numerous thick branches to slither around, blocking Ao Tian's every escape route, as venom seeped forth, rapidly corroding the hardened soil beneath, producing smoke and a noxious stench. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Imperial Heaven, refrained from attacking, instead staying vigilant against Ao Tian's potential counterattack. Given their size, he and Xiaogang could not launch simultaneous strikes. Currently, Xiaogang, the Crimson King, and Wan Yao Wang had synchronized their efforts flawlessly, leaving Ao Tian no room for retreat. Since the battle has commenced, we shall fight with all our might, thought Imperial Heaven, determined to swiftly eliminate the enemy before further damage ensued. That he assessed Ao Tian's strength, recalling that the one Ao Tian had effortlessly sent flying was the weakest among them. He surmised he could achieve the same feat. To him, the combined assault from Xiaogang and the others was sufficient. He was curious to uncover Ao Tian's true nature. If he were neither human nor soul beast, then what was he? From a distance, Xiao Wu and her mother, the Ming Ming, were thoroughly astonished. The overwhelming aura of the soul beasts instilling fear within them, their bodies trembling. They mused, with such a terrifying attack, can Ao Tian withstand it? Yet, recalling Ao Tian's size, which dwarfed that of these soul beasts, they felt a slight sense of relief. Logically, the larger a soul beast, the more formidable its power. Even if Ao Tian were not a soul beast, the principle should hold true. Why isn't he attacking? Or even defending? Wondered Imperial Heaven and the others. As Xiongju's terrifying strike was about to land upon Ao Tian, he remained calmly stationed. Die. Xiongju exuded a murderous intent, aiming to reduce Ao Tian to mere pulp. Ao Tian gazed up at the colossal bear paw, now bearing down upon him, and smiled. With a resounding boom, Xiongju's paw, akin to a mountain descending, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier of defense, halting its tremendous force mid-air. The hellfire from the three-headed crimson demon mastiff was similarly repelled by an unseen wall, unable to breach within 2 meters of Ao Tian. Wan Yao Wang, witnessing this, immediately directed the venomous branches to ensnare Ao Tian, yet they too were unable to approach within 2 meters, the potent venom proving ineffective. And no matter how hard Xiongju exerted himself, he could not lower his paw by even a fraction. Spatial power, exclaimed Imperial Heaven in astonishment. Unable to suppress the rising dread within him, he formed a spatial barrier for defense indicated an extraordinary comprehension of spatial laws. As this realization dawned upon him, he felt a shiver of trepidation. Time reigns supreme, and space is revered. The deeper one comprehends these two laws, the more terrifying their power becomes. Such a formidable being is best left undisturbed. While he was consumed by concern, Ao Tian spoke. I say, are you little ones mistaken? You are still far too weak. Your strength is insufficient even to scratch my itch. Xiongju roared incessantly. Feeling utterly humiliated, Ao Tian regarded this most volatile individual with a cold snort. He unleashed a punch, forming a gigantic claw, adorned with golden dragon scales, which struck Xiongju's chest, thick with dark golden fur. Like a meteor colliding with the earth, Xiongju's chest caved in, bones fractured. Blood sprang forth as his massive form crashed into the forest, toppling countless towering trees. How could he be so powerful? The three-headed crimson demon mastiff and Wan Yao Wang were seized by fear. Wishing to flee immediately, Ao Tian waved his hands, conjuring golden dragon claws before the two beasts, sending them flying and similarly injuring them. Without further regard for the wounded adversaries, Ao Tian infused his divine power into them, sealing their cultivation, rendering escape impossible. He then turned his gaze towards Imperial Heaven, stating, "It is your turn. Let me witness your prowess." Imperial Heaven stood dazed, waves of shock crashing within him as he exclaimed, "You are the Dragon Clan?" The dragon fist and claw Ao Tian had manifested earlier radiated an exceptionally pure draconic might, such that even he, the leader of the Black Dragon Clan, felt a sense of suppression. How could he not be astounded? "If you win, I shall reveal the truth," Ao Tian proposed. "Very well. I shall unleash my utmost power," replied Imperial Heaven. He had sensed with his mental prowess that those injured by Ao Tian were not in mortal peril, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Furthermore, if Ao Tian truly belonged to the Dragon Clan, it was likely that his prior statements held some truth. His purpose here was merely an interest in their lineage. Given that the Dragon God once stood unrivaled in heaven and earth, leaving behind numerous bloodlines, it was not unusual for a powerful dragon from the clan to emerge unexpectedly. Thus, Imperial Heaven as hostility towards Ao Tian had unconsciously diminished. Bai Ji had already dashed into the forest, commencing treatment for the injured. Nearby, ZG remained in shock, murmuring, "How could this be?" as the Hell Demon Dragon King, though her strength did not match Imperial Heaven's. Her pure bloodline and inherent potential were not inferior. Yet, even with her pure dragon lineage, she felt a terrifying suppression from Ao Tian's assault. Xiao Wu's worries dissipated entirely. Her chest swelled with pride as she declared, "There is nothing impossible. Ao Tian's strength surpasses your imagination." In her view, Ao Tian had yet to employ his true form. If he were already this formidable, how powerful would he be upon returning to his original state? Imperial Heaven fixed his gaze upon Ao Tian, stating, "I shall employ my most potent technique, a supreme skill bestowed upon me by the Dragon God. Dragon Goddess Claw. Come forth." Ao Tian smiled, intrigued, eager to uncover the mysteries behind this supreme divine technique possessed by a dragon so different in appearance from himself. Imperial Heaven's aura surged rapidly, an immense wave of power erupting from him. particularly from his right claw, which contained such terrifying energy that the surrounding air began to tremble slightly. This strike will possess semi-divine might. Be cautious, Imperial Heaven warned. Feeling that Ao Tian might be a Dragon Clan powerhouse, his demeanor had softened considerably. If he could ally with Ao Tian to defend their master, that would be even better. Ao Tian nodded. Come forth. Let me witness the strength of the technique passed down from your dragon god. Chapter 48. Your bloodline is too weak. Imperial Heaven's aura escalated with remarkable speed. Reaching its pinnacle in an instant. Ao Tian, will you not utilize your true form to engage in battle? He issued a reminder. Ao Tian shook his head and replied, no need. Tian felt a twinge of displeasure within. Perceiving Ao Tian's actions as a blatant expression of disdain, he refrained from uttering further words, as a terrifying claw lunged toward Ao Tian. With over 800,000 years of cultivation, combined with the dragon god's imparted dragon claw technique, the power unleashed was nothing short of fearsome. The spatial fabric of Douluo Continent appeared somewhat frail. The domineering force of the dragon claw caused the surrounding space to collapse relentlessly, bearing down upon Ao Tian. A resounding dragon might permeated the area, causing all present, save for Ao Tian, to tremble involuntarily, overwhelmed by an instinctual urge to submit. Ao Tian sensed Tian's energy fluctuations and strength, then calibrated his own power to match Tian's level. True dragon combat technique, he exclaimed softly, his fair fist ascending toward the heavens. This formidable technique of the Dragon Clan had long been cultivated to its zenith by him, even when manifested in human form. This punch brimmed with boundless profundity. Ao Tian, in human form, stood against the towering black dragon, a stark contrast between his diminutive fist and the massive black claw, creating a striking visual impact. Witnessing this scene, the scales of victory in everyone's hearts began to tilt inevitably toward Tian. Xiao Wu clung tightly to her mother's thigh, her body quivering slightly, her large eyes filled with trepidation. Tian's claw, emanating a rolling dragon might, pressed the void into continual collapse, while Ao Tian's punch seemed unremarkable, akin to a feeble blow from a frail human youth. From any angle, Ao Tian appeared destined for defeat. Yet, only Ao Tian understood that the power of his punch was entirely restrained, not releasing a hint of its true force. Under the gaze of all, the claw and the fist finally collided. Tian's dragon claw and Ao Tian's fist stood motionless, devoid of thunderous sound or violent energy surges. In that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. All eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at this bizarre tableau. Could that delicate fist truly withstand the massive black dragon claw? Who would emerge victorious? Ao Tian's expression remained serene, devoid of any fluctuation. Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of disbelief surged within him. How is this possible? He roared internally. Then a series of cracking sounds echoed, reaching the ears of every onlooker. All stared, dumbfounded, at the enormous black dragon claw from which the cracking noise emanated. Tiny fissures appeared densely across the dark dragon scales, and with a resounding explosion, the scales shattered, blood and flesh scattering. The colossal claw, akin to a small house, completely disintegrated. A faint golden blood gushed forth from the severed end of the dragon's arm like a volcanic eruption. The blood scalding hot, sizzling as it struck the ground. Ao Tian stood below, as the golden blood cascaded down like a waterfall, automatically repelled as it neared his body. His face remained unperturbed, as calm as a breeze. Slowly retracting his fist, "You lost," he stated coolly. Ao Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. This was the supreme technique of the Dragon Clan bequeathed by the Dragon God, yet paled in comparison to his true dragon combat technique. While it might be due to Tian's insufficient comprehension, to Ao Tian, the Dragon Claw seemed excessively crude. Tian's massive form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a human guise. His visage was handsome and resolute, though the pain radiating from his severed arm caused him to furrow his brow slightly. His hand had been severed at the wrist, leaving a ghastly sight. The flesh writhed, attempting to mend itself. However, the blood continued to spout violently, the wound imbued with an overwhelmingly tyrannical force, obstructing any healing as blood flowed profusely. Tian's complexion gradually turned pale. The emerald swan, by G, burst forth from the forest, her healing soul technique landing upon Tian's arm. However, the effect was negligible. This was no ordinary wound, as remnants of the true dragon combat technique's dominant force lingered within Ao Tian had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, Tian's entire arm would likely have been lost. "Allow me," Ao Tian stepped forward as G rushed over from a distance, landing beside Tian, her violet eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Ao Tian. Tian placed his left hand gently on her shoulder, saying, "Let him assist." In the moment Ao Tian's punch had erupted with power, Tian had felt that terrifying force, one he could not withstand. That overwhelming might had only destroyed his hand before ceasing. He understood that Ao Tian had shown restraint. Ao Tian approached Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder, divine energy surging into his arm, purging the residual power from the wound. Though Ao Tian's divine energy only coursed through Tian's arm, it was sufficient to leave him astounded. He sensed that this small portion of energy, if unleashed, could easily rend his body to shreds. Moreover, the dragon might contained within was extraordinarily formidable. The last time he had felt such dread was in the presence of the dragon god. He could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Ziji assumed that Tian had been ambushed by Ao Tian, her murderous intent flaring as she struck toward him. "Stop!" Tian shouted, but it was too late to intervene. Ao Tian remained indifferent, an invisible barrier of spatial law forming, deflecting Ziji's attack. Ziji pulled Tian back a few steps, regarding him with confusion as she inquired, "Are you all right?" Tian shook his head, replying, "You've misunderstood the senior. He is healing my wound." Senior, Xiao Wu, and the others, including the imposing Xiangjun emerging from the forest, were astonished at Tian's swift shift in attitude, now respectfully referring to Ao Tian as senior. Ao Tian smiled and nodded, saying, "Open your mouth." Though Tian was perplexed, he obediently parted his lips. Ao Tian's palms split open, a drop of golden blood oozing forth. Levitating in the air, he did not suppress the oppressive aura emanating from the blood. The terrifying dragon might made everyone feel as though the entire firmament bore down upon them, urging them to kneel in submission. Yet simultaneously, the drop of golden blood exuded an alluring essence, inciting an irresistible urge to consume it. "Your bloodlines are still too weak," Ao Tian remarked, waving his hand as the blood fell into Tian's mouth. He held a favorable impression of Tian. Despite their differing forms, they were indeed of the same dragon clan, making Tian a true kin in Ao Tian's eyes. Thus, he casually bestowed upon him a fragment of fortune. Instantly, Tian's body glimmered with radiant golden light, an unprecedented, terrifying pressure erupting from him, causing even Ziji, who supported him, to involuntarily retreat. His severed arm rapidly regrew, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. Tian trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Senior, my bloodline is evolving. My cultivation is surging. This drop of blood alone could enhance my cultivation by several tens of thousands of years." Through this drop of blood, he finally confirmed Ao Tian's dragon lineage. All present turned in disbelief, gazing in astonishment at Ao Tian. Suddenly, Ao Tian turned to look toward the verdant lake. At that moment, the entire forest began to tremble violently, the earth cracking, the waters of the lake vanishing swiftly, revealing the lake bed in an instant. Chapter 49. The shock of Silver Dragon King Gu Yue Na. By now, it was evening, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminating the world as the lake dried up. The muddy ground rapidly hardened, fissures breaking out in all directions, and a blinding silver light surged forth from the cracks, more brilliant than the sun. With a resounding boom, the earth erupted, and a colossal silver claw burst forth from the lake bed, crashing heavily against the shore. This enormous claw shimmered with silver, covered in hexagonal scales, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that a dreadful might emanated from it, instilling an unparalleled sense of oppression. Tian's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and exclaimed, "We welcome our lord." Bai Ji and the other 6 also rejoiced, hastening to the forefront, kneeling on one knee, and shouting, "We welcome our lord." A curious gaze from Xiao Wu and her companions fell upon the massive silver claw. While they were daunted by the overwhelming presence it exuded, their intrigue regarding the nature of the creature was palpable. Ao Tian felt a twinge of astonishment. He had intended to meet this slumbering entity, aware of her esteemed identity as the highest leader of the dragon clan in the Douluo world. However, she had awakened before he could approach. A fleeting thought crossed Ao Tian's mind, leading him to deduce the cause of her sudden revival. With a resounding crash, the entire lakebed erupted, and a colossal figure, exceeding 100 meters in length, soared skyward before crashing heavily back to the ground. It was a silver dragon, adorned with magnificent wings. Its body several times larger than that of Tian, yet its musculature was not exaggerated. Rather, its form was elegantly curvaceous. Tian and his companions gazed up at the silver dragon with fervent eyes, trembling with excitement. "Master, you have finally awakened," Tian exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. The silver dragon lowered her immense head, her large eyes focusing on Tian and his companions. Her voice was melodious yet authoritative as she spoke. "I sensed a powerful bloodline aura and foresaw that this bloodline energy would greatly aid in my recovery." Her commanding gaze fell upon Tian, sensing the surging power within him, and inquired, "Tian, has your bloodline evolved?" "Indeed, Master," Tian replied with utmost respect. The silver dragon nodded, declaring, "Excellent. Truly, you are a prodigy of our clan. It seems the time for our resurgence has arrived." With that, her vast form began to shrink, and within a few breaths, a flash of silver light revealed a stunning young woman before them. Her long, silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her ankles, gleaming with a radiant sheen. With porcelain skin and clear, vibrant purple eyes, adorned with long, curled lashes, she possessed an extraordinarily beautiful visage. Her figure, though not voluptuous, was perfectly proportioned, exuding an aura of exquisite perfection. Her long, straight legs ended in feet resembling white jade, standing upon the dark earth without a trace of dust, as the gentle breeze tousled her silver hair. It danced in the sunset, creating a breathtaking tableau, yet a slight pallor on her face evoked a sense of sympathy. "What a beautiful sister, as lovely as Ao Tian," Xiao Wu murmured absent-mindedly. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue Na, commanded. "Rise." Tian and his companions hastily stood up. Tian cast a glance at Ao Tian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Master, I must confess that my breakthrough was not achieved solely by my own abilities." "Oh, then how did you accomplish it?" Gu Yue Na's voice was as ethereal as a fairy's, a flicker of surprise dancing in her purple eyes. Tian turned to Ao Tian, stating, "It was the esteemed Ao Senior who effortlessly defeated me and enhanced my bloodline with a single drop of blood, thereby elevating my cultivation level." The Gu Yue Na's gaze shifted to Ao Tian, momentarily taken aback by his appearance. "Are you also of the dragon clan?" she asked, for only the blood of a powerful dragon could elevate Tian's lineage. Ao Tian nodded. Indeed, a hint of warmth appeared in Gu Yue Na's calm eyes as she remarked, "I did not expect to find such a formidable ally among the dragon clan. Elevate Tian's bloodline. Your power must surely surpass his. This is a rare strength for our kind," Gu Yue Na inquired. "Do you wish to follow me and seek justice for the Soul Beast clan, carving out a realm of freedom?" Though her voice was gentle, it resonated with immense confidence, and her call to forge a realm of freedom for the soul beasts ignited a fervor within Tian and his companions, who yearned to rush forth and engage the enemy in battle. Ao Tian shook his head, responding calmly, "I am not inclined." Gu Yue Na was taken aback. His answer was unexpected, and confusion flickered across her face as she asked, "Why?" "Because your strength is insufficient," Ao Tian replied bluntly. Gu Yue Na frowned, stating, "It seems you are unaware of my identity. I am Gu Yue Na, the Silver Dragon King, and at the height of my power, I could reach the level of a God King, though I am currently injured and yet to recover." Ao Tian smiled. "Even if you regain your God King status, what of it? Do you not comprehend the immense power of a God King?" Gu Yue Na queried, puzzled. "Master," Tian softly called. Gu Yue Na's gaze turned to him, asking, "What is it?" Tian, apprehensively glancing at Ao Tian, Saw no reaction from him before stating, I sensed a formidable pressure from Ao Senior. One that belongs to a dragon. Gu Yue Na's brows knitted together, and she remained silent, standing there like an ethereal fairy lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she slowly shook her head, saying, Impossible. Unless I merge with the Golden Dragon King, no offspring of the Dragon God can easily attain such a level of cultivation, Ao Tian replied. I beg your pardon, but I am not the offspring of the Dragon God as you claim. My lineage differs from yours. Impossible. The Dragon God is the progenitor of all dragon clans. Without the Dragon God, we would not exist, the Silver Dragon King contended, Ao Tian countered. When I was invincible, the Dragon God had yet to appear. In that moment, not only did Gu Yue Na find his assertion hard to believe, but even Tian, who held a measure of respect for Ao Tian, was skeptical. What dragon clan could possibly predate the Dragon God? Without further elaboration, Ao Tian transformed back into his original form. His colossal body coiled around the nearly 1,000-meter circumference of the lake, having purposefully controlled his length, for otherwise there would have been no space to accommodate him. In the night, his form radiated dazzling golden light, exuding an aura of boundless majesty, with 2 dragon horns adorning his large head and flowing dragon whiskers dancing in the wind. Gu Yue Na, Tian, ZG, and the 3-headed crimson magic hound, all possessing dragon blood, felt the weight of Ao Tian's overwhelming presence most acutely. Except for Gu Yue Na, who struggled to maintain her composure, Tian and his companions had already knelt to the ground in reverence. Ao Senior truly differs from us. He is incredibly powerful. Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Yue Na trembled, resisting the pressure emanating from Ao Tian. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck her, and she blurted out, Were you once asleep at the bottom of a volcano? Chapter 50. The ancestor of the dragon clan Ao Tian transformed back into human form. Shaking his head, I was in a space of magma deep within the earth, though it is connected to some volcanoes. Why do you ask? Ao Tian inquired, puzzled, as Gu Yue Na had not precisely stated the truth, but had come close. He could not fathom how she knew he had been slumbering in magma. Upon hearing Ao Tian's response, a flush of excitement rapidly spread across Gu Yue Na's pale face, a reflection of her elation. She approached Ao Tian, bowing respectfully. Gu Yue Na pays her respects to the esteemed elder. In that moment, all semblance of the Dragon King's authority dissipated, and she appeared like an adoring little girl standing before her admired older brother. Tian and the others were left in shocked silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. They were astonished that the Dragon King could exhibit such a gentle demeanor and equally intrigued by Ao Tian's true identity, which warranted such deference from the Dragon King. Puzzled, Ao Tian asked, You knew of me before? Gu Yue Na nodded eagerly, exclaiming, The memories of the Dragon God contain information about you. Ao Tian's confusion deepened. He had not known the Dragon God before his slumber. So how could the Dragon God be aware of him? Sensing Ao Tian's bewilderment, Gu Yue Na reached out to grasp his arm but recoiled as soon as she touched him, saying, I apologize. Ao Senior, I was too excited. Let us speak inside. She gestured invitingly. Very well, Ao Tian agreed, leading the way into the wooden cabin that Gu Yue Na followed closely behind, akin to an anxious maid, her excitement palpable. Tian and the others trailed behind, having grasped that Ao Tian was an ancient and powerful being, yet they remained curious about the connection between him and the Dragon God. Mother, let us go take a look as well. Xiao Wu urged, tugging at her mother's hand. Having spent considerable time with Ao Tian, she was eager to uncover the secrets that surrounded him. Xiao Wu's mother lifted her up and hurried after them. Inside the wooden cabin, although the seating was sparse, the space was quite expansive. Perhaps this was due to the inherently large size of soul beasts, leading them to dislike confined spaces, hence the cabin was constructed with ample room. Inside, only Ao Tian sat on a chair, while Gu Yue Na stood beside him. Please, have a seat, Ao Tian invited. I dare not, Gu Yue Na replied. The hierarchy and status within the Dragon Clan were rigidly enforced. And now that she recognized Ao Tian as a venerable ancient elder, she naturally refrained from any disrespect. Sit when I tell you to, Ao Tian insisted. Ao Tian furrowed his brow and spoke. Gu Yu. In response, quickly took a seat. With a mere thought, The entire wooden cabin was instantly illuminated, shining as brightly as day. She possessed the ability to manipulate elements, making it effortless to radiate light in the darkness. Xiao Wu glanced around, seeking the source of the brilliance, but after searching thoroughly, she found no discernible light source. Gu Yue Na finally returned to the main topic, stating, "Ao Tian, you may be unaware, but the dragon god has a profound connection with you." "Do elaborate," Ao Tian said, his interest piqued. Gu Yue Na continued. "In his youth, the dragon god fortuitously fell into a volcano. There he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. He attempted to delve into the depths of the magma to uncover its secrets. But the temperature grew increasingly perilous, forcing him to abandon his quest. However, he soon discovered that the magma contained a peculiar power that could significantly enhance his cultivation. The dragon god meditated there for a century. Emerging invincible at that time, he realized he had obtained the legacy of the dragon race, which he then used to elevate and expand the dragon lineage. Over time, his power grew immensely, surpassing even that of the divine kings. Yet he never returned to that volcano, for he understood that a formidable being slumbered within, one that even at his peak he would need to revere. In his heart, he regarded the slumbering entity within the volcano as the progenitor of the dragon race. Upon finishing her account, Gu Yue Na gazed at Ao Tian with admiration, her violet eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. The others were left in shock, realizing that Ao Tian had lived far longer than the dragon god, and that the dragon god's achievements were rooted in the legacy bestowed by Ao Tian in the past. They would have dismissed such claims with scorn, even resorting to violence to protect the dragon god's honor. Yet now, with the silver dragon king himself attesting to this, disbelief was no longer an option. It was no wonder that Ao Tian could effortlessly defeat them with a mere flick of his finger. His origins were indeed astonishing, his might surpassing that of the dragon god they revered. Emperor Tian and the others felt a profound respect for Ao Tian, equating their reverence for him with that of the dragon god. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the Soul Beast clan, unable to attain divinity and suffering at the hands of human soul masters, they clenched their fists in determination that if they did not resist, their extinction was inevitable. Now, having found an ancient powerhouse, the true ancestor of the dragon race, they felt a newfound sense of hope and strength. Ao Tian would surely lead them back to glory, they thought. Ao Tian was astonished. It turned out that the dragon race of the dual world had come into existence due to him. He had been in a state of slumber within the magma, simultaneously undergoing his own cultivation. Every breakthrough in his technique resulted in a transformation, and it was no surprise that dragon blood had mingled within the magma. He had awakened several times during his slumber. Prompted by creatures that consumed the dragon blood he had shed during his transformations, yet those creatures could not withstand the overwhelming nature of the dragon blood and perished. Eventually, he ceased to concern himself with such occurrences, unaware that some beings had successfully absorbed his dragon blood, achieving their own transformations, ultimately becoming the dragon god of the dual world. It was no wonder that the dragons here appeared different from him. The dragon god must have resembled a large lizard or a similar creature in his early days. Gazing at Gu Yue Na and Emperor Tian before him, Ao Tian felt an unexpected sense of kinship. "So you are our true ancestor," Gu Yue Na reverently declared. She stood, preparing to bow deeply before Ao Tian. However, with a mere gesture, an irresistible force prevented her from kneeling. "I am not dead yet. I shall not accept such reverence lightly," he asserted. Gu Yue Na's expression turned sorrowful as she spoke. "Ancestor, the dragon god was once the master of the divine realm. He generously welcomed humanity, allowing those who reached a certain level of cultivation to enter the divine realm for further training. However, the dragon god encountered some complications, and unscrupulous individuals took advantage of the situation, seeking to eliminate the human powerhouses in the divine realm. Yet the humans cultivated too rapidly, ultimately slaying the dragon god, who had fallen into disarray. The humans' rebellion was not without justification, but their subsequent actions were too extreme, slaughtering all divine beasts that resisted and capturing the remainder as mere pets. They even interfered with the laws, ensuring that soul beasts in the lower realms could never attain divinity, forcing them to transform into humans if they wished to ascend. The fate of the soul beasts is to be hunted by humans, becoming their soul rings if we do not resist. In a few tens of thousands of years, the soul beast will be utterly extinguished. Gu Yue Na looked at Ao Tian, her voice heavy with sorrow. Ancestor, please lead us to carve out a realm of freedom. Chapter 51. Please show restraint. Gu Yue Na gazed at Ao Tian with anticipation, as did Emperor Tian and the others, hoping that Ao Tian would speak words of inspiration to rally their spirits and lead them into battle against humanity. With a predecessor more powerful than the dragon god at their side, they believed vengeance would be easily wrought and the crisis of the soul beasts resolved. Ao Tian, under the weight of their expectant gazes, slowly shook his head, saying, I am sorry, but this conflict between you and humanity is not my concern. He had always desired a life of leisure. Why would he lead the soul beasts in war against humans? Or even seek to annihilate them? What would he say to Bibi Dong if he exterminated humanity? Gu Yue Na was taken aback by Ao Tian's refusal and grew anxious, saying, Ancestor, you are our ancestor. We are currently oppressed by humanity. How can you remain indifferent? She could not comprehend, nor could Emperor Tian, how their king could be on the brink of annihilation at the hands of humans while this ancestor remained unmoved. Do not call me ancestor, Ao Tian replied. The dragon god merely absorbed the dragon blood I released during my slumber, gaining the legacy of the dragon race. But what does that have to do with me? He was not intentionally created by me. Why should I bear responsibility for you? I do view your plight with sympathy, yet in the human world where I now reside, my beloved is also human. If you seek to extinguish humanity, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Gu Yue Na, in a state of distress, implored, Ancestor. Do not call me ancestor, he reiterated. Ao Tian, you are not human. Why do you side with them? Humans cultivate at a rapid pace, with a higher probability of producing powerhouses than we do. They can absorb soul rings of 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years after merely decades of cultivation. Meanwhile, the growth cycle of soul beasts is exceedingly lengthy, that if this continues, soul beasts will inevitably face extinction. Ao Tian replied, I believe that the two races need not be locked in a lethal struggle. Perhaps a method of peaceful coexistence can be discovered. Gu Yue Na shook her head. What method could there possibly be? Without soul rings, humans cannot continue to cultivate, which means they are destined to slaughter us soul beasts. Thus, our only means of survival is to eradicate humanity, at least the human soul masters. Ao Tian stood, saying, I am sorry, I have been asleep for billions of years, and now that I have awakened, I seek only to enjoy life in this world. Do not involve me in your racial conflicts. In his view, the extinction of a race was quite normal. He had no idea how many races had perished during his 5 billion years of slumber. With that, he turned to Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, let us return. Gu Yue Na, feeling urgency, quickly stood and said, Ao Tian, wait. Ao Tian halted. Gu Yue Na looked back at Emperor Tian and the others, stating, you all wait outside. I need to speak privately with Ao Tian. Reluctantly, Emperor Tian and the others exited the wooden cabin. Ao Tian then said, Xiao Wu, you should also step outside. After a moment, only Gu Yue Na and Ao Tian remained in the cabin, both taking a seat. Gu Yue Na inquired, Ao Tian, since you do not wish to assist us, why did you come here to seek us out? Ao Tian replied, I sensed your existence long ago. I was merely intrigued by your identity as the dragon race, which is why I came to take a look. Gu Yue Na bit her lip, a pale complexion suddenly suffused with a charming blush, as if she had made a decision. Ao Tian, could you please shield us from the outside? I have some words I wish to speak with you privately. Ao Tian, somewhat puzzled by Gu Yue Na's intentions, nonetheless set up a barrier. All right, now they cannot see us or hear the sound from here. You may speak freely. Ao Tian Gu Yue Na rose gracefully, her steps light as she approached Ao Tian. Her lustrous silver hair cascaded down to her ankles, and the pristine beauty of her delicate feet caught Ao Tian's gaze for an extra moment. He furrowed his brow, uncertain of Gu Yue Na's true intentions, standing before him, her charming face flushed with increasing warmth. Even the exposed, smooth skin of her body seemed to radiate a faint rosy hue. An enchanting fragrance emanated from her, compelling one to inhale deeply. Ao Tian could not deny that Gu Yue Na was the most ethereal woman he had ever encountered, with a gentle bite of her red lips. The dress she conjured with her soul power began to dissipate, revealing her most perfect self before Ao Tian. He finally experienced the sensation of wanting to gasp, his heartbeat quickening stirred by unexpected emotions. Compelled to turn his head away, he asked, Gu Yue Na, what is the meaning of this? Gu Yue Na lowered her head, the blush on her cheeks creeping to her earlobes, too shy to meet Ao Tian's eyes. Senior Ao Tian, I understand that the dragon clan has significant needs. The dragon god had 9 offspring, and even Tian possesses by Ji and Ziji. If you do not mind, I am willing to become your woman. She trembled slightly, extending a quivering hand toward Ao Tian. He pushed her hand away, saying, Gu Yue Na, please have some self-respect. A hint of sorrow crossed Gu Yue Na's face as she asked, why? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Ao Tian shook his head, still unable to look directly at her, replying, no, then why do you refuse me? She pressed that, I already have a beloved, and feelings must be cultivated. Ao Tian explained. Feelings? What does that mean? Gu Yue Na inquired. Perplexed, feelings mean to have affection for someone. Ao Tian clarified that, oh, then I like you, and I do not mind if you have other women. Gu Yue Na replied, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ao Tian. The soul beast held a simplistic view on such matters. It was quite normal for powerful soul beasts to have multiple partners. Her, Ao Tian's strength and handsome appearance made him the ideal companion. Moreover, if she became Ao Tian's woman, perhaps she could persuade him to aid the soul beast clan. Ao Tian understood Gu Yue Na's sudden offer all too well. He did not believe his allure was such that a noble woman would willingly offer her precious body upon their first meeting. Her primary motive was undoubtedly the future of the soul beast. He could not help but admire Gu Yue Na's willingness to sacrifice herself for their cause. With a sigh, he said, please put on your clothes. If you wish to be friends, that is acceptable, but there is no need for this. If you continue like this, I shall take my leave. Panic surged within Gu Yue Na as she hurried forward to grasp Ao Tian's arm. Ao Tian, feeling the surge of desire within him, dared not let her near. With a resigned sigh, he vanished from sight, leaving the space behind. The barrier will soon dissipate. You must dress quickly. Ao Tian's voice echoed back to Gu Yue Na. She momentarily stood in shock before a long dress reappeared on her form, though her flushed face would take time to return to normal. Senior Ao Tian has left, she murmured, her voice laced with profound melancholy. Chapter 52. Gu Yue Na's decision outside the wooden cabin. Tian and the others noticed the barrier had vanished and called out, my lord. Gu Yue Na hurriedly adjusted her attire, channeling her soul power to restore her previously pale complexion, and said softly, come in. Tian and the others entered, discovering that the spacious room housed only Gu Yue and my lord, whereas Senior Ao Tian, we just saw the horse he rode has vanished. Tian inquired. Gu Yue Na sighed and replied, Senior Ao Tian has left. Tian was taken aback and asked urgently, did Senior Ao Tian agree to help us? Gu Yue Na shook her head, saying, no. Tian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why? Senior Ao Tian is not human. Why does he protect humans so fervently? My lord, do we still have hope as soul beasts? Ziji looked at Gu Yue Na. She sighed internally, realizing that if she did not encourage her subordinates, their faith might shatter. With a smile, she reassured them, do not worry, I will find a way to persuade Senior Ao Tian. Even if he ultimately refuses to assist us, I will ensure he helps me regain my strength. Once I am restored, even if we cannot eliminate humanity, we will possess the means to protect ourselves. Trust me, our future will surely be bright. Ziji looked at Gu Yue Na earnestly, declaring, my lord, I believe in you. I believe in you too, Tian added. The others echoed their support. Gu Yue Na had always been their pillar of strength, and as long as she remained, their resolve would not falter. The fact that Ao Tian had left Xiao Wu feeling unexpectedly disheartened, her small face reflecting her displeasure. Would she ever have the chance to see him again? She pondered. Gu Yue Na's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu as she beckoned her closer. Speaking softly, little sister, come here. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at her mother. Go on, her mother urged, giving her a gentle push. Nodding, Xiao Wu approached with trepidation, her small steps tentative. From the earlier conversation, she had gathered that this beautiful sister was the highest leader of the soul beasts. She, a mere 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, felt a twinge of anxiety in her presence. My lord, Xiao Wu greeted as she reached Gu Yue Na, mimicking Tian and the others, observing her adorable yet anxious demeanor. Tian and the others could not help but smile. growing fond of the little girl that Gu Yue Na sat down, pulling Xiao Wu on her lap and asking, "Xiao Wu, you need not call me my lord. Just call me sister. Can you tell me what your relationship with Senior Ao Tian is?" "Sister, we are classmates," Xiao Wu replied. "Classmates? What does that mean?" Gu Yue Na inquired, puzzled. She looked at Tian and the others, who simultaneously shook their heads. Xiao Wu explained, "When a soul beast transforms into a human, it needs to experience human existence to cultivate. So, I entered a junior soul master academy, where I learned about human knowledge. Ao Tian is also studying there, in the same class as me. Gu Yue Na nodded, saying, "Senior Ao Tian must have awakened not long ago and is still unfamiliar with the human world, which is why he went there to learn." Tian and the others subtly agreed with Gu Yue Na's assessment. "Can you take me to find him?" Gu Yue Na asked. Xiao Wu replied, "He said he lives in Wuhun City." Tian's expression changed, and he interjected, "My lord, you cannot go there." "Why?" Gu Yue Na queried. Tian explained, "Wuhun City is currently the most powerful force on Douluo Continent, possessing numerous title Douluo, with the strongest reaching level 99. Only slightly below me. You are injured and must not venture there." Although Tian and the others had spent years in isolation, they were still aware of the external situation, knowing Wuhun Hall was the strongest soul master force at present. Gu Yue Na reassured them, "Do not worry. The day for our confrontation with humanity has not yet arrived." She then turned to Xiao Wu, continuing, "Xiao Wu, where is your academy located?" "In Nodding City." "Could you take me to Nodding City?" Gu Yue Na asked. "School has not started yet. We still have over 2 months of vacation," Xiao Wu replied. "Then when school begins, will you take me to find Senior Ao Tian?" Gu Yue Na asked. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before agreeing. Okay. Between humanity and soul beasts, she chose the latter. After hearing Gu Yue Na describe the tragic fate of soul beasts, she felt deeply moved in her heart. She hoped Ao Tian would assist Gu Yue in "Why, Lord? Do you truly intend to venture into the human world?" Tian expressed his concern. Gu Yue Na replied, "Senior Ao Tian is our hope for resurgence. We must not miss this opportunity. Then let us accompany you," Tian requested. Given Gu Yue Na's current strength, she was even weaker than him. If she encountered human title Daw, she would undoubtedly face danger. Gu Yue Na shook her head, saying, "No. If you all enter the human world with me, you will attract more attention. If our identities are accidentally exposed, it may draw the attention of the divine realm. But your safety, rest assured, it is not so easy for a human title Daw to capture me. Stay here to cultivate and try not to expose yourself. That if I need you, I will contact you." The group, led by Tian, had no choice but to comply. Gu Yue Na smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, why not stay here with your sister for these 2 months?" "All right," Xiao Wu replied, her fondness for Gu Yue Na blossoming, as she found her elder sister to be remarkably beautiful. "Sister, may I ask you a question?" Xiao Wu inquired. "What would you like to know?" Gu Yue Na responded. Xiao Wu glanced outside at Deming and Erming and said, "My companions Deming and Erming wish to possess human forms like you, but they are reluctant to transform into humans. Can you assist them, sister?" "That's quite simple," Gu Yue Na chuckled. "Their abilities are still somewhat lacking. Once they strengthen and surpass the 10,000-year cultivation threshold, they will gain the ability to transform into human forms." Gu Yue Na then turned to Tian and remarked, "Tian, these 2 little ones have considerable potential. I entrust their training to you. Rest assured, I shall train them diligently." Tian grinned. After Ao Tian departed from the core region of the Stardow Forest, his figure emerged outside the forest, accompanied by Longma. "Honestly, do they think they can seduce me with beauty to assist the soul beasts?" Ao Tian scoffed, surprised that Gu Yue Na was such a person. Addressing the issue between soul beasts and humans was not impossible. But it would not be an easy task. Perhaps once I grow tired of this, I will consider it. Since Xiao has already been returned, and the Dragon Clan has witnessed the situation, with over 2 months left in the holiday, it is time to return to Soul Master City. The thought of Bibi Dong brought a smile to Ao Tian's face. She was likely waiting for his return. Chapter 53. Refining Pills. Recalling that Judo Luo mentioned Bibi Dong was recently in seclusion, Ao Tian mounted Longma and traveled leisurely towards Soul Master City. He visited the Soul Master City almost every month to spend time with Bibi Dong, so he was not particularly anxious. The Stardow Forest was not far from Soul Master City, and after a day's journey, he arrived within its confines. After a 3-day wait, Bibi Dong finally emerged from her seclusion. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were all aware that Ao Tian was the strongest among them, even assisting Bibi Dong in securing her position as Pope. After Bibi Dong left Seoul Master City with Ao Tian, Qianxunji declared her a traitor and stripped her of her title as Saintess. Later, Ao Tian defeated Qian Lu with a mere finger, and out of respect for Bibi Dong's past as a Saintess, he agreed to her ascending to the position of Pope. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were gratified to see that Bibi Dong was an incredibly diligent Pope, managing the Spirit Hall with great efficiency and steadily enhancing its power. Plans to seize the two empires were already underway, and it was believed that soon, the Spirit Hall would unify the continent and achieve a lasting legacy. The door to Bibi Dong's exclusive training chamber swung open, and a mature and captivating figure stepped out. She stretched languidly towards the morning sun, and the fullness of her chest caught the attention of the attending maid, who couldn't help but swallow hard. Filled with envy and longing, the golden sunlight cascaded upon her flawless visage, revealing no blemish on her unadorned face. Bibi Dong felt quite pleased. After 6 days of seclusion, she had finally advanced a small step closer to level 99. She extended her arms, rousing the maid from her daze, who hurriedly draped the Pope's robe over Bibi Dong. The moment she donned the Pope's robe, the previously slender training attire transformed her into a figure radiating both regal authority and grace. At that moment, she could be described as resplendently magnificent. "Attend to my bathing and dressing," Bibi Dong commanded, striding back to her chamber. After 6 days of seclusion, aside from basic needs, she had been immersed in her cultivation, and it was inevitable that she felt somewhat uncomfortable from not bathing. "Your Majesty, Mr. Ao has returned," the maid said softly. Following close behind, Bibi Dong abruptly halted, turning to face the maid, her commanding presence dissipating in an instant as she anxiously queried, "When did he return?" "3 days ago. Why didn't you inform me?" Before the maid could respond, Bibi Dong had already dashed out towards her chamber. She understood that the maid's silence was likely Ao Tian's intention, so she bore no ill will in her tone. The maid watched Bibi Dong's hurried figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Only Ao could elicit such disregard for decorum from the Pope. In Bibi Dong's chamber, a childlike Ao Tian sat cross-legged on a mat, a golden flame the size of a fist hovering before him, within which particles could be discerned. Moments later, Ao Tian extinguished the flame, revealing a dozen pale blue pills radiating a delightful fragrance. He placed the pills in a jade bottle, a smile gracing his lips. It had been many years since he last refined pills, and he felt somewhat out of practice. Otherwise, he could have produced a few more, having discovered numerous spiritual herbs during his recent excursion to the Stardow Forest. He was inspired to refine pills. He rose and placed the jade bottle on a nearby table. At that moment, he sensed a shift and turned to the door. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and a graceful figure rushed in. Leaping towards Ao Tian, he waved his hand lightly, closing the door behind her. Typically, he reverted to his true form in private. He only manifested as a young man when others were present, aside from Bibi Dong. The people of the Spirit Hall believed Ao Tian to be in his 20s, unaware that his true appearance was that of a 7-year-old child. Bibi Dong swept in, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and embraced Ao Tian tightly. Ao Tian found himself submerged in softness, inhaling her intoxicating scent as he struggled to detach his head from her shoulder. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" He glanced at Bibi Dong, noting her figure seemed even fuller, which explained the near asphyxiation he felt. Transforming into his youthful form, he feigned disgust and said, "How long has it been since you bathed? You reek, and you're not worried I might find you off-putting." He couldn't help but recall a saying from his previous life. Goddesses need not attend to nature's call, for even their farts are fragrant. Bibi Dong was unconcerned, giggling, "If you find me distasteful, then you are not the man I love." She linked her arm through his and declared, "Come, attend to my bathing." Ao Tian looked conflicted. "Is that appropriate?" Bibi Dong shot him a playful glare. "It's not like it's our first time. Don't be so pretentious." "Very well, then." Approximately an hour later, they emerged from the chamber. Bibi Dong inadvertently caught sight of the jade bottle on the table and picked it up, asking, "What is this?" She curiously examined the round objects inside, resembling peanuts, having never seen anything like them. Is it candy? She opened the bottle, and an alluring fragrance wafted out. It smells delightful. She turned to Ao Tian with an inquiring gaze. These are youth-preserving pills. Even an ordinary person who consumes one will retain their youthful appearance, maintaining themselves at their most attractive state. He noticed a faint wrinkle at the corner of Bibi Dong's eye and added with a smile, "If you take one, you'll revert to the appearance of an 18-year-old maiden." "Really?" Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled, and she quickly retrieved one, but as she was about to swallow it, she paused. She glanced at her alluring figure. Expressing concern, "It won't revert my body to that of a young girl, will it?" "Fear not, it won't. Even if you wish for it, I wouldn't allow it," Ao Tian assured her. Bibi Dong no longer hesitated and swallowed the pill whole. It dissolved instantly, the medicinal properties spreading throughout her body, affecting her skin. In mere moments, her skin became smoother and more supple, as if it could yield water with a gentle pinch. Her already stunning face underwent subtle changes. Fine lines vanished, and her complexion became even more youthful and firm, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Bibi Dong hurried to the mirror and was astonished to see her appearance had rejuvenated significantly, even surpassing how she looked at 17 or 18, her figure still as enviable as ever. Overjoyed, she planted a kiss on Ao Tian's cheek. "Where did such a miraculous item come from?" "I crafted it casually," Ao Tian replied, then proceeded to enlighten Bibi Dong on the knowledge of pill refinement. Who would have thought such wondrous knowledge existed in this world? Bibi Dong marveled. "Your man possesses many such talents," Ao Tian replied. Ao Tian chuckled, then inquired, "Should we invite Xiao back to play for a few days?" Chapter 54, A Physical Examination. Bibi Dong shook her head and replied, "No need. She has important matters to attend to in the Tiando Empire." "What matters?" Ao Tian asked, intrigued. "To replace the prince of the Tiando Empire," Bibi Dong stated. It that Xueqing. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded. "It's better not to distract her. Let's discuss it once she succeeds." "Rest assured, she will undoubtedly succeed," Ao Tian affirmed. Bibi Dong gazed at Ao Tian, chiding, "You possess extraordinary strength. If you wished, both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire would already belong to us." Ao Tian embraced her, saying, "The journey of striving is meaningful, and the memories of our efforts are the most beautiful. If everything were handed to you directly, what aspirations would there be in life? It's akin to your cultivation. I could elevate it directly, but that would merely stunt your growth and could even be detrimental." Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Ao Tian, remarking, "You always manage to articulate a plethora of reasoning." She stood up, glanced at the sunlight outside, and said, "It's nearly noon. Let's have lunch. By the way, I recently took on a disciple. Did you know?" Ao Tian shook his head, aware of Bibi Dong's disciple's name, but not that she had taken her on recently. Bibi Dong explained, "Her name is Yu Xiaogang. Na. I'll have someone summon her to join us for a meal." Ao Tian, holding Bibi Dong, watched her slender yet curvaceous waist as they proceeded to the dining area. "Why should we bother her while we eat?" he asked. "Is it not permissible?" Bibi Dong teased playfully. Hearing Bibi Dong's flirtatious tone, Ao Tian felt a shiver run through him, nearly breaking out in goosebumps. You must have a favor to ask of me." "Related to that Yu Xiaogang. Na, no doubt." Bibi Dong flashed a triumphant smile and replied, "You're quite perceptive. Let's discuss it after our meal." As they stepped outside, Bibi Dong immediately released Ao Tian, maintaining a respectful distance. As an empress, although she did not conceal her relationship with Ao Tian, she still needed to uphold her regal demeanor. Should anyone witness her in a soft, affectionate manner, her established image of authority and nobility would undoubtedly crumble. She beckoned a maid standing nearby, instructing her to summon Yu Xiaogang Na for the meal. Once the maid departed, she and Ao Tian made their way to the dining area. Shortly after, Ao Tian and Bibi Dong sat at the table. A young girl hurriedly entered. The girl sported a neat bob haircut, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age, yet her physique was already quite developed. A hint of nervousness graced her delicate features, and an alluring aura emanated from her. "Teacher," Yu Xiaogang Na called out anxiously, Having been under Bibi Dong's tutelage for some time, and having shared a few meals with her, she still could not shake off her nervousness. Bibi Dong gestured to the chair opposite her, smiling. "Please, take a seat." Obediently, Gu Yue Na sat down, her large eyes stealing glances at Ao Tian, who was smiling at her. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze. Her heart raced slightly as she thought to herself, how could there be such a handsome man? She had noticed Ao Tian's presence upon entering. He was undoubtedly the most striking man she had ever encountered, prompting her to sneak a glance that he caught. Curiosity filled her mind regarding the identity of this attractive man, who seemed so intimately close to her teacher. Bibi Dong introduced, "Ao Tian, this is my newly accepted disciple, Gu Yue Na. Yue Na, you may address him as Mr. Ao. He is my beloved." Upon uttering these words, a faint blush appeared on Bibi Dong's cheeks. Although the higher-ups of the spirit hall were aware of her relationship with Ao Tian, this was the first time she had introduced him so openly. Inevitably causing her a tinge of embarrassment, Ao Yue Na was taken aback. Quickly rising, "Greetings, Mr. Ao." She gazed at Ao Tian again, realizing that he and Bibi Dong were indeed a perfect match, both possessing exquisite beauty. Her astonishment stemmed from the revelation that her teacher had a beloved, a secret she had never been privy to before. Bibi Dong raised her hand to signal her to sit, smiling. "No need to be so formal. Just treat him or Ao as you would me." "Understood, teacher," Gu Yue Na responded obediently. "Let us eat," Bibi Dong suggested, concerned that Gu Yue Na might feel too reserved, so she personally served her some dishes. After nearly an hour of dining, the time had reached noon. Bibi Dong said, "Yue Na, come with me to the study." Gu Yue Na nodded, respectfully following behind Bibi Dong and Ao Tian. Although Bibi Dong did not specify the purpose of their visit to the study, Ao Tian had a vague idea and felt a sense of helplessness. Upon entering the study, Bibi Dong dismissed the maid and turned to Ao Tian, saying, "Please examine her health." Ao Yue Na was taken aback, looking at Bibi Dong in confusion. Ao Tian, bemused, replied, "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Bibi Dong shot him a glare, insisting, "What is so inappropriate? She is merely a young girl. You wouldn't harbor any improper thoughts, would you? Hurry up. After the examination, please tailor a set of cultivation techniques for her. Creating a technique from scratch requires considerable effort." "Am I not aware of your capabilities?" Bibi Dong threatened. "Oh, you wish to sleep on the sofa tonight? Very well." Ao Tian conceded, feeling quite exasperated. Years prior, he had meticulously examined Bibi Dong's body and subsequently developed a technique that greatly enhanced her cultivation speed based on her physical condition and soul power characteristics. He never anticipated that today he would be tasked with creating a technique for Gu Yue Na. It should be noted that in his inherited memories, he possessed knowledge primarily related to dragon techniques, leaving him somewhat lacking in understanding human cultivation methods. Thus, crafting the most suitable technique for an individual human was not an easy feat, however. Given his profound expertise, he could surely devise something with some thought. Pointing to a small bed typically used by Bibi Dong for rest, he instructed Gu Yue Na, "Lie down to Ao Yue Na." His heart began to race. Her youthful face flushed as she looked uncertainly at Bibi Dong. She found this examination to be rather unusual. After all, aside from childhood interactions with her brother, she had not had any contact with males in recent years now. She was to be touched by a strange man. Though he was her teacher's beloved, she could not remain calm. "Go ahead, don't worry. It won't hurt. In fact, it may feel quite pleasant," Bibi Dong reassured her. She recalled how Ao Tian had examined her years ago, thoroughly massaging her body, which had indeed felt quite soothing. Blushing, Gu Yue Na finally nodded gently and climbed onto the small bed, lying down and anxiously awaiting the man's approach. "This little girl is shy." Bibi Dong chuckled, nudging Ao Tian. "Go on." Ao Tian approached Gu Yue Na's side, regarding the 11 or 12-year-old girl with a gentle smile, saying, "Don't be nervous. It won't hurt." Chapter 55. The fallen Gu Yue Na upon witnessing Ao Tian's warm smile. Reminiscent of the sun, Gu Yue Na gently nodded, her previously tense demeanor gradually easing. Ao Tian placed his hand upon Gu Yue Na's shoulder, channeling his spiritual essence into her, meticulously analyzing her physical and soul power characteristics. To create a cultivation technique for Gu Yue Na, it would have been ideal to draw inspiration from the methods of the Fox clan. However, as Ao Tian lacked such resources, he was left to conjure something from thin air. This was not a task that could be accomplished in haste. It required his focused effort in relentless calculations and numerous experiments on Hulayina herself. It seemed that his 2-month holiday would be chiefly dedicated to her. Since Hulayina was a disciple of Bibi Dong, she could be considered half his disciple as well. Thus, he felt compelled to assist her. His divine energy flowed from his palm into Hulayina, helping to clear the obstructions within her meridians. In the womb, a person's meridians are unobstructed, but upon entering the world, they are tainted by the impurities of the environment, leading to gradual blockages, particularly pronounced in those with lesser innate talents. Through diligent cultivation, these blockages can be reopened, expelling the impurities within. Hulayina's talent for cultivation was commendable even in the Douluo Continent, yet the condition of her internal meridians was still quite severe. Ao Tian skillfully controlled the potency of his divine power, effortlessly shattering the impurities without harming her meridians, directing the remnants toward her digestive system. Were it anyone else, such as Tang San, to unblock a meridian would necessitate enduring excruciating pain akin to being torn apart. However, the impurities within Hulayina's meridians crumbled before Ao Tian's might as easily as tofu, leaving her blissfully unaware of any discomfort. Bibi Dong approached, observing Hulayina's flushed face, inquiring, "How do you feel? Is it painful?" "Not at all," Hulayina replied, gently nodding. "It feels warm and soothing." Within mere minutes, Ao Tian had successfully unblocked Hulayina's 8 extraordinary meridians. Even without his guidance and cultivation techniques, her meditative practice would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Ao Tian retracted his hand, stating, "It is done. You may return now. I will summon you again when needed." Hulayina rose from the bed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Although she was uncertain of the nature of the technique her teacher spoke of, she surmised it was for her benefit. After the cleansing of her meridians, she felt enveloped in warmth and weightlessness, an indescribable sense of comfort. Suddenly, her fair cheeks flushed anew, and clutching her abdomen, she exclaimed, "Teacher, I must take my leave." Bibi Dong nodded gently, bidding her farewell. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hulayina hurriedly departed. After her exit, Bibi Dong regarded Ao Tian with a teasing smile, asking, "Why was this examination of Laina's body so simple? I recall you nearly explored every inch of me back then." Unfazed, Ao Tian replied with a chuckle, "Every individual's physical condition is unique. Yours required meticulous examination, while Hulayina's was rather straightforward." "Really?" Bibi Dong quipped. "Do you think I believe you were not taking advantage of the situation?" In the following days, Ao Tian would regularly meet with Hulayina to experiment with cultivation techniques and assess their effects, striving for a more flawless outcome. After a month's endeavor, he finally accomplished the task assigned by Bibi Dong. Inside Bibi Dong's office, having just seen Hulayina off, Ao Tian pinched the bridge of his nose. Recalling Hulayina's fate in the original storyline, defeated by Tang San in the Soul Master Tournament, leading her to desperately seek power in the City of Slaughter, where she would encounter a disguised Tang San and subsequently fall in love with him. Yet, due to their differing ideologies, she would endure immense suffering, ultimately departing with Qianxunji, spending her remaining days in solitude. Hulayina is akin to my half-disciple. How could I allow anyone to harm her? Ao Tian mused. In his view, as long as Hulayina triumphed over Tang San, she would not be drawn to him, thus preventing tragedy. Noticing Ao Tian's contemplative gesture, Bibi Dong approached, expressing concern. "You must be tired. Allow me to massage your temples." 2 months swiftly passed, and Ao Tian rode his dragon steed towards Nodding City. His body had yet to mature, and spending all day beside Bibi Dong became monotonous. Witnessing the unfolding of the plot in Nodding City provided him with a small thrill as the quaint town appeared at the road's end. A smile graced his lips. "I wonder if that little girl, Xiao Wu, will still attend Nodding Academy?" He pondered. In truth, his spiritual awareness could encompass the entire planet, and discovering Xiao Wu's whereabouts was merely a thought away. However, knowing too much in advance would diminish the excitement. He refrained from constantly releasing his spiritual essence, believing that a dragon's life must retain some surprises to remain enjoyable. He harbored no worries for Xiao Wu's safety. She had already ventured into the heart of the Star Doe Forest, befriending the Silver Dragon King and other formidable soul beasts. Should she wish to return, the Silver Dragon King would likely ensure her safety. With this thought, a premonition arose within him. The ethereal Gu Yue Na might seize the opportunity of Xiao Wu's arrival at Nodding Academy to seek him out. The mere thought of the transcendent beauty that was Gu Yue Na left Ao Tian feeling somewhat helpless. That woman held the mission of the Soul Beast clan in higher regard than her own well-being, making her a challenging individual to dissuade. Perhaps she was already in Nodding City, waiting for him. Miss Ao Tian rode his dragon steed into Nodding City. He opted not to head towards Nodding Academy, but rather to the finest hotel in the city. With classes commencing the following day, he needed a suitable place to rest for the night, but a striking young boy atop a pristine white steed drew countless gazes along the way. Suddenly, Ao Tian furrowed his brow, pulling the reins to halt his steed. Ahead, two figures, a large one and a small one, bolted past him at high speed, nearly colliding with his dragon steed. In the distance, a voice could be heard shouting in anger. "Stop! Someone has stolen my purse! Catch the thief!" Ao Tian observed the fleeing duo with a peculiar expression. The larger figure was dragging the smaller one along, and as they rushed past, they did not pause. To his astonishment, it was Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, having pilfered someone's purse, and now, being pursued. One was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, while the other was a dignified dragon king. The leader of the soul beasts. How could they resort to thievery? Xiao was being pulled along by Gu Yue Na, her speed so swift that she seemed to float. "Wait, sister, I see the dragon steed," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Where?" Gu Yue Na halted abruptly, her voice filled with excitement as she scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Ao Tian, who sat atop his steed, wearing a bemused expression. "Senior Ao," Gu Yue Na called out, her tone laced with joy and a hint of grievance. Despite Ao Tian's transformation, his essence remained unmistakable to her. Chapter 56. A dilemma. Gu Yue Na had heard from Xiao Wu that Ao Tian was using the identity of a 7-year-old at the academy, which enabled her to recognize him so quickly. Upon seeing Ao Tian, Gu Yue Na ceased her flight. With him present, what was there to fear? Surely he would not stand idly by in the face of danger. Initially, Ao Tian had no intention of intervening, but upon witnessing the pitiful expressions of Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, his heart softened. Regardless of his acknowledgement, they shared the same bloodline flowing within them. In the fleeting moment that Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu halted, the man who had been shouting for assistance caught up to them that he was a stout fellow, appearing to be in his 40s. With a protruding belly and a pair of small mustaches gracing his lips, his appearance was hardly commendable, exuding an air of sleaziness, despite his rather lavish attire. A brocade robe adorned with several emerald rings and a pure gold necklace. He radiated the unmistakable aura of a nouveau riche. It was no wonder Gu Yue Na had chosen to target this individual. The middle-aged man panted heavily, his gaze fixated on Gu Yue Na, a look of desire in his eyes that seemed to strip her bare and consume her whole. "Return my purse," Ao Tian commanded. Gu Yue Na clutched a heavy purse, clearly filled with gold soul coins, contemplating whether to return it. After all, it had taken considerable effort to acquire this money. Should she really give it back? Xiao Wu nudged her, whispering, "Sister, Ao Tian is very wealthy. Let us return the money first." "All right, we shall return it to you." Gu Yue Na tossed the pouch of money to the middle-aged man, yet her brows knitted in discomfort at the greedy gaze of the rotund figure. Among the crowd of onlookers, many shared similar lecherous stares, and she understood that these human males were undoubtedly captivated by her beauty and physique, desiring to possess her. Were it not for the presence of human soul masters in this realm, which might attract unwanted attention, she would have devoured these detestable scoundrels without hesitation. After all, she had resolved to remain here and engage in a prolonged war of attrition with Ao Tian. Naturally wishing to avoid entanglements, the middle-aged man received the pouch, his eyes glinting with avarice as he swallowed several times, remarking, "You think returning what you stole means you can escape unscathed. What do you want then?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Stealing is a crime punishable by imprisonment. However, if you serve me for a while, I might let this slide," the man said, his voice thick with anticipation as he continued to salivate over the enchanting woman before him. who seemed almost celestial. The prospect of spending a night with such a divine beauty was worth sacrificing even 10 years of his life. Just as the man indulged in his fantasies, a voice, youthful yet commanding, rang out. "Get lost." Ao Tian uttered a single word, but it was accompanied by an overwhelming aura of a soul master that caused the surrounding crowd to recoil in fear. A soul master, a profession of unparalleled nobility, was a rare existence in a place like Notting City, not someone to be trifled with. With that single command, the middle-aged man felt as though he had received an invisible blow, sent sprawling several meters away, groaning in agony. Simultaneously, a chilling aura of menace enveloped him, causing him to tremble in terror. Nearly losing control of his bladder, he no longer dared to entertain any thoughts towards Gu Yue Na and hastily retreated into the crowd. Ao Senior, how imposing! Gu Yue Na flattered, and while Ao Tian was momentarily distracted, she swiftly mounted the horse, positioning herself behind him. Feeling the softness at his back, Ao Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing on my horse?" Gu Yue Na ignored his question, calling out to Xiao Wu, "Hurry, get on." "Oh," Xiao Wu responded, leaping on a horse in front of Ao Tian, now caught between two lovely pressures. Ao Tian found himself in a predicament. Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with mischief as she feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Ao Senior, you've taken away my hard-earned money. If you ignore us, Xiao Wu and I may very well starve on the streets. Can you bear to abandon two frail women?" Ao Tian was at a loss for words. Could the mighty Dragon King truly starve? Yet considering the bond he shared with Xiao Wu from their year of cohabitation, he couldn't bring himself to cast Gu Yue Na aside. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the dragon horse continued to advance. Sitting behind Ao Tian, Gu Yue Na's lips curled into a victorious smile. Over the past 2 months, she had meticulously inquired about Ao Tian from Xiao Wu, ultimately discerning his weakness. He preferred a gentle approach over a forceful one. For instance, he was quite indulgent toward Xiao Wu. Whenever she acted coy, he would typically acquiesce to her requests. Thus, she decided to adopt a softer strategy in her future interactions with him. The goal was not merely to win Ao Tian's favor, but also to aid him in restoring his powers and making a promise to the soul beasts. Ao Tian felt increasingly uncomfortable, wedged between the two soft presences, compounded by the inevitable jolting of the horse's back. Fortunately, the dragon horse was swift, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the Grand Nodding Hotel. Dismounting, Ao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Handing over the dragon horse to the hotel staff before entering, Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu followed closely behind, their curiosity piqued by the opulent establishment. Having departed from the Star Doe Forest 10 days prior, they had never before experienced such lavish human hospitality and top-tier service. Ao Tian, affluent and familiar with the surroundings, booked 2 of the finest rooms and ordered a selection of signature dishes. Before long, in Ao Tian's room, Gu Yue Na's eyes gleamed as she devoured the freshly delivered dishes, showering praises with every bite. The 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, transformed into food enthusiasts, consuming the majority of the delectable offerings. Once their appetites were satisfied, Ao Tian finally broached the topic of Gu Yue Na's theft. With a hint of grievance, she explained, "The human world is far too complicated. Everything costs money. Food, lodging, clothing. We possess none of their currency." She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, who blushed and lowered her head. Before continuing, "Eventually, Xiao Wu suggested I resort to thievery, targeting the wealthy, which is how I managed to reach Notting City. Ao Senior, I have endured countless hardships in search of you." Gu Yue Na endeavored to present herself as fragile and pitiable, genuinely feeling like a mere girl in the presence of someone as esteemed as Ao Tian, and thus felt no shame in her demeanor. Ao Tian found it hard to fathom that the formidable Dragon King had been reduced to such desperate measures, and he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu, pondering if she had similarly resorted to thievery upon her first arrival in Notting City. Understanding Gu Yue Na's earnest intentions in seeking him, Ao Tian contemplated, "I can assist you with your quest to aid the soul beasts, but I will need some time to devise a solution for their plight." Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with joy. "Are you truly going to help us against the humans?" Ao Tian shook his head. I will employ my own methods. What methods? Gu Yue Na pressed, her role as the leader of the soul beast prompting her to seek clarity that will be revealed in due time. Disclosing it now would be futile. Ao Tian replied. His decision to aid the soul beast stemmed not only from sympathy, but also from a recognition of his need to cultivate obedient allies. He could not remain on Douluo Continent indefinitely. One day, he might grow weary of this life and venture to the divine realm or explore the cosmos. Having a group of capable subordinates would ease his journey. He believed that the souls of beasts were far less complex than those of humans. Making their cultivation more straightforward, of course, he wouldn't overlook promising humans either, like Yu Na. After 100 years of contemplation, Gu Yue Na finally nodded that a century was not long for her, and she could afford to wait. Ao Senior, I have another humble request, she said, a hint of shyness in her voice, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her numerous requests for assistance. What is it? Ao Tian inquired. Could you help me heal my hidden injuries? Gu Yue Na asked, her gaze filled with hope. Her injuries were severe, a remnant of the battle between the dragon god and 5 godly human powerhouses, and if she relied solely on her own recovery, it would take at least 20,000 years. She couldn't afford to wait that long. What if Ao Senior failed to resolve the soul beast's issues? If she had to wait 2 more decades, the soul beasts might face extinction. Ao Tian responded, let me examine your body. Only after speaking did he realize the potential ambiguity of his words, but he dismissed it and released his spirit consciousness to probe into Gu Yue Na's body. As someone else's consciousness invaded her being, Gu Yue Na felt a peculiar sensation welling within her. After a brief moment, Ao Tian withdrew his consciousness, and she anxiously asked, how is it? Ao Senior, is my condition treatable? Ao Tian shook his head. It is not easy to heal. You have damaged your essence. Unless I use my blood to enhance your bloodline purity and provide subsequent nourishment, recovery will be arduous. Your blood? Gu Yue Na's eyes lit up, realizing that even the dragon god had never received such an offer. The dragon god had merely absorbed the dragon blood emanating from Ao Tian during his cultivation, gradually gaining the dragon lineage and eventually evolving into the colorful giant dragon. If I absorb Ao Senior's blood, will my future achievements surpass those of the dragon god? Gu Yue Na felt a surge of excitement at the thought. With hope in her eyes, she implored, Ao Senior, could you bestow upon me some of your blood? Before Ao Tian could respond, she added, your great kindness will never be forgotten by Gu Yue Na. Without further ado, Ao Tian pressed his palm against his chest, extracting a drop of blood that radiated immense pressure. He waved his left hand to create a barrier, ensuring that their activity went unnoticed. He then cast a defensive barrier around Xiao Wu, lest the girl faint from the overwhelming energy of the blood. I asked this what Ao Senior's blood is like. Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This single drop of blood essence imparted upon her an overwhelming sense of pressure. The blood essence, a concentrated distillation of vital fluid, seemed trivial to Ao Tian. Yet for Gu Yue Na, it represented an unparalleled opportunity. Within this droplet lay fragments of the dragon clan's ancestral knowledge, and upon merging and absorbing it, she would undoubtedly gain profound insights. However, given her injuries, Ao Tian chose to seal some of the essence's power. Instructing her, open your mouth. Obediently, Gu Yue Na complied, and Ao Tian flicked his finger, allowing the blood essence to fall in her mouth. You possess hidden wounds. Refining this essence will require ample time. Once completed, your injuries should nearly heal. If not, I shall provide you with another drop, that he continued. Moreover, the essence contains traces of the dragon clan's heritage. You may ponder it and impart the knowledge to Tian and the others. Moved by his generosity, Gu Yue Na thought, does this mean Ao Xianbei intends to enhance their soul beast strength? Contemplating this, she responded earnestly, Ao Xianbei, I am at a loss to repay your immense kindness. Should you require anything, I am willing to offer myself. Oh, Tian interrupted her, saying, enough, you should return to your forest tomorrow. With your current stature, remaining in the human world is fraught with peril. Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed slightly. Interpreting his words as a veiled compliment on her beauty, with a wave of his hand, Oh, Tian dismissed them. You two may return to your chambers. I need to rest. Gu Yu Na rose gracefully, offering a courteous bow before leading Xiao Wu to the adjacent room. If Xiao Dong knew that a beauty, rivaling her in allure, frequently wished to offer herself to me, I wonder if she would come charging from Wuhun City. Once back in her room, Gu Yue Na eagerly sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to refine and absorb Han's blood essence. As she commenced the process, she felt her bloodline elevating, and glimpses of profound inheritance began to unveil themselves. Simultaneously, her prior injuries healed at an astonishingly accelerated rate. Observing Gu Yue Na's serious focus on her recovery, Xiao Wu refrained from interrupting and took a bath instead. After finishing, she emerged to find Gu Yue Na still meditating and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Na, you haven't bathed in days. Won't you wash up?" Xiao Wu noted that Gu Yue Na's once delightful fragrance had grown somewhat overpowering. Sharing a bed with her would surely hinder her sleep. At last, Gu Yue Na opened her eyes, descended from the bed, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave her meditative state. Yet, she understood that with Ao Tian's blood essence, her recovery time would be significantly shortened. So there was no need to rush. After bathing, Gu Yue Na emerged with her silvery hair cascading down, noticeably shorter than before, now delicately framing her slender waist, her skin radiant enough to incite envy in Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she declared, "Sister Na, I want to sleep holding you tonight." Gu Yue Na climbed into bed and playfully tapped Xiao Wu on the forehead, teasing, "You little minx, so young yet already so flirtatious. Weren't you cuddling with Ao Tian every night before?" "Not at all," Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushed as she burrowed under the covers. "You said that yourself." Gu Yue Na laughed softly, playfully smacking Xiao Wu's pert backside. From beneath the blanket, Xiao Wu's voice emerged, "Sister Na, you're insufferable. If you want to cuddle too, I suppose I could allow it." "This is your own proposition," Gu Yue Na chimed in. The following morning before heading out, Xiao Wu retrieved a piece of paper from her soul guide bracelet and handed it to Gu Yue Na, who solemnly folded it and tucked it away. Subsequently, they met up with Ao Tian and exited the hotel together. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu mounted their steeds, glancing back at Gu Yue Na. "You wish to follow me, don't you? Here's your chance. Return and train diligently, and let me see how far you can go." With that, he rode off on his dragon steed, his hands resting on Xiao Wu's waist, heading toward the nodding academy. Gu Yue Na, remaining in place, muttered to herself, "Only a fool would go back." Chapter 58. The heart's fluttering encounter with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ao Tian entered the nodding Intermediate Soul Master Academy, making their way directly to the dormitory. With the opening ceremony set for the following day, they found themselves at leisure for the day. The work-study student dormitory was missing two individuals. One was Wang Sheng, and the other a sixth-year graduate alongside Wang Sheng. From the work-study students who had already arrived, it was heard that Wang Sheng had advanced another rank during the break and was preparing to apply to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Ao Tian smiled silently. He had infused Wang Sheng with spiritual energy, subtly enhancing his previously poor aptitude, which could be considered a rare boon. Xiao Chunyu had also graduated from Nodding Academy, reportedly applying to the same intermediate academy as Wang Sheng. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu arrived relatively early, and returning work-study students approached Xiao Wu to pay their respects, respectfully addressing her as Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile radiating as she reveled in this newfound sense of authority. Observing this, Ao Tian pulled out a mattress and bedding, instructing, "Make the bed." Xiao Wu pouted defiantly. "Why must I do it?" Ao Tian shot her a sidelong glance, replying, "Then you can sleep alone from now on at O, right? You don't have a blanket. You may go buy one now. Don't be like that." Xiao Wu quickly jumped onto the bed, energetically arranging the mattress and bedding. Pleased with her efforts, Ao Tian remarked, "You owe me quite a sum of money. It seems you won't be able to repay it for years. So you might as well work as my maid and help me out. I'll deduct what you owe from your wages. Over 500 gold soul coins. That would work me to death." Xiao Wu muttered under her breath, "Will you do it or not?" Ao Tian asked, arms crossed, a smile lingering on his face. "Can I not?" Xiao Wu replied, her expression one of mock despair. She quickly finished making the bed, patting the side, and said, "Please have a seat. Seems you're adapting quite well to being a little maid. Ao Tian remarked, taking a seat with satisfaction. Xiao Wu gestured towards the opposite side and asked, "Do you remember your bet with the master? You're supposed to compete with Tang San today, but this seems rather unfair. I genuinely feel sorry for Tang San." "How could I forget?" Ao Tian responded. This wager had been proposed by the master, and Ao Tian had accepted partly out of annoyance at the master's air of superiority. He was curious to see if Tang San's cultivation speed would soar under his pressure. "Why isn't he here yet? I'm growing impatient," Xiao Wu lamented. Ao Tian gave her a sidelong glance. "Are you just bored and eager to see some excitement?" Xiao Wu stuck her little pink tongue out playfully. At that moment, Tang San's voice rang out from outside. "Gu Yue Na, this is Dormitory 7. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu turned to the door simultaneously, greeted first by Tang San's beaming smile. Throughout the previous semester, Tang San had maintained a composed demeanor, rarely speaking, and Ao Tian's roommates had never witnessed such a radiant smile from him before. As Tang San entered, he turned and warmly invited, "Come in." Outside, a small girl, exuding an ethereal aura, stepped inside. She possessed large violet eyes, her silvery hair cascading gracefully down her back, her complexion supple and her demeanor as cool as a fairy, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. She cradled a work-study uniform in her arms. This was, astonishingly, a miniature version of Gu Yue Na. Ao Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had just heard Tang San call out Gu Yue Na's name and thought he had misheard. Yet it truly was Gu Yue Na. The surrounding work-study students mirrored Ao Tian's astonishment, their eyes widening as many couldn't help but swallow audibly. When they first encountered Xiao Wu, they had found her breathtaking. Now, seeing this even more beautiful girl, their hearts raced, faces flushed, and hands unsure of where to rest. This was love at first sight, a heart-stirring sensation. "Thank you," Gu Yue Na said, her voice cool and devoid of smile. Tang San scratched his head, chuckling softly. "No need for thanks. We shall be classmates from now on. Helping each other is only natural." He gazed at Gu Yue Na, his eyes filled with awe, even with his adult sensibilities. He could not help but be captivated by this little fairy. He admonished himself several times, reminding himself that she was merely a young girl, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to converse with her, to express concern for her well-being. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered the nuances of romantic affection, and now he was suddenly beset by a fluttering sensation, an entirely unfamiliar feeling. As Tang San finished speaking, he noticed that Gu Yue Na had not acknowledged him. Instead, she was gazing into the dormitory. Suddenly, he beheld the girl, whose demeanor was as cool and serene as an ice mountain snow lotus, break into a captivating smile that tugged at the heartstrings. Tang San was mesmerized. It was as if spring had arrived overnight, and countless pear trees were in bloom. He felt utterly astonished. Then he saw Gu Yue Na clutching her school uniform, briskly making her way inside. When she paused before Ao Tian's bed, Tang San's heart lurched painfully, an unfamiliar sorrow flooding through him. Ao Tian, Gu Yue Na had intended to call out to Ao Qianbei, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of such a formality in this context, she simply addressed him by name. The knowledge that they were acquainted left Tang San feeling quite uneasy as he returned to his own bed, pretending to arrange his sheets while straining to overhear Gu Yue Na and Ao Tian's conversation. "That aren't you supposed to be going home? What are you doing here?" Ao Tian inquired, his tone somewhat reproachful. Gu Yue Na bit her lip before replying, "Practicing here is just as effective as at home, and besides, I can frequently consult you regarding my training." "Were they perhaps family?" "No, their surnames differed. They might have known each other since childhood." Yet Gu Yue Na appeared distinctly apprehensive of Ao Tian. Tang San rapidly analyzed the relationship between Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na in his mind. Ao Tian shook his head and said, "Do as you wish. Since you are here, find a bed to rest." Tang San's heart stirred, and his pulse began to quicken. The dormitory beds were arranged on either side. On Ao Tian's side, his bed was adjacent to Xiao Wu's. Already at the far end, on Tang San's side, his bed was the second to last, with an empty bed conveniently positioned to his right. Tang San halted his actions, stood upright, and smiled. "Gu Yue Na, there is still space over here." Gu Yue Na glanced back, then surveyed the other beds before finally fixing her gaze on Xiao Wu's. She approached Xiao Wu's bed, placed her school uniform at the head, and smiled. Xiao Wu, we'll be sharing a bed from now on. Tang San's smile froze, and the stares of his classmates made him feel profoundly embarrassed. Gu Yue Na had completely disregarded him, not even pausing to meet his gaze. For the first time, Tang San experienced the discomfort of being treated as if he were invisible. That he was perplexed as to why Gu Yue Na seemed to radiate an air of superiority. Was it merely her beauty? Watching her remove her shoes and climb onto Xiao Wu's bed, settling comfortably between Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, Tang San felt as though his heart had shattered. The other male students in the dormitory shared his sentiment of heartbreak. Chapter 59. These two women are beyond redemption. Observing Gu Yue Na seated beside him, Ao Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Aren't there 3 empty beds over there? Why crowd here?" Before Gu Yue Na could respond, Xiao Wu interjected, "Sister Nar wants to sleep with me. Is that a problem? Are you afraid we might take advantage of you?" Xiao Wu's bold statement left all the boys in the dormitory utterly astonished. Ao Tian pointed to the spot where Gu Yue Na was seated, stating, "If you're sharing a bed, then she has already crossed a line." Xiao Wu stuck her tongue out at Ao Tian and retorted, "I've never seen a boy so stingy." That Gu Yue Na shifted slightly closer to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, don't speak so harshly about Ao Tian." Tang San could no longer bear to watch. He had always told himself that Ao Tian was just a child, and that appearances, wealth, and such were inconsequential. Yet now, he found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy toward Ao Tian. Why should he have been born with a golden key? Blessed with such looks and talent, while showing indifference to a girl so ethereal as a fairy. This fleeting jealousy was quickly suppressed. He understood that harboring envy toward a child was inappropriate, as it would only disrupt his peace of mind and impact his training. Tang San stood up and walked to the end of Ao Tian's bed, addressing him, "Ao Tian, a year ago you wagered with my teacher. The terms were that if my teacher won, you would become his disciple. But if you won, he would have to acknowledge the flaws in his theories. That I've already discussed it with my teacher. Our duel can take place this afternoon," Ao Tian replied. "You may decide as you wish." The dormitory began to buzz with hushed conversations, excitement evident on the faces of the students. Word had spread that Tang San had reached level 16, having ascended 6 levels within a year. Truly a prodigious talent. Wow, is Tang San really that impressive? I should have cultivated a better relationship with him last semester. With such talent, there are probably very few like him in the Douluo Continent. Hearing the discussions around him, Tang San couldn't help but smile slightly. In truth, he had jumped directly from level 10 to level 13 after absorbing a soul ring, but only Master Mei-Sing, his teacher, and he knew of this. Thus, to everyone else, it appeared as though he had progressed from level 10 to level 16 in just a year, which was enough to astound many. Tang San turned his gaze toward Ao Tian's face, eager to see his reaction, but was disheartened to find Ao Tian's expression unchanged, not even sparing him a glance. He then looked to Gu Yue Na, who sat not far from Ao Tian, hoping to gauge if this seemingly indifferent girl would express surprise at his talent. However, he was met with the sight of her glaring at him with evident hostility. "Who is your teacher?" Gu Yue Na's voice was icy, and Tang San felt a chilling aura envelop him, as if winter had suddenly descended, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Though perplexed, he replied, "Everyone refers to my teacher as Master." Gu Yue Na's voice remained frigid. What nonsense is this Master? How could he possibly be worthy to teach Ao Tian? I shall go and eliminate him this instant. With that, she stood up, preparing to leave the bed. In her eyes, the notion of wanting to take Ao Tian as a disciple was nothing short of an insult to him, and she could not abide it. Tang San was taken aback. Why would she wish to kill his teacher? Moreover, could a young girl truly defeat a level 29 soul master? At that moment, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. While this girl was indeed beautiful and possessed an unparalleled grace, she was also arrogant and dismissive. Her demeanor is quite similar to Ao Tian's. Tang San mused. Gu Yue Na stood up, radiating fury. Ao Tian calmly commanded, "Sit down." Gu Yue Na, who had just been about to jump down, halted in her tracks and retorted, "That person is unworthy to be your teacher. I know." "Then why?" Ao Tian sighed in exasperation. "This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Gu Yue Na obediently sat back down. Since Ao Tian had spoken, she speculated that this so-called master must possess some exceptional qualities to have made Ao Tian wager against him. Tang San stood there, once more experiencing the pain of being overlooked. Angered, he turned and exited the dormitory. Rather than argue with a bunch of children, he would rather spend time with his teacher, perusing a few books to enrich his theoretical knowledge. By the afternoon, he would see just how much Ao Tian had progressed. Upon witnessing Tang San's departure, Ao Tian chuckled and then turned to Gu Yue Na, asking, "How did you come to know Tang San?" "Tang San? Which one?" Gu Yue Na responded, her face a mask of confusion. Xiao Wu chimed in, "The one who just spoke. Didn't he introduce himself when he brought you here?" Gu Yue Na thought for a moment and replied, "I believe he did, but I didn't pay attention. He was just a minor character. He isn't worthy of me, remembering his name." Ao Tian was left both amused and exasperated. Long Wang's candidness was indeed unparalleled. Fortunately, Tang San was no longer present, or he would surely be incensed. He is indeed just a minor figure for now. But without my intervention, he may one day grow into a person even you would need to fear. Ao Tian stated. Gu Yue Na paused. "Is his talent truly remarkable?" Ao Tian nodded. "Sufficient to become a being akin to the Shura god." The Shura god. A murderous intent flashed across Gu Yue Na's delicate features. It was the Shura god who had cleaved the dragon god in two, leading to the downfall of the soul beast. Gu Yue Na sprang to her feet. "Where are you going?" Ao Tian inquired. "To kill that Tang San," she declared. "Xiao Wu, do not allow her to go," Ao Tian ordered. "Why not?" Gu Yue Na was puzzled. With such a formidable threat, shouldn't it have been eliminated at the earliest opportunity? "Because of me. I understand now." Gu Yue Na took a seat, realizing that her concern was causing her distress. With Ao Qianbei present, what was there to worry about? The other boys in the dormitory looked at the startled Gu Yue Na, along with her wild ramblings, and felt somewhat disappointed, wondering if this beautiful girl might be a bit unhinged. By the way, Ao Tian suddenly recalled a question and asked, "How did you enter Nodding Academy?" "It requires a martial spirit proof and a work-study quota. Doesn't it?" Gu Yue Na glanced at the others in the dormitory, her expression a bit guilty, and softly replied, "It was Xiao Wu's idea. She helped me sneak into the martial spirit hall and forged a proof." Ao Tian turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Not bad, Xiao Wu. You brought the Dragon King to commit theft and even went to the martial spirit hall for such a thing. You have quite a bold spirit. Is there anything you fear to do?" Xiao Wu was about to protest, but upon meeting Ao Tian's gaze, she softened. "I know I was wrong. Punish me as you see fit." Gu Yue Na interjected, "Xiao Wu, you did nothing wrong. If it weren't for your guidance, we might have starved on the road, and I wouldn't have been able to follow Ao Tian here." "Sister Nar, is that true?" Xiao Wu looked at Gu Yue Na with innocent eyes. "Indeed." Gu Yue Na affirmed solemnly. Ao Tian thought to himself, "These two women are beyond saving." Chapter 60. The Confident Master at Noon. Ao Tian treated Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na to a meal in the cafeteria. After a brief nap in the dormitory, he was awakened by Tang San. "Ao Tian, the teacher is already waiting for us on the back mountain." Tang San said. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu, who was cuddled up asleep next to Gu Yue Na. One was charmingly cute, the other ethereal in beauty, yet both were sharing the same blanket with Ao Tian. Gu Yue Na's long silver hair was tousled at the head of the bed, and the slumbering fairy was equally enchanting. Tang San gazed at Gu Yue Na. Ao Tian sat up and said, "That is your teacher, not mine." Tang San withdrew his gaze, thinking that it might not be the case soon, and replied, "I will wait for you on the back mountain." After saying this, he glanced at Gu Yue Na. Noticing that she had also awakened, before exiting the dormitory, Ao Tian got out of bed and put on his shoes, with Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu quickly following suit. The Gu Yue Na declared, "I will also go to see what kind of master he is." Xiao Wu remarked, "Sister Nar, I heard that the master is only at the level of a great soul master." Gu Yue Na raised an eyebrow and responded, "Is that so? He dares to be Ao Tian's teacher." Ao Tian said nothing and left the dormitory after putting on his shoes. Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na hurriedly followed. The other boys in the dormitory trailed behind, eager to witness the spectacle. They were extremely envious of Tang San's elevation to level 16 within a year. Being work-study students and wearing similarly tattered clothes, they wondered why others were so exceptional. They wanted to see who would ultimately prevail, Tang San the genius or Ao Tian the wealthy heir. The only time they had witnessed a battle between Tang San and Ao Tian was last year, when both had just arrived at Dormitory 7, where Ao Tian had easily defeated Tang San. Now, a year had passed. Could Tang San, having advanced 6 levels, easily defeat Ao Tian? At the back mountain of the academy, the master had been waiting for quite some time. Beside him stood another middle-aged man, more handsome than the master, clad in a gray robe, his chin slightly protruding, and a gentle smile always adorning his face. He was the principal of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and a friend of the master. The principal looked at the small hillside and chuckled. This place has become a battleground for those little brats. Noticing that the master did not respond, he continued, "Is that Ao Tian truly so gifted? Is he worth all the effort you've put into taking him as a disciple?" The master finally nodded, saying, "Although that young man's talent does not surpass Xiao San's, it is still quite rare. With innate full soul power and a dragon-type beast martial spirit, if he does not stray down the wrong path, he will undoubtedly become a title Douluo in the future. That I can hardly believe our academy has managed to recruit such a talented disciple." "Wait, did you just say that his talent is not as great as your disciple Tang San's?" The principal's eyes widened as he continued. "Isn't Tang San's martial spirit blue silvergrass? Even with innate full soul power, how can he compare to this Ao Tian, who said Xiao San has only one martial spirit?" The master's lips curled into a smile. "Dual martial spirits." The principal couldn't help but exclaim, taking a few deep breaths before saying, "Xiaogang, to have such a disciple is a blessing from heaven. As long as you nurture him well, he will surely bring honor to your name." The master nodded slightly, not denying the principal's words. Bringing honor to his name was also a hint of personal ambition he harbored while guiding Tang San. "Can you tell me what his second martial spirit is?" the principal asked curiously. The master shook his head. "Xiao San's second martial spirit is extraordinary. It cannot be disclosed." He had already guessed who Tang San's father was, and given Tang Hao's fraught relationship with a martial spirit hall, how could he dare to leak that information? Even if the principal was his close friend, he couldn't say. The principal shook his head, not pressing the matter further. "That Ao Tian seems quite impressive. You must take him under your wing. When you become a dual title Doa in the future, I will bask in your glory, for they will be from my Nodding Academy." He laughed. The master nodded. "Rest assured, I have already checked Xiao San's progress. He has not slacked off during these 2 months of vacation, reaching level 16 up for what he said. Ao Tian hasn't practiced at all last semester. I assume he is still only at level 11. Today's battle holds no suspense." The principal frowned. "He hasn't practiced at all? Is this Ao Tian really that lazy?" The master replied, "According to Xiao San, Ao Tian comes from a very wealthy family. Laziness is typical for such rich heirs. You needn't worry. Once he becomes my disciple, I will ensure he receives proper training." Just then, Tang San hurried up the hillside. Not far behind him, Ao Tian was slowly walking up with Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na. Tang San reached the top of the slope quickly and called out, "Teacher." The master nodded, casting his gaze downward and pausing momentarily on Ao Tian before resting on Gu Yue Na. "That girl must be Gu Yue Na," the master inquired. The principal nodded. "Indeed, her martial spirit proof states her martial spirit is a silver dragon, and she also possesses innate full soul power. I happened to be in the academic office when she registered. But unfortunately, she adamantly refused to show us her martial spirit." The master frowned and asked, "Ao Tian possesses a golden dragon martial spirit, and this Gu Yue Na has a silver dragon martial spirit. Could there be any connection between them?" The principal laughed heartily. "What does it matter? Just take them both under your wing. This way, you'll have 3 disciples with innate full soul power. Even the martial spirit hall cannot boast that. Truly a cause for celebration." The master remained furrowed in thought. "I just feel something is amiss. 1 golden dragon, 1 silver dragon, and they know each other, both with innate full soul power. Do you not think there are too many coincidences? There is no need to overthink it. Once you accept them as disciples, it will all become clear," the principal advised. The master nodded. "That makes sense." Tang San said, "Teacher, rest assured, today you will gain 2 more disciples. And I will gain a junior brother and a junior sister. he privately added. He raised his hand to touch his belt, feeling the powerful soul power within him, and began to emanate a strong sense of confidence. The last time he lost to Ao Tian was merely due to being unable to unleash some techniques. Given adequate preparation, even the strongest opponent would only meet with defeat. The Tang sect was least afraid of winning against the odds or with fewer numbers. Moreover, he did not believe his current cultivation was inferior to Ao Tian's. Ao Tian walked up the small hilltop with an indifferent expression, with Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na flanking him closely. Trailing a step behind, resembling his two little maidens. Following them were the other students from the work-study dormitory. Ao Tian, you've arrived, the master said with a smile. Ao Tian nodded and replied, let us begin. Chapter 61. Tang San's defeat. All right, the master nodded slightly. According to our previous agreement, within 1 year, if your cultivation level surpasses Tang San's, or if your combat ability exceeds his, you win. If you do not exceed him in either, then I win. I trust one don't need to reiterate the stakes? No need. Just don't try to wriggle out of it when you lose, Ao Tian replied. Also, he added, don't bother me again in the future. The master was somewhat taken aback by Ao Tian's overwhelming confidence, but still said, no problem. I can adhere to that. I hope you are capable of doing so as well. I have no intention of playing tricks with you. Ao Tian remarked. You must be Ao Tian. Your tone is rather bold, the dean beside the master said with keen interest. Ao Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Let us begin, he stated. Gu Yue Na's gaze lingered on the master's face for a moment before she and Xiao Wu stepped aside. The master and the dean also retreated slightly. The summit of the hill was spacious enough, leaving ample space for Ao Tian and Tang San to engage in combat. She appears to regard me with disdain. I wonder if her perception of me will change after this battle. Tang San mused, casting a barely perceptible glance at Gu Yue Na. Unleash your martial soul, Ao Tian urged. Tang San nodded, raising his left hand. With a surge of soul power, a strand of blue-silver grass adorned with purple patterns sprouted from his palm. Swiftly growing and spreading outward, a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, pulsating around his form. I am Tang San, wielding the martial soul blue-silver grass, a 16th level control-type battle soul master. Please offer your guidance. Tang San's voice rang out. Brimming with confidence, he turned to Ao Tian, saying, Ao Tian, if your level is not higher than mine, your only chance lies in defeating me. And if my level surpasses yours, would that not mean an immediate victory? Ao Tian inquired with a smile. Tang San paused, shaking his head. Impossible. I have never seen you train. Even if you became a soul master before me, your cultivation could not possibly exceed mine. Tang San understood that his Qianxunji was far more efficient than the meditation methods of this world. Over the past year, he had diligently practiced, while Ao Tian had squandered his time. How could he possibly compare? Surely, there can be no one whose cultivation increases without training. Nothing is impossible, Ao Tian replied. However, I still wish to battle you. Do you not desire this opportunity? Defeat me, and you can redeem your past humiliation while winning the favor of a beauty. With that, Ao Tian cast a glance at Gu Yue Na. It was no mystery to Ao Tian what Tang San felt for Gu Yue Na, although she appeared as a young girl. Her aura was enough to make one overlook her. It was hardly surprising that Tang San was captivated. Under the gaze of so many, Ao Tian's words laid bare Tang San's feelings, causing even the usually composed Tang San to feel a flush rise to his cheeks. The master, astonished, looked at his disciple and then at the stunning girl, secretly nodding with a smile on his face. Indeed, the girl was remarkable, possessing both extraordinary beauty and formidable talent. Angered, Tang San's voice turned icy. Then release your martial soul, and let me see if your prowess is as formidable as your words suggest. Ao Tian shook his head. I did not use my martial soul when I defeated you before. I shall not do so this time either. Arrogant, Tang San scoffed, ceasing to waste words. Dozens of thick blue-silver grasses surged toward Ao Tian, resembling venomous mandala snakes. Each vine was as thick as an arm, swiftly closing in on Ao Tian and binding him tightly, leaving only his head exposed. It is over, the master remarked with a faint smile. Something feels amiss. Why does Ao Tian not resist? The dean frowned. The master chuckled. Quite normal. How many 7-year-olds can remain calm when faced with such fierce blue-silver grass, which resembles venomous snakes? The dean nodded slightly. Acknowledging the master's insight that in a duel between control-type soul masters of similar levels, the one with the strongest control prevails. With Ao Tian ensnared by Xiao San's blue-silver grass, which carries the paralyzing toxin of the mandala snake, it will be difficult for him to resist. I have calculated precisely, given the current toxicity and resilience of Xiao San's blue-silver grass. Even someone who has just broken through to the great soul master realm might struggle to escape its grasp. Congratulations, then, the dean smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Ao Tian's voice rang out. Tang San, after a year, is this all the progress you've made? Your blue-silver grass cannot even pierce my skin. The master and dean suddenly noticed an unusual change in Tang San's expression. Xiao San, what is happening? The master inquired. Tang San remained silent, his face grave as he tightened the grip of the blue-silver grass. His blue-silver grass was remarkably resilient. Few could withstand its terrifying constriction. Even without the effect of the paralyzing toxin, as long as Ao Tian could not break free from his blue-silver grass, victory would still belong to him. I am done playing with you, Ao Tian declared, his body vibrating slightly. The thick blue-silver grasses binding him shattered instantly, their fragments scattering like leaves in the wind. How is that possible? The master exclaimed, his ordinary features contorted with disbelief. That was blue-silver grass from which even those newly promoted to great soul master could not escape. How had it been so easily destroyed? Had Ao Tian's strength surpassed that of an ordinary great soul master? Impossible! The master shook his head vigorously, his heart racing as he struggled to comprehend how Ao Tian had broken free from Tang San's blue-silver grass. The dean observed the master's frantic state, glancing at the battlefield with confusion, unsure how to console him, for he too was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Your blue-silver grass is still too weak for me. Ao Tian laughed. Feel free to unleash any techniques you wish, otherwise I shall conclude this battle. Tang San's expression was solemn as he brushed his hand across his belt, fingers gripping for smooth pebbles. Are you using that trick again? It had no effect on me last time, Ao Tian remarked. Without a word, Tang San swung his arm, sending the 4 pebbles soaring in different directions toward Ao Tian, employing the Tang Sect separation of swallows technique. This was one of Tang San's favored methods. As the 4 pebbles flew through the air, each followed a distinct trajectory, a feat requiring profound mastery of concealed weapons. Such an approach was nearly impossible to defend against. It was as if 4 individuals were attacking simultaneously. Who could withstand such a coordinated assault? The 4 pebbles targeted various acupoints on Ao Tian's body, and a typical person struck there would temporarily lose their ability to resist. Just because I could not breach your defense last time does not mean I cannot this time. A glint of determination shone in Tang San's eyes. His soul power and physical strength had significantly improved since their last encounter, making his concealed weapons even more potent. Bang! 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 The 4 sounds of impact echoed as the pebbles struck what felt like an even harder object, shattering upon rebounding from Ao Tian's body. Tang San's expression shifted as he flipped his palm over, revealing 4 steel needles, each 5 inches long. These needles were tapered at one end and thickened at the other, their tips remarkably sharp, one of the Tang Sect's concealed weapons specifically designed to penetrate defenses. Bone-piercing needles, Chapter 62, deciding the outcome. These needles were crafted by Tang San with great effort during his break, intended for this very day. Should he fail to breach Ao Tian's defenses, he would resort to using the bone-piercing needles. Capable of penetrating both external martial arts and internal energy, these were among the most commonly used weapons for breaking through defenses, requiring no mechanism to activate, merely the skillful hand of a Tang Sect disciple. There existed another type of penetrating concealed weapon, even more terrifying in power, known as the Dragon Whisker Needle. However, the materials required to create it were exceedingly rare, making it impossible for Tang San to produce at present. The master was jolted from his astonishment at Ao Tian's display when Tang San revealed the 4 steel needles. His expression changed, but before he could voice a warning, Tang San's wrist flicked. and the four needles were launched. While this battle concerned his reputation and whether he could take Ao Tian as a disciple, it was still merely a contest between two 7-year-old children. What if something went wrong with Tang San's use of such weapons? He could only pray now that Tang San's weapons would not strike Ao Tian. The four steel needles were similarly launched using the technique of separation. Yet their target had shifted. They no longer aimed at Ao Tian's acupoints, but rather at his limbs. Tang San's reasoning was straightforward. As long as Ao Tian's hands and feet were injured, his combat prowess would inevitably be compromised. Even if they were to engage in close combat later, Tang San was confident he could defeat Eton at the onset of the battle. Tang San felt assured, but the moment he witnessed Ao Tian effortlessly shatter his blue-silver grass, he realized something was amiss. This scene bore a striking resemblance to their previous encounter. Furthermore, even pebbles could not momentarily diminish Ao Tian's combat ability. Helpless, he resorted to his ultimate weapon, the bone-penetrating needle. He had now exhausted all his strength. Channeling the entirety of his physical power and soul force into the bone-penetrating needle, which he hoped would breach Ao Tian's defenses if fortune favored him. It might even pierce Ao Tian's limbs, emerging from behind. Should that occur, Ao Tian's combat capability would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. While being pierced by the bone-penetrating needle would be painful, such injuries were relatively easy for a healing soul master to treat. Which is why Tang San felt secure in employing IT this moment. His heart was as shaken as the master's. Ao Tian had not trained, yet why was his defense so formidable? Just as Tang San was filled with anticipation, the four bone-penetrating needles finally struck Ao Tian. Ao Tian made no attempt to evade. Two needles struck his thighs, while the other two targeted his arms. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the four needles fell to the ground. Their tips completely bent. How could this be? Tang San shouted inwardly, unable to believe that even the bone-penetrating needles could not breach Ao Tian's defenses. Just how strong was Ao Tian's defense? Tang San felt bewildered. This was his strongest tactic. After all, his expertise lay in hidden weapons, not in hand-to-hand combat. Generally speaking, those with robust physical defenses also possessed terrifying strength. Tang San could scarcely fathom the extent of Ao Tian's power. If Ao Tian closed the distance, the outcome would surely mirror their last encounter, Tang San lamented internally. However, he quickly roused himself, for he noticed Ao Tian charging towards him at remarkable speed. Tang San, if you have no other means, then today's battle is destined to conclude, Ao Tian declared. Tang San's expression shifted, and blue-silver grass surged forth once more, wrapping around Ao Tian's legs to impede his advance. Meanwhile, he utilized ghost shadow perplexing steps to swiftly create distance. These little grasses are useless against me. Ao Tian laughed heartily, easily tearing apart the blue-silver grass entwined around his feet, and the subsequent waves of blue-silver grass failed to ensnare him again. How can this be? How can this be? The master murmured in a daze, utterly astonished by Ao Tian's various displays. His defense, strength, and speed were all so formidable. He quickly calculated in his mind that to shatter and sever Tang San's blue-silver grass so effortlessly would require at least the prowess of a high-ranking soul master. Yet Ao Tian was only 7 years old. How could he possibly be nearing the level of a 30th-ranked soul master? Moreover, Ao Tian had never trained, which left the master perplexed, growing more confused the longer he pondered. Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps, and the purple extreme magic eye began to function, slowing Ao Tian's speed under its scrutiny. Allowing Tang San to clearly capture each of Ao Tian's movements, he did his utmost to evade. Terrified of Ao Tian's terrifying close combat capabilities, recalling the scene from their previous battle, when Ao Tian closed in, he had been left to endure a beating that he remained unwilling to accept that Ao Tian's cultivation had surpassed his own. He intended to exhaust Ao Tian with his 16th level soul power. As long as Ao Tian's stamina began to wane, it would present Tang San with a prime opportunity to counterattack. However, he had misjudged Ao Tian's speed. Although his cultivation had reached the 16th level and his speed had increased with the augmentation of his soul power, it still could not compare to Ao Tian's. Ao Tian utilized only the slightest fraction of his power. Yet the impact was fierce, and his speed was astonishing. Regardless of how exquisite Tang San's footwork was, it appeared clumsy in Ao Tian's eyes, and in mere moments, he had closed the distance to Tang San. The close-quarters combat finally commenced as Tang San unleashed various combat techniques he had learned, including his specialty, the controlling crane-catching dragon. Yet against Ao Tian, his controlling crane-catching dragon was rendered entirely ineffective. This technique merely allowed him to manipulate objects from a distance. How could it possibly control a true dragon? Grunts of pain echoed as Tang San was struck, his face flushed with humiliation. Being so thoroughly beaten by Ao Tian in front of his teacher, numerous classmates, and that girl was unbearable for him, to think he had been repeatedly bested by a mere 7-year-old child, even though Tang San's soul was that of an adult. He was on the verge of madness. Go Shadow perplexing steps was the most suitable technique for close combat, yet proved utterly futile. No matter how intricate Tang San's movements were, he could not evade Ao Tian's fists, which seemed to have eyes. Minutes passed before Ao Tian finally halted. Tang San, engaging in battle with me comes at a price. Should you wish to challenge me again in the future, you must tread carefully. Ao Tian proclaimed. Tang San sat on the ground, panting heavily, his face covered in bruises, and his internal soul power completely depleted. His complexion was flushed, and he wore a look of frustration. Being defeated multiple times by a child was indeed a source of humiliation that no one could easily endure. Alas, Xiaogang, we misjudged the situation, the dean remarked. The master, regaining his composure, hurried to Tang San's side, helping him up with concern. Xiao San, are you all right? He asked. Tang San shook his head and replied, it's just some superficial injuries. Ao Tian is already held back. Although he said this, he felt quite miserable inside. As the saying goes, one should not hit the face. Yet Ao Tian had almost exclusively targeted his face. The master, fearing that Tang San might become despondent due to this defeat, quickly offered words of comfort. Point 1 failure means little. You still have ample room for improvement and other trump cards. As long as you continue to work hard, surpassing Ao Tian in the future is not out of reach. Tang San nodded, quickly suppressing the negative emotions within him. He would not be easily defeated by such a setback, but he still possessed even more terrifying hidden weapons from the Tang Sect. The rainstorm pear blossom needles, the king of hell's edict, the peacock plume, and the Buddha's wrath lotus, that he believed that as long as he could craft these hidden weapons, defeating Ao Tian would not be difficult. Furthermore, he had another martial soul, one that even the teacher had claimed was exceptionally powerful. Ao Tian looked at the master with a smile and said, Master, the victor has been determined. Let us abide by the wager. Chapter 63. The distraught master. The master's expression changed rapidly. A multitude of complex emotions culminating in a long sigh. This little genius before him was not destined to be his disciple. What a pity. He could only hope that this young prodigy would not be hindered by others in the future. However, he soon reconsidered. Helping Ao Tian did not necessitate formally taking him as a disciple. He could provide timely advice to help Ao Tian avoid taking unnecessary detours, though lacking the title of master and disciple. Their relationship could still be one of genuine mentorship, which seemed a worthwhile long-term investment. With this thought in mind, he felt a sense of clarity and was no longer burdened by regret. As for admitting that his theories had flaws, it was not a matter of difficulty for him. That he spoke, I, Yu Xiaogang, accept the terms of the wagered. I acknowledge that my theories are flawed, and I will no longer propose taking Ao Tian as a disciple. Ao Tian smiled at the master and said, You seem unconvinced. In truth, you don't believe your theories have any flaws. That is understandable. You lost, and you only need to utter a few words. Who can say what you truly think? The master's smile faltered, having been seen through by Ao Tian, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He did indeed think this way. After all, he had painstakingly researched, summarized, and formulated his theories based on extensive data and calculations. How could they possibly contain flaws? After all, these conclusions were derived from a wealth of real data. The cost of losing was merely to utter a few words. He stood to lose nothing. The master fell silent, but Tang San spoke up, suppressing the pain in his face. Since you claim my teacher's theories are flawed, how will you prove it? Ao Tian suddenly became interested. Then I shall make you a believer. He turned to the master and asked, Is it possible for someone to reach the level of a great soul master by the age of 7, according to your theory? The master opened his mouth, eager to say it was impossible, yet the words failed to come out. If this had been in the past, he would have stated unequivocally that it was impossible. But now, having witnessed Ao Tian's strength. He found himself doubting. Could it be that Ao Tian truly possessed the power of a high-ranking Great Soul Master? Are you truly already a Great Soul Master? The Master inquired. Indeed, Ao Tian replied. This cannot be. Awakening a martial soul at 6 and becoming a Great Soul Master at 7. How could anyone possibly leap several levels within a year? Tang San shook his head vigorously. Ao Tian paid no heed to him and continued to inquire. Then tell me, in your theory, what is the maximum age a soul master can absorb for their first soul ring? This time, the master answered without any hesitation, for 123 years. How did you arrive at that figure? Ao Tian questioned. The master replied, every year, countless soul masters register and certify their soul rings at the spirit hall. I worked there for several years and reviewed thousands of cases. Even the most gifted soul masters only absorbed soul rings of 423 years. Even if this data isn't the most precise, it is undoubtedly very close to the limit. That's merely because you haven't encountered anyone more talented than those in your studies. In the presence of true geniuses, your theories would be shattered in an instant, Ao Tian asserted. He couldn't help but recall the first prodigy of the spirit hall, Qianxunji, whose soul power had already reached level 20 upon awakening, far exceeding 423 years for her first soul ring. There was also Tang San, who had repeatedly surpassed limits in absorbing soul rings in the original storyline, had it not been for Tang San's fortunate circumstances, compelling him to attempt the absorption of soul rings beyond the master's theory. His achievements would likely not have been as remarkable. Following the master's theory, one could at best become a genius among most soul masters, which would not be considered extraordinary. The master shook his head, stating, the theories derived from big data cannot be erroneous. Ao Tian chuckled and replied, then allow me to show you my soul rings. With that, 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, leaving the master, who had been so confident in his theories, utterly astounded. How is this possible? He exclaimed, staggering slightly, nearly losing his balance, his face a mask of disbelief. Tang San hurriedly supported his teacher, exclaiming, this is impossible. I previously saw your first soul ring. It was clearly yellow. How could it have transformed into purple? There is nothing impossible about it, Ao Tian responded. He then turned to the master and asked, Master, are you aware of the secret behind soul ring upgrades? The master shook his head in confusion. I do not know. However, he soon became animated, asking, Ao Tian, could you share this secret with me? I would do anything you ask. The master had dedicated his life to the study of soul spirits, although there was a degree of personal ambition involved. He genuinely enjoyed the pursuit of knowledge. Suddenly being exposed to a realm he had not previously understood was undeniably exhilarating. Ao Tian shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I cannot disclose this secret to you. In truth, it was not precisely a secret. If a soul master possessed sufficient talent and encountered the divine heritage of this world, there would naturally be opportunities to extend the age of their soul rings. By revealing his 2 purple soul rings, he aimed to prevent the master from later imposing his theories upon him. Ao Tian then glanced at Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, saying, let us depart. We must consider what to have for dinner this evening. With that, he led the way down the hillside, followed closely by Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu. Wonderful, I want to eat steamed carrots. Boiled carrots and stir-fried carrots for dinner, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully as she trailed behind Ao Tian. Xiao Wu, are carrots really that delicious? Gu Yue Na asked, puzzled. Some people just enjoy them. On the mountaintop, Yu Xiaogang appeared lost and despondent, his face etched with bitterness. How ridiculous of me. Here I am, wishing to take on a disciple who possesses knowledge beyond my understanding. Him, I must be nothing but a joke, the master lamented. Feeling like a fool, the dean approached him, offering words of comfort. Xiaogang, do not be disheartened. Even if the whole world looks down upon you, you must not despise yourself. Tang San also encouraged him, saying, indeed, master, I believe there is nothing wrong with your theory. Ao Tian must have employed some unorthodox method to enhance the age of his soul rings. I only trust the results I have painstakingly achieved through my own efforts. In truth, the blow to the master was far greater than that felt by Tang San. Tang San merely experienced embarrassment, while the master faced a theoretical challenge from Ao Tian that a 7-year-old soul master with 2 purple soul rings was a scenario deemed impossible within a master's framework. Yet today he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the validity of his theories. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, "For Ao Tian to possess such astonishing secrets of cultivation, his background must be extraordinary. Xiao San, please help me investigate which family Ao Tian hails from." Chapter 64. Come into my embrace. Tang San nodded. "Master, I will find a way to inquire." He too was curious about what kind of force could produce someone with such extraordinary talent and wealth. The dean remarked, "Isn't his family address listed on the soul spirit certificate? We just need to check the records to find out." "What a pity," he continued, "that you had hoped to take Gu Yue Na as a disciple. But it seems that is no longer feasible." The master self-mockingly replied, "How could someone of her caliber ever regard me, a theoretical master, with any seriousness?" On the path, Gu Yue Na asked in confusion, "Ao Qianbei, why did you say so much to that master? He is nothing but a waste. And as for that Tang San, you could easily defeat him with a single breath. Why waste time suppressing your strength to fight him?" Ao Tian sighed. "Gu Yue Na, at my level, everything I desire is within my grasp. I pay more attention to the process of doing things. The outcome is of little importance because whatever results I wish for, I shall have. Therefore, I engage in activities I find interesting, without regard for whether it is a waste of time, for time holds no value for me. Indeed, Ao Qianbei's realm is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people." Gu Yue Na remarked in admiration. Ao Tian gently stroked her silken silver hair, marveling at its smooth texture, and said with a smile, "Gu Yue Na, when you reach my level of power one day, perhaps you too will seek out simple yet enjoyable pursuits." Gu Yue Na felt a rush of crimson to her stunningly beautiful face as Ao Tian patted her head, as the Silver Dragon King. This was her first experience of such a gesture. Although she had previously professed a desire to dedicate herself to Ao Tian, simply being patted on the head filled her with an overwhelming sense of shyness. "Ao Qianbei, you may simply call me Nair, or Yat." Ao Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I shall call you Nair. And please, no more Ao Qianbei. Just call me Ao Tian." "I cannot." Gu Yue Na quickly protested. "Qianbei is our dragon clan's ancestor. How could I address you so casually?" "But you've already called me by my name many times before," Ao Tian teased. "That was because I feared you would draw attention from others," Gu Yue Na clarified. "Even Xiao Wu dares to call me by my name. Why do you hesitate?" Ao Tian asserted. "TS settled then. You shall no longer call me Ao Qianbei." Gu Yue Na finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Ao Qianbei Ao Tian." Dinner was still held in the cafeteria. In truth, whether Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na ate or not was inconsequential. Gu Yue Na had previously claimed to be on the brink of starvation, but that was merely a facade to elicit sympathy from Ao Tian. The primary concern was Xiao Wu. Her cultivation level was still too low, and she currently possessed only soul master strength, necessitating sustenance to replenish her energy. Since the competition, Tang San had not returned until evening when everyone began to rest. The bruise on his face inflicted by Ao Tian had vanished, yet he wore no smile. Upon returning, he spoke to no one, sitting down to commence his meditation. Having been defeated by Ao Tian once more today, he felt not only humiliation but also an unsettling stimulus. All were innate full soul power. Why could Ao Tian cultivate to the level of a great soul master while he could not? He is indeed a disciple of the Tang Sect, and possesses the advanced internal martial art known as Qianxunji. There is no reason for him to lose to a mere 7-year-old child, especially one who has never practiced at all. Despite his own possession of superior techniques and diligent training, he finds himself outmatched by someone who has never undertaken any training. Even with Tang San's mature disposition, it is exceedingly difficult for him to accept this reality, leaving him with a profound sense of injustice. Night descended and the dormitory lights were extinguished. Tang San opened his eyes, gazing at the beds of Ao Tian and Xiao Wu across from him. To Xiao Wu's side, both she and Gu Yue Na were seated in meditation. Xiao Wu was cultivating her soul power, while Gu Yue Na was refining and absorbing the essence blood Ao Tian had bestowed upon her. She noticed that the closer she was to Ao Tian, the faster her absorption progressed, which filled her with delight, convincing her that her journey to Nodding Academy was indeed worthwhile. Ao Tian, on the other hand, had already lain down, his eyes closed as he began to rest. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's sense of imbalance flared anew, making it increasingly difficult for him to enter a state of cultivation. After several futile attempts to focus, he chose to lie down instead, abandoning any thoughts of training. For over a year, he had spent nearly every night in practice, with minimal sleep. However, upon deciding not to cultivate that night, he unexpectedly fell asleep swiftly in a drowsy haze. Ao Tian felt a soft and warm body nestled against him, prompting a slight smile to curl at the corners of his mouth that he mused that the restless Xiao Wu had once again sleepwalked to his side. Without giving it much thought, he embraced her tightly, confident that she would remain oblivious, a conclusion he had drawn from numerous observations. His intentions were innocent. After all, she was merely a young girl. He simply found comfort in having something to hold onto while he slept. Yet, something felt off. Although Ao Tian kept his eyes closed, his nose twitched. The fragrance was distinctly different from Xiao Wu's, and the texture felt smoother than hers. Suddenly, Ao Tian's eyes shot open in alarm. Peering down into his embrace, the darkness could not obscure his vision, revealing Gu Yue Na curled up against him, her large purple eyes gleaming as she gazed at him unblinkingly. Ao Tian, Gu Yue Na called softly. How is it you? Ao Tian hastily released her. If it had been Xiao Wu, he could have dismissed it as an innocent child, but this was Gu Yue Na. He had previously seen her flawless and enchanting form. Although she had shrunk in size, how could he genuinely perceive her as merely a little girl? Pouting, Gu Yue Na said, "Just now you hugged me tightly, and upon realizing it was me, you immediately turned your nose up at me. Am I inferior to Xiao Wu?" Ao Tian explained, "That's not it. Xiao Wu is truly transformed into a human and is only 7 years old, while you, the illustrious Silver Dragon King, how could I possibly regard you as a mere child?" Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "So, you mean to say you cannot confront my allure and maintain your composure?" Ao Tian found himself at a loss for words. Did Gu Yue Na truly wish for him to take advantage of her? With this thought, his expression hardened as he declared, "Return to your side. If you don't, I shall have to send you back." "Please, Ao Tian." Gu Yue Na pleaded pitifully that I noticed that my injuries heal faster when I'm near you, which is why I came over. "Really?" Ao Tian scrutinized her eyes. "Indeed?" Gu Yue Na affirmed with a gentle nod. Gu Yue Na never lies. Ao Tian's spiritual sense entered Gu Yue Na's body for a moment of observation, and his tone softened. "If you truly seek healing, then you should not be nestled in my arms." Okay, I understand," Gu Yue Na replied with a sweet smile, settling beside Ao Tian. With a resigned sigh, Ao Tian pondered whether awakening Gu Yue Na had been a fortuitous decision or a grave error. What man does not desire to awaken to power and revel in the embrace of beauty? Moreover, Gu Yue Na was indeed an extraordinary woman, and Ao Tian admitted to feeling a stir of emotion. However, he was already involved with Bibi Dong, and without her consent, he dared not pursue another. Thus, despite Gu Yue Na's repeated declarations of devotion, he had consistently rebuffed her. Sighing, he resolved to seek an opportunity to discuss this with Xiao Dong. Chapter 65. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ao Tian dismissed Gu Yue Na from his thoughts, allowing her to sleep beside him, as he found her fragrance rather pleasant. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, he noticed Xiao Wu rolling over, much like before, but she was blocked upon reaching Gu Yue Na's side. Observing Ao Tian's gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, Gu Yue Na remarked, "Ao Tian, Xiao Wu mentioned that she unconsciously rolled over to you while sleeping, that I believe it is your aura that draws her in, compelling her to seek your proximity in her slumber." "I suspected as much," Ao Tian replied. He theorized that his aura possessed a unique allure for soul beasts, and although he typically kept it contained, perhaps a faint essence escaped during his sleep, attracting Xiao Wu toward him. Suddenly, Gu Yue Na said, "Ao Tian, you are truly captivating while asleep. I feel an overwhelming urge to devour you, that if you do not cease your chatter, I shall throw you back." Ao Tian warned. Eyes still closed, Gu Yue Na promptly complied, shutting her eyes. Yet after a moment, she peeked open them to gaze at Ao Tian for a while before finally closing them again. Being beside Ao Tian brings such a sense of security. She thought that in the early morning, When everyone discovered that Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu had both gravitated to Ao Tian's side. With Gu Yue Na lying shoulder to shoulder with him, their hearts shattered. Tang San awoke from a year of the most rejuvenating slumber, feeling utterly refreshed and energetic. However, upon seeing Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na on the opposite bed, his expression darkened considerably. From this day forth, I shall train with even greater fervor. I refuse to believe that you can remain superior without any effort. Tang San vowed silently. When Ao Tian awoke, he found Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu still deep in slumber. Gu Yue Na's breathing was even, a gentle smile adorning her delicate face, while Xiao Wu pressed closely against her, one slender, rosy leg extending from her trousers and resting atop Gu Yue Na. Perhaps due to her rabbit lineage, the 7-year-old Xiao Wu's legs were unusually long, even surpassing Gu Yue Na's in length. Ao Tian gently adjusted her loose pants to prevent any accidental exposure before rousing the two slumbering girls. Gu Yue Na did not open her eyes immediately, mumbling, "Oh, Tan, why are you shaking me?" "Nar, it is time to rise. The opening ceremony is soon," Xiao Wu urged, shaking Gu Yue Na awake. Finally, Gu Yue Na opened her eyes, grumbling softly, "The sleep duration for humans is far too brief. I have not yet had my fill of slumber." Ao Tian chuckled. "Then you may continue to sleep here. Xiao Wu and I will be on our way." "Must I really get up?" Gu Yue Na protested, her face contorted with reluctance as she finally climbed out of bed. The morning heralded the opening ceremony, with classes commencing in the afternoon to Ao Tian's surprise. Gu Yue Na exhibited a keen interest in the curriculum, diligently listening and engaging with the lessons that, as she put it, to defeat humanity, one must first understand humanity. Tian also noticed Tang San inquiring about him from other classmates, though he was unable to glean any useful information. After dinner in the dean's office, the dean, the master, and Tang San convened. The master turned to Tang San and inquired, "So, little San, have you discovered which family Ao Tian hails from?" Tang San shook his head. "No, aside from Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na. Ao Tian seems to have no close affiliations. I could not extract any information." "That is quite all right. You have performed admirably," the master reassured him. He then directed his gaze to the dean, asking, "And what of you? Have you uncovered anything?" The dean responded with a smile. "I have indeed unearthed some details." "Oh, pray tell," the master said, his interest piqued. The dean continued, "The address on Ao Tian's martial soul certificate indicates a place named Qianxunji village. I personally visited that village and found no families bearing the surname Ao. The villagers were also unfamiliar with anyone by the name of Ao Tian." "How could this be?" the master murmured. "Could it be that his certificate is fraudulent?" The dean nodded. "That is my belief as well. However, I meticulously examined the seal on the certificate, and it is indeed stamped by the Spirit Hall, which is quite puzzling." Tang San interjected, "Then it stands to reason that Ao Tian colluded with the Spirit Hall to fabricate a false identity to gain entrance to Notting Academy." Both the master and the dean exchanged approving glances with Tang San. Clearly impressed by his quick thinking, the dean continued, "If that is the case, then I am perplexed as to what Ao Tian seeks by coming to my academy. With his exceptional talent, gaining admission to Notting Academy should be a simple matter. Why go through the trouble of creating a false identity? Unless his identity is something to be concealed or he wishes to remain unknown," the master deduced. Furthermore, Tang San added, "Ao Tian is exceedingly wealthy. I have heard from other classmates that he once produced a considerable sum of gold soul coins, no less than several hundred, but additionally, he possesses a storage soul guide." The dean nodded and remarked, "Another point of suspicion that if Ao Tian is indeed so affluent, why would he choose to reside in the work-study student dormitory?" The master shook his head, unable to comprehend this aspect. It seemed unreasonable to him that a wealthy individual would live among less fortunate students, and he could not devise a plausible explanation. The dean continued, "To uncover Ao Tian's true identity, there are only two methods. First, we could directly investigate at the Spirit Hall, since it bears their seal. There must be someone within who knows Ao Tian's identity. Second, we could conduct an inquiry from Ao Tian himself or subtly question the two girls by his side to extract information." Tang San inquired, "Since we have evidence proving Ao Tian's current identity is false, Should we seize the opportunity to expel him from the academy? Why would we expel him? The dean countered, this humble academy has little to gain. And regardless of his intentions, having a talented student at Nuoding Academy is a boon. The master sighed, Little San, I am merely curious about his identity. I do not intend to take any action against him. Can you not face the reality of your defeat at his hands? Are you attempting to diminish his spirit? Tang San paused momentarily, then lowered his head in shame. He had spoken impulsively, suggesting that Ao Tian be expelled without thorough consideration. Revealing his inability to accept his loss, the master placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder, saying, Little San, losing is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is losing one's courage. Ao Tian's presence should serve as motivation for your cultivation. Tang San nodded earnestly, declaring, Teacher, I understand. I will devote myself to rigorous training and strive to surpass Ao Tian. The master nodded in satisfaction. However, he remained intrigued by Ao Tian's identity and suggested, see if you can glean information from Xiao Wu or Gu Yue Na. Teacher, I will do my utmost, Tang San replied. In the days that followed, Tang San approached Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na, seeking to uncover Ao Tian's identity. However, Gu Yue Na remained exceedingly aloof, ignoring his advances and leaving Tang San somewhat frustrated. Conversely, Xiao Wu was more welcoming, yet whenever the topic of Ao Tian arose, she would fall silent, leaving Tang San at a loss. Ultimately, he reluctantly decided to abandon his efforts. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years later, both Ao Tian and the young girl Xiao Wu, along with Gu Yue Na, were nearing graduation from Nuoding Academy. Chapter 66. The Master's Good Intentions. After completing their final class in the afternoon, the 6th grade students prepared for graduation. Nuoding Primary Soul Master Academy was a small institution with no strict regulations regarding graduation levels. Students could graduate after 6 years of study, regardless of whether they had become soul masters. For the impoverished work-study students, achieving the status of a soul master before graduation would promise a bright future, while failing to do so would confine them to returning home to farm and marry. Among the 6th grade students this year were only Ao Tian, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, while Gu Yue Na was still in the 5th grade. For Gu Yue Na, the specific grade was inconsequential. She would follow Ao Tian wherever he went. Over the 5 years, her injuries had healed rapidly. What would have taken her approximately 20,000 years to recover was now nearly healed in just 5 years, thanks to the precious blood Ao Tian had bestowed upon her. During this time, she frequently absorbed the dragon clan's heritage that accompanied the blood, significantly enhancing her cultivation level. Ao Tian had also ventured into the Star Doe forest several times, personally guiding several fierce beasts in their training. Earning their profound gratitude, in their eyes, Ao Tian's status was now equal to that of Gu Yue Na. Within the dormitory, many were already packing their belongings, preparing to return home the following morning. These work-study students hailed from villages outside Nuoding City, not close by, and thus they would return home the next morning. That Ao Tian, too, was in no hurry, planning to depart for Spirit City the next day. Likely never to return to this small place, Tang San organized his clothes and packed them into his belt. He occasionally cast glances towards Ao Tian, his expression one of inner conflict. Each time his gaze fell upon Gu Yue Na, his heart would race. 0.5 years had passed, and Gu Yue Na had grown taller, now approximately 175 centimeters. Her striking silver hair and ethereal beauty never failed to captivate those around her. Ao Tian stood at a similar height, though not yet fully restored to his true stature. It would not be long before he did. Together, they appeared as a pair of celestial beings, evoking envy in countless onlookers, even stirring jealousy in Tang San's heart. Over the past 5 years, as Tang San became better acquainted with Gu Yue Na, his feelings deepened. He realized that this beautiful girl possessed not only looks, but remarkable strength as well. Once, Tang San proposed a sparring match with Gu Yue Na, who agreed. The outcome left him utterly defeated, suffering far worse than in any encounter with Ao Tian, but he wallowed in despair for days. After all, being bested by Ao Tian was one thing, but to be easily outmatched by a girl a grade below him was a blow his adult mind struggled to accept. Ultimately, it was only through the master's guidance that he found clarity. He had previously believed Gu Yue Na to be lacking beyond her appearance, But that encounter had thoroughly captivated him. Every time he returned home, Tang San would meticulously craft exquisite concealed weapons as gifts for Gu Yue Na. Yet, sadly, she remained indifferent to his gestures. Over the years, he often observed Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na at night, noting that although they lay together, nothing untoward occurred, which kept his hopes alive. The thought of leaving Nuoding Academy and parting ways with Gu Yue Na filled Tang San with sorrow. After so many years, he still knew nothing of her home, and aside from her name, he was entirely ignorant of her other details. Hesitating, Tang San weighed the task the master had entrusted him with and finally summoned the courage to approach Ao Tian. Ao Tian, Gu Yue Na, he called out. What is it? Ao Tian turned to face him at 8T this moment. Tang San stood at around 170 centimeters, shorter than both Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na. And even Xiao Wu was slightly taller. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke. Ao Tian, after you and Xiao Wu graduate, you will likely aim for a mid-level Soul Master Academy, correct? What of it? Ao Tian inquired. He had already surmised Tang San's intent. Tang San replied, there are many mid-level Soul Master Academies on Douluo Continent, and selecting one that suits you is crucial for your future development. That MY teacher has recommended an excellent academy, which rivals even high-level institutions in terms of faculty. They follow an elite approach, maintaining a small student body to provide tailored instruction, ensuring each student receives the best guidance. So, you wish for me and Xiao Wu to attend this academy as well? Ao Tian queried. Tang San nodded, stating, indeed, this is actually my teacher's suggestion, that he believes that both you and Xiao Wu possess commendable talent and can meet the admission standards of that academy, which is why I was asked to inform you. What is the name of this academy? Ao Tian asked. Shrek Academy, also known as the Monster Academy. My teacher said its strength is on par with some high-level academies that I plan to enroll in Shrek Academy in 2 months. If you and Xiao Wu are interested, you should consider it. The address is in Soto City, south of the Barak Kingdom. Tang San's heart was indeed in turmoil. Over the years, he had challenged Ao Tian several times, each encounter resulting in a devastating defeat. Under the immense pressure exerted by Ao Tian, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, reaching the formidable level of 30, though he had yet to obtain a soul ring. The master believed that finding a suitable third soul ring for Tang San was a daunting task given his own limited capabilities, and thus suggested that Tang San seek assistance from the teachers at Shrek Academy upon his arrival there. According to the master's theory, Tang San was aware that after his breakthrough, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant surge, making it feasible to ascend several levels, perhaps even surpassing Ao Tian in one fell swoop. This journey to Shrek Academy presented an exceptional opportunity for Tang San to transcend Ao Tian. If he attended while Ao Tian did not, his chances of defeating Ao Tian in the future would greatly increase. However, the master's request for him to disclose information about Shrek to Ao Tian left Tang San conflicted. Yet upon voicing his thoughts, the inner turmoil dissipated, and he recognized that he should not engage in the underhanded act of deceit. Ao Tian smiled and said, I understand now. He had indeed surmised correctly that Tang San had come to invite him to Shrek Academy. So, will you go? Tang San inquired. I'll consider it, Ao Tian replied. With unwavering determination, Tang San declared, Ao Tian, I will continue to challenge you in the future. I actually hope you do attend Shrek Academy, as your presence would provide me with the pressure to cultivate more swiftly. Ao Tian chuckled. Even if you train rapidly, you still cannot defeat me. Tang San smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He had grown accustomed to Ao Tian's absolute confidence. He turned to Gu Yue Na, saying, Gu Yue Na, I will be at Shrek Academy. Trust me, that institution is undoubtedly worth attending. That I hope that after your graduation next year, you will also come to study there. Chapter 67. Bringing Gu Yue Na back to Wuhun City, Gu Yue Na glanced at Tang San. Her expression icy as she replied, I'm sorry, but I have no interest in this Shrek Academy. Wherever Ao Tian goes, I shall follow. Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. The goddess he adored was enamored with another. While that very person seemed indifferent to her affections, he recalled the master's encouragement and silently bolstered his resolve. The master had once shared that he too had pursued a goddess, despite his lackluster talent and unremarkable appearance. Yet, through his own merits, he had managed to win her heart. Thus, the master urged Tang Sin never to give up easily, for relinquishing one's efforts meant forfeiting all opportunities. Upon hearing Gu Yue Na's words, Tang San found himself fervently wishing for Ao Tian to attend Shrek Academy as well. Noticing that Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na were no longer paying him any heed, Tang San reluctantly retreated to his bed, leaning against the headboard, feeling a wave of nostalgia for his father. During his first year at Notting Academy, upon returning home for the holidays, he discovered his father gravely ill, unable to even lift his forging hammer, barely surviving thanks to the aid of Grandpa Jack. Over the years, his father's health had gradually improved, returning to a semblance of his former self. This time home, he was determined to devise a way to forge the Zhuge divine crossbow. With it, perhaps he could finally defeat Ao Tian in their next confrontation, Tang San mused. However, the destructive power of the Zhuge divine crossbow was formidable, and he was reluctant to employ it during training unless absolutely necessary. Ao Tian, are we really going to the Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Now 12 years old, Xiao Wu still sported her characteristic appearance, her long, sleek black hair styled into a lengthy, scorpion braid cascading down to her thighs. Her once flat figure had begun to develop, shaping her school uniform into a noticeable curve. Below her delicate waist were two exceptionally eye-catching long legs. Her legs were slightly longer than average, yet they exuded a sense of harmony that only added to her unique charm. Her large, expressive eyes remained glistening, her round face complemented by exquisite, petite features, rendering her irresistibly adorable, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Oh, you want to go? On countered. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tiny pink tongue and replied, Whatever, I'll go wherever you go. Staying by your side is the safest option. She vowed never to stray far from Ao Tian in the perilous human world. Well then, that settles it. You needn't concern yourself with my plans. Ao Tian chuckled. He continued, I've invited you both several times to visit my home. Will you decline again? Xiao Wu glanced at Gu Yue Na. With Ao Tian and Gu Yue Na present, she often lacked her own opinions. Regarding the decision to visit Wuhun City, she had always aligned her choice with Gu Yue Na harbored a disdain for humans, particularly for cities like Wuhun City, teeming with titled Douluos, which she found particularly unappealing. Thus, despite Ao Tian's repeated invitations, she had never acquiesced. Those titled Douluos had blood on their hands, having slain even 100,000-year soul beasts, although Ao Tian had promised to resolve the conflict between soul beasts and humans. Gu Yue Na's hatred for humanity would remain unyielding until that issue was addressed. However, recalling that Ao Tian had invited her multiple times, she felt it would be impolite to refuse again, and so she nodded slightly, saying, I suppose I will go take a look. If she were alone, she would never venture into such a dangerous place, especially since her injuries had yet to fully heal. But with Ao Tian accompanying her, she felt no need for further reservations. Then I shall go as well, Xiao Wu declared. Ao Tian smiled and said, Great, we shall set off tomorrow morning. After 5 years together, how could he not have developed feelings for Gu Yue Na? Yet, out of respect for Bibi Dong, he had maintained a strict demeanor towards Gu Yue Na, avoiding any hint of flirtation. Should he inadvertently capture her heart without Bibi Dong's consent, it would spell disaster. His repeated invitations for Gu Yue Na to visit Wuhun City were intended to allow Bibi Dong to become acquainted with her. If Bibi Dong approved, he would then formally express his feelings to Gu Yue Na. All right, Gu Yue Na responded. She felt a flicker of anticipation. Having heard Ao Tian speak of Bibi Dong multiple times, she was eager to finally meet her. She yearned to see what sort of extraordinary woman could captivate Ao Tian so completely, and whether she truly surpassed her. Upon hearing Ao Tian invite Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu to his home, Tang San discreetly perked up his ears, though unfortunately, Ao Tian revealed no further information. Tang San remained fixated on Ao Tian's mysterious origins. The more extraordinary Ao Tian appeared, the more curious Tang San became about the nature of his family. When Gu Yue Na agreed to visit Ao Tian's home, Tang San's mood soured instantaneously. Leaning against his bed, his expression darkened as he frequently glanced at Gu Yue Na, hoping she might notice his melancholy love someone in secret, only to be inadvertently hurt by them. While hiding away in sorrow, yearning for that person to recognize his pain and be moved, who could truly understand such feelings? Yet, Tang San was destined to languish in silence, for Gu Yue Na never cast a glance in his direction. That night, Tang San spent in a state of gloom, and at dawn, with the first light of day breaking, he departed from Nodding Academy, returning to Holy Soul Village. The other work-study students were equally eager to leave. Having lingered an extra night at the academy, they were all longing to return home. Ao Tian, however, remained unhurried, waiting for the two girls to finish their morning routines before they all headed to a nearby tavern for a sumptuous breakfast. Only then did he summon the dragon horse, loading it into an opulent carriage, setting off leisurely towards Wuhun city. The three of them sat comfortably inside the luxurious carriage. Gu Yue Na observed the dragon horse, pulling their vehicle with great curiosity, and asked, Ao Tian, I've heard that the dragon horse only evolved into a soul beast 5 years ago when you first accompanied Xiao Wu to the Stardow Forest. I'm intrigued. What level of power has it attained now? Ao Tian smiled without answering, but the dragon horse spoke up, Sister, Master says I now possess the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast. The voice was that of a young girl, clear and melodious, imparting a sense of innocence. So soon? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in astonishment. In just 5 years, a mere ordinary horse had evolved into a 100,000-year soul beast. Such speed was truly astonishing. As Ao Tian's mount, the dragon horse was often bestowed with opportunities by him, and had he not intentionally suppressed its power, the dragon horse's abilities would have exceeded even its current level. After the initial shock, Gu Yue Na considered this to be Ao Tian's handiwork, and thus found it easier to accept. I'm quite curious about where you found it, she inquired to Gu Yue Na inquired. This was not the first time she had witnessed Ao Tian's methods, and she had always been eager to understand them. Chapter 68. The World Created by Ao Tian. Would you like to take a look? Ao Tian asked. Gu Yue Na nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ao Tian. She had recently acquired a storage soul guide, which she purchased with borrowed money from Ao Tian upon the suggestion of Xiao Wu. However, her soul guide, like Xiao Wu's, was unable to store living creatures. I want to see too. Xiao Wu eagerly raised her hand. She had always been curious about Ao Tian's storage space. Initially, she thought it was a soul guide, but later she found no such item on Ao Tian. Thus, she believed that Ao Tian's storage must be quite fascinating. Then allow me to take you on a tour, Ao Tian said. Where are we going? Isn't it with you? Gu Yue Na asked, perplexed. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a moment of disorientation and suddenly found herself suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Beside her floated Ao Tian and Xiao Wu. As the Silver Dragon King, floating at such heights was not a novel experience for Gu Yue Na. She sensed an external force supporting her, surmising it was Ao Tian's doing. Xiao Wu, however, was less composed. When she had been a 100,000-year soul beast, she could barely float, let alone experience such thrilling events. Although a force supported her, the sensation of the 10,000-meter void beneath her made her legs weak, and she let out a shriek, clinging tightly to Ao Tian. Her delicate face drained of color, and her grip tightened, making Ao Tian somewhat uncomfortable. Nar, I leave Xiao Wu in your care, Ao Tian said helplessly. Gu Yue Na did not respond. She had already noticed something amiss. Nar, Ao Tian called again, and it was only then that Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality and took Xiao Wu into her arms. With someone to hold on to, Xiao Wu felt less frightened and began to curiously survey her surroundings. However, in an instant, her eyes widened, and she asked, Ao Tian, where is this? Why is there no sun? Above them lay a chaotic expanse. The entire sky shrouded in a thick white mist, devoid of any sun. This sky was unfamiliar to them. Gu Yue Na looked at Ao Tian with curiosity, hoping for an explanation. Ao Tian replied, This is no longer Douluo Continent. This is within my world. Your world? The two beauties exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Ao Tian. They did not comprehend what he meant by my world. Ao Tian continued. It means this is a world I have created. Upon hearing Ao Tian's explanation, Xiao Wu remained somewhat bewildered, but Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the vast sky, and then at the continent 10,000 meters below her, her heart overwhelmed with shock. Observing Gu Yue Na's astonished expression, Ao Tian found it amusing and said, Shall we descend and take a closer look? He guided the two women downward from the heights. allowing them to observe his continent from afar to near, the Gu Yue Na exclaimed in astonishment. Once, the dragon god encountered a fragment of the most primordial and core force in the universe, the power of creation, yet was only able to create some living beings, and it consumed an immense amount of energy. Yet you have created an entire world. Ao Tian chuckled. In truth, it is not as terrifying as you imagine. This is an imperfect world. Feel it carefully. Gu Yue Na closed her eyes, releasing her spiritual energy to sense the surrounding void. The spiritual energy here was less abundant than that of Douluo Continent, and the laws seemed somewhat lacking. She opened her eyes, raised her right hand, and conjured a flame in her palm, only for it to extinguish swiftly. I can manipulate various elements, but the incomplete laws here hinder my abilities. The trio landed on solid ground, and with her feet firmly planted, Xiao Wu patted her slightly heaving chest, finally exhaling in relief. Before them lay a lush forest, with a meandering river flowing out from it. Passing by their side, Ao Tian remarked, "This is as far as I can go for now. The consumption of my creation power in forming this world has been immense, and I cannot create intelligent life in a short time." He approached the riverbank, scooping some clear water, life energy surging in his hands, and a small fish appeared, swimming in his palm. After releasing the fish into the river, Ao Tian continued, "I initially intended to transform this land into a planet, but that requires time. For now, I can only form a flat continent. To become a true world, I must continuously improve the laws here. Then you could capture some soul beasts to breed," Xiao Wu suddenly suggested. Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Ao Tian, you mentioned resolving the soul beast dilemma. Do you intend to relocate soul beasts here?" Ao Tian shook his head. "No. This world is too small to accommodate many soul beasts. And moreover, the lack of laws here makes it difficult for external soul beasts to cultivate. Therefore, even capturing some soul beasts would be of little use." Gu Yue Na felt a tinge of disappointment. "Let us first exit," Ao Tian stated. The three figures vanished, reappearing inside a carriage. The following day, around noon, the carriage entered the city of Wuhun, arriving at the foot of the sacred mountain. Ao Tian and the two women disembarked, immediately attracting countless gazes. A handsome man and beautiful women inevitably become the center of attention wherever they go. Ao Tian, unconcerned, summoned his dragon horse in front of the crowd, having lived here for many years. The temple knights guarding the sacred mountain were already well acquainted with him, knowing of his close relationship with the Pope. "Mr. Ao, are these two your guests?" the knight commander inquired, his gaze lingering on Gu Yue Na's face. Unable to suppress his admiration. "They are friends of the Pope," Ao Tian replied, producing the Pope's token. The knight commander did not hinder them, allowing passage without protest as Ao Tian ascended the steps with the two beauties. Even the well-trained temple knights found it difficult to avert their gazes, captivated by the two girls. Gu Yue Na was accustomed to such attention, calmly following behind Ao Tian. Xiao Wu, however, felt somewhat anxious, tightly gripping Gu Yue Na's hand. After all, this was the Pope's domain, the most powerful force on Douluo Continent, and the most perilous place for soul beasts. Were it not for Ao Tian, she would never have come here. As they walked, Ao Tian cheerfully pointed out that shimmering structure halfway up the mountain is the Pope's Hall, where the Pope and the titled Duel elders reside. This is the place with the highest concentration of titled Duel on the entire continent. The White Palace at the summit is the Duel Hall, where the names of deceased titled Duel among human soul masters are inscribed. Gu Yue Na's expression shifted uneasily, a surge of anger rising within her. Yet she ultimately managed to suppress it. Shortly thereafter, Ao Tian led the two women through a series of palaces, arriving at Bibi Dong's study. Chapter 69. The first meeting of two empresses as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong had a multitude of daily responsibilities. The influence of the Spirit Hall extended across the continent, and vast amounts of information returned to Wuhun City daily. Within the Pope's Hall, dedicated cardinals and archbishops processed this information, filtering out the significant details for Bibi Dong's decision-making. Despite the thorough screening, Bibi Dong's workload remained substantial. In fact, Ao Tian had already sent her a message the previous day, informing her that he would be bringing guests, expected to arrive around noon today. However, due to a heavier workload, Bibi Dong did not go out to greet them. She had a hunch about the guests Ao Tian mentioned. Over the years, as Ao Tian stayed in Notting City, Bibi Dong had not felt entirely at ease. After all, such an exceptional man might easily be lured away by another. She had once asked Ao Tian if he had sought companionship outside, to which he replied in the negative, but mentioned having taken on 2 pretty attendants. She had encouraged him to bring those 2 lovely attendants to Wuhun City for a visit, but Gu Yue Na had never agreed, resulting in their prolonged separation. After receiving Ao Tian's message yesterday, Bibi Dong felt a flutter of anticipation, curious to see just how beautiful these attendants were. They should be arriving soon, Bibi Dong thought as she lifted her head from the mountain of paperwork, smoothing her hair, contemplating whether to greet them at the entrance of the Pope's Hall. Just then, she heard footsteps and Ao Tian's voice. Bibi Dong immediately stood up, adjusted her attire, and prepared to welcome her guests. The Pope's study was just ahead, and the Pope herself awaited within. Ao Tian chuckled lightly. Little Wu held Gu Yue Na's hand tightly. Feeling somewhat anxious, a maid stood at the entrance of the study, and upon seeing Ao Tian approach, she respectfully bowed. Ao Tian nodded slightly, leading Gu Yue Na and Little Wu into the study. "You're back," Bibi Dong said gently. As she spoke, her gaze flicked momentarily to Ao Tian's face before settling on the 2 behind him, focusing on Gu Yue Na and Little Wu. The 2 girls standing behind Ao Tian were both remarkably tall, with the younger one being particularly charming and endearing. When Bibi Dong's eyes fell upon Gu Yue Na, she was momentarily taken aback. The silver-haired girl possessed a beauty that surpassed that of the younger one, and if Bibi Dong were to describe her, she would feel that this girl's beauty was on par with her own, especially with a regal aura reminiscent of a queen, strikingly similar to her own. Within this nobility, there was an ethereal grace. Bibi Dong's internal assessment was, her beauty and grace are not inferior to mine. While Bibi Dong was appraising Gu Yue Na was equally scrutinizing Bibi Dong. She had often heard Ao Tian speak of his beloved and had long harbored curiosity about Bibi Dong. Upon arriving in Wuhun City, she also felt a desire to compete with this woman. Ever since Bibi Dong consumed the rejuvenating pill crafted by Ao Tian, her beauty had become even more exquisite. Gu Yue Na internally assessed Bibi Dong. Her beauty is comparable to mine, her aura somewhat mundane, and her figure, well, a bit ample. She couldn't help but glance down at her own chest, then at Bibi Dong. Sensing the disparity between them, Gu Yue Na straightened her posture, her previously budding figure now expanding, revealing her true form. Her graceful and curvaceous physique finally narrowed the gap with Bibi Dong. Though still not quite matching, it was not far off either. Bibi Dong's charming face momentarily froze before she broke into a radiant smile. "Ao Tian, aren't you going to introduce your friends?" Bibi Dong stepped closer, playfully sinking Ao Tian's arm into her embrace. Her smile was a blend of pride, delight, and perhaps a hint of provocation. Ao Tian felt a wave of pressure. Upon their first meeting, he sensed an overwhelming fire of competition. Something he had not anticipated. He finally understood that he had underestimated the rivalry and jealousy that could exist between women. The situation seemed to resemble a scenario where the original partner was about to confront the mistress. Steeling himself, Ao Tian introduced, "This is Gu Yue Na, and this is Little Wu. And this is Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Wuhun Temple." Bibi Dong released Ao Tian, smiling. "I've heard so much about you from Ao Tian. I've been looking forward to meeting you both for many years. Please have a seat." She gestured towards the adjacent sitting room. Once seated, Bibi Dong called for tea, and a maid promptly entered to serve Little Wu and Gu Yue Na. "Gu Yue Na, may I inquire about the ability you used to change your form just now?" Bibi Dong asked with intrigue. She had never encountered a soul master capable of altering their size. Ao Tian's companion was indeed not ordinary. Upon entering, Gu Yue Na's face had been devoid of a smile. Now, hearing Bibi Dong's question, she replied bluntly, "I am not human. I am a soul beast, 100,000-year soul beast." Bibi Dong was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet, her soul power surging as she warily regarded Gu Yue Na. Humans and soul beasts were inherently adversarial. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the profound animosity soul beasts harbored towards humans. The woman beside Ao Tian was actually a soul beast. Had she infiltrated Ao Tian's side, seeking to undermine me? Did Ao Tian remain unaware? This thought flashed through Bibi Dong's mind. She turned to Ao Tian, finding him wearing an expression of helplessness. He had not anticipated Gu Yue Na's candid revelation of her true identity. Before their return, he had masked their soul beast aura, which Bibi Dong would not have detected. It would have been better to reveal it once everyone was at ease. Yet now, just as the fiery tension had begun to dissipate, it threatened to escalate once more. Ao Tian had no doubt that had he not been present, a confrontation would have indeed ensued. Bibi Dong's soul power radiated as she guardedly observed Gu Yue Na. While Gu Yue Na wore a sardonic expression, and little Wu was visibly anxious, restless in her seat, Ao Tian quickly stood, placing his hands on Bibi Dong's shoulders to calm her, saying, "There's no need for such alarm. I should have clarified beforehand. Both of them are soul beasts. That Gu Yue Na is the Silver Dragon King, previously possessing divine-level strength, though she has sustained some injuries. Little Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit in human form. You knew all along." Bibi Dong turned to Ao Tian. He nodded, replying, "I am not human myself. What is strange about having a couple of soul beast companions?" Bibi Dong finally exhaled, turning to Gu Yue Na with an expression of apology. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier." Gu Yue Na was momentarily taken aback. The Pope of the Wuhun temple had apologized to her, which she had not anticipated. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was a guest at the Pope's residence alongside Ao Tian. Showing displeasure towards Bibi Dong would certainly put Ao Tian in a difficult position. Remembering that Bibi Dong was Ao Tian's beloved, Gu Yue Na felt a twinge of embarrassment, regretting her earlier emotional lapse. Thus, she too offered an apology. "I also have my shortcomings. I should not have harbored animosity towards you. You are Ao Tian's cherished one, which makes you my friend." Chapter 70. Inspecting Hulaina's training progress now, it was Bibi Dong's turn to be astonished. Ao Tian had just mentioned that this was the Silver Dragon King, who once possessed divine-level strength, which had already surprised her. Now, the Silver Dragon King was apologizing to her, something she had not expected. Bibi Dong quickly replied, "It's all right. As Ao Tian's friend, you shall also be my friend from now on." The two breathtaking beauties gazed at each other, and suddenly both beamed with radiant smiles. Thanks to Ao Tian, the two women set aside their earlier discomfort, finding a sense of mutual appreciation in this moment. Ao Tian felt immense relief as he discreetly squeezed Bibi Dong's smooth, soft hand beneath the table, conveying, "You are so understanding. My affection for you is certainly not in vain." Ao Tian could see that had Bibi Dong not taken the initiative to apologize, Gu Yue Na would not have followed suit. Bibi Dong shot Ao Tian a playful glare, pinching him softly beneath the table, and whispered back, "I'll deal with you tonight." She then stood, cheerfully proclaiming, "I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare a grand feast this morning. It should be ready by now. Let us go eat." Little Wu's spirit lifted. She adored delicious food, and her earlier tension began to fade. Bibi Dong approached Little Wu, taking her hand, and said, "Little Wu, if you don't mind, you can call me sister from now on." "Okay, sister," Little Wu replied softly, a sudden wave of unfamiliar emotion flooding her heart. Previously, she had feared the title Douluo of humanity. Yet now, the Pope of the Wuhun temple had become her sister. How truly unpredictable life can be. Such a good girl. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Little Wu's hair. On their way to the dining area, Bibi Dong instructed a maid to summon Hulaina, as well to be. Bibi Dong chose not to disclose Gu Yue Na and Little Wu's identities as soul beasts to Hulaina, fearing she might lose control of her emotions and cause further discord. After lunch, Ao Tian accompanied Gu Yue Na and Little Wu as they strolled through Wuhun City. Gu Yue Na walked with her head down, silent, resembling a little girl who had misbehaved. "What troubles you?" Ao Tian asked, surprised. "Ao Tian, I'm sorry," Gu Yue Na confessed. "Why do you apologize?" Ao Tian stopped, smiling at Gu Yue Na. "I had promised myself before coming that I would be amicable with Bibi Dong. Yet I still failed to control my emotions," Gu Yue Na said, her face filled with guilt. She glanced up at Ao Tian and added, "If you are upset, please punish me." Ao Tian chuckled, "Then I shall impose a punishment." With that, he moved ahead. "What sort of punishment do you have in mind?" Gu Yue Na inquired, hurrying to catch up, with Little Wu following closely behind. Ao Tian arrived at a small pavilion by a lake, sat down, and turned to indicate his shoulder, saying, "Please help me with a shoulder massage." "Okay." Gu Yue Na obediently moved behind Ao Tian and began to knead his shoulders. "Is the pressure all right?" she asked, Use your full strength? Ao Tian replied. Understood. Seeing Gu Yue Na being punished, little Wu couldn't help but plead on her behalf. Ao Tian, please forgive Sister Nar. She didn't mean any harm. Ao Tian pointed to his leg, and Xiao Wu immediately understood, squatting down to knead and thump Ao Tian's thigh. Ao Tian reveled in the attentive service of the two enchanting women. Nearly drifting off to sleep, Gu Yue Na exerted herself to the utmost. The strength in her hands could easily crush a formidable soul Douluo. And after several minutes, her fingers were on the verge of cramping. All right. Ao Tian opened his eyes and remarked, You managed to change your attitude just in time. Your performance has been commendable. He stood up and said, Let us continue to explore the beautiful sights of this spirit city. With that, he stepped outside. Xiao Wu grabbed Gu Yue Na's arm and whispered, Sister Nar, it seems Ao Tian has a fondness for Bibi Dong, that if you wish to win his heart. I believe you must get along well with her. Gu Yue Na smiled, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's nose, and replied, Oh, you little rascal, don't you feel the same? This must be your own sentiment, Sister Nar. What are you talking about? Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Look at you. Your cheeks are all red, yet you refuse to admit it, Gu Yue Na teased, pinching Xiao Wu's delicate face. You are so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu stomped her foot and then strode off to catch up with Ao Tian. Still shy, are we? Gu Yue Na chuckled softly and followed suit. Dinner was once again enjoyed in the papal palace alongside Bibi Dong. After their meal, Bibi Dong said, Ao Tian, it has been a while since you last returned. Why not check on Hu Laina's training results? Hu Laina immediately stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, Mr. Ao Tian. Very well, Ao Tian agreed. Bibi Dong then suggested, Gu Yue Na, Xiao Wu, let me show you around the papal palace. Gu Yue Na's expression shifted subtly as she cast a discreet glance at Ao Tian before replying. All right. The papal palace was vast, adorned with various pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters, all contributing to a picturesque landscape. Ao Tian felt a sense of relief as he observed Bibi Dong taking Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu for a walk, hoping they would bond well and perhaps cultivate a friendship. Once the three departed, only Ao Tian and Hu Laina remained in the room. Release your martial spirit and show me your strongest allure. I wish to see the extent of your enchanting abilities. Now 17, Hu Laina had blossomed into a captivating beauty, her form voluptuous, each movement imbued with a beguiling aura. A mere glance or smile from her could leave many entranced and unable to resist. Hearing Ao Tian's request, Hu Laina appeared somewhat hesitant and replied, Mr. Ao Tian, are you certain? After practicing the techniques Ao Tian had tailored for her, her cultivation had advanced rapidly, significantly enhancing the inherent allure of her fox martial spirit. Presently, when she employed her enchanting powers, few men could withstand her charm. Ao Tian nodded and smiled, saying, Do not hold back. Unleash your abilities fully. He trusted in his composure and believed he would not embarrass himself in front of a little fox. Understood, Hu Laina immediately summoned her fox martial spirit, a fluffy tail erupting from her backside and swaying back and forth, her ears elongated and sharpened, sprouting white fur, intensifying her enchanting presence. Ao Tian remained unmoved, standing there with a gentle smile as he observed Hu Laina. Seeing that Ao Tian exhibited no reaction, Hu Laina sighed with relief, but felt a tinge of disappointment regarding her own allure. Mr. Ao Tian, please pay attention. I am about to begin. Go ahead. Ao Tian replied, At this moment, Hu Laina had reached the Soul King realm, her 5 soul rings glowing brightly. The crimson light emanated from her body, swiftly filling the entire room. The atmosphere transformed into a rosy hue, suffused with an intimate ambience, infused with a scent that stirred desire. Hu Laina's figure approached Ao Tian. Her garments became more revealing, her delicate face tinged with shyness. Mr. Ao Tian, do you think I am beautiful? Her voice was as enchanting as a siren's, striking deep into the heart. As she drew closer, her clothing gradually slipped away, exposing her tender neck and exquisite collarbone. Chapter 71. Gu Yue Na's direct approach. Hu Laina's eyes were glazed, her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, her alluring form showcased before Ao Tian. She stepped ever closer. Ao Tian smiled at the scene unfolding. The sight was indeed captivating. Coupled with Hu Laina's enchanting aura and her teasing movements, it could easily ignite the passions of most men. However, Ao Tian understood that this was merely an illusion created by Gu Yue Na. The figure advancing towards him was not truly her. "Break!" Ao Tian softly uttered, and as he stood before her, the illusion of Gu Yue Na, which had nearly entwined him, shattered abruptly. The crimson light in the room dissipated, leaving Gu Yue Na's flushed face pale, her aura slightly disordered. The violent disruption of her illusion soul skill resulted in a mild backlash. She inadvertently cast a fleeting glance at Ao Tian's lower region, feeling disappointed that her most powerful technique had failed to elicit even a hint of vulnerability from him. Ao Tian approached Gu Yue Na, gently patting her shoulder while channeling a stream of pure energy to restore her rosy complexion. "You have made significant progress." Ao Tian praised that Gu Yue Na, somewhat bashful, responded, "Thank you, Mr. Ao Tian. I will continue to strive for improvement." Ao Tian replied with an and added, "However, do refrain from using your body to entice others in illusions. Although it is not real, you ultimately bear the cost." He recognized that Gu Yue Na's illusion could take on the forms of other women, and there was no need for her to use her own image to seduce others. Gu Yue Na's cheeks burned as she lowered her head, unable to meet Ao Tian's gaze, her voice barely audible. "Actually, I seldom use my own form when dealing with others. Even when I do, I ensure they cannot see any crucial parts. Today, facing you, Mr. Ao Tian, I feared you might be dissatisfied with my progress, so I resorted to my strongest allure to show you." "Enough, do not say more," Ao Tian interjected, pondering how the Gu Yue Na in the stories did not seem so shy. He gently stroked Gu Yue Na's smooth hair, speaking kindly, "You are like a half-disciple to me. Using your own image to entice me will always be somewhat awkward. Please refrain from doing so in the future, understood?" Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Gu Yue Na felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her, yet simultaneously an inexplicable sense of loss settled within her. "I understand, sir. Very well. You may return now." After Gu Yue Na departed, Ao Tian reclined in his chair. They wouldn't actually fight, would they? He mused. He considered using his divine sense to spy on what the two women were doing, but ultimately decided against it. He believed he should trust them, which would also serve as a testament to his own confidence. Even if a confrontation did arise, he could reach the battlefield in an instant. Gu Yue Na's strength should now surpass Bibi Dong's, though the gap was not insurmountable. With that thought, Ao Tian lay back peacefully by the lotus pond. Gu Yue Na paused and said, "Xiao Wu, why don't you wander elsewhere for a bit? I have some matters to discuss privately with Bibi Dong." "Oh," Xiao Wu replied. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Gu Yue Na and Bibi Dong walk toward the small pavilion at the center of the pond. Xiao Wu's large eyes brimmed with curiosity. Her ears twitched as she attempted to eavesdrop on their conversation. Gu Yue Na and Bibi Dong walked into the pavilion without uttering a word, and Gu Yue Na discreetly cast a sound barrier, isolating their voices. "How annoying," Xiao Wu muttered, stamping her foot in frustration as she settled by the lotus pond. Toying with the vibrant flowers, Bibi Dong's formidable mental acuity sensed the barrier Gu Yue Na had erected, and she marveled silently. Even with her current strength, she could not casually create such a soundproof barrier like Gu Yue Na. "Gu Yue Na, you summoned me for a reason?" Bibi Dong inquired. Earlier during dinner, Gu Yue Na had conveyed a message to Bibi Dong, prompting her to find an excuse to bring Gu Yue Na outside. Bibi Dong was curious about what Gu Yue Na could not discuss in Ao Tian's presence. At the same time, she felt a hint of wariness, concerned that Gu Yue Na might indeed harbor ulterior motives against her. After all, one could know a person's face but not their heart, and especially regarding a soul beast. Although they shared a mutual understanding, they had only known each other for a brief period. As Gu Yue Na regarded Bibi Dong, admiration gleamed in her eyes as she remarked, "Bibi Dong, you are quite remarkable and possess great courage." Willingly stepping out with the knowledge that I might attempt to strike you, Bibi Dong chuckled and said, "I believe in you. You, like me, possess a sense of pride that prevents you from resorting to despicable tactics when facing a worthy opponent. At the same time, I have faith in Ao Tian and his discerning EY." Gu Yue Na suddenly sighed and remarked, "You are truly fortunate." Bibi Dong's heart stirred, and she gazed thoughtfully at Gu Yue Na, inquiring, "What makes you say that?" Gu Yue Na revealed a radiant smile, causing the vibrant lotus flowers in the pond to pale in comparison, and she responded, "Because I too have feelings for Ao Tian, and they run deep." Indeed, Bibi Dong mused inwardly, letting out a light chuckle as she said, "Ao Tian is exceptional. It is only natural for you to be drawn to him. Is he aware of your affections?" Gu Yue Na replied, "He is aware, yet he has always been reluctant to accept me, that I believe it is because of you that he has turned me away." Bibi Dong's gaze turned slightly cold as she fixed her eyes on Gu Yue Na, asking, "Are you implying that you wish for me to leave Ao Tian by speaking to me in this manner? If that is your intention, then our conversation is unnecessary." The Gu Yue Na shook her head, clarifying, "No, I do not wish for you to depart from Ao Tian." Bibi Dong frowned, pressing further, "Then what is the purpose of your words?" Gu Yue Na stated, "I cherish Ao Tian and do not mind him having other women. I confess today in hopes that you might accept me as another of his companions." Bibi Dong was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she asked in astonishment, "With your status and pride, how could you possibly agree to share a man with another woman?" Gu Yue Na replied, "In our world of soul beasts, matters are not as convoluted as they are among humans that it is quite normal for a powerful man to have multiple wives, especially one as remarkable as him. I believe it is hard for any woman to overlook his allure." Bibi Dong cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who was playfully toying with the lotus flowers by the shore, and remarked, "If that is the case, then you're not the only one enamored with him. She too shares your feelings." Gu Yue Na nodded, affirming, "Yes, Xiao Wu is also fond of him. So, would you be willing to accept me?" "And Xiao Wu?" Bibi Dong scoffed, asserting, "I have known Ao Tian for over 20 years. He is mine, and I shall never share him with another woman." With that, she turned away from Gu Yue Na and strode out of the pavilion. "What if he likes me too? If you love him so dearly, do you not consider his feelings?" Gu Yue Na called after her. Bibi Dong paused momentarily, but said nothing, continuing her departure from the scene. Xiao Wu rose, looking bewildered at the approaching Gu Yue Na, and asked Sister Na, "Did you two have a quarrel?" Gu Yue Na nodded, letting out a sigh. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Did I not tell you to get along with her? It has only been a short time since you met, and already you are arguing. I couldn't help it," Gu Yue Na replied. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words. She tugged Gu Yue Na along as they hurried back, saying, "Let's return quickly. It would be troublesome if she complains to Ao Tian." Chapter 72. Completely belonging to him. "Oh, I truly do not know how to express my thoughts on you." Xiao Wu, while pulling Gu Yue Na back swiftly, began to chastise her. "You have yet to relinquish your queenly burdens. You must understand that Bibi Dong, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, holds a status akin to yours. Such a woman is equally proud. Imagine if a woman suddenly wished to share your man. Would you be willing?" Gu Yue Na contemplated this and replied, "If that woman is exceptional enough, and if Ao Tian reciprocates those feelings, I would be willing." Xiao Wu, she continued, "She is unlike you. As far as I know, humans tend to be selfish, preferring their men to be devoted to them, especially a queen who would certainly desire Ao Tian's exclusive affection. So what do we do now?" Gu Yue Na inquired. Xiao Wu stated, "I am uncertain. Initially, I intended to wait until your relationship with Bibi Dong improved. Ideally, you would become good sisters, which might increase the chances of success in discussing this matter. But you were so direct, proposing to share someone's man on your very first day of acquaintance, that it is no wonder she would reject such a notion at that moment." Xiao Wu seemed to transform into a relationship expert. Articulately analyzing Gu Yue Na's misstep as they hurried along, Bibi Dong had just entered the living room when they followed closely behind Ao Tian, reclining in a chair, opened his eyes to find Bibi Dong's expression somewhat unusual, while Xiao Wu appeared anxious and Gu Yue Na seemed flustered. "What is going on? You did not truly fight, did you?" Ao Tian stood up. Bibi Dong smiled brightly and shook her head, saying, "No, how could we possibly have fought?" Ao Tian, still skeptical, asked, "Really?" "Indeed," Bibi Dong affirmed. Ao Tian then turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, you are usually the most obedient. Please tell me." Xiao Wu quickly replied, "Really, we did not argue at all. Everything is quite pleasant." Ao Tian's gaze swept across the three women. His heart filled with doubt. He sensed that something had transpired unbeknownst to him, that I shall ask Donger about it when I retire for the night. If she remains silent, then I will have to employ my stick for questioning. Ao Tian mused. He summoned a maid and inquired, "Are the guest rooms prepared?" "Mr. Ao, they are ready," the maid responded. "Good. Please escort the guests to their quarters." "Certainly," the maid replied politely. "Ladies, please follow me. Gu Yu Na cast a glance at Ao Tian and Bibi Dong before following the maid out with Xiao Wu. I should check on them. After all, I'm somewhat of a host, Ao Tian remarked. Yes, go ahead. I will return to my room and await your return, Bibi Dong replied. Ao Tian stepped outside, catching up to Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu. The guest rooms were not far from where Bibi Dong was staying, and the maid had already tidied the rooms, adding fresh bedding. Ao Tian dismissed the maid and asked, "Did you truly not have any altercations earlier?" Xiao Wu shook her head, and Gu Yue Na followed suit. That we really did not, Xiao Wu asserted. She felt that if Ao Tian were to discover that Gu Yue Na had approached Bibi Dong for a man within mere hours of their acquaintance, he might be greatly disappointed in her. No, we did not. Gu Yue Na entirely deferred to Xiao Wu's words. All right then, Ao Tian replied. Get some rest. I will take you to explore other places tomorrow. There are many enjoyable and delicious spots within Spirit City that I am very much looking forward to it, Xiao Wu said. Ao Tian said nothing further, exited their room, and made his way back. He resolved to uncover the truth behind what had just occurred. If Xiao Wu and Gu Yue Na were concealing something from him, Bibi Dong surely would not do the same. Upon returning to Bibi Dong's chambers, he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Bibi Dong was bathing. Listening to the soothing sound of water, Ao Tian felt as though a small cat were scratching at his heart, igniting a fire within him. For many years, Bibi Dong had remained pure, and Ao Tian had a premonition that tonight she intended to offer herself to him. As anticipation swelled, his heartbeat quickened, and he began to feel a tinge of nervousness, though he had lived for many years and faced countless battles in his youth. This was his first experience in such matters, in this life or the previous one. How could he not be anxious? He was already very familiar with Bibi Dong, and tonight he would gain a deeper and more thorough understanding of her. After this evening, their bond would grow even more profound and inseparable. Bibi Dong lingered longer in the bath than ever before. After more than an hour, just as Ao Tian was on the verge of impatience, she emerged with her hair damp and cascading down her shoulders. She wore a loose, soft nightgown that hinted at her exquisite form, her complexion flushed, and her eyes glistening with a hint of allure. Though she had surpassed 40 years of age, her figure was voluptuous, akin to a perfectly ripe peach, succulent and enticing. Furthermore, under the effects of the elixir Ao Tian had given her, her skin was more delicate and firm than that of 17 or 18-year-old girl. Devoid of any signs of aging in her current state, Bibi Dong possessed the body of a mature woman, yet the face and skin of a young girl, rendering her a mesmerizing beauty that no man could resist. Ao Tian's gaze burned with desire as he asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Bibi Dong responded bashfully. Taking a seat at the edge of the bed, she playfully swatted Ao Tian's hand away, saying, "You should wash up first." Ao Tian chuckled. "You know my body is not dirty at all." Bibi Dong pouted her glossy red lips and replied, "I do not care. If you do not wash, do not expect anything from me." Very well, Ao Tian's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the bathroom. The steam-filled space still lingered with the intoxicating fragrance of Bibi Dong, akin to an aphrodisiac that ignited Ao Tian's fervor, setting it ablaze. The dragon race's needs and desires in that regard could be deemed the most intense among all creatures. Otherwise, how could there be so many beings with dragon blood coursing through their veins? Instances like that of the dragon god, who fortuitously absorbed dragon blood, are exceedingly rare. Most creatures with dragon lineage are products of interbreeding between dragons and other species. Having reached Ao Tian's level of power, he could effortlessly suppress his desires, refusing to be governed by them. Yet when such desires no longer required restraint, they would erupt like a torrent, uncontrollable and overwhelming. On the plush bed, Bibi Dong's heart raced. A mix of anticipation and anxiety flooding her senses. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. During her travels with Ao Tian across the continent, she had ventured into the city of slaughter, where she first encountered the nature of intimacy between men and women. That place was a realm of decadence, where apart from a few exceptionally powerful female soul masters, most women there could scarcely escape the fate of being violated. After years of loving Ao Tian, she had longed for him to mature physically, yearning to wholly surrender herself to him. The choice to consummate their bond today was also prompted by another reason, Gu Yue Na. This equally perfect woman instilled a profound sense of crisis within Bibi Dong. She feared that if she hesitated any longer, Ao Tian's first experience would be claimed by another. Chapter 73. Bibi Dong's transformation, recalling Gu Yue Na's earlier words. Bibi Dong felt a whirlwind of emotions. If Ao Tian truly favored that woman, should she concede? Bibi Dong found herself without answers. Yet one thing remained certain. She must be the first to claim Ao Tian. As this thought coursed through her, her heartbeat quickened, her body gradually warming, her delicate skin exuding a subtle fragrance. Certain scenes began to form in her mind. Her eyes glazed over, already entering a state of anticipation before Ao Tian emerged. In the bathroom, Ao Tian stood, his physique not of the explosive variety, but rather streamlined, presenting a visually pleasing form. Each muscle, though not overly pronounced, harbored earth-shattering power. With a mere thought, the clear water in the bath began to swirl around him, gradually coalescing into a water vortex. The vortex accelerated, cleansing his body without the need for manual scrubbing. Moments later, an intense heat radiated from him, instantly evaporating the surrounding water. Eagerly, Ao Tian stepped outside, and behind him, a robe belonging to Bibi Dong flew through the air. Enveloping him, he strode forth and immediately spotted the enchanting woman lying there. As Ao Tian lunged towards Bibi Dong, feigning a playful intent to devour her. She pressed her hand against his chest. "What is the matter?" Ao Tian inquired, puzzled at this juncture. Did Bibi Dong still intend to play games? She sat up and said, "Didn't you want to know what transpired between Gu Yue Na and me earlier?" "What happened?" Ao Tian asked, straightening his posture. "She told me she likes you and asked me to share you with her," Bibi Dong replied, her gaze fixed intently upon Ao Tian. Ao Tian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Gu Yue Na's directness in expressing her feelings to Bibi Dong. How long had they known each other? Observing Ao Tian's silence, Bibi Dong pressed on, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Well, I actually hope you both could become good friends," Ao Tian admitted. "Oh, you want to be friends with her first, and then let me share you?" Ao Tian could only nod, unwilling to deceive Bibi Dong. "I understand now," Bibi Dong said. "You have indeed developed feelings for another woman." The flames of desire within Ao Tian gradually extinguished as he responded. "Her feelings for me are beyond my control. However, I have made no promises to her, as I must honor your choice." Bibi Dong felt a twinge of emotion and asked, "What if I disagree? Will you cast her aside?" Ao Tian shook his head. "No, I've already agreed to let her follow me. That if you don't accept this, then her presence beside me would lead to no fruitful outcome. Over time, her feelings for me may wane." "Fool, you underestimate a woman's resolve," Bibi Dong retorted. Ao Tian sighed in resignation. "What else can be done? I promised to assist the Soul Beast tribe. I can't avoid Gu Yue Na indefinitely." Bibi Dong's inquiry drained Ao Tian of enthusiasm, and he stood up, saying, "I'll go outside for some fresh air." Bibi Dong grasped Ao Tian's wrist, pulling him back with a claw-like grip, her voice dripping with seduction. "You think you can leave after coming to my bed?" Ao Tian gasped. In another room, Gu Yue Na lay beside Xiao Wu, who clutched a soft pillow. Fast asleep, Gu Yue Na quietly rose and sat at the table for a considerable time, her delicate face reflecting internal struggle before resolutely taking out paper and pen to write. "Ao Tian, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. You may have learned from Bibi Dong about our conversation tonight. I regret causing her discomfort, and for that, I sincerely apologize, since she cannot accept me. My remaining here serves no purpose and would only breed discontent. Thus, I choose to leave, and I will return to the Stardow Forest to focus on my training and will not let you down. Please take good care of Xiao Wu. Ensure she enjoys her time in Wuhun City." With a heavy sigh, Gu Yue Na glanced at the sleeping Xiao Wu before quietly leaving. Upon stepping outside, she glanced toward Bibi Dong's residence, her ears twitching as if she heard something. After a brief pause, she made her way to the entrance of the Pope's palace, her solitary figure gradually fading into the night. Time passed, and Bibi Dong weakly murmured, "Let me rest a moment." Ao Tian gently cradled her in his arms, channeling his life energy into her, alleviating her fatigue. "Ao Tian, I've come to a decision," Bibi Dong said, her face flushed as if intoxicated. "What decision have you made?" Ao Tian asked, appearing somewhat dazed, as if still lost in a certain state. "I am willing to accept Gu Yue Na and even Xiao Wu," Bibi Dong declared. Ao Tian instantly snapped to attention, astonished as he gazed at the enchanting figure in his embrace. "Could you repeat that?" With a smile, Bibi Dong playfully replied, "I said I am willing to accept Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu." Ao Tian was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected that after a brief slumber, Bibi Dong would agree to such an arrangement. Not only had she consented, but she had also added Xiao Wu to the mix. He had always been quite fond of Xiao Wu, unable to clearly define his feelings for her, whether they were those of an older brother or something more profound. Ao Tian tightened his embrace around Bibi Dong and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, glistening with fragrant sweat. "Why the sudden change of heart? Because you care for her and you consider my feelings, I cannot bear to disappoint you. Moreover, they are both exceptional and deserving of you. And there's one more thing. You are simply too powerful," Bibi Dong remarked, her demeanor turning bashful. "What does strength have to do with anything?" Ao Tian asked, bewildered. Bibi Dong shot him a pointed look, playfully pushing him away. "I'm quite fatigued. You should go find her." Only then did Ao Tian grasp the meaning behind Bibi Dong's comment about strength, a proud smile breaking across his face. "Are you not pleased?" Bibi Dong replied. "I like them, but you're just too formidable. It's quite late. I'll share this good news with her tomorrow. You should rest for now if you still wish to. Do you think I'm also a dragon?" Bibi Dong retorted, rolling her eyes at Ao Tian. Ao Tian chuckled. "Just take a moment to feel. Doesn't it seem like your stamina has significantly recovered?" Bibi Dong took a moment to assess herself, realizing her previously weak body had indeed regained considerable strength. "Then let me rest a bit longer. I will." Suddenly Xiao Wu, still deep in slumber, rolled over, clutching her pillow, and with a loud thud, fell to the floor. Chapter 74. Gu Yue Na's fulfillment. "Ouch!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, clutching her forehead as she stood up. Having bumped her head, she instantly awoke, the remnants of sleep dissipating as she realized she had tumbled to the ground. "Where is Sister Na? If she had been here to block me, I wouldn't have rolled off the bed." She cast her gaze around the room, failing to locate the figure of Gu Yue Na. What is this?" Suddenly, she caught sight of a piece of paper on the table, and she hurried over to pick it up and began to read. After finishing, Xiao Wu was left in a state of astonishment. "No, I must quickly inform Ao Tian." Clutching the letter, Xiao Wu rushed towards Bibi Dong's residence. During her evening stroll after dinner, she recalled the way to Bibi Dong's place. The guest rooms were situated within the same palace as Bibi Dong's dwelling, with guards stationed outside. Leaving the interior unmonitored, Xiao Wu made her way without hindrance. Arriving at the entrance of Bibi Dong's quarters, the maid residing in the side room had not slept well that night. In the past few hours, she had been nearly tormented by the Pope's alluring voice. Even now, the commotion in the Pope's bedroom had ceased for over 10 minutes, yet she remained flushed, her body weak, and her clothing slightly disheveled. Suddenly, she spotted Xiao Wu's hurried silhouette passing by outside the window. Startled, she was about to rush out to stop her, but as soon as she got out of bed, her legs went weak, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. Xiao Wu's anxious voice rang out. "Oh, Tian, it's bad. Sister Na's left in the night, and I fear for her safety." She knocked twice on Bibi Dong's door and then pushed it open with force. The unlocked door swung wide. Ao Tian, moving with great speed, reached for the blanket, covering himself and Bibi Dong's body. But the scene was still caught in Xiao Wu's sight. Stunned, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned and fled. She had witnessed numerous old beasts engaging in such activities, but this was her first encounter with a human male's form. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks burning, her mind filled with the image of Ao Tian's muscular physique, and her legs felt unsteady, barely able to support her as she leaned against a pillar in the corridor. Ao Tian swiftly closed the door. Bibi Dong glared at Ao Tian, her hand forcefully spinning around his waist several times. Ao Tian, both amused and exasperated, had certainly heard Xiao Wu's footsteps, but he had not anticipated her eagerness to push the door open. Nor did he expect it to be unlocked, resulting in the earlier scene. Bibi Dong nudged Ao Tian, saying, "Xiao Wu just mentioned that Gu Yue Na's left. You should go out and inquire about it." Ao Tian got off the bed, a thought crossing his mind, and a garment was soon draped over him. Outside the door, the maid stood anxiously beside Xiao Wu, her face filled with trepidation as she awaited. Ao Tian emerged and casually closed the door behind him. "Mr. Ao?" I am so sorry, the maid exclaimed as she knelt down. Ao Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's not your fault. You may leave." The maid gratefully retreated. "What happened?" Ao Tian inquired, turning to Xiao Wu. Her cheeks were flushed, making her appear exceedingly adorable, and she dared not meet Ao Tian's gaze as she handed him the letter left by Gu Yue Na, saying, "You can read it for yourself." Ao Tian took it and quickly scanned the contents, a sudden heaviness settling in his heart. Sister Na's wounds had yet to heal, and she was so beautiful. What if she encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Do not worry. A typical title duel cannot harm her. Ao Tian extended his spiritual consciousness and swiftly located Gu Yue Na, racing through the night. The spirit city was not far from the Douluo forest. Under normal circumstances, a horse could cover the distance in a day. In just a few hours, Gu Yue Na had already traversed half the journey and was likely to enter the Douluo forest by dawn. Gu Yue Na sprinted across the dark earth with all her might, the feeling of freedom gradually alleviating her sorrow. Had it not been for certain concerns, she would have transformed into her silver dragon form and soared through the skies. Suddenly, she halted, for Ao Tian's voice resonated in her mind. "Why did you leave without saying a word?" In that moment, a wave of grievances surged within Gu Yue Na as she replied, "Staying there would only displease Bibi Dong. She is not displeased, and did you not tell her you wish to be my woman? She just agreed." "Really?" Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled brightly, glowing with purple light in the darkness. The next instant, Ao Tian's figure appeared beside her, his voice whispering in her ear, "What reason would I have to deceive you?" "That's wonderful." Gu Yue Na beamed like a flower, suddenly leaping into Ao Tian's arms. Clinging onto him, abruptly, her delicate nose twitched as she pressed against Ao Tian, inhaling deeply, puzzled. "Why is there such a strong scent of Bibi Dong?" "Did you just—" Ao Tian could only smile wryly, as he was indeed drenched in Bibi Dong's sweat. How could the scent not be potent? "Let me take you back," he suggested. "Back to the spirit city?" Gu Yue Na inquired. Yes. Gu Yue Na shook her head, saying, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. Having left in the middle of the night, how could I return without feeling embarrassed? Are you worried about Bibi Dong mocking you? Even if she did not mock me, I would still feel too embarrassed to return with you. No, I think I will go back to the Douluo forest. When I miss you, I will come out again." With that, she mustered her courage and planted a kiss on Ao Tian's face. This time, Ao Tian did not shy away. Gu Yue Na's cheeks flushed, her face bearing shyness. This was her first experience of kissing someone. Initially, she had merely admired Ao Tian, but after he treated her injuries and promised to assist the soul beasts, she felt compelled to offer herself in gratitude. After 5 years of companionship, she had truly fallen for this man. "Very well, then I shall escort you back to the Douluo forest," Ao Tian declared. He wrapped his arm around Gu Yue Na's slender waist, and with a great leap, they appeared beside the life lake at the heart of the Douluo forest. "All right, you may return now. And remember to take good care of Xiao Wu," Gu Yue Na urged as she pushed Ao Tian gently. Ao Tian produced a palm-sized golden scale, placing it in Gu Yue Na's hands, saying, "This is a reverse scale left over from my metamorphosis. Should you wish to contact me in the future, wherever you may be, simply infuse it with your spiritual energy to convey your thoughts, and I will sense it." "Understood," Gu Yue Na replied, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, treating this reverse scale as a token of love from Ao Tian. Ao Tian had undergone 9 metamorphoses, and there were a total of 9 such reverse scales, one of which Bibi Dong also possessed. Ao Tian continued, "This reverse scale has been refined by me and possesses many functions. It can cut through all when attacking and is impervious to all attacks and defense. Its form can be altered at will. Simply drop a drop of your blood to refine it for use." Gu Yue Na squeezed out a drop of her blood, letting it fall onto the golden reverse scale, which absorbed it. Simultaneously, energy surged from within her, beginning the refining process. Before long, the golden reverse scale transformed into a stream of light, merging into Gu Yue Na's body and vanishing. After a moment, a majestic golden battle armor appeared around her, transforming her into a goddess of war. In a flash of golden light, it coalesced into a golden spear in her hand, the tip quivering slightly, causing numerous tiny cracks to spread through the surrounding void. "This is amazing. It seems even more powerful than a super artifact. With this, my strength will increase significantly, Gu Yue Na exclaimed. Overjoyed, after reclaiming the reverse scale, she leaped into Ao Tian's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Leaning in to kiss Ao Tian's face, Ao Tian turned, meeting Gu Yue Na's gaze. In that instant, their eyes locked, and Gu Yue Na's eyes widened, her long eyelashes fluttering. Chapter 75. Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu heart-to-heart talk. An unfamiliar sensation surged within Gu Yue Na, causing her body to feel warm and restless, as if something within her had awakened. Her heart raced violently, a rhythm so strong that Ao Tian could hear it clearly. Gu Yue Na suddenly felt flustered. Stepping away from Ao Tian and standing there, nervously tugging at her clothing, resembling a bewildered little girl, Ao Tian was taken aback, not expecting the formidable Silver Dragon King to possess such a shy side akin to a young maiden. I must take my leave now. If you miss me, just reach out, and I will come to fetch you, Ao Tian stated. He cast a glance into the distance, causing several heads that had been peering curiously to retreat in fright. Gu Yue Na softly responded with an and after a moment, when she lifted her head, Ao Tian had vanished. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as a group of individuals rushed from the dark corners. Gu Yue Na, still blushing, stared in astonishment at the approaching Tian and the others. During that previous moment, her thoughts had been solely on Ao Tian, leaving her oblivious to Tian and the others who had been watching from afar. Tian arrived before Gu Yue Na, his expression serious as he declared, "Congratulations, Master, on winning over Senior Ao-Big," and the others echoed enthusiastically, "Congratulations, Master, on winning over Senior Ao." Each face bore a smile. The realization that her earlier actions with Ao Tian had been witnessed by this group of younger siblings left Gu Yue Na feeling utterly embarrassed. "Have you all become overly mischievous?" Gu Yue Na issued a commanding cry, and in her hand appeared a shimmering golden whip. With a swift flick, a resounding crack echoed as a pitch-black rift tore through the air, the earth trembling beneath her, reverberating with a thunderous roar as an abyss extended from beneath her feet. The figures of Tian and his companions froze, gripped by an uncanny chill. "My lord, we must return to our training at once." With that, Tian and his companions fled in a desperate haste. Gu Yue Na stood motionless, gazing at the gaping chasm below, sensing the terror-stricken soul beasts within the Star-Doe forest scattering in disarray. A wave of regret washed over her. This abyss would require a considerable amount of time for her to mend. Within the Pope's chamber, outside Bibi Dong's quarters, Xiao Wu waited anxiously. Her emotions had settled significantly. Yet fleeting images of Ao Tian's robust figure still danced in her mind. Each time she recalled these thoughts, her cheeks flushed and she stomped her foot, muttering, "What a scoundrel! Such a wicked scoundrel! Sister Na has departed. Yet he remains here, reveling in his freedom. That you, Xiao Wu," Bibi Dong's voice suddenly called out. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yes, Sister Dong. Come in. I have something to discuss with you." Bibi Dong's tone was gentle, yet Xiao Wu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards her, believing that it was Bibi Dong who had caused Sister Na's unhappiness. After all, Sister Na was closest to her. While her acquaintance with Bibi Dong had barely lasted a day, if given a choice, she would undoubtedly side with Gu Yue Na. With thoughts swirling about what Bibi Dong might say, Xiao Wu pushed the door open and stepped inside. By the large bed, Bibi Dong was already seated, her loose robe accentuating her figure, elevated to an astonishing height by her form. Below, two long, white legs, smooth as jade, were exposed, reflecting an alluring sheen under the light. As a fellow woman, Xiao Wu could not help but be captivated by the sight. She swallowed hard and cautiously approached Bibi Dong. "Come closer," Bibi Dong beckoned from the edge of the bed. The nearer Xiao Wu drew, the more anxious she became, unable to fathom Bibi Dong's intentions for calling her an odd scent permeated the air, causing Xiao Wu's mind to wander to certain mortifying images. "Come over here, dear sister." Bibi Dong patted the space beside her. Xiao Wu moved closer and sat at the edge of the bed, maintaining a respectful distance from Bibi Dong. "Why sit so far away? Come closer to me," Bibi Dong urged softly. Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of confusion as she touched the bedsheet beneath her, then brought her hand to her nose for a sniff. Bibi Dong, quick to notice the distinctly different color of the sheet beneath Xiao Wu, felt her cheeks flush and pulled Xiao Wu closer to sit beside her. As Xiao Wu settled beside Bibi Dong, she caught sight of a white handkerchief on the headboard, emblazoned with a crimson plum blossom. Her gaze sharpened, and she gasped in shock, realizing that the blossom bore genuine bloodstains. "Sister Dong, have you been injured?" Xiao Wu inquired. With Ao Tian being so formidable, she found it implausible for him to be harmed, leading her to believe it must be Bibi Dong who had sustained injuries. "I am fine," Bibi Dong replied, somewhat awkwardly, grasping Xiao Wu's hand. "Sister wishes to ask you, do you have feelings for Ao Tian?" Xiao Wu was taken aback, unable to comprehend the intention behind Bibi Dong's question. Was she attempting to drive her away from Ao Tian? A conflict brewed within her, unsure of how to respond, that if she claimed to dislike him, it would be untrue, yet admitting her feelings raised the fear of Bibi Dong's disapproval. "You need not worry," Bibi Dong continued. "If you do have feelings for Ao Tian, I would be willing to let you become one of his women. Would you accept that?" Xiao Wu's heart surged with immense excitement. Yet shyness rendered her speechless. Bibi Dong caressed Xiao Wu's soft hair, saying, "Sister understands." Xiao Wu lowered her head, her chin nearly touching her chest. Bibi Dong's acceptance of Xiao Wu stemmed from witnessing Ao Tian's evident affection towards her earlier, coupled with Gu Yue Na's assertion that both she and Xiao Wu held feelings for him. Having already accepted Gu Yue Na, the inclusion of Xiao Wu seemed inconsequential. Xiao Wu's innocent demeanor reminded Bibi Dong of her own youthful days, which endeared her to Xiao Wu even further. "Sister Dong, you are truly kind, not holding any prejudice against me because of my identity as a soul beast," Xiao Wu expressed gratefully. "Foolish child, how could I harbor any bias against you? From now on, you shall be my sister," Bibi Dong replied, embracing Xiao Wu. "Yes," Xiao Wu agreed, unable to contain her curiosity as she asked, "Sister Dong, were you just with Ao Tian? You little one, I never expected you to know so much at such a young age." Bibi Dong teased, playfully brushing her fingers against Xiao Wu's nose, that "I am not small. Although my human age is merely 12, I have lived many years," Xiao Wu retorted. Bibi Dong responded, "You are still young in human years. Wait a few more years before engaging with him in such a manner." "Yes," Xiao Wu replied, her cheeks aflame. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "What about Sister Na?" "Naturally, she will be with us as well." Bibi Dong chuckled. "How wonderful." Xiao Wu felt as though she were on the brink of being overwhelmed by happiness. "What are you two discussing?" Ao Tian entered with a smile. "Nothing much." Xiao Wu immediately stood, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, Bibi Dong had suggested that Ao Tian accept her, and now, facing him, her nerves were palpable. Xiao Wu cast a furtive glance at Ao Tian and said, "I shall return to my room now, so as not to disturb you." With that, she hastened towards the door. "Sister Na has safely returned to the Stardow Forest," Ao Tian called after her. "But I know," Xiao Wu replied without looking back. Ao Tian approached the door, locked it, and returned to the bedside, wrapping his arms around Bibi Dong, inquiring, "What were you discussing with her just now?" Chapter 76. Ascension of Realms. "I informed her that she may become one of your women." "My heavens," Ao Tian remarked, gently touching Bibi Dong's forehead. "She is only 12. Why would you discuss such matters with her? At her age, she is still quite naive regarding emotions. What if she encounters someone she likes more in the future?" Bibi Dong shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you truly believe that, being by your side, she would be inclined to pursue other men? Furthermore, would you wish for her to fall for someone else?" Ao Tian found himself momentarily flustered, contemplating the notion that it seemed he was indeed reluctant for Xiao Wu to develop feelings for another man. When he had first met her, he never would have entertained such thoughts. Yet now his perspective had shifted. "Look at you. Men are all the same, always eyeing what is not theirs while neglecting what they already possess," Bibi Dong chided. "But you granted me permission," Ao Tian retorted shamelessly, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. Bibi Dong let out a playful huff, swatting Ao Tian's hands away. "We have not yet concluded our serious discussion. You've had your rest. What more is there to discuss?" Ao Tian queried, Bibi Dong shot him a sidelong glance. What is the situation with Gu Yue Na? Do you not intend to share that with me? Ao Tian presented the letter left by Gu Yue Na to Bibi Dong, stating, "Read it for yourself. I caught up with her earlier, but she was too shy to return here, so I escorted her back to the Stardow Forest." After reading the letter, Bibi Dong smiled and asked, "Did nothing happen between you two? Given the brief amount of time, what could possibly occur?" Ao Tian took back the letter, urging, "It is getting late. We ought to focus on our main matters." "Wait, I have something important to discuss with you." Bibi Dong interjected. "What is it?" Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, one being the Silver Dragon King and the other a 100,000-year soul beast, given the adversarial relationship between humans and soul beasts. They will undoubtedly intervene when we hunt soul beasts in the future, will they not? Bibi Dong expressed her concerns that not fret. As long as we refrain from hunting 100,000-year soul beasts, eliminating some lower-level soul beasts will have no significant repercussions. Within a century, I will resolve the conflict between humans and soul beasts. And how do you intend to accomplish this? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. "It is too early to say. We shall see in due course." Ao Tian replied, "What if we cannot hunt 100,000-year soul beasts? I still have several soul rings from my second martial soul that I have yet to absorb. What should I do?" Ao Tian reassured her. "This is not a problem. Did you not absorb the divine bestowed soul ring given to you by the Rakshasa goddess?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with the divine bestowed soul ring?" Bibi Dong questioned. Ao Tian smiled. "What they refer to as divine bestowed soul rings are merely those they condensed using divine power. If you desire, I can also condense one for you, really?" Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why would I deceive you? Now, let us return to our serious matters. However, I now wish to absorb the soul ring that it is late at night. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such endeavors. Allow me to provide you with something far superior. What could possibly be better? Go to hell." Bibi Dong's fist struck Ao Tian's chest. After a brief moment, she gasped for breath and said, "Perhaps it is best not to, as dawn is merely 2 hours away, and I have a meeting with the elders and bishops in the morning. Let us reschedule the meetings to a different time. From now on, the monarch shall not hold morning court." It was not until the break of dawn that Bibi Dong finally slipped into a deep slumber. While Ao Tian could alleviate her physical fatigue, the strain on her spirit was not so easily dispelled. Prolonged tension can be burdensome even for a titled Douluo. Nevertheless, in the end, Ao Tian provided her with a potent tonic, ensuring that upon her awakening, she would be revitalized and her mental fortitude significantly enhanced. As Ao Tian stepped outside, he greeted the morning sun, stretching luxuriously, his bones cracking like thunder, though he contained the sound within. Despite having been active throughout the night, he felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation had progressed, likely a result of his newfound status as a true man, which had altered his mindset and consequently elevated his realm. At his level of cultivation, absorbing the natural energies of the world was no longer the primary means of advancement. Instead, he needed to comprehend the laws of the universe. Once his realm had risen, the absorption of spiritual energy would be a trivial matter. One's realm is akin to the capacity of a reservoir. The energy within the reservoir represents the practitioner's internal power. What Ao Tian needed to focus on now was expanding the reservoir size, rather than hastily increasing its contents. When the reservoir's capacity was sufficient, he could venture to the divine realm above for a substantial intake. This was also the reason he was not in haste to leave the Douluo Continent. Mr. Ao, a maid who had been dozing nearby, suddenly noticed Ao Tian at the door and hurried over to Mr. Ao. "Breakfast in the kitchen is ready." The maid, sporting dark circles under her eyes, bore an expression of fatigue on her delicate face. Ao Tian was taken aback. Quickly realizing that the night's commotion had deprived the young maid of her rest, he had been so engrossed that he had forgotten she was just next door. Gently, he patted her shoulder, channeling a hint of energy into her, instantly banishing her weariness and revitalizing her body. "The Pope is still resting. Wait at the door and attend to her when she awakens for her bath and change of attire." The maid's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Understood." Ao Tian smiled gently and departed. Even after his figure vanished, the young maid remained blushing, replaying Ao Tian's warm smile in her mind, still feeling the lingering warmth of his hand on her shoulder. Ao Tian then made his way to Xiao Wu's room, where the young girl was still soundly asleep. To prevent rolling out of bed again, she had switched to sleeping on the other side. She lay sideways, facing away from the outside, clutching a soft blanket, with her long legs tucked beneath it. The curvature of her bent legs accentuated her slender waist, highlighting her rounded posterior, though not yet fully developed. Ao Tian smiled, sitting on the edge of the bed, and playfully smacked her. With a resounding clap, Xiao Wu squealed, springing up as if propelled by a rabbit's instinct, nearly colliding with the ceiling. She quickly regained her composure. Her face flushed as she shouted at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, you struck me again. Frustration welled within her. Ao Tian persistently swatted her backside while she slept, thwarting her attempts at a leisurely slumber. As she lunged at him in a fit of rage, Ao Tian suddenly produced a carrot from thin air. Xiao Wu halted abruptly, swallowing hard, her expression conflicted. After a moment's contemplation, she declared resolutely, I shall no longer be swayed by your temptations. I would rather die than yield. With that, she lunged at Ao Tian once more, baring her teeth as she attempted to bite him. Aware that she could not overpower him, she resorted to this method as a means of venting her frustration. Ao Tian remarked, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite carrot breakfast. If you do not hurry to freshen up, it shall grow cold. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in frustration, covering her mouth as she glared at Ao Tian. Why did you not mention it sooner? Before the words had fully escaped her lips, she dashed into the adjacent washroom. Chapter 77. Qianxunji's subtle thoughts. Ao Tian spent several days accompanying Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu, and Gu Yue Na during their excursions within the martial Soul City. During this time, Bibi Dong had rescheduled meetings to the afternoon, resulting in her rising only after the sun had reached its zenith. Already breathtakingly beautiful, her complexion appeared even more radiant, exuding an irresistible charm with every smile and gesture. Ao Tian found himself ensnared in a tender embrace each night, unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, as a dragon, his physique was astonishingly robust, enabling him to replenish his vitality effortlessly. One morning, within the royal palace of the Tian Empire, Crown Prince Qianxunji had just returned from the imperial study of the Snow Knight Emperor. After the morning court had concluded, the Crown Prince had attended a session with the old emperor to receive guidance on governance. Upon returning to his chambers, the Crown Prince immediately ordered all guards and maids to leave, declaring his intent to meditate in solitude for the day. The Crown Prince appeared to be in his 20s, tall and handsome, standing at nearly 6 feet, with a gentle smile that radiated an aura of refinement, making him instantly likable. Once inside his room, however, the smile faded from his face as he anxiously seated himself at the vanity. With a swift motion, he lifted a thin, delicate mask from his face, revealing a strikingly different persona in the mirror. The reflection was that of a woman in her early 20s, her alabaster skin flawless, her nose elegantly defined, and her phoenix-like eyes exuding an air of regality. This stunning woman was Qianxunji on a covert mission for the Martial Soul Hall, masquerading as the Crown Prince of the Tian Empire, Qianxunji, in pursuit of her plan to ascend the throne. The next step was to ensure the natural demise of the Snow Knight Emperor, paving her way to rightful sovereignty over the Tian Empire. Removing the mask, she stood, loosening her belt as her regal attire cascaded to the floor. A golden glow enveloped her, and, as it faded, her previously slender figure transformed into an alluring silhouette, her hair turning a lustrous gold, standing taller than both Bibi Dong and Gu Yue Na. She was a vision of youthful beauty, her figure embodying the golden ratio, perfection personified. She gazed at her reflection, a blend of satisfaction, pride, and shyness evident in her eyes. He should be arriving soon, she thought. A flutter of anticipation rising within her. She pondered. A wave of shyness washed over her, as if an unseen gaze were scrutinizing her, causing her heart to race, her porcelain skin gradually flushing a delicate pink. Regrettably, she remained standing there for several minutes, yet the person she eagerly awaited did not appear. Disappointment flickered across her face as she sighed, chastising herself. Qianxunji, how could you entertain such shameless thoughts? He is your sister's man, your brother-in-law. Indeed, he is my brother-in-law. Qianxunji chuckled to herself, retrieving her feminine garments to don. Moments later, she was adorned in a flowing golden palace gown that accentuated her graceful form, its ancient yet elegant design framing her long neck. Her golden hair cascaded freely down her back, radiating an air of nobility that seemed to emanate from her very being in that moment. Her demeanor surpassed even Bibi Dong's in regal elegance. Once she had transformed back into her true self, she sat quietly on a stool, patiently awaiting the arrival of the man within martial Seoul City. Ao Tian had just finished breakfast with Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu, and Hu Na. Bibi Dong remarked, Ao Tian, Shui'er should be finished with her tasks by now. Please go and bring her back. Understood, Ao Tian replied, rising and vanishing into thin air as he made his way towards Tiando City. Who is Shui'er? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Your braid seems a bit disheveled. Come here, sister, and allow me to redo it for you. Bibi Dong spoke indulgently. Xiao Wu moved a stool and obediently sat in front of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong continued, You should call her sister Shui'er. She is the daughter of the former pope of the Spirit Hall, currently on a mission outside. Every year on her birthday, Ao Tian comes to bring her back to... I understand now. Today is Sister Shui'er's birthday. Xiao Wu replied, Dong, you're so kind. You're the second person to braid my hair. Who was the first? It was my mother. Within the Tiando Imperial Palace, Ao Tian's figure appeared behind Qianxunji. Xiao Shui'er, I've come to fetch you. Qianxunji's delicate body trembled slightly, a look of sheer delight blossoming on her face. Though she quickly suppressed her joy, when she turned around, she had already regained a gentle smile and asked, Why did you come a bit late today? Ao Tian chuckled. I was having breakfast with Dong. Did I keep you waiting? So, it was breakfast with her, thought Qianxunji, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She quickly replied, I didn't wait long. Ao Tian nodded, his gaze appraising Qianxunji, unable to restrain his admiration. Our Xiao Shui'er is becoming more and more beautiful. I wonder which man will be fortunate enough to marry such a lovely bride. Qianxunji pouted, I won't marry anyone, though she added silently in her heart. How could I not marry? If you have someone you like, do tell me. No matter how difficult, I will help you win him over. Ao Tian laughed. Really? Qianxunji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you? Dear Ao Tian? Then I shall wait until I find someone I like to discuss it. Qianxunji smiled brightly, affectionately linking her arm with Ao Tian's. She couldn't help but reminisce about her time with Ao Tian. When she was 9 years old, her father murdered by her mother, who subsequently took her own life. That was the darkest period of her life. Then Ao Tian and Bibi Dong appeared, caring for and comforting her, guiding her out of the shadows. Their years together transitioned from admiration to the innocent affections of a young girl. Later, as she undertook her mission in the Tiando Empire, her time with Ao Tian decreased. Yet her feelings deepened like fine wine, maturing with each passing day. Yearning became a malady she bore, with only those few moments spent with Ao Tian each year bringing her true joy. Yet this man belonged to Donger, and thus she buried her affection deep within. Perhaps she would truly remain alone for a lifetime, when Ao Tian and Qianxunji appeared before Bibi Dong and the others. Bibi Dong immediately sprang to her feet in delight. Shui'er, you're back. Qianxunji smiled. Sister Donger, I'm back. She warmly embraced Bibi Dong. Then her gaze fell upon the charming young girl beside her. Who is this? Qianxunji inquired, recognizing Hu Na standing not far away, a disciple of Bibi Dong's from a few years prior, but she had never seen the youthful girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12. This is Xiao Wu, Ao Tian's little sister whom he met outside, Bibi Dong explained. Given Xiao Wu's youth, Bibi Dong refrained from mentioning that she was Ao Tian's beloved, not wanting to provoke any unwanted reaction from Qianxunji and Hu Na. Hello, Sister Shui'er, Xiao Wu greeted sweetly. What a lovely little sister. Qianxunji instantly took a liking to Xiao Wu, pulling her closer. Ao Tian watched the scene unfold with a smile, saying, Now that everyone is here, shall we set off? Wait a moment. I'll change into casual clothes, Bibi Dong said, still clad in her dignified papal robes, which were unsuitable for a day of leisure. Moments later, she emerged in a stylish and appropriate outfit, accentuating her slender waist and showcasing her alluring figure. Sister Donger, you look more and more stunning, Qianxunji admired. Bibi Dong playfully patted Qianxunji's back, teasing, you're not so little yourself. You have the potential to surpass me. Qianxunji's cheeks flushed slightly, pondering, could this be why Ao Tian is fond of Sister Donger? Among the girls present, Gu Yue Na followed Qianxunji, with Xiao Wu being the youngest and least developed at just 12. Xiao Wu's gaze lingered on the three women, filled with admiration, before she glanced down at her own figure, sighing inwardly about when she might achieve Sister Donger's stature, as it seemed Ao Tian preferred the more voluptuous. Let us go. We'll visit West Lake in the morning, bake a cake in the afternoon, and then I'll take you all to the sky, Ao Tian said, leading the way. The sight of one man accompanied by three women created a stunning tableau, unparalleled in the world. Even the highly capable guardian knights of the Spirit Hall could not resist the allure of Ao Tian's companions. Mature and voluptuous, tall and regal, enchanting and youthful, the four women each had their own charms. Capable of fulfilling every man's fantasy, the inexperienced young knights turned crimson, ashamedly lowering their heads, while the older ones, unable to withstand the pressure of such beauty, dared not raise their eyes, fearing they might exhibit a disgraceful demeanor before the Pope. The knight captain's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Clear the way!" As Ao Tian and the others boarded the carriage heading westward from the Spirit Hall, they approached a picturesque lake ideal for boating. Qianxunji wrapped her arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, seating her on her lap. "Xiao Wu, where is your home?" she asked. Xiao Wu glanced at Bibi Dong, who nodded slightly before responding. "Sister Shuer, my home is in the Stardow Forest." "In the Stardow Forest?" Qianxunji paused, quickly processing the information with astonishment. "Are you a soul beast?" Xiao Wu blinked her large, expressive eyes and nodded twice. Yu Xiaogang, who had spent the past few days with Xiao Wu, was equally shocked, having never realized Xiao Wu was a soul beast. Bibi Dong reassured them, "You needn't be surprised. 100,000-year soul beast that transforms into a human after cultivation is considered human. To me, she is simply a beautiful little sister." Recalling Ao Tian's identity as a divine dragon, Qianxunji's initial shock gradually subsided. If she could accept Ao Tian, why should she be concerned about Xiao Wu? Moreover, it seemed Ao Tian was quite fond of Xiao Wu, prompting Qianxunji to tighten her embrace around her. Since Xiao Wu was cherished by Ao Tian, she found no reason to harbor any resentment. "This is my first time meeting such a beautiful soul beast," Qianxunji remarked with a smile. Xiao Wu blushed, replying, "No, you're the beautiful one. All three of you sisters are far more stunning than I." Bibi Dong and Qianxunji couldn't help but smile, though Hulaina's grin appeared somewhat forced. Her youthful mind had yet to mature like that of Bibi Dong and Qianxunji, and she found it difficult to accept Xiao Wu's true nature. Both Bibi Dong and Qianxunji noticed Hulaina's discomfort, yet no one spoke of it, believing it better for her to gradually accept Xiao Wu's identity through their interactions. The four of them enjoyed several hours of boating on West Lake before returning to the Pope's palace at noon. Baking a cake was an indispensable part of Qianxunji's birthday celebrations. Ever since Ao Tian first made her a cake on her birthday, she had grown fond of the tradition to in the afternoon. Within the palace kitchen, Bibi Dong dismissed all the servants, and the four of them, 3 women and 1 man, began working together. After several hours, a gigantic fruit cream cake was crafted, and Xiao Wu gazed at the unprecedented creation. Her mouth watering in Qianxunji's room, led by Ao Tian, the group sang a birthday song for her, filling her heart with emotion. "Make a wish," Ao Tian prompted. "All right," Qianxunji nodded, closing her eyes to make a wish. After a moment's hesitation, she wished, "I hope that Brother Ao Tian and Sister Donger will always be together, loving one another. I wish to remain by Brother Ao Tian's side forever. Even if I can only be a sister, I would be content." After making her wish, she blew out the candles in one breath. "What did you wish for, Shuer?" Bibi Dong asked with a smile. Qianxunji shook her head, playfully replying, "If I tell you, it won't come true. Let us not linger on words. Instead, let us indulge in cake," Bibi Dong remarked with a smile, taking the initiative to slice the cake. She deftly cut 3 portions and presented them before Qianxunji. "Hulaina, and Xiao Wu gazed upon the cake placed before her. Her throat involuntarily swallowed in anticipation, especially since it was adorned with several pieces of her cherished carrots, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. Stealing a furtive glance at Ao Tian, she wrestled with her inner turmoil before extending her slice towards him. Simultaneously, Qianxunji and Gu Yue Na also offered their pieces to Ao Tian. Ao Tian shall partake first, the three girls chorused in surprising unison. Bibi Dong pressed her lips together, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth. The trio's actions did not surprise her. However, the simultaneous presentation of 3 cake slices to Ao Tian was an unforeseen circumstance. Leading to an awkward atmosphere, Yu Xiaogang quickly interjected. Mr. Ao Tian exerted the most effort in making the cake. He should eat first. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat flustered, struggled to muster an excuse. Qianxunji remained silent, seemingly unfazed by the behaviors of Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, quietly observing Ao Tian. Ao Tian found himself in a quandary, unsure which slice to accept, as each choice would induce discomfort for the others. Just as he contemplated accepting them all, Bibi Dong playfully scolded, "There is still a large piece here. Let him have that one." With that, Bibi Dong placed the largest slice before Ao Tian. The 3 girls finally retracted their offerings and began to eat in silence. Ao Tian chuckled as he savored the cake Bibi Dong had provided. Observing the scene, Bibi Dong wore a radiant smile, her hand subtly reaching under the table towards Ao Tian's waist. Chapter 79. Soaring into space, Ao Tian's waist bore a little excess flesh, making it a challenge for Bibi Dong to grasp even a thin layer of skin, which she pinched with a firm twist. Bibi Dong had discerned Qianxunji's infatuation with Ao Tian some years prior. Yet Qianxunji had matured significantly, deliberately concealing her affection for Ao Tian, rarely allowing it to surface. In contrast, Xiao Wu was less guarded, her gaze towards Ao Tian frequently brimming with affection. To Bibi Dong's astonishment, Gu Yue Na, her disciple, who once regarded Ao Tian with mere respect, now seemed captivated by him. This revelation had not crossed Bibi Dong's mind previously, but upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable, given Ao Tian's undeniable charm. What girl does not harbor romantic notions? Being near an exceptional man inevitably stirs such sentiments. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of helplessness, uncertain of how to navigate this budding situation. Accepting a few more would indeed seem too indulgent for this fellow, especially since he was her own disciple. Although Bibi Dong cherished her disciple dearly, this matter proved somewhat difficult for her to reconcile. However, as it was Qianxunji's birthday, she refrained from expressing her discomfort. Xiao Wu, relishing the sweet cake, suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Ao Tian, you mentioned this morning that you would take us to the skies. Does that mean we will fly?" The memory of her last experience in Ao Tian's realm, standing at a height of 10,000 meters, instilled a sense of dread within her. She vividly recalled the sensation of her legs turning to jelly. If they were to soar to such heights again today, she found herself conflicted about whether to join. Ao Tian nodded, saying, "Consider it a flight. I assure you will witness sights beyond your imagination." Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously, replying, "Perhaps it's best not to. I would be too frightened." "Very well, then you shall remain here, and I shall take the 3 of them instead," Ao Tian stated teasingly. This only deepened Xiao Wu's internal conflict, and after considerable hesitation, she finally said, "Then I shall go as well." Bibi Dong chuckled, "Xiao Wu, if you feel scared, you may hold on to me tightly." "All right, Sister Donger," Xiao Wu replied. Yu Xiaogang, filled with anticipation, had never experienced flight before. Typically, only those possessing flying martial souls could soar through the skies, and that only after reaching the rank of title Douluo. To think she would have the opportunity to fly at her current Spirit King level was astonishing. "I wonder how Mr. Ao Tian will facilitate our flight." Gu Yue Na mused quietly while eyeing Ao Tian. Unbeknownst to her, she remained unaware of Ao Tian's true power and identity, speculating instead that he was a titled Douluo. "If both my teacher and Mr. Ao Tian are titled Douluos, and Sister Shue's angel martial soul can also fly, does that mean Mr. Ao Tian will take me along?" Gu Yue Na thought eagerly. She knew Ao Tian was Bibi Dong's partner, and recognized that her thoughts were inappropriate, yet she could not help but entertain them. She suspected she might have developed feelings for Ao Tian, fully aware that such thoughts were forbidden, yet they were beyond her control. After finishing the cake, Ao Tian rose and announced, "Let us go. I shall show you the true visage of Douluo Star." Douluo Star? Is it not Douluo Continent? Qianxunji inquired curiously, having never before heard the term Douluo Star. Ao Tian shook his head with a smile, saying, "In truth, this world is spherical, with Douluo Continent situated on a vast globe, and that globe contains more than just Douluo Continent." "Impossible!" Qianxunji, Gu Yue Na, and Xiao Wu clearly expressed their disbelief in Ao Tian's words. Yet Bibi Dong unconditionally trusted Ao Tian. Regardless of how outrageous his assertions, she would accept them. "Then lead us to see," she urged. With a thought, Ao Tian summoned a surge of power enveloping the four girls, and moments later, they appeared high above the Douluo Continent, swiftly ascending further. They were surrounded by an invisible barrier that shielded them from detection while maintaining pressure and oxygen levels. Bibi Dong hurried to Xiao Wu's side, embracing her to alleviate her fears. Experiencing this sensation for the second time, Xiao Wu still could not escape her trepidation. Just then, Gu Yue Na let out a scream, launching herself towards Ao Tian and clinging to him tightly, her delicate face paling. Having experienced this once before, Xiao Wu was somewhat mentally prepared, but for Gu Yue Na, it was a novel and exhilarating experience. How could she not be frightened? Ao Tian felt a soft body latch on his back, followed by Gu Yue Na's shriek. Qianxunji fared little better, her complexion slightly pale. Although she had flown before, this was her first experience at such heights. "Yue Na, come to your teacher," Bibi Dong said as she approached, pulling Gu Yue Na away from Ao Tian. With her left arm around Xiao Wu and her right around Gu Yue Na, she shot Ao Tian a glare, saying, "Look what you've done. You frightened her." In truth, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of fear herself, although Ao Tian had previously taken her flying. It had never been at such dizzying heights. As Gu Yue Na's teacher and elder sister, she knew she must not display her own fears. Ao Tian felt helpless. He had merely intended to show the girls something wondrous. Yet each of them seemed so timid. Nevertheless, the distress was fleeting. Before long, the girls' fears began to dissipate. The seemingly perilous height beneath them gradually became less daunting, offering a reassuring sense of stability. Douluo Continent appeared smaller and smaller in their view, and soon they beheld the vast blue ocean encircling it. It truly is round. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, pointing below, as the authentic form of Douluo Star began to materialize before their eyes. They drifted further away from Douluo Star, and in the glow of the setting sun, the spherical shape of Douluo Star emerged before them. At this juncture, they had ascended beyond the atmosphere of Douluo Star, and thanks to the barrier Ao Tian had established, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. Ao Tian altered their course, flying around Douluo Star, and Qianxunji and the others observed other continents upon its surface. "Ao Tian, does that continent have soul beasts and humans?" Qianxunji inquired, pointing to a newly revealed landmass. "Indeed, that continent is quite similar to Douluo Continent," Ao Tian replied. "I never imagined the world could be like this," Qianxunji murmured, her heart filled with unprecedented awe. The other three girls, including Bibi Dong, felt similarly awestruck. Suddenly, Qianxunji looked up at the stars, which had grown significantly larger, exclaiming, "Ao Tian, could those stars be just like Douluo Star? If there are so many stars in the sky, how many soul masters and soul beasts must there be?" Ao Tian shook his head, saying, "Not all stars are conducive to life. Planets like Douluo Star are exceedingly rare." With this revelation, Qianxunji's astonishment lessened somewhat. If every star were akin to Douluo Star, it would indeed be overwhelming. Ao Tian continued, "The universe is boundless, teeming with countless galaxies, each harboring a multitude of stars. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you on a journey through the cosmos, exploring the universe." That Qianxunji's heart brimmed with longing and anticipation. And in that moment, she suddenly felt that conquering the Tiando Empire might not be as significant as she once thought. Having beheld the vastness of the ocean, would one still concern themselves with a mere pond? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, she resolved to fulfill her mission regarding the Tiando Empire. Years of effort could not be in vain. In the deep of night, within Bibi Dong's chamber, Bibi Dong languidly rested her head on Ao Tian's chest and inquired, "What do you intend to do about Schwerer and Gu Yue Na? What do you mean by that?" Ao Tian responded. Chapter 80. Let Qianxunji make her own decision, with her fair, delicate face pressed against Ao Tian's chest. Bibi Dong's long, silky hair cascaded over him, causing an itch. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to him, asking, "Are you pretending to be foolish?" Ao Tian chuckled awkwardly. Bibi Dong continued, "Years ago, I noticed that Xue harbored feelings for you when she was merely 15 or 16. I thought that as time passed, her affections would wane. Yet today, my keen observation leads me to conclude that her feelings have not only persisted but perhaps deepened, albeit she has chosen to conceal them, perhaps to avoid disrupting our relationship." Ao Tian nodded helplessly, saying, "I feel the same way, but what can I do?" His formidable spiritual sense allowed him to perceive even the subtlest expressions of Qianxunji. Bibi Dong pinched him playfully, exclaiming, "Do you truly have no thoughts on this matter?" Ao Tian awkwardly asked, "Are you suggesting I should take another wife?" Bibi Dong sighed. "Initially, I had no such intention, believing Xue would eventually find someone she genuinely loves. However, having consented to your relationship with Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu, how could I bear to see Xue in sorrow after all these years of care? So, you intend for me to be a mere consolation for Xue?" "Consolation? Such a harsh term." Bibi Dong kicked Ao Tian playfully, declaring, "I refuse to believe you have no feelings at all. Yet, each time you share a piece of your heart, it pains me." Ao Tian embraced Bibi Dong tightly, saying, "You foolish girl, always selflessly considering my feelings. Rest assured, no matter how many pieces of my heart are shared, my love for you will only multiply, never diminish. That is why I can comfortably entrust Xue to you." Bibi Dong replied, "You just mentioned Hulina. You wouldn't want me to take her as an apprentice too, would you?" Ao Tian inquired. "Dream on, Bibi Dong, Shamaglair, only just realized Laina's feelings for you today. How could the two of us serve one man? It's utterly inappropriate. What shall we do then? We cannot simply confront her. The young girl is shy and might act rashly." Bibi Dong sighed. "I've devised a plan. Let her attend the Wuhun Academy. Thus she won't have the chance to meet you. There are many outstanding young men there. Surely someone will catch her eye." Ao Tian was skeptical of Bibi Dong's plan, knowing the storyline well. Hulina had little interest in those who pursued her. However, he could not bring himself to dampen her spirits and reluctantly agreed to her arrangement. Silence enveloped them as moments passed, until Ao Tian suddenly asked, "Have you rested well?" At his inquiry, Bibi Dong felt a tingling sensation throughout her body and retorted, "Not you again." Ao Tian chuckled. "Have you not noticed a significant improvement in your physical condition these past few days?" Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed. "Then let us hurry. Dawn approaches, and you still need to escort Xue back." Ao Tian teased, "When you say hurry, are you referring to time, or go to hell?" As dawn approached, Ao Tian entered Qianxunji's chamber. The holy hall was her home, and each time she returned, she would spend the night there, only to be escorted back to Tiando City at daybreak. Upon entering, Ao Tian found Qianxunji seated at her vanity, appearing somewhat fatigued, with faint dark circles under her eyes. "You haven't rested all night, have you?" Ao Tian asked. Qianxunji rose, replying, "My sleep has been poor lately, but it's nothing to worry about. It doesn't significantly affect me." Ao Tian sighed and gently stroked her golden hair, speaking softly, "Silly girl, some things do not require excessive contemplation." Having recently made progress in his cultivation, Ao Tian stood tall at 6 feet, making it easier to reach Qianxunji's head. Feeling Ao Tian's touch, Qianxunji instinctively recoiled. Could he have disowned my thoughts? Is this a rejection? Qianxunji thought sorrowfully. Ao Tian chuckled helplessly. This little girl had truly matured, burying everything within her heart. "Allow me to escort you back to the Tiando royal family," he offered. "All right." Ao Tian grasped Qianxunji's soft hand and transported them to the prince's chamber within the Tiando palace. Qianxunji withdrew her hand forcefully, gazing at the man she secretly admired, hesitating to speak. There's something you wish to tell me?" Ao Tian prompted. Gathering her courage, Qianxunji's gaze softened as she said, "Ao Tian, I thank you for celebrating my birthday." Ultimately, she restrained herself, knowing that this man was, after all, her brother-in-law. How could she express such sentiments? "Silly girl, why thank me? I have prepared a birthday gift for you as well," Ao Tian said, producing a palm-sized golden scale. Gold was Qianxunji's favorite color. She admired the scale adorned with exquisite engravings, the character etched in its center, her joy immeasurable. She accepted the scale, cherishing it dearly. Ao Tian explained the scale's purpose, further delighting Qianxunji, especially its defensive capabilities, which, when activated with her current soul power, could withstand any attack below divine level. The stronger her abilities became, the more formidable the scale's defense would be. Ao Tian took a deep breath, considering this a token of affection for Qianxunji. Moved, Qianxunji stepped forward and swiftly planted a kiss on Ao Tian's cheek. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. Since you said I shouldn't say thank you, this is the only way I could express my gratitude." Ao Tian touched the spot where Qianxunji had kissed him, chuckling, "If you wish to thank me, feel free to kiss me a few more times." Dream on, Qianxunji rolled her eyes at him. Ao Tian sighed, "Ah, if you don't kiss me now, there may be no opportunity in the future. Your sister Donger has expressed a desire for me to take several concubines." Qianxunji was taken aback. Donger would permit Ao Tian to take concubines? She, such a perfect and proud woman, would allow another to share her man? Is this true? The shock was evident on Qianxunji's face. Ao Tian nodded. "Indeed, why would I deceive you? She has already chosen 2 girls, one named Gu Yue Na and the other Xiao Wu. If you don't believe me, I can take you back to ask her." Qianxunji remained silent, frozen in place, struggling to accept the news. Ao Tian sighed internally, knowing he had shared this to allow Qianxunji to make her own choice. After all, Qianxunji had to accept not only him and Bibi Dong, but also Gu Yue Na and Xiao Wu. Given her proud nature, such a decision would undoubtedly weigh heavily upon her. Thus, Ao Tian chose to respect her and grant her time. Donger mentioned that if you wish, you could also become my woman. Ao Tian's words detonated like a bomb within Qianxunji's heart. He gestured to the dragon scale in her hand, saying, "I must take my leave now. If you wish to reach me, you can contact me anytime through the scale." Chapter 81. Xiao Wu with a terminal illness. Time passed, and when Qianxunji finally lifted her gaze, Ao Tian's figure had vanished from the room. So Donger had already discerned my secret, that Qianxunji's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. She felt touched that Bibi Dong accepted her, yet sorrowful over Ao Tian suddenly having so many women. The Ao Tian she adored now had multiple partners. Should she accept this reality? Staring at the dragon scale in her palm, Qianxunji realized she had only 2 choices, to accept or to reject. Standing in silence for half an hour, she still found no answer within her heart. With a long sigh, she carefully stored the reverse scale given by Ao Tian, deciding that since she could not comprehend it now, she would allow time to make the choice for her. If her love could withstand the test of time, what was there to fear? In the heart of Tiando City, Ao Tian, who was secretly observing the scene, let out a sigh. The stubbornness of Qianxunji was entirely within his expectations. He was confident that she would eventually make a decision. By the time Ao Tian returned to Wuhun City, the sun had already risen, and Bibi Dong remained deep in slumber. The mental fatigue caused by prolonged states of extreme excitement was a burden even the titled Douluo found difficult to bear. However, there was a silver lining. This could serve to temper one's mental fortitude. With the nourishing elixirs provided by Ao Tian, Bibi Dong's mental strength had shown consistent improvement after each recuperation, gradually surpassing her own cultivation level. Respecting her need for rest, Ao Tian refrained from disturbing Bibi Dong, recalling that she typically did not awaken until noon based on previous days. Thoughts of Xiao Wu brought a smile to Ao Tian's face as he glanced at the freshly risen sun. Speculating that she was likely indulging in sleep point, one should seize the day at dawn. How can one afford to languish in slumber? With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Ao Tian pushed open Xiao Wu's door, only to find it unyielding. "Is this her attempt to thwart me?" He chuckled to himself, disregarding the distance as he materialized within Xiao Wu's room. To his surprise, Xiao Wu was absent from her bed, and a patch of dried blood stained the sheets. Ao Tian's expression shifted. Had something befallen her? But soon he was taken aback, for he noticed her pants and underwear draped over a nearby chair, equally stained crimson. This girl has certainly matured, Ao Tian thought, caught between amusement and bewilderment, nearly mistaking the situation for something dire. Suddenly, the sound of running water erupted from the bathroom, prompting Ao Tian to settle down beside Xiao Wu's bed. Approximately half an hour later, the sound ceased, and Xiao Wu emerged, unrestrained yet pale, her expression a mix of fear and discomfort. Ao Tian stood frozen, and their eyes met, as if time itself had come to a standstill. His heart raced. He had never paid much attention to Xiao Wu's figure before, but he was now acutely aware of her developing form. Her long, perfectly shaped legs reminded him of the type of clothing favored by girls in his previous life. A veritable otaku killer, the team mused that if she donned a short school uniform skirt, the impact would be undeniably staggering. Alas, the cultural norms of the Douluo Continent leaned towards the antiquated, and ordinary women did not wear such revealing attire. Observing Xiao Wu, Ao Tian felt no illicit thoughts. To him, she still seemed somewhat juvenile. While he admitted to having a penchant for beauty, he was not one to cross into depravity. As he contemplated whether to design a pair of stockings and a short skirt for Xiao Wu to wear exclusively for him. Her piercing scream shattered his thoughts. The high-pitched cry erupted from her throat, and she darted back into the bathroom like a flash of lightning. Ao Tian, you pervert! Xiao Wu's mortified voice echoed. You big pervert. I am telling Dong I locked the door tight, yet you sneaked in. This must have been intentional. Ao Tian, rendered speechless, thought, will you truly be mine in the future? Is such excitement necessary? Xiao Wu continued her tirade from within. And after a few minutes, she emerged, her previously pale complexion now flushed with embarrassment, though her eyes bore a fierce glare directed at Ao Tian. Amused by her indignation, Ao Tian spread his arms wide, exerting an irresistible force that drew her toward him. With a startled yelp, Xiao Wu found herself enveloped in his embrace. Being held so intimately by Ao Tian for the first time made her anger dissipate, replaced entirely by overwhelming shyness. You are my little wife. Is there anything I am not allowed to see? Even if you tell Donna, she will not take your side. Ao Tian teased. Xiao Wu stood there, momentarily stunned. Indeed, she would belong to Ao Tian in the future. What was there to be ashamed of? Yet the embarrassment lingered, especially since she had preserved her chastity for over a decade, and now it had been exposed. Although she acknowledged the validity of Ao Tian's words, the immense shame made it difficult for her to face him. Suddenly, she caught sight of the crimson stain on the sheets, and her face drained of color. Turning ashen, Ao Tian furrowed his brow and quickly released her. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? He inquired. Xiao Wu managed a faint smile, her voice tinged with sorrow. Ao Tian, I can't be with you anymore. I have contracted a terminal illness. That Ao Tian was taken aback, hastily questioning, what terminal illness? Whenever I think about that area, Xiao Wu stammered, struggling to articulate. Seeing her distressed expression, Ao Tian suddenly realized, pointing at the sheets. He asked, are you referring to this? Xiao Wu nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I checked my body. There are no internal injuries, yet I inexplicably lost so much blood. Ao Tian, I must have a terminal illness. With that, tears welled in her large eyes, and she buried her head in Ao Tian's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. My stomach hurts so much. Ao Tian, I'm going to die. Ao Tian was at a loss for words. Amused by her antics, he helped her up and placed his palm on her flat abdomen, channeling a gentle energy into her its warm. The pain is gone, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Ao Tian, can you treat this ailment? Ao Tian shook his head. I cannot cure it, but I can help alleviate your suffering. Donger also suffered from this condition. I helped her in the past. Will I die from excessive blood loss? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Ao Tian withdrew his hand, affectionately ruffling her hair. No. Look at Donger. She is living just fine. Once she awakens, I will take you to see her, and she can teach you how to manage this condition. Xiao Wu placed a hand over her heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. I thought I was going to die. Just as she spoke, another wave of warmth surged forth, and her expression changed dramatically as she dashed back to the bathroom. A few minutes later, she poked her head out, fear evident in her eyes. Ao Tian, am I really okay? This is terrifying. Ao Tian reassured her. Trust me, you're fine. He contemplated whether to educate Xiao Wu on the matter and teach her how to manage it, but ultimately decided against it. Girls tend to be bashful. It will be better for Bibi Dong to handle it. Chapter 82. Reunion with Gu Yue Na. Around noon, Ao Tian returned to Bibi Dong's room with Xiao Wu in tow. Just then, Bibi Dong awoke, and upon seeing Ao Tian and Xiao Wu enter together, her spirits lifted. She appeared radiant, her vitality at an unprecedented peak, and greeted them with a warm smile. "What brings you both here together?" She was clad in a delicate silk nightgown, exuding an alluring charm. Ao Tian brought Xiao Wu before Bibi Dong and said, "Xiao Wu has started her monthly cycle, yet she claims she has contracted a terminal illness and is on the verge of death. So I'm entrusting her to you." Bibi Dong paused momentarily before her smile deepened as she affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. "Our Xiao Wu has grown up." Xiao Wu, puzzled, replied, "But I don't have a monthly cycle." Bibi Dong chuckled, casting a flirtatious glance at Ao Tian. She recalled the first time she heard the term monthly cycle and the amusing little story that accompanied it, laughing for quite a while. She playfully shoved Ao Tian out the door, saying, "Go do what you need to do. I'll take care of Xiao W." Ao Tian shook his head, smiling, finally resolving the matter. Suddenly, he thought of Gu Yue Na. Musing, now that Xiao Wu is transformed into a human, it's not surprising she has a monthly cycle that Gu Yue Na, like me, belongs to the beast category. I wonder if she will experience this peculiar phenomenon as well. Reflecting on this, he realized he missed Gu Yue Na. It had been several days since she returned to the Douluo Forest. He wondered if she missed him too. Honestly, didn't I tell her that she could contact me through the reverse scale? Why hasn't she reached out all this time? Ao Tian revealed a smile, his figure vanishing into thin air as he headed towards the Douluo Forest. Since Gu Yue Na had not contacted him, he decided to pay her a visit personally to ascertain what the girl was up to. Upon arriving at the Life Lake, located at the heart of the Douluo Forest, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Beside the Life Lake, a massive fissure stretched towards the southern expanse of the forest. This chasm, several dozen meters wide and plunging several hundred meters deep, could certainly be deemed a great ravine. At the bottom of this ravine, a graceful silhouette flickered, tirelessly manipulating the earth elements to mend the fissure and restore it to its former state. Ao Tian noted that this fissure conveniently bypassed the focal point of the array here. Otherwise, this grand formation might have faced destruction. This array, laid out by Gu Yue Na in years past, though not exceedingly sophisticated, was sufficient to obscure the presence of fierce beasts, shielding them from enemy detection. Over the years, whenever Ao Tian visited, he would enhance the array, fortifying its defenses, making it exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. However, the fissure beneath his feet appeared to have emanated from within the array itself. At this moment, Tian and the others were diligently cultivating in their own abodes, leaving Gu Yue Na alone to laboriously restore the earth. With a flash, Ao Tian appeared beside Gu Yue Na. Startling her as she concentrated on manipulating the earth elements, Gu Yue Na shot him a glare and retorted, "Are you trying to scare me into illness?" Ao Tian gestured to their surroundings and inquired, "What caused this?" "I sent it because of the reverse scale you gave me," Gu Yue Na replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident. "What happened? Did you get into a fight with someone?" Ao Tian asked. Gu Yue Na shook her head and explained, "I merely wanted to frighten Tian and the others, but who knew it would inadvertently create such a massive fissure? You haven't been here repairing this for the past few days, have you?" Ao Tian questioned. Gu Yue Na paused, expressing her helplessness. "Only I can manipulate the earth elements. Tian and the others are of no help at all. What can I do? If I created it, I must resolve it myself." Ao Tian wrapped his arms around her waist and soared to the ground, saying, "You could have just taken out the reverse scale and called me over, couldn't you?" As he spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble, the fissure slowly closing as the earth, previously torn apart, began to mend itself at a pace far quicker than Gu Yue Na's painstaking efforts. "What I created, I can handle myself," Gu Yue Na insisted. "Another little fool," Ao Tian teased. "That I'm not a little fool. I am Gu Yue Na, the Silver Dragon King," she declared, lifting her chin proudly. The rumbling commotion attracted the attention of Tian and the others, who hurried over and soon recognized Ao Tian's presence. "Mr. Ao," Tian said, standing at the forefront and leading the others in a respectful greeting. Over the past few years, Ao Tian had effectively become their mentor, each fierce beast having reaped the benefits of his guidance, significantly enhancing their strength, particularly Tian, whose power had surged rapidly. With Ao Tian's assistance, he had successfully transcended the 90,000-year tribulation, now boasting a cultivation level exceeding 90,000 years. Not only in terms of cultivation, but his bloodline had also undergone tremendous enhancement, the potential within him vastly surpassing what it once was. Ao Tian was also pleasantly surprised by the hellish demon Dragon King. ZG. Though her cultivation was among the lowest of the fierce beasts, her potential was by no means inferior to that of Tian. Under Ao Tian's tutelage, her strength had escalated faster than that of the other fierce beasts. Both of them were regarded as prodigies within the Dragon Clan and were key figures in Ao Tian's training regime, as bolstering the strength of his kin was comparatively easier for him. Aside from these two, the dark golden claw bear exhibited exceptionally formidable combat talent. Although its cultivation was merely average among the fierce beasts in terms of combat prowess, only Tian could suppress it. Ao Tian examined the creature and discovered traces of the bloodline of the behemoth within it. According to legends passed down among fierce beasts, behemoths were capable of tearing dragons apart. That it was a pity that such a powerful race had become extinct. Before his slumber, Ao Tian had encountered behemoths on the most primitive Douluo star, and many formidable behemoths had perished at his hands. Their corpses were collected as trophies within his realm. He extracted the residual essence from those behemoth corpses to enhance the bear's innate talent, ensuring its complete submission to him. Originally, the bear had been extremely unruly. Even Tian found it somewhat difficult to manage, but now it regarded Ao Tian with utmost reverence. Ao Tian had also provided substantial benefits to the other fierce beasts, even creating unique techniques for each to accelerate their cultivation. Crafting cultivation techniques for soul beasts was not overly challenging for Ao Tian. With their robust physiques, he simplified his Dragon Clan techniques, focusing on physical enhancement while imbuing them with corresponding attributes. While these techniques were considerably more rudimentary compared to those he developed for humans, they were exceptionally suitable for the physically powerful fierce beasts. At present, the fierce beasts had no doubts that Ao Tian could resolve their soul beast issues. They were confident that their esteemed elder, Ao, possessed the capability, observing the several fierce beasts kneeling before him. Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Attaining cultivation levels in the hundreds of thousands of years, these individuals exhibited remarkable talent, sufficient to serve under him as he ventured into the cosmos or other realms. Xiao Wu's companions, De Ming and Er Ming, were also on the verge of breakthrough. Once they overcame their first tribulation, they would be free to transform into human forms. Ao Tian waved his hand, saying, "Return to your cultivation. With your current strength, it's still too early to seek vengeance in the divine realm." Ao Tian would devise a means to address the issues between humans and soul beasts on Douluo Continent. But he had no intention of meddling with those in the divine realm. The so-called gods had personally slain numerous powerful soul beasts, preventing the soul beasts from ascending to divinity. Tian and the others had once sworn before Ao Tian that they would someday storm the divine realm. Thus, Ao Tian granted them this opportunity, serving as their initial trial. After Tian and the others departed, Ao Tian inquired, "Aren't you bored staying here? Why not accompany me to Spirit City?" Gu Yue Na shook her head, replying, "No, I'll remain here." Ao Tian did not press the matter, stating, "In a little over a month, Xiao Wu and I plan to visit Shrek Academy. Would you be interested? If so, I'll come and fetch you." Gu Yue Na beamed, exclaiming, "Of course I'm interested. You must remember to come for me when the time comes." Chapter 83. The heroic Xiao Wu. A month later, Bibi Dong reluctantly bid farewell to Ao Tian and Xiao Wu. For her, the 2-month holiday spent with Ao Tian had been the happiest and most fulfilling time of her life. I wonder if they will be looking at the departing figures of Ao Tian and Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong gently caressed her abdomen, filled with anticipation. After leaving Spirit City, Ao Tian took Xiao Wu directly into the Star Doe Forest. Xiao Wu's mother had already relocated to settle within the core circle, and Ao Tian accompanied Xiao Wu there for a day before departing the Star Doe Forest the following morning. After exiting the Star Doe Forest, Ao Tian summoned the dragon horse, loaded the carriage, and together with Yu Na and Xiao Wu, set off towards Shrek Academy. The Ballot Kingdom, located to the south of the Heaven Do Empire, served as the southern gateway of the Heaven Do Empire. with a border to the two great empires quite near. The Douluo Forest lay to the southeast of the Bala Kingdom, with a small portion adjacent to it. Soto City was similarly located in the southeast of the Bala Kingdom. Not far from the Douluo Forest, the leisurely pace of the dragon horse. They would likely arrive at Soto City by noon the following day. Ao Tian was in no hurry, as there were still 2 or 3 days before the enrollment at Shrek Academy commenced. What better way to enjoy the journey than to sightsee and engage in delightful conversation with beautiful women? Inside the spacious and luxurious carriage, Xiao Wu sat at the edge of the bed, lifting her garments to reveal her smooth, fair abdomen, complete with an adorable belly button. Pouting, she pinched her belly firmly. A glum expression on her face. Sister Na, look. Over these past 2 months, Ao Tian has made me gain weight. My abdominal definition has vanished. Sitting beside her, Gu Yue Na could not help but reach out to touch Xiao Wu's belly, finding it incredibly soft and silky, prompting her to stroke it a couple more times. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided, Sister Na, you're taking advantage of me. Gu Yue Na pinched her cheek and jested, ISNT, a little extra, flesh a good thing. Look at Bibi Dong. She is quite plump, yet Ao Tian adores her immensely. That's different, Xiao Wu retorted. Gesturing to her chest and hips, elder brother Dong only has extra flesh in these 2 areas. Her waist is still quite slender, in truth, having a bit of softness isn't bad at all. Ao Yin could not help but reach out and touch the slight excess flesh on his belly. Xiao Wu let out a startled cry, leaping into Gu Yue Na's embrace, and playfully said, Sister Nar, Ao Yin is taking advantage of me again. You must stand up for me. Gu Na chuckled softly, replying, Aren't you his little wife? It is only natural for a wife to indulge her husband. Yet Sister Donger advised me that I am still quite young and cautioned me not to let him take liberties. Ao Tian felt somewhat speechless. Was he truly such a lecherous person? He merely found this girl amusing and could not resist teasing her a little. I shall step outside, Ao Yin announced, rising to open the car door and taking his place in the driver's seat. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit guilty, stole a glance outside, and upon realizing the door was securely shut, her cheeks flushed as she leaned close to Gu Yue Na's ear and whispered, Sister Nar, have you ever, done that with him? Done what? Gu Yue Na replied with a teasing smile. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Wu's face grew even redder as she clarified, the thing that results in having little babies. Oh, little girl, are you feeling frisky? Gu Yue Na teased, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's chest. I am not. You are incorrigible, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face a picture of embarrassment as she swatted at Gu Yue Na. Honestly, I am merely curious if it is the same for humans as it is for soul beasts. Since you are curious, why not just ask him directly? I have no idea, Gu Yue Na encouraged, giving Xiao Wu a gentle nudge that, I wouldn't dare. He is so wicked. Who knows what he might do in a fit of rage?